Chapter 51 Return to the Underground Palace. The commotion caused by Lostia was just a minor episode. Although Fangjia roasted nearly a cart of golu, that is, potatoes, to feed the little fat dragon, Fangjia almost scratched his head. How to feed this little fat dragon after eating so much? The journey home is long, so long that even Fangjia began to doze off. But Shagar was quite interested. She found a vehicle that suited her. Xiong hugged her sister Yu and sat in the hood of the animal cart. There were some supplies covered by oilcloth next to them. After eating, Xiong fell asleep. But her eyelashes moved, as if she would wake up at any time. Yu looked at the oilcloth curiously, because it moved, and there seemed to be something inside. Yu gently broke away from her sister Xiong's arms, lifted the oilcloth, and what came into view was a snow-white spider. Xiaobai also turned to look at Yu. One spider hand holding a parchment book, the other hand grabbing potato chips and putting them into her mouth. And there was a small oil lamp next to her, looking like a homegirl. Yu just stared at Xiaobai, and Xiaobai also stared at Yu with 6 spider eyes. For a moment, Xiaobai thought that the child was scared silly by him, and wanted to stretch out a spider hand and wave it in front of Yu. Unexpectedly, Xiaobai moved before he did, and directly hugged Xiaobai, and touched Xiaobai's head with a smile. This set of smooth movements made Xiaobai confused. Am I so intimidating now? Hee hee. Big spider. Yu's voice woke up his sister Xiong. When Xiong opened her eyes, she saw a big white spider being held in Yu's chest. She thought the spider attacked her sister. She picked up a pottery jar and threw it at Xiaobai. Monster! Let go of my sister! Of course she couldn't hit her. Xiaobai reacted in an instant, jumped out of Yu's arms, and tied Xiong tightly with a mouthful of spider silk. The pottery jar fell to the ground and broke. Fangjia turned around after hearing the noise, and saw Xiong tied up like a silkworm. Shagar came over quickly, and helped Xiong up, introducing her. This is Xiaobai. She won't hurt your sister. The misunderstanding was resolved. Xiaobai also retracted his spider silk, tilted his head to look at Xiong, and then looked at Yu, who was frightened by his sister. He took out a book from under the oilcloth and placed it in front of Yu, and winked at her. Yu took the book and sat back in the arms of his sister Xiong. He ignored his sister's preaching and looked at the book herb identification with curiosity. Yu couldn't understand the words in it, but there were some plant illustrations drawn with simple strokes in the book, which made her read with relish. Lillian in the Pamir Underground Palace was so idle that she felt like she was about to grow mushrooms. Although Fangjia's contract said that she had to serve the underground city 24 hours a day and 7 days a week, it seemed that no one here needed her service. There was no dirt in the underground palace. Not even dust. Every day, she either grilled meat or took a hot spring bath. Finally, she would lie down on the soft bed that seemed to fall into the ground and sleep. Occasionally, helping Xiao Huabao clean up the dead branches was her biggest workload. The progress on the orc side was not very good. Dick's attitude towards her was still cold. Although he would not completely ignore her, he still had a bad tone when he saw her. Compared with Dick, Lillian felt that the orc grandmother was easier to get along with. This old orc had a kind smile from beginning to end, and showed no hostility towards humans. He even took the initiative to teach her those obscure languages. At that time, she was really bored and ran out to chat with Dick. But Dick ignored her and just kept on going. So she followed him. They came to a large and simple room, where there were many books, at least hundreds of them. Here, she met the kind orc grandma, who was not surprised to see her. She just asked her kindly if she liked reading, and was willing to teach her those magical Chinese characters. She became addicted to reading after learning this. She learned from the books that there were so many details about those beautiful decorations. She had never paid attention to them before. Each of those magical stories touched her deeply, except for the language being a little difficult to learn. Everything else was very good. What surprised her most was that she actually found a magic book on the bookshelf. Although she didn't understand much about the fire secrets, such a precious book was placed alone on the bookshelf without any protection, as if saying to everyone, "Come and see me." See me. Lillian swallowed her saliva and asked the orc grandma, "Grandma, can I see that book? That is, the fire secrets." Lillian was still a little reserved, and her voice got lower and lower. Grandma listened to her patiently and said kindly, "Go and read it, my good child. Knowledge has no national boundaries. The books here are all public. You can read anything you want." Lillian was shocked. She thought they didn't know the value of these books. But when she saw Grandma wrote a book in Chinese called Choice and Instructions of Sacrificial Arrays, and put it on the bookshelf, she realized that the books here were really public. This once again impacted her worldview. Think about those arrogant mages who kept this knowledge as a secret, hiding it, which was in stark contrast to this place. This place was simply heaven for Lillian. Except that she couldn't get out. 8 days later, Fang Jie drove the mammoth car back to the entrance of the northern foot of the underground city. He just opened a small crack in the stone of the underground city entrance, and the little tentacle monster squeezed out and covered Fang Jie's face. I miss you. I miss you, Fang Jie. Fang Jie felt the little tentacle monster's longing, and also reached out to hold the little tentacle in his palm and waited. I miss you too, little tentacle. Have you gained weight? You seem to be heavier than before. The little tentacle didn't reply, but just giggled and broke free from Fang Jie's hand and jumped onto Xiaobai's body, asking Xiaobai what delicious food he found this time. Xiaobai also smiled and walked into the dungeon with the little tentacle monster in his arms. The first one was the little tentacle monster, and the second one was the spirit-attached Xiaoyu, who had sneaked out with a little tentacle. She also happily climbed onto Fang Jie's shoulder and rubbed her little face against Fang Jie's. Yeah. And you, Xiaoyu, have become more beautiful again. Xiaoyu proudly turned forward on Fang Jie's shoulder, showing off the princess dress she had conjured according to Fang Jie's book. Welcome back. Xiaobao also appeared at the door of the dungeon. How is it? Has anyone invaded the dungeon during this period? Fang Jie asked immediately when he saw Xiaobao. This was what he was most concerned about. Xiaobao rolled his eyes. Don't worry. No one can invade the dungeon at all. Most people are basically wandering around in the dungeon. No one has found the entrance to the big maze. Not every adventure team has a Lillian. Huh? Fang Jie finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Xiao Huabao say that, but what was this deep sense of disappointment about? It should have been something to be thankful for, but why did he see so many soul points saying goodbye to him? Fang Jie opened his system panel, and sure enough, the soul points on it had not increased at all. But Fang Jie was only confused for a while, after all. Today was the day when the underground palace celebrated the success of the first expedition. Fang Jie gathered all the people in the underground palace, first introduced the new friends to everyone, and finally announced the answer to the century-old question of what to eat in the evening amid everyone's cheers. I have gathered all the ingredients I want. Today I will show you my cooking skills. I declare, we will have a hot pot party tonight. Qiong was quite nervous. She kept holding her sister Yu tightly. She had never seen so many monsters. There was even a human in this team. Uryo was even more curious. If she hadn't been held by her sister Qiong, she would have wanted to touch the tentacles of the little tentacle monster to see if they were real. Lostia was also very curious. She had never seen so many people monsters. Humans and orcs were all mixed together. But for her, healing is the prerequisite. Fang Jie arranged her into the blood pool. In order to make her feel more comfortable, Fang Jie also dug a deeper and larger pool for her. Everything in the underground palace made her feel novel. The harmonious coexistence of different races. The goddess statue she had never seen before. The blood spring that could quickly heal her. And the delicious food she had heard about along the way. Slurp. Her saliva flowed down the moment she thought of it. Tiger had almost recovered on the way back, although there was no aura bonus. After soaking for 6 or 7 days, any injuries were almost recovered. Fang Jie arranged everything and began to prepare the materials. First, the various ingredients. Mushrooms and vegetables that were professionally identified as non-toxic and edible by Xiaobao. Natural beef meat produced by Xiaobao Ranch. And poo-poo camel mist milk. The peppers, star anise, peppercorns and other spices brought back from this expedition. And even a magical tree leaf. Put them in the pot and cook for a while. And they will have a strong chicken essence flavor, which is a pleasant surprise. Needless to say, all these things will be kept for seed and handed over to Xiaobao for large-scale breeding. The little flower bud that wanted to protest immediately gave in under Fang Jie's delicious attack. Haha. It turns out that foodies are the easiest to win over. At about 9 o'clock in the evening, the hot pot party officially began, and the location was in the hall. In the middle of the hall, there was a big pot with a diameter of 2 meters. The big pot was divided into 2 halves. One side was a very spicy red pot, and the other side was a light white pot. The hot pot base was boiled, and the prepared food was neatly put into the pot. After a while, the aroma of the hot pot spread in the underground palace, and everyone was tempted by the rich aroma. Even Lostia. who was recovering in the bathroom, didn't care about the pain in his body and drooled in front of the big pot. Fang Jia looked at everyone being captured by Chinese food, and his heart was extremely satisfied. At this time, the voice of the system sounded for the first time in a long time. Chapter 52 Monster Museum. Ding! The number of underground palace guards has reached the requirement. The size of the underground palace has reached the requirement. Get the special blueprint, Magic Core. Magic Core will automatically accumulate magic energy and transmit it to the Guardian when needed. Requirements: high-density magic storage, magic restraint. This is invincible. Fang Jia looked at his panel in surprise. These heroes, who want to attack him, will have a hard time in the future. There is nothing that can't be solved by a wave of high destructive spells. If there is, just recharge and do another wave. Fang Jia said that he had found a cure for his insufficient fire syndrome. The two things he needed were hard to find. He had never seen anything that could store magic power. Elixir? Does enchantment count as storing magic power? He had no idea about magic restrainers. Fang Jia thought for a long time. I thought of the dragon crystals in the novels he had read before. Didn't they store a lot of magic power? So he found Lostia, who was enjoying the hot pot, and asked them if the dragon clan had dragon crystals. At first, Lostia didn't understand. After Fang Jia explained, Lostia's expression changed from puzzlement to speechlessness and then anger. Finally, she angrily retorted to Fang Jia with one sentence. We dragons don't have rocks in our heads. Go away. Don't disturb my hot pot. It's really good. Fang Jia was helpless after being retorted. That's right. It's not very scientific to have crystals in the head. Fang Jia thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. He had to give up. What if the roulette wheel turns out one for him one day? Although it is satisfying to watch everyone eat the food I made, it will become boring after a long time. I can't eat it myself, and I feel greedy just watching it. It's better to find something to do. Fang Jia opened the system panel, opened the blood bond panel of Lostia, and didn't check her system status before. Mutated Fawn Fire Dragon Lostia Thick Scales LV5 Flesh Strengthening LV5 Strength Strengthening LV6 Internal Organ Strengthening LV8 Flame Resistance LV10 Max Flame Invalidation LV5 Energy Absorption LV8 as expected. It was just as Fang Jia predicted. Her body was extremely strong, high temperature, and flames had basically no effect on her. What is more surprising is that she actually has the ability to absorb energy. No wonder she can eat Fang Jia's flames, like eating some small dessert. Isn't this a necessary skill for her to evolve into Godzilla in the future? As long as energy absorption becomes radiation absorption, then it will be Godzilla. Yes. Very energetic. Originally, Fang Jia was more worried about Lostia's eating problem. If she can eat energy, it will be very simple. When eating, others eat hot pot, barbecue, and Lostia just eats fireballs. Well, the strange recipes in the underground palace have increased again. Lostia is enjoying the hot pot now. She has never eaten such delicious food before. Not only is it cooked in a big pot, but it is also grilled on an iron plate. They are all things she has never eaten in Dorgan. At this time, she did not realize her miserable fate of fast food in the future. Except for Lostia, Chiong is the most reserved. Although her stomach is rumbling with the aroma, she still restrains the urge to eat. Yu is already drooling with greed, but she is stopped by Chiong. Come and eat quickly. What are you waiting for? Shagar saw the reserved Chiong. Let's wait. What are you waiting for? Let's eat together. It's more delicious when we eat together. Shagar pulled Chiong and Yu to the table without waiting for Chiong to finish, and forked a large piece of steak for them and put it on the plate. Yu finally couldn't help it, and ate it in big mouthfuls, with a happy glow on his little face. Chiong looked at Yu, and then looked at Shagar's encouraging eyes, and finally started eating in small mouthfuls. That's right. Don't think too much when you come here. It's different from the outside. There's no distinction between high and low. Eating delicious steaks, listening to Shagar's words, Chiong finally let down her guard a little. Now she was only surprised. It turned out that such an utopia really existed. After the meal, Fang Jia began to clean up the messy table. Actually, there was nothing to clean up. They had basically finished their soup. If Fang Jia hadn't stopped him at the last minute, Lostia would have almost licked the shabu-shabu pot. The others fell to the side to rest. Yu was very brave now. She actually ran to Xiaowabeo secretly. At this time, Xiaowabeo was writing her book. Hearing the noise behind her, Xiaowabeo was stunned for a moment. When she turned around, she saw this little orc girl, who was only a head taller than her, was looking at what she wrote timidly. "Hello. You?" Xiaohuabao smiled back. "Hello." You was a little embarrassed. "Do you like plants?" The little flower bud gently asked the timid little girl. "Yeah, I like it." "Sister, are you also a plant?" "Sister Spider gave me this, but I didn't find you in it." You took out the book identification of herbs that Xiaobai gave her, and showed it to the little flower bud. The little flower bud was a little surprised, reached out to take the book of herbs summarized by the human world, and took a look. "I didn't expect that there is such a book in the human world." The little flower bud frowned after flipping through 2 pages. "There are many things in this book that are wrong, just like this Carlos grass. The cup-like structure is its mouth. Not a flower, they use that thing to catch insects and eat." After Xiaohuabao finished complaining, she just remembered that it was you who showed her this book. She looked up and saw you looking at her blankly. "Uh-huh. The illustrations here are pretty nice. But there are many mistakes. If you want to learn, I can teach you. I am a master in plants and animals." Xiaohuabao said, and showed you what she was writing. You was surprised to see the monster's natural history written by Xiaohuabao. However, she could not understand it, because the pictures in this book have not been added yet. Therefore, Xiaohuabao read them one by one to you. After Fang Jie finished washing the dishes and came out of the kitchen, he saw Xiaohuabao and you gathered together, discussing something. So he walked behind them and saw the books they were holding. He almost choked to death on his own saliva. It was written on it, "Bull monster, 6 legs, likes to live alone, has strong attack power. And the most powerful thing is the 2 horns on the head, which are sharp and powerful. The meat is delicious, and it is best for barbecue. The whole roasted beef leg is the best." Samuel, Fangjia calls a cumin. The leaves are umbrella-shaped and easy to recognize. There are yellowish fluorescent flowers. The seeds can be dried and crushed to make delicious spices. It is most delicious with beef steak. I always eat a big bowl every time. Pupuchuo, there is very little meat, and it is dry, not delicious. Seeing the small flower bud written like this, you nodded very politely, as if he had learned something. Fangjia covered his face. "Are you writing a natural history or a recipe? If it continues to be written like this, the species recorded above will probably become extinct in the future, and it will become a classic of mountains and seas of another world." Wait. Fang Jie quickly interrupted Xiaohuabao's teaching, not wanting her to mislead the students. "You can't write like this. If people only know how to eat, how can they protect and develop it well? And it's not convenient for them to learn if you mix everything together like this." Xiaohuabao was a little unhappy that Fang Jie interrupted her teaching of you, but she fell silent after hearing what Fang Jie said. "It seems to be like this. First, you should classify these plants and animals according to their origin, relationship, and characteristics. The largest is kingdom, and then phylum, class, order, family, and genus. It is convenient to record them in this way. For example, the Samuel you mentioned can be classified as plant kingdom, fluorescent plant phylum, polycotyledon class, umbellifery, Samuel genus. For the cow monster, it can be classified as animal kingdom, chordate phylum, Mammalia class, hexapod order, cow monster genus, and so on. Isn't it clear at a glance if it's arranged like this? It's easy to search." The little flower bud nodded in agreement as Fang explained. Finally, the introduction to this plant is written from the aspects of morphological characteristics, growth habits, distribution range, how to cultivate, main value, etc. This way, when others read your book, they can learn knowledge systematically, and the purpose of training qualified talents can be achieved. You only write about what tastes good and what doesn't. Are you teaching others how to cook? You make a lot of sense. I go and revise it. After Fangjie's advice, Xiaohuabao finally realized the value of this book. You, who was standing next to him, widened his bright eyes and looked at Fangjie with admiration. "Okay, you take you with you. I think she likes these plants and animals very much." Fangjie smiled and touched Yu's little head. He decided to let Yu be Xiaohuabao's first apprentice. After saying goodbye to the excited Xiaohuabao, Fangjie found Xiaobai, who was swimming in the ocean of books in the library again, and forced Xiaobai to take a rest. You can never finish reading a book, but you only have one body. Xiaobai has been hiding under the oilcloth to read books these days. He didn't rest at all. Fangjie saw all of this. Lostia, with her belly bulging, went back to the swimming pool that Fang Jie dug for her. In fact, she was not full yet. The meat of the two bull monsters had basically gone into her stomach, so she didn't dare to ask Fang Jie for more. I really hope that the dragons in Dorgan can be as friendly as the people here. Here she didn't feel the discrimination she suffered in Dorgan. Although she had the protection of her parents there, she could still feel the other dragons looking at her like a monster. Maybe it was because everyone here was a monster. The different monsters mixed together made her a monster, less conspicuous. For some reason, Lostia's tears fell. She missed her parents and her brother. Although her brother tricked her out and abandoned her, he was very good to her before. In the end, Lostia cried herself to sleep. Chapter 53, Lostia's Adventure. The next morning, Xiong woke up and found that her sister was missing. She was so anxious that she almost cried. She rushed out of the room Fang Jie prepared for them, and saw her sister Yu standing at the door of the beautiful flower fairy. Looking inside curiously, Xiong was relieved, but she still reprimanded Yu very harshly, sternly warning her not to run around in the dungeon. If they violated the taboos here, they would not be able to escape. Because Joan is older than you, she is much more vigilant than you. She has not yet completely regarded the dungeon as her home. Perhaps the dungeon is just another place where she is imprisoned. Shagar saw the interaction between Joan and Yu. She could understand how difficult it was for a girl of 18 or 19 to live with another younger sister. So she did not blame Joan for anything. She just smiled at her and introduced her to her grandmother. The kind grandmother brought Xiong and Yu to the library. In her eyes, they were all children. According to the 9-year compulsory education policy that Fang Jie had mentioned, these children should all receive education. Shagar, meow meow meow. I'm already 24. Why do I have to learn too? Crying? When Xiong opened the book, her eyes became wet. She gently stroked the paper full of ink fragrance. Every symbol on it made her so familiar and nostalgic. She thought of her parents, and thought of the sacrificial runes that her mother drew on the sand with a small wooden stick. If there hadn't been that damn war, she and her sister will definitely be able to live under the protection of their parents. Okay. Good kid. Don't cry. Grandma hugged Xiong's head and gently patted Xiong's back to comfort her. I want to learn, can I? Grandma, please teach me. Xiong leaned her head on Grandma's chest and sobbed. The burden of survival bent Xiong. Here she will have a second chance to stand up and be herself. Grandma smiled, very happily. She saw another quality in this thin girl that was different from Shagar and the others, a desire from the heart. Okay. No problem, this is the Capimer Underground Palace. You can learn anything you want. Yu, who was standing by, saw her sister crying, and she started crying too, although she didn't know why her sister was crying. Xiao Huabao came to the library with Xiong and Yu. Originally, she was going to re-edit and typeset her book, but she happened to witness the whole process. Looking at Xiong, who couldn't help crying, Xiao Huabao felt a strange feeling in her heart. She wanted to protect them, wanted to protect these people who were suffering. Those who could come to the underground palace seemed to be either defective or not recognized by the world. Xiaobai was albino, Xiaochu was a world-destroying monster, Xiaoyu had suffered a great trauma, Shagar suffered genocide, Lilian was an orphan, who was excluded because of her voice, and the dragon was not liked because of its deformed wings and strange physique. Now Xiaobai understood why Fang Jie was so worried about the safety of the underground palace. There were more and more people who needed protection here, and the responsibility was getting heavier. Only when you are strong can you protect these lovely people, and only then can these suffering souls have a place to settle down in this dark world. Thinking of this, Xiao Huabao smiled. She felt that her soul seemed to have sublimated again. This was much faster than the time when she secretly ate food before meeting Fang Jie. Fang Jie yawned and went out. He slept really well. It turned out that it was better to sleep with Xiaobai in his arms. As soon as he went out, he saw Xiao Huabao. She smiled strangely. That smile made Fang Jie think of the Holy Mother with holy light behind her. Xiao Huabao walked in front of Fang Jie and said softly, "Thank you." Fang Jie had a face full of question marks. What happened? Did he accidentally assimilate some poisonous grass that could easily cause mental confusion? Xiao Huabao looked at Fang Jie's face full of question marks, smiled, without explaining anything, and left in a daze. Fang Jie was left alone in the cave. Ding Guardian Nature Spirit can evolve. No, what did you do in a place I don't know? How did you evolve inexplicably? Fang Jie almost didn't know who I was. Where am I? What am I doing? These words were written on his face. Fang Jie quickly caught up with Xiao Huabao and wanted to ask for clarification, but Xiao Huabao just smiled and said, I just understand your heart to protect the dungeon. This made Fang Jie even more confused. What does this have to do with your evolution? Fang Jie studied it for a long time, but couldn't figure out the cause and effect. However, Xiao Huabao was still very happy that she could evolve. She directly pulled Fang Jie to the monster blood altar, preparing to evolve. This is a good opportunity to surpass Xiao Bai. This time, the monster blood altar did not give the direction of evolution, only said that it could evolve. After Fang Jie confirmed with the little flower bud again and again, the evolution started. Let the little flower bud walk to the monster blood altar, and was once again wrapped in the blood spring. What was unexpected was that many red branches and leaves grew out this time, wrapping the whole little flower bud inside, forming a huge flower bud. Guardian Nature Spirit Evolution Time, 2,100 hours, more than 3 months. Lostia lay by the pool and watched Fang Jie's operation with her eyes wide open. Did you sacrifice her? Fang Jie rolled his eyes helplessly. How can it be a sacrifice? This is evolution. You can evolve when you reach a certain level of life. Oh! Who wants to evolve? I don't want to. Lostia expressed disdain arrogantly. For dragons, their life level should be the highest. That's hard to say. It's hard to say if you work hard. Your wings will grow once you evolve. After Fang Jie said this, Lostia immediately lost her composure. Really? Really? Can I really grow wings and fly in the sky like ordinary dragons? Lostia stared at Fang Jie with her small eyes. It's only possible. Because every time they evolve, their forms will change dramatically. But this change is not certain. And I can't guarantee that you will grow wings after you evolve. But there is still hope. Right? There was a glimmer of hope in Lostia's eyes. Yes, there is, but you must not hold too high hopes, because sometimes the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Fang Jie felt that he had to explain these serious relationships to her again. Yes, but Lostia didn't listen at all. She was already immersed in the fantasy of growing wings. Come on, let me evolve too. I want to grow wings too. Lostia immediately asked Fang Jie to evolve her. Fang Jie spread his hands. No, you haven't reached the standard for evolution yet. Don't ask me what the standard for evolution is. I don't know either. You can ask Xiao Bai or wait for Xiaohuabao to wake up and ask her. Only the two of them have evolved. Lostia immediately got out of the swimming pool and ran towards Xiao Bai's room. Slow down. Your scales haven't grown yet. Fang Jie helplessly watched Lostia's mountain-like body go through the bathroom door. With the blessing of the Blood Spring and the Dragon Clan's strong recovery ability, her scales have grown out. Although not as thick as those that have not fallen off, at least they are not piecemeal like a mangy dog. Lostia saw Xiao Bai in Xiao Bai's room. She was knitting a beautiful little princess dress for Xiao Yu. Xiao Bai, how did you evolve at that time? Lostia's body was too big, the door of Xiao Bai's room was too small, she couldn't get in at all, she could only stick her big head into the door, as if there was a dragon head trophy hanging on the wall. Xiao Bai thought about it. I seem to have eaten seafood before I evolved. It was in Fang Jie's treasure house. Eating seafood in the treasure house? I go right away. Eating is the easiest thing. I'm here. My wings. But that doesn't seem to be a normal seafood. Go ask Fang Jie first. Lostia ran out without even listening to Xiao Bai's words. Knocked down many of Fang Jie's decorations along the way. She ran directly to Fang Jie's treasure house, pushed open the simple stone door of the treasure house, and put her dragon head in. Where is the seafood? I'm here. The moment Lostia put her head in, she saw countless thick tentacles wriggling in the dark. Seeing Lostia coming in, she immediately wrapped her dragon head with tentacles. Small tentacles grew from the big tentacles, and drilled into her scales, mouth, nostrils, ears, and even eyes. She didn't even have a chance to scream before she fainted with foam at the mouth. When Xiao Bai and Fang Jie rushed to the treasure house, they only saw Lostia motionless, with her head drooping in the treasure house. When Fang Jie saw this stupid dragon like this, he knew that she was cursed by the devil's treasure house. He quickly used the shaping skill, and dragged this little stupid dragon back to the swimming pool, and let her recover. Where am I? After a while, Lostia's consciousness slowly recovered. You are in hell, Fang Jie said angrily. I remember I was going to the treasure house. When Lostia mentioned the treasure house, her scales stood up and she shuddered, as if she thought of something terrible. That place is the only cursed place in the underground palace. Don't go there under normal circumstances. Why are you going there for no reason? Xiaobai said that she ate seafood that could evolve there. Lostia said a little aggrieved. Is that seafood? Didn't you see it too? That's a curse. You're so scared. Fang Jie glared at Xiaobai unhappily. Xiaobai stared at his 6 eyes innocently. Everyone's evolutionary needs are different. Others can only be used as a reference. Just like Xiao Huabao didn't eat any seafood, isn't it the same evolution? Okay. But I don't know what I should do to evolve. Lostia curled up her tail in grievance. Don't always think about evolution. Take your time. If you really don't know, absorb more energy. Maybe you will evolve when the absorbed energy reaches the requirement? Fang Jie persuaded him patiently. He was still thinking about the Godzilla Lowly Dragon project. Chapter 54 Unconventional Labyrinth. Okay. After being taught a lesson by Fang Jie, Lostia hung her head, like a child being scolded by an elder. Xiaobai jumped directly onto Lostia's big head, and gently comforted the aggrieved Lostia with his spider hand. You don't have to keep staring at your shortcomings, you also have many advantages. Xiaobai comforted Lostia softly, while Fang Jie slowly retreated, the little girl's private talk. It's better for him to avoid it. Boom! Fang Jie had just dealt with the problem of Lostia, the lowly dragon, when a sound like an explosion came from the underground palace passage. No way. What is going on this time? Fang Jie felt so busy. There was a problem here or there. Just like a firefighter. There were more people in the underground palace. So there were more problems. Fang Jie quickly followed the sound and ran to the library again. He saw Lillian sitting obediently on the side, accepting the scolding of the orc grandmother with a dusty face. How can you use magic in the library? And fire magic. Do you know how many precious books were almost burned? At this time, the orc grandma was like a librarian, serious and old-fashioned. I didn't expect that I could use it. Lillian lowered her head, not daring to look at the majestic orc grandma. What happened? Fang Jie walked into the library, and found that a seat in the library had a large area of burn marks, but fortunately the books were not damaged. She actually experimented with magic in the library. She almost set the library on fire. The orc grandmother said helplessly. I didn't expect that a priest like me could use magic other than holy light, Lillian said in a low voice. She had relaxed a lot during this period. You dare to talk back? The orc grandmother said angrily. Lillian shrank into a quail again. Ahem. The damaged items are counted as your debt. Come to me later to get the bill. Lillian wanted to cry, but had no tears. Fang Jie's words directly penetrated her armor. But Fang Jie could understand her behavior. When he learned something new, he would be eager to try it out. As he spoke, Fang Jie waved his hand. A door appeared on the wall of the library. When the heavy stone door was opened, there was a spacious room. The whole room was covered with hard cloud marble. There were also several targets made of human armor in the center of the room. Okay, this is your laboratory. You should come here to test magic from now on. You are not allowed to test dangerous things in the library anymore. It's okay if you get blown up. But what about the books? Many of the books are out of print. Lillian's eyes lit up immediately when she looked at the room. Just when she was about to go inside, Fang Jie stopped her. Don't rush inside. Go and clean up the mess here first. Go. Fang Jie pointed at the black explosion marks on the stone table and said. Lillian had no choice but to pout her mouth, and cleaned up in a huff. Yu curiously stuck his head in to take a look, but she found it was bare inside. So she ran to look for the small flower buds in disappointment. For her, plants and animals might be more interesting. New expansion of the Underground Palace. The Underground Palace is the foundation of the dungeon, and it is never too big. Expand the Underground Palace again, and collect more monster girls. Expansion requirements. Complete an unconventional maze, determine the gatekeeper of the special maze. Reward, 12,000 soul points. Finally, the long lost system prompt sound finally sounded. Fang Jie drooled as he looked at the reward of 12,000 soul points. Is it time to do 12 consecutive times this time? I have to be lucky. Right? No. No. Fang Jie suppressed his soul of lottery, and thought about what this unconventional maze should look like. The first thing Fang Jie thought of was to let Xiao Huabao directly build a maze with plants. In this maze, all plants will change their positions, and the lost debuff imposed by the Underground Palace has a very high possibility of completely trapping the adventurer inside. The prototype of this idea is the magical plant maze in Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. But this maze also has its own problems. Let's not talk about whether the little flower but can do it. Even if it can do it, if it encounters a high-level combat force, it is likely to be walked in a straight line by others. After all, they are all plants. If a high-level wizard comes, the whole maze will be destroyed by a burning land. Then it will be useless. Fang Jie has a headache. Now the little flower bud is also evolving. He can only wait for her to come out and ask. At this moment, two different clang clang sounds came from the dark passage of the underground palace. One was crisp, which was the sound of the small tentacle monster's treasure chest hitting the ground, and the other was low and fragmented. Fang Jie chased after it in confusion, and saw a stone statue armor used as decoration of the underground palace chasing this small tentacle monster. The two were running wildly in the underground palace. Little tentacle? As soon as Fang Jie spoke, the small tentacle monster and the stone statue armor seemed to be frozen, and froze in place. You two are running around in the underground palace again. Fang Jie frowned. Pucci, no. I am a treasure chest, and I won't move. The little tentacle quickly retracted itself into the treasure chest like a turtle. The stone statue armor beside it also quickly stood up, motionless, as if saying, "Look at me! I am an ornament without feelings. I won't move either. The lying child will have no barbecue to eat tonight." Fang Jie raised his eyebrows. Pucci, I was wrong. It was Xiaoyu who chased me. The treasure is really useful for the little tentacle. It only takes 1 second for the little tentacle to betray and confess. The stone statue armor, which was used as a decoration, immediately looked at the little tentacle with wide eyes, as if accusing the little tentacle of injustice. Hee. Xiaoyu, what else do you have to say? Quickly confess. Fang Jie glanced at the stone statue armor. The stone statue armor saw Fang Jie turn to look at her, and immediately stood up straight, refusing to admit it. Okay, this month's storytelling is cancelled. Hey, I can't cure you. At this moment, the stone statue armor panicked for a moment, wanted to take a step forward to explain something, but it seemed that he couldn't control himself, and his left foot tripped over his right foot and fell flat on his face. The fall directly broke the stone statue armor, which was originally made up of parts, into pieces. The parts were scattered all over the ground, and a lot of little gray men fell out from these parts. The helmet of the stone statue armor fell directly under Fang Jie's feet. Xiaoyu, who had been in the helmet, patted her dizzy round face, and stood up and said, "We were wrong. We will never run around in the underground palace again. I don't believe you. You said it was okay, but you turned around and started to rob the roof in the underground city again." Xiaoyu really likes knights. Maybe it's because she has heard too many stories about princess knights. Although she wears a princess dress, she often takes her spirit-attaching team to steal orc armor for fun. Once she wanted to steal Shagger's Ghostface Dragon Scale armor, but was discovered by Fang Jie. She was punished and had no stories to listen to for a week. Fang Jie rolled his eyes. But this broken stone statue armor attracted Fang Jie's attention. What is the largest object you can attach to and make it move? Xiaoyu tilted her head. I don't know if I'm alone. I can only attach to plates, cups, and other big things. What if you all come together? Xiaoyu pointed directly at the stone statue armor beside him. Fang Jie nodded, and put his hand on his chin thoughtfully. Xiaoyu tilted her head to look at Fang Jie, and saw that Fang Jie ignored her, and then turned to look at the little tentacle that only showed a pair of black eyes from the gap of the treasure chest. She sneakily took the little tentacle and ran away, leaving Fang Jie alone to think about life in the dark. Fang Jie suddenly had an idea. Let Xiaoyu be the gatekeeper of this first special maze. Let them use mechanical structures to make a freely movable and combined maze. This movable maze has no fixed route. It changes completely according to the preferences of these spirits. If they don't like it, they may never get out. Because there is no correct way here. Every way is a dead end. You may be going around in circles in it without knowing it. But because there are not many spirits, it is impossible to let them possess the entire maze. We can only make necessary components, such as passages, corners, rooms, and mechanisms, and use these components to form the entire maze. This is in line with Fang Jie's expertise. Isn't this a random map? Fang Jie thinks this can be done. You follow me. Fang Jie looked up excitedly, wanting to ask Xiaoyu to do an experiment with him. But there was no one in front of him now, and he was left alone in this passage, staring blankly. These two little bastards. Don't let me catch you. Fang Jie stamped his feet in anger. In the end, Fang Jie still caught them. Just kidding, there are no little tentacles that can't be attracted by a barbecue trap. successfully captured the two troublemakers, Xiaokusha and Xiaoyu, brought them to the laboratory of the library, and briefly told Xiaoyu about his ideas. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu was immediately excited. Sure enough, troublemakers have no resistance to these kinds of pranks. Fang Jie simply made a metal channel. This channel was the same size as an ordinary channel, but it had some zip lines, like an elevator, and could slide up and down. Xiaoyu couldn't wait to attach himself to the chain. After a while, the chain began to move, moving the channel upward. However, the channel moved very slowly, maybe only moving 30 to 40 centimeters in 10 minutes. Xiaoyu suddenly fell out of the chain, panting, and looked like he had overexerted himself and was tired. Fang Jie quickly picked her up and put her in the prepared blood spring water bowl. No, it's too tiring. It's too heavy. I can't lift it. Xiaoyu complained to Fang Jie about the poor interactive experience while soaking in the blood spring water in the bowl. This aspect involves some mechanical structure principles, which Fang Jie doesn't understand very well. He just learned some linkage interaction design in college. Well, it seems that the power of the spirit is not enough. Their small bodies can't carry heavy objects. Fang Jie thought again. He suddenly remembered that elevators seem to have a counterweight as long as the force is balanced. The elevator can be easily moved up and down. After Xiaoyu had a good rest, Fang Jie made a counterweight for the channel and connected the channel and the counterweight with a chain. Xiaoyu took a deep breath and attached herself to the chain again. This time she exerted a little force, and the channel weighing several tons was easily pulled up, and the counterweight went down. Bang! But he used too much force, and the passage hit the ceiling directly, making a loud noise. Xiaoyu was ready to knock his head and stick out his tongue to get away with it. Wow! It really got lighter. Xiaoyu was excited, pulling the passage up and down, having a lot of fun. Fang Jie sighed, pulled his hairless head, and smiled bitterly, although he succeeded, but he always felt that his lifespan was shortened again, and it was not a little bit. Chapter 55 Xiaobai's Drawings. For Fang Jie, making modular passage rooms is not a problem. The main thing is the mechanical structure. He has to consider how to save effort, and how to flexibly and quickly assemble them. This gave Fang Jie, who studied art in his previous life, a headache. Now all he could think of was a movable pulley, which he learned in physics in junior high school or high school. Ignoring Fang Jie scratching his head and trying to squeeze out that little bit of physics knowledge, the two little troublemakers, the tentacle monster and Xiaoyu, were having a lot of fun. Wow! What is this? You ran to the elevator prototype and watched the little tentacles playing happily up and down. Xiong grabbed you in time, who also wanted to go up and play. She was afraid that the rope would suddenly break. If he was on top, something unimaginable would happen. Poochie Poochie. What fun! Come on! Join us. The little tentacle monster took the initiative to extend its tentacles to you. Okay. I'm coming. You seemed to understand and broke free from her sister's restraints, grabbed the tentacles of the little tentacle monster, and pounced on the little tentacle monster. The two little girls immediately rolled into a ball with a giggle, and followed the original elevator up and down. Xiaobai was also attracted by the loud noise of the collision. Xiaobai looked at Fang Jie curiously scratching his head, writing and drawing on the paper, and then angrily crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it aside, and then took out another piece of paper to write and draw, and repeated this process. Did you encounter any problems again? Yes. I was punished by physics, Fang Jie said to Xiaobai with a sad face. Looks interesting. Let me help you. Xiaobai also followed Fang Jie's example, and sat next to his makeshift design table. Fang Jie told Xiaobai his idea with a try-it attitude. Xiaobai widened his 6 spider eyes, and showed great interest. You need to know how to save effort. Using such a movable pulley can save you half of your effort. And the pulley fixed on the wall can change the direction of your effort. Fang Jie drew a simple schematic diagram on the drawing. If there are several such pulleys, we can use the least force to pull the object up. Right? Xiaobai asked with great interest. In theory, it is like this. It also has a formula. S equals NH. Rope equals N asterisk object pull sat face 1/N asterisk total. S seems to be the distance the rope moves freely, and GTO seems to be the weight of the object plus the weight of the pulley. I remember these formulas, but I don't know how to use them to make the device I want. Fang Jie smiled bitterly. When Xiaobai heard Fang Jie talking about the formula, her eyes lit up immediately. She liked it the most. This is something that does not exist in this world. Every word of it is the condensed essence, concise, efficient, and accurate. Leave it to me. Think about the formulas or other interesting things you know. I told you that you will definitely remember them. As Xiaobai said this, she took Fang Jie's pen and started drawing on his drawing, while Fang Jie began to think about how to use gears to change the direction of the passage or room. After a while, Xiaobai came to Fang Jie with his manuscript. Do you think this will work? Fang Jie took Xiaobai's manuscript and saw a complicated pulley system drawn on the white paper. 2 movable pulleys and 2 fixed pulleys form a pulley system, and such a pulley system needs at least 2 pairs. 1 pair on the left, 1 pair on the right. It looks a bit like a big spider. You see, I roughly calculated that using such a pulley system saves 3/4 of the effort but also takes several times more distance, so I used a fixed pulley to change its direction, and let it hide in the corner, so that the deformation of the maze will not be affected by the long distance. Fang Jie looked at the complicated pulley system drawn on the paper, with mixed feelings, looking at Xiaobai with an expression of looking at a big boss. Xiaobai felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze. Are you sure you didn't travel through time like me? You are talking nonsense again. Xiaobai was helpless. Well, if Xiaobai were put in the modern world with his learning speed, he would definitely be a god of learning, and he really deserves the title of a learner. Well, in addition to this thing, there is also a gear system. Fang Jie withdrew his admiring gaze, and continued to draw gears on the drawing. The meshing of the gears can control the speed and force of the gear's rotation. If the control is good, it can complete the operation of huge equipment with very little effort. It was the first time that Xiaobai saw a structure like a gear, and it seemed as if he had found an interesting toy. This time, Xiaobai took the white paper and drew for a long time, frowning from time to time, and also learned from Fang Jie to crumple some of the drawn paper into a ball and throw it aside. Soon, a large pile of waste paper piled up beside the table. Fang Jie completely handed over the design work to Xiaobai, and began to prepare the parts that would be needed at that time. Most of the parts this time were no longer made of stone, because the mechanical structure involved a lot of materials that needed to be wear-resistant and strong. Only iron ore and some copper ore were found in the dungeon. Other rare earth ores were not seen at all. Even if Fang Jie saw it, he would not know what kind of ore it was. There were so many metals in the world. Fang Jie was not studying this. He could not tell them apart at all. Moreover, most special materials are made of many elements. Material science is a major subject. It is impossible to make these things with the brain cells of an art student. He has done a good job for his chemistry teacher by memorizing the periodic table. There is no other way. Fang Jie had to abandon his original idea and do alchemical experiments from scratch. For example, he started with blood magic steel. To be honest, magic is really mysterious. What is it? Why does it change the properties of matter after combining with it? What is the manifestation of magic in the microscopic world? Although these questions are very interesting, Fang Jie still cherishes his brain cells, so these questions are left to the scientists in this world. While everyone is busy, the 3 naughty kids have successfully joined forces. You little tentacles, Xiaoyu. The 3 mischievous kids sneaked out of the adult side at this time, because Xiaoyu and little tentacles said that there are magical animals and plants in Xiaowabeo's room, but they can't enter because of Xiaowabeo. The reason why the little flower bud does not allow the little tentacles to enter is that she will secretly catch the poo-poo camel. So the 3 little ones merged directly, and prepared to go to the little flower bud's room for adventure. While the little flower bud is away, the opportunity will never come again. Outside the little flower bud's room, the small Yu wore a hat made of small tentacles on his head. At first glance, he looked very much like a young version of the Konwa class. There was also a wandering wingman next to him. Are there really magical little animals in there? Yu gently pulled open the vine curtain that the little flower bud used to prevent the little tentacles from attacking. The little tentacle that was dressed as a hat nodded vigorously with saliva dripping from his mouth. Puff. Puff. They looked like cotton candy, so good. This was Xiaoyu, the little tentacle's best friend. Yu walked through the vine corridor, pushed aside a huge leaf, revealing the vast space behind. The scale here was already as large as the luminous forest outside. Just kidding, Fang Jie came here to help Xiao Huabao expand the ranch whenever he had time, in order to open a ranch here directly. At this moment, several pupukras floated through the air on organs similar to dandelions, making a series of meow sounds. But their little eyes were a little flustered, as if they were avoiding something. They were already very good looking, and with their furry appearance, they looked very cute. Their appearance immediately captured the hearts of the three little ones. So cute, this is you with shining eyes. I really want to ride this, is Xiao Yu, who fantasizes about riding a pupukaru to kill the enemy. I really want to eat this, is the little tentacle with tears flowing from the corner of the mouth. Regardless of their purpose, these cute pupuchuo are really like wolves in the sheep's den. After Fang Jie's unremitting efforts, he finally restored the blood demon steel. The toughness, wear resistance, and metal fatigue of this material all exceeded Fang Jie's imagination. In this way, the mountain blocking the mechanical mobile maze is reduced by more than half. On the other side, Xiao Bai also smiled and handed his design to Fang Jie. Fang Jie was very proud, thinking that he was so awesome to solve a huge problem. But when he saw Xiao Bai's design, Fang Jie felt inferior to the bone. Is this made by someone who has never learned it? In the design, there are countless gears meshing together. Big ones lead small ones. Small ones lead levers, the levers transmit, and then countless other gears. Fang Jie looked at the design with a confused face, as if he saw the gear set in a mechanical watch. Originally, Fang Jie just wanted Xiao Yu and the others to follow the hero and secretly manipulate the changes in the room after the hero invaded. Now Xiao Bai directly gave a plan that allowed Xiao Yu and the others to play around with the adventurers, who entered the maze in the main control room while drinking coffee and crossing their feet. Fang Jie looked at the design in front of him and felt that his previous designs were all rubbish. This was what design was. It was originally just a simple linkage device, but Xiao Bai made it look like steampunk. However, Xiao Bai was still not satisfied with her design. She complained to Fang Jie. I always feel like something is missing. Although such a design would allow Xiao Yu and the others to not have to run around. They could control the entire maze by just sitting in one place. But no matter how I calculate, they all need something that can quickly drive all the devices. And I can only make something like this. Xiao Bai pointed to a thing that looked like a hamster ball in the design and continued. Here. This is it. Let Xiao Yu and the others possess this ball and rotate it quickly. And then drive the structure of the entire maze. Okay. This is not impossible. But it's too inefficient. What you need now is an engine, which can drive the operation of the entire maze. Engine? Xiao Bai's eyes began to light up again, and he learned something he had never heard of from Fang Jie. Fang Jie thought about it. Its function is similar to the magic core, giving the machine strong power. We can start with the simplest one, which is the steam engine. Steam engine! Fang Jie looked at Xiao Bai speechlessly, staring at him with big eyes and a look of tell me quickly. Tell me quickly. The principle of the steam engine is... Fang Jie hadn't finished speaking when Qiong's anxious voice came from outside the laboratory door. You? You? Where are you? You? Chapter 56 Steam Engine. Fang Jie, who was interrupted, had to come out to check the situation. The first person to react was Qiong. She was still obsessed with the choice and instructions of sacrificial arrays given to her by the orc grandmother. But when she turned around, her sister who had been following her was gone. Her cry also attracted Fang Jie and Xiao Bai. Fang Jie then found that in addition to Yu, the little tentacle monster who had been playing on the elevator prototype also disappeared. This made Fang Jie's heart skip a beat, and he always felt that something bad was going to happen. Fang Jie quickly put down his work and searched the underground palace for the little tentacle monster, fearing that she had run out of the underground palace again. Now the area around the underground palace was not just a simple outpost, but several large mercenary groups gathered there, and all of them were eyeing them covetously. Fang Jie searched the entire underground palace, but couldn't find the little tentacle monster. Yu and Xiao Yu were nowhere to be seen either. There was no sign of the underground palace gate moving, so they should be inside the underground palace. But where did they hide? Fang Jie turned around and saw the huge flower bud that was hatching in Xiaohua Bao. I think I know where they are. Fang Jie called Qiong, who was about to cry, and rushed to Xiaohuaba's ranch. Sure enough, in Xiaohuaba's ranch, the three naughty kids were found. Xiao Yu was riding on the back of a pupukum, running and jumping with cheers, and her expression was very happy. On the other side, Yu was bandaging the wound of a pupukum with an abdominal injury, and there were several pupukums lying next to them watching their actions. Only the little tentacle was covered in blood, and it still had half a camel in its mouth. The camel also made a weak meow sound, and the ground beside it was also covered with camel hair and blood. Fang Jie frowned. This little scoundrel was getting worse and worse. Little tentacle, you are making trouble again. Spit it out. Fang Jie's roar scared the little tentacle, and it reflexively spit out the camel. The camel that was spit out somersaulted directly on the grass. There was a big wound on its abdomen, and the bone was visible. The Puputua that surrounded you were all frightened and flew away, hiding aside and trembling. I told you not to eat Puputua. Keeping them will produce fog milk and camel hair. I will never let you off this time. It's no use being cute. Facing the furious Fangia, the little tentacle monster shrank its tentacles in fear, and its dark eyes were filled with tears. Poochie. Poochie. No. I didn't. Not yet? You've already eaten it. Not yet? Do you still feel wronged? Woo woo. When the little tentacle saw Fangia ignoring it, it ran away with the wrong tentacle. You're still running? I'm telling you, you won't have dinner tonight. Fangia was also very angry. He had told her countless times, but she was still so naughty. You stood up at this time, and met Fangia's eyes without fear. No! How can you say that to the little tentacle? She's helping the Puputua to stop bleeding. As you spoke, he applied the plant leaf in his hand to the wound of the Puputua. Fangia frowned. You pulled away a huge leaf to reveal the thing behind it. It was the body of a bull monster. There were also a lot of Puputua hair and blood beside it. We originally came to see the Puputua, but when we got here, we found that a bull monster had escaped and was hunting those cute Puputua. The little tentacles helped them kill the bull monster and save them. Fangia went forward to check. This bull monster was not big. It should be an immature bull monster. It ran out of the bull monster pasture. In order to prevent these animals from running out to fight, Xiao Huabao divided the areas into separate areas. Fangia did not expect that this little bull monster would run out. When he saw this bull monster, Fangia believed what you said. This gave Fangia a headache. It seemed that he really misunderstood the little tentacle this time. She had been making trouble all along. Who knew that she would suddenly do good things this time? Xiao Yu rode on the Puputua, flew in front of Fangia, stuck out her tongue and made a face at Fangia, then rode the Puputua to chase the little tentacle monster without looking back. Xiong found you as soon as she came forward, pulled you to look left and right to make sure that you was not injured, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. You held a more seriously injured Puputua and quickly rushed to the blood pool, planning to use the blood spring water to treat the Puputua. Fangia scratched his bald metal head, thinking about how to apologize to the little tentacle monster later. Well, how about a barbecue? If not, two? If not, a hot pot. Fangia came to Xiao Bai's room with delicious barbecue. The little tentacle that was in Xiao Bai's arm saw Fangia coming, and immediately retracted its treasure chest, and snapped the treasure chest shut, and finally made a humph. Fangia looked at Xiao Bai helplessly, and Xiao Bai covered his mouth with a smile, with an expression of helplessness. Hurry up and deal with the little tentacle. I'm still waiting for you to explain the principle of the steam engine to me. After that, he didn't care how Fangia tried to reconcile with the little tentacle monster, and walked out of the room by himself. Fangia reluctantly placed the delicious barbecue in front of the tentacle monster's treasure chest. Little tentacle, let's eat barbecue. It's a very delicious cow steak. I leave the most fragrant and tender part for you. Fangia tempted the tentacle monster in a gentle voice. Puff! What a victory! Is it fragrant? Fangia said, while lifting the plate and fanning the fragrance towards the tentacle monster's treasure chest. Fangia could clearly hear the gurgling sound coming from the tentacle monster's box. Puff! You are mean to me. I am wrong. Next time, I will definitely make things clear before I make things mean to you. No. I will make things clear. And I will not make things mean to you. You will definitely forgive me. The cutest little angel tentacle. Right? Humph. Add another hot pot. How about it? Puff. 2 meals. Deal. 2 meals is 2 meals. Hearing Fangia's response, the little tentacle cheered and opened her treasure chest, and pounced on the barbecue on Fangia's plate. Slurp slurp. He started eating. She is indeed an easy child to deal with. Fangia dealt with the little tentacle, and returned to the laboratory in the library again. Xiaobai was still waiting for him to tell him about the steam engine. How was it? Did you deal with the little tentacle? Xiaobai saw Fangia coming back, and Fangia said casually, Of course, don't you see who I am? Can't I deal with a little tentacle lowly? Fangia hugged Xiaobai from behind, and kissed her forehead. By the way, Xiaobai has grown a lot now, and her body length should be more than 1 meter. Fangia can't even hold her in one hand. Haha, don't mess with me. Xiaobai laughed and broke free from Fangia's restraints. Then come and explain the steam engine. I just tested it myself. When the water boils, the white mist does have a certain power, but it seems that the power is not strong. If you can see the white mist, it is no longer steam. It is water vapor that is condensed with cold air. Steam only exists at high temperatures. It is a gaseous substance of water. As for how to use it, I draw a picture for you. Fang Jie put Xiaobai down and drew a primitive steam turbine on the desk. As soon as Fang Jie finished drawing, Xiaobai understood it. Wow! This is a genius idea. I really want to see how they work. Hurry up and make it to see the effect. Xiaobai looked at the picture drawn by Fang Jie and was very excited. Okay. This is easy. Fang Jie snapped his fingers, and the spare steel placed aside began to deform under Fang Jie's shaping. After a while, a steam engine full of steampunk beauty and epic making came out. Okay. Let me try this treasure to see if it can meet our requirements. Fang Jie added water to the water tank, and a flame shot out of his palm to heat the water in the water tank. The water in the water tank was boiled, which drove the piston and began to reciprocate, easily driving the primitive elevator to rise. Xiaobai watched all this with golden eyes. The sound in the laboratory quickly attracted the attention of other people in the underground palace. They were all surprised that such a huge object could be easily pulled by this strange metal monster. There are many other designs besides this one. This is just the most primitive model. We can also make wheeled, reciprocating, and many other types. These are much more efficient than this primitive model. Fang Jie stopped heating and explained to Xiaobai. Xiaobai nodded his head, and I knew she must be extremely excited. The others were confused. Shagard and Dick, the two poor students, gave up thinking and turned to do their own work. Lillian looked at the machine and fell into a daze. She couldn't understand how such a metal monster could do it. Fang Jie was worthy of being the big devil. He easily made something that didn't exist in the world. She also wanted to go up and listen. But when she heard about work, heat energy, mechanical work, etc., her eyes turned red. But this thing has a disadvantage, which is that it needs fuel. There is no coal or oil in the underground city, so how to boil water becomes a big problem. We have you, don't we? Xiaobai looked at Fang Jie teasingly. I'm not omnipotent. It won't work if this thing just stays there without me. What if one day I'm not at home and my family needs it urgently? Xiaobai thought about it, and you're right. You can't just pile up a lot of wood in the underground city if that happens. Xiaobao might get angry with us when he wakes up. Fang Jie actually thought of nuclear energy first. It's used to boil water anyway. If this thing is installed, it will be unlimited energy. But this can only be Fang Jie's fantasy. After all, he doesn't know how to design a reactor. Even if it is made, the only result is that the underground city will turn into a mushroom cloud. Haha. I thought of a very good trick. It's environmentally friendly and can provide unlimited energy to the underground city. Xiaobai suddenly smiled at Fang Jie's raised spider leg. What is it? Fang Jie was curious. Are you stupid? Of course it's underground. Xiaobai also pointed to the underground with the spider leg. Didn't you say that the interior of the planet we live in is a huge thermal energy source? Chapter 57. The human mercenary group is here. Yes. Xiaobai has even set his sights on Mother Earth. But geothermal energy is indeed a very clean and environmentally friendly energy source. As long as you find a place where plates move, it is easy to find the upwelling magma. Think about the Caparis Mountains where they are now. Isn't that a natural plate boundary? Xiaobai, you are such a genius. Fang Jie excitedly picked up Xiaobai and turned him around. Then the only thing left is to dig down, in order to fulfill his promise to the little tentacle. Fang Jie once again gathered everyone together to hold a barbecue hot pot party to celebrate the birth of the magical steam engine. When Lostia was waiting excitedly at the table to eat barbecue, she realized later why Fang Jie ignored her and only cared about taking care of others. What about me? I want to eat barbecue too. Lostia pointed to her big mouth with her short little finger. Oh yes. And you too. Fang Jie condensed a ball of high-temperature fire in his hand and threw it into Lostia's big mouth casually. Lostia was stunned for a moment and subconsciously closed her mouth and chewed it a bit and swallowed it. It tasted fragrant, and it had a crackling texture. It tasted surprisingly good. Lostia shook her head. No. No. I want to eat barbecue too. I also want to eat hot pot. Fang Jie looked at Lostia strangely. You have a big appetite. If you are full, the farm of the little flower bud will be empty soon. You seem to be able to absorb energy. You can just absorb energy directly in the future. Another one. Fang Jia said, as he threw another fireball into Lostya's mouth. Lostya swallowed it. But smelling the aroma of the barbecue and watching others eating barbecue and hot pot so happily, she always felt that the energy-filled fireball was not so delicious. That. Can I have a little? Just a little. Fireballs are not as delicious as barbecue. Lostya had tears in her eyes. Pinched a little nail with her dragon claws. Made a little gesture. Begged Fang Jia. Fang Jia looked at her pitiful appearance. And could only sigh. And went to help Lostya kill a bull monster. Yo! Good. Needle not poke. In sharp contrast to the atmosphere in the underground palace is the mercenary camp outside the deep forest. People from the 3 major mercenary groups gathered together, arguing fiercely. We have been wasting time here for several months. No one has found anything useful. It's not a good idea to waste time like this. Right? So I suggest that we go all out, first destroy the nest of the world-destroying monster, and then sit down to share the benefits. How about that? A man in a white wizard robe with gold edges said. Humph. If it weren't for you platinum silk people messing around in our camp, I would have found the lair of the world-destroying monster long ago. A sturdy man, with a beard and scars on the corners of his eyes, snorted coldly. What? We messed around? Can you use your muscular head to think about it? If it weren't for your people offending our noble mages, we would never have had a conflict with you. A lowly person. Asshole. I just can't stand the arrogance of you self-proclaimed mages. The sturdy man slammed his fist on the table. What are you doing? Want to fight? Come on. We are not afraid of you at all. The white robe and gold-rimmed wizard continued to fight back. Enough. You have been quarreling for a long time. Whether quarreling or fighting, it will not solve our current problem at all. The only woman present spoke. She was covered with a veil with blue wings, so her face could not be seen clearly. Humph. The 2 men looked away at the same time after hearing the woman's words. Our problem now is how to find the world-destroying monster. The scouts we sent out these days have been killed or injured, but there is no information at all. It is hard to say whether we are wasting our efforts here. Maybe there is no world-destroying monster at all. Isn't this all just the words of the Coquina royal family? The mage in the white robe with gold edges looked disdainful. It's easy to say. If you don't believe it, then go ahead. No one is stopping you. You? Can't you discuss countermeasures calmly first? The woman rubbed her brows and interrupted the 2 people who were about to quarrel again. Just then a soldier came in and said something in the woman's ear. After the woman heard it, her eyes widened immediately. I understand. Take him to my tent and wait. Yes. The soldier responded and turned away. What's wrong? Do you have a clue? The mage looked at the woman and said in a slightly provocative tone. Unexpectedly, the woman smiled and replied honestly. Yes, my scout found the hidden entrance. What? The strong man stared at the woman and said. Now you guys fight first. And come back to me after you've fought it out. I go first. After saying that, the woman walked out of the tent of the 3 people. Jesse Eddy is a little thief. Unlike others, he has a pretty face. With this good-looking face and a pleasing personality, he was valued by the leader of the Chingy group. This time, he followed a senior scout deep into the night-like forest and found the entrance to the hard-to-find maze. He found an opportunity to push the scout into the thorn bush and returned to the mercenary group to collect the reward. Jesse, tell me, what did you get this time? Yes, Lord Sheila. I found the entrance. Jesse looked at the woman sitting behind the gauze curtain excitedly. Tell me, if the situation is true, then I can consider giving you some special rewards. You are willing to sacrifice your life for the Lord, without asking for anything in return. Jesse's face flushed with excitement when he heard the woman's recognition of him. There is an underground forest in the dungeon. Our scouts were often harassed by the unique magical plants there when they explored before, and suffered heavy losses. But for some reason, the magical plants seem to have entered hibernation during this period, and their mobility has greatly decreased. So I found an opportunity to find an entrance from the thorns by the lake in the underground forest. As he spoke, he took out the map he had drawn in the underground palace, and made a sad expression. But the senior sacrificed himself to save me. It doesn't matter. You did a good job. Come up. Jesse opened the gauze curtain with a flushed face. Chingy, who got the information, took action first, while Platinum Silk and Iron Hammer hung far behind, like hyenas, ready to share a share at any time. Because the surveillance network of the underground palace did not have Zaya Wababat, Xiao Yu and her tribesmen were responsible for the sentry these days. Although they were a little playful and didn't listen to orders, the special nature of their petite spirits made it convenient for her to travel through the entire maze. It's not good. Fang Jie. It's not good. Fang Jie was still building the first special maze according to Xiao Bai's design, when he heard Xiao Yu howling from a distance. What's wrong? Fang Jie continued to work, and asked casually. It's not good. It's really not good. Those bad guys are coming. There are so many of them. Xiao Yu ran to Fang Jie, jumped up and down, and made a big circle with his hands. Yeah. How many people are there? Fang Jie didn't even pause, and continued to do his own thing. Because in the past few days, he felt like Xiao Yu was crying wolf. Every time Xiao Yu rushed over, he would tell him that there were many people. But in the end, there was only one person, who was half dead because of the magic vine. Different. There are really a lot of people this time, Xiao Yu said anxiously. Okay. Then let's go and take a look. Fang Jie finally put down the work in his hands, and went to the room where the huge sand table of millions of monsters was located. When they arrived at the room with the monster sand table, they found that everyone was there. Fang Jie realized the seriousness of the situation. What's the situation? About 100 people came. Xiao Yu can't update in real time. We can only see the general situation, Shagar said, while adjusting the monster sand table to the entrance of the maze. Fang Jie frowned. Looking at the positions of those people shown on the monster sand table, the picture was not clear, and it was frozen, not as clear as when Zaya Wabeo was there. It was like the picture quality dropped from 4K to 360p. Xiao Yu, you sneak out this time, count how many people there are, and see if there is any help behind. Oh, okay. Xiao Yu took the order and ran away. Fang Jie, let us orcs attack this time. We orcs can't always be under your protection. Let the orcs become the first line of defense of the underground palace. The orc grandmother took the initiative to find Fang Jie and said, Yes, if we keep doing nothing like this, our bones will rust. Shagar smiled. And Dick beside him nodded continuously. Compared with learning by reciting books, he would rather go into battle and kill the enemy. It was much more interesting than reciting books. Fang Jie thought about it and nodded. Okay. But safety comes first. Don't leave the big maze. Use the traps in the big maze to launch a guerrilla war against the invaders. Remember? If the enemy advances, we retreat. If the enemy stays, we harass. If the enemy is tired, we attack. If the enemy retreats, we advance. Fang Jie directly brought out the 16-character principle of guerrilla warfare. When it comes to underground warfare, we are the forefathers among the forefathers. Shagar and Dick both widened their eyes, and gave a thumbs up. You are the most insidious. This is completely different from what they imagined, where everyone lined up in a square formation, and faced each other head-on. That's enough. Fang Jie looked at the two orcs, who had never seen the world with a twitch in his mouth. The equipment still needs to be equipped well. Fang Jie made 2 small repeating crossbows. Repeating crossbows? Each crossbow holds 8 5cm iron crossbow arrows, and the effective distance is 40 to 50 steps, which is about 80 to 100 meters. Fang Jie picked up a crossbow while explaining. Double crossbow arm design. You can directly empty a crossbow clip by pulling back and loading once. Fang Jie loaded the crossbow and shot in the direction where no one was. The 2 crossbow arms switched back and forth. In less than 2 seconds, 8 short crossbow arrows flew through the air and nailed directly on the wall. The 2 orcs were stunned again. They had never seen such a small bow and arrow. It was easy to carry, and the range was 3 or 4 times that of ordinary attack bows and arrows. Fang Jie watched the 2 orcs fiddling with the crossbow like curious babies, and winked at Xiao Bai. The principal design was completely made by Xiao Bai when he was still not satisfied after making a movable maze. Fang Jie just beautified the appearance. There is no hope for beauty lovers. Chapter 58 Cheating and Anti-Cheating System activated. Shagar and Dick practiced with the crossbow, and immediately fell in love with this exquisite little thing. This is the least medieval weapon they have ever got. How is it? Is it very useful? Fang Jie smiled at the 2 orcs, who had never seen the world. Very exquisite. Shagar stroked the pattern on the crossbow handle and sighed. Of course, you don't even look at who made it. Fang Jie's nose stretched out again. By the way, there is a trick to using this thing. When you shoot, use the 3-point aiming method, and you will hit the target every time. Fang Jie took the crossbow from Shagar and pointed at the 2 simplest sights on the crossbow to explain to them. After getting familiar with the use of the weapon, Shagar and Dick put on their equipment and followed the two little spirits into the big maze. These two little spirits were here to guide them. In addition to them, there was another mischievous little fellow who also set off secretly. That was the little tentacle. When she heard that someone else had come to the big maze, her mischievous heart immediately burst out. She originally wanted to take you with her, but poor you was sealed by her sister and couldn't get out. Fang Jie returned to the construction site to continue upgrading the new version of the Great Maze 2.0. However, he sped up this time. He also wanted to give a little scare to those who didn't know how to live or die and insisted on entering the underground palace. Ah, they are all good people. The kind who send soul points thousands of miles away. Although Lillian knew that humans were coming to attack the underground palace, she didn't feel any burden in her heart. During this time, she lived and ate with the monsters and orcs in the underground palace, and gradually fell in love with everything here. She only felt sympathy for the outsiders, and had no sense of guilt. To be honest, the more she understood, the less she wanted outsiders to disturb the peaceful life here. This place was really an ideal place. Chingy, the first person to enter the maze at the entrance of the maze, had been troubled by the traps in the maze, and lost a lot of manpower. The difficulty of this dungeon was completely different from the dungeons that had been excavated before. There were so many traps here that they could be described as numerous as cattle hairs. If you were not careful, you would suffer heavy losses. We have been exploring for a week, but we have not found anything. We have also suffered heavy casualties, some dead and some injured. From time to time, strange things happen. Soldiers wake up from sleep and find their clothes are gone. Or they see clothes that no one is wearing stand up and walk away in the middle of the night. Gradually, there are rumors in the regiment, such as this is a cursed dungeon, disturbing the dead souls sleeping underground, and it is impossible to return home alive. There are two other mercenary groups watching from behind. From the beginning, they sent scouts to check from a distance to now they stand aside and watch the joke. These things have made Sheila very anxious and angry. The corners of her mouth are blistering. Another group of exploration mercenaries came back. There were 25 people when they left, and only 6 people were left when they came back. They were all injured. Everyone was exhausted. The brand new armor was now tattered. One person was actually crazy and kept talking about tentacles. Tentacles everywhere. Tentacles. Ah! Don't kill me! Or something like that. Hera had no choice but to grit her teeth and call the other 2 leaders together for a meeting. Yo. Isn't this Miss Shira? Who got the news first? What do you want to do by calling us all here today? Aren't you going to keep the treasure for yourself? The mage in a white robe with gold edges began to tease Shira, the leader of the Green Wing, in a sarcastic tone as soon as he entered the door. The hot-tempered sturdy man did not say such words, but snorted coldly and sat on the chair. Sheila rubbed her aching head. Although we have found the secret entrance to the dungeon, the mechanisms and traps inside are beyond our imagination. You don't have to be so weird here. If your people can get in, then Chingy is willing to be your little brother. That's what you said. The mage in the white robe with gold edges immediately became excited. Then we won't be polite. Ha ha ha. If you don't want to cooperate, go now. I won't stop you. I called you here to seek cooperation, not for you to mock me. Sheila didn't bother to talk nonsense with the mage. Ha. Just a joke, Miss Sheila. Why should you take it seriously? The mage in the white robe with gold edges sat back in his seat honestly. He was not stupid. They had seen Chingy's actions during this period. The situation was indeed very serious. There's a trap within 5 steps. My people were strung together like a gourd string. Then, there are 2 forks on the left and right. There are no bottoms in these 2 forks. There are countless traps and forks. Each fork also branches out. If you're not careful, you get lost. The strong man also frowned. What kind of traps are there? Are there any monsters? Sheila sighed deeply. There are all the traps and traps you can imagine. And some you can't imagine. There are also monsters. But I've never seen their true faces. Some say there are ghosts. Some say there are metal armor puppets. The metal armor puppets inside don't give people time to rest. As long as you station them, they will come. You chase them, and they will disappear after walking 2 corners. You retreat, and they will appear again. You chase them, and they will disappear again. The only one that sounds like a monster is the tentacles that someone said he saw. But that person is crazy, and can only say the word tentacles. Sheila paused, took out a short crossbow and added, in addition to spears and axes. Those metal armor puppets also use these hard and short arrows for shooting. And I have never seen them draw bows, as if these arrows appeared out of thin air. High-grade iron material. Arrows made of this material are simply a luxury. Our arrows are all made of wood. Only the arrowheads are made of metal. The strongman Grom took the small crossbow and said with some surprise. Sheila nodded. These short arrows have strong penetration, comparable to my magic arrows. Ordinary armor can't defend against them at all. We have been harassed by them during this period, and they never confront us head-on. Hearing you say that, I always feel that we are not fighting monsters, but humans, the white-robed wizard said, stroking the stubble on his chin. Yes, I feel the same way, Gilbert. Will there be a necromancer? Sheila asked the white-robed wizard Gilbert. Not necessarily. The necromancer will not withdraw his undead, as long as he has magic power. He can summon countless undead. He always uses the human wave tactic. Then what if we come together? Our 3 largest mercenary groups work together, and directly send out a large number of exploration troops at one time, and flatten the entire underground city. The strongman Grum also expressed his opinion. You are indeed a person with muscles in your head, Gilbert said disdainfully. We can send all the people in, but what about the traps? If the number of people is too dense, then the lethality of the traps will be multiplied. Grum was so angry that he almost slammed the table. That's right, but more people will reduce the probability of us being attacked by metal puppets. But the passages here are very narrow. Some passages only allow 1 person to pass through, and the widest passage can only allow 5 people to pass at the same time at most, Shira said helplessly. Ah, this won't work. That won't work. Then what should we do? Can't we destroy its underground city? The hot-tempered Grum went crazy again. He was not suitable for brainstorming. Oh, this is a good idea. Gilbert's eyes lit up. As long as we enter this maze full of traps, we will fall into the trap. The only way to break the trap is to jump out of this trap. Instead of following the route designed by the owner of the underground palace, we can directly destroy the passage here and go in a straight line. At the end, he even mocked Grum with a sentence. Your muscle head is sometimes useful. Grum was almost angry enough to explode on the spot. No! No! Xiaoyu ran towards Fangjia again, and shouted loudly while running, for fear that Fangjia couldn't hear him. What happened this time? Fangjia was helpless. Xiaoyu always made a fuss. Those humans cheated. They started to make holes in the wall. What the hell? Is cheating okay? Fangjia immediately put down his work. I wanted to play with you guys. But since you cheated, I can only activate the anti-cheating system. All forces attack. Fangjia led Xiao Bai, Xiao Tentacle, Xiaogar, Dick, and Xiaoyu to the entrance of the ordinary maze, and saw many humans digging the walls of the maze with hoes and pickaxes. 3 walls had been dug with a large hole as wide as a person. TSK, TSK, TSK. Cheating is not what a good player should do. Xiao Bai didn't waste words, and directly danced the dance of death with 2 silk-like spider silks. The little tentacle also jumped on it excitedly. She had been sneaking around and scaring a person in the past 2 days. Now she could scare people openly, which made her very excited. Xiaoyu also excitedly called her friends together, and directly possessed the panicked soldiers. When they wanted to escape, they would be surprised to find that a translucent hand grabbed their feet or clothes. Xiaogar and Dick fired 3 or 4 crossbow arrows, hitting the runner's legs, buttocks, or some parts that sounded painful. They had been harassing their camp in shifts recently, and it had become a habit. Fangjia played a supporting role, using shaping to block the passage they came from, and directly caught the turtle in the jar. The soldiers standing outside also reacted, and began to hit the passage blocked by Fangjia vigorously, hoping to break Fangjia's blockade and support the excavation troops inside. In addition to these, there were also some mercenaries on standby outside. Fangjia wanted to give them a little surprise. Chapter 59 Phantom of the Labyrinth. The 3 captains were sitting in a tent in the underground forest, and heard a commotion outside. Report. We have lost contact with the excavation team. What happened? After the excavation team entered the hidden underground city, a stone door suddenly descended from the passage and closed the road. Then we heard screams from inside. We thought. Before the mercenary finished speaking, there was a wave of magic power from underground. The ground under his feet suddenly cracked, forming a dark deep hole. The entire tent and the surrounding mercenaries fell into it. After falling in, the entrance of the deep hole quickly closed up, as if it had healed. Although the dark hole looked eerie and scary, It was not very deep, only about 10 meters. Sheila quickly cast a light body spell on herself, and landed on the ground easily by stepping on the broken stones. Gilbert only had time to add a guard to himself before falling in, although it was not a big deal. His white gold-threaded robe was now covered with a lot of dust. The most embarrassed one was the strongman Grom, who fell directly into the deep hole and was buried by the tent and rubble above his head. When everything was settled, they had already entered the great labyrinth. The thick rock layer above their heads had healed completely, leaving no trace. Master Sheila, are you okay? Jesse was covered in dust and looked miserable, but he immediately searched for the figure of the master. Don't move. Don't you know that this place is full of traps? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you, Sheila replied impatiently. And Jesse was so scared that he dared not move. Sheila was watching the surroundings vigilantly. There was no light in the dark room, and the outline of a door could be vaguely seen in the darkness. Gilbert, are you dead? If you are not dead, please show me the light. Ahem. Gilbert dusted off the dust, pulled out a short staff from his bosom, and replied impatiently, I will not die even if you die. Glowing light. As Gilbert finished speaking, a soft light appeared on the tip of his short staff, illuminating the room they were in. Under the illumination of magic, the old stone walls, the murals and statues eroded by time gradually revealed themselves. Everything here seemed to reveal a sense of foreboding. Ah! With a roar, the dusty Grom directly broke the rocks, torn the tent, and jumped out of the ruins, causing a cloud of dust. Ahem. Gilbert coughed twice because of the dust, and said unhappily, Can't you move a little slower? What if you touch some mechanism? Who knocked Uncle Grom down? Grom was furious, not afraid of the risk of triggering the trap mechanism, and shouted to the sky. Shira rolled her eyes, pulled 2 mercenaries out from under the ruins, and another mercenary was very unlucky, and was directly crushed to death by rocks. Hello everyone. Suddenly, a sinister voice sounded directly in their hearts. I am the chief designer of the Great Labyrinth, the ruler of Kepamir, the great devil in the underground palace, the pet decoration of the monsters. Cough cough. Which little bad guy touched the manuscript I wrote? That's not important. If you play the game according to the rules, I won't show up, and I will prepare some rich prizes for you. But since you guys even used the wall-penetrating plugin, then I have to give you a little surprise. It seems like you all like this surprise. The game difficulty is adjusted to hell level. Hee cough cough. Fongjia is still not very good at pretending to be a villain. He is probably the first person in the other world to choke on his own saliva when learning to laugh evilly. Okay, kids, I wish you a happy game. I be waiting for you in the deepest part of the big maze. Don't die, asshole. Come out, and let's fight for 300 rounds. The hot-tempered Grom cursed without waiting for Fongjia to finish. Okay, didn't you hear him say that he was waiting for us in the deepest part of the maze? And our first task is to find the exit, not to confront the master of the underground palace head-on. Sheila interrupted his cursing unhappily, and skillfully tore off her long skirt and tied it to her hands to facilitate walking. Who? As he was doing it, Jesse immediately looked at the dark passage in the room and shouted. As soon as Sheila turned around, she saw a girl, wearing a princess dress, with her head half lowered, and her facial features were completely invisible. She was looking at them with a smile on her face. When Sheila's eyes met hers, she immediately laughed like a silver bell and ran into the passage in a weird posture. Go and catch her, Jesse ordered immediately. Don't run. The other 2 mercenaries looked at each other and immediately chased after them. No, don't go. Sheila only grabbed one, and the other one followed directly and also went into the passage. Then there was a bang in the passage. There was a loud noise, and then there was no sound. Asshole. I just told you. There are traps everywhere here. Sheila slapped Jesse in the face. Jess's pretty face immediately swelled up, and she lowered her head with her hand on her face in grievance. The group walked carefully to the same path. Sure enough, the mercenary who had just caught the strange little girl had now turned into a pool of meat paste. The mercenary who was caught by Sheila and did not run forward immediately patted his chest, saying that he almost lost his life here. Hee. The girl's voice came again. This time she appeared in another passage and stared at them in the darkness. Playing tricks. Gilbert snorted coldly, pointed the light ball at the tip of the staff in the direction of the girl, and the brightness increased greatly. The girl was also very agile, turned sideways, and ran away with a sweet smile again. Gilbert chased after her for 2 steps, and then did not dare to move forward rashly. He was also afraid that he would be crushed into a pulp by triggering the mechanism. Don't worry about her. We will move forward slowly. She won't dare to confront us head-on. In this way, the leaders of the 3 large mercenary groups were forced to start their journey through the Great Maze. Sheila and her group of 5 people, they didn't know how long they had been walking, without water and food supplies, without reference objects to determine the time, in this dim maze. It seemed that time and space were distorted. The weird girl who jumped out from time to time made them have to be on their toes. Grum was getting more and more irritable. In order to reduce the consumption of magic power, Gilbert had to reduce the brightness of the light ball to the minimum, so that it could only slightly illuminate the road they were on. Finally, they found a ray of light, and there was a flickering light of fire in the passage ahead. Look! Where is the light? We found the exit. The nameless mercenary ran up immediately with excitement, in a state of high mental tension and hunger. Suddenly finding the light of hope would make many people forget the environment they were in. Be careful. Before Sheila finished speaking, the mercenary was shot through the heart by a sharp arrow at the entrance of the passage. Big mouthfuls of blood gushed out of the mercenary's mouth. His eyes were still fixed on the flickering light, but he would never reach there. The group also walked carefully to the entrance of the passage, where there was light. Gilbert touched the neck of the mercenary, who was shot through the chest, side, and helped him close his eyes. Gilbert looked up and saw Sheila and Grom standing blankly at the entrance of the passage. Gilbert also walked to the entrance of the passage, and saw that this was not an exit at all, but a trap room. Inside were all members of their mercenary group. About 16 or 17 people, all pierced from bottom to top by the spears in the room. It seemed that they were not the only ones targeted by the master of the underground palace. Blood gathered on the ground, forming a black pool of blood. The flickering flames were torches made by them, which fell to the ground. The flickering flames illuminated the pale faces of these mercenaries. They had never thought that they would be wiped out in this way until they died. Gilbert sighed, walked forward carefully, and picked up the torch. The good news is that we have a fire, but we still have nothing to eat. Jesse fell to the side. I can't walk anymore. I really can't. I'm hungry and tired. Sheila frowned. At this time, she wondered how this beautiful thief could be so irresponsible. She, a woman, didn't even complain of being tired. You are a grown man, and a scout in the group. Do you have such poor perseverance? Yes. Grom, who was standing at the back, suddenly spoke. Where? Sheila, Gilbert, and the rookie Jesse all looked at the tall man. There. Grom pointed at the mercenary who had just died. You want to eat people? Gilbert looked at him in disbelief. If you don't eat, you will starve to death. Do you want to eat? Grom glanced at him unhappily, pulled out the knife that had been hanging on his waist, and walked to the body of the mercenary. When Jesse heard what Grom said, he rushed directly to the mercenary, picked up the mercenary's hand like a zombie and bit it. Sheila turned her head to the other side, not wanting to see this cruel scene. Gilbert wanted to stop him, but in the end, he put his hand down. He had no right to stop others from living. Fang Jie almost vomited after listening to the message brought back by Xiao Yu. Today they can eat the meat of their dead companions, and tomorrow they can turn their butcher knives on their teammates. Okay, don't play with them. Get rid of them quickly, and find 2 people to test your moving maze for me. Is the moving maze you built for me usable? Xiao Yu got excited when Fang explained that the moving maze had entered the testing phase. Well, although it's just a demo version, it's not very big, but you can run a test first to see if there are any fatal bugs. Great. Xiao Yu jumped up excitedly and ran out like a fly. Fang Jie shook his head and said to Shagar, Go and help me keep an eye on her. Don't let her mess up the moving maze. Okay. Shagar put the helmet on his head, got up and caught up with Xiao Yu. Just like that, the strange girl who had been silent for a while appeared in front of the miserable adventurer again. Chapter 60. The mercenary leader fell to the ground. Sheila found some equipment she could use among the mercenaries, who were pierced to death, a longbow, and tried to move it. Although the bowstring was a bit stiff, it was better to have a weapon than not. Grom drew out a big sword and put it on his back, in case of emergency. Jesse changed into a set of mercenary clothes, and wiped the blood off his hands vigorously while walking, as if he couldn't wipe it clean no matter how hard he tried. Shira was extremely disgusted with the senior scout, and didn't know what she liked about him at that time. The mercenary team set out again, and soon they heard the sound of flowing water in the stream. This time they were lucky. They didn't encounter too many traps. and successfully came to a room with water. Jesse was thirsty, and he rushed to the small pond and drank 2 sips. Gilbert was about to say something, but was stopped by Shira. Gilbert glanced at Shira and pursed his cracked lips. No poison. Jesse felt his body, and it didn't seem to react, so he immediately started drinking in big gulps. Sheila and Gilbert, who had no strength to pull him, also started drinking when they saw that he was fine. That girl hasn't appeared for a long time. Don't take it lightly. Sheila sat down against the wall after drinking some water, preparing to take a rest. Hee. Sure enough, the silver bell-like laughter came again, and the girl in the dark appeared again with a sweet smile. But everyone was ready, just staring at the corner where the laughter came from, raising all the weapons in their hands, showing a vigilant attitude. They have experienced it too many times. Shine on the earth. Gilbert took the lead. The light of the staff in his hand was bright, directly drowning everyone, and illuminating all the corners around. The girl did not dodge this time. She lowered her head, and watched their actions quietly with a smile on her face, completely exposing her figure in front of everyone. Piercing arrow. Blade impact. Grom and Shira used their skills at the same time, shooting towards the girl. The girl did not dodge, and the two's attacks instantly broke her into several pieces. But what they didn't see was that the corners of the girl's mouth were getting bigger and bigger. The shattered body burst out with psychedelic purple smoke, and for a moment, the purple pollen with extremely strong hallucinogenic properties enveloped the entire room. Ahem. Lord Shira? Lord Gilbert? Where are you? Jesse coughed violently. Woo 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 woo. The melodious Urim folk song reached Jesse's ears from far and near. Looking up, Jesse found that he seemed to have returned to the human town. Everyone was singing the folk songs of the Urim people, singing and dancing. An old man wearing this national costume appeared in front of him. Grandma? Jesse looked at the old man in front of him unconfidently. Well, Jesse, Grandma is here to pick you up. The old man kindly extended his hand to Jesse. No. No. Sheila shook her head in fear. You are dead. No. I am in the big maze. This must be an illusion. It is an illusion. Dead? Yes, I am dead. The kind old man looked at Sheila, who was paralyzed on the ground with a distorted face, and said viciously, You betrayed me. You stabbed my heart with your own hands. Blood flowed out from the old man's chest, and instantly dyed a large area of clothes red. No. It's a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? No. I'm alive. I beat you. You're not real. Jesse didn't know whether she was crying or laughing. Ha ha ha, aren't you dead now? So I'm here to pick you up. Let's go with Grandma. No. I'm not. I'm not dead. Jesse looked at the knife wounds on his hands and face in horror. Even his right hand broke directly on the ground. The sharp sword went straight through his chest from behind. Sheila was in a trance. A man's voice appeared beside her. It was a sunny and handsome face. Why are you here? I don't know. Hilla's head was dizzy. Her eyes were fixed on the man. That was the man she thought about day and night, the man who was supposed to marry her. Hilla frowned, feeling something was wrong, as if she shouldn't be here. I should be in the maze. No, I shouldn't. Hilla frowned. What maze? Come on, I like you. The man kissed her forehead. Let's get married. Okay. Sheila couldn't tell reality from illusion in a trance. Come on. Go home with me. The man pulled Sheila into the deep passage. The moment before Gilbert smelled the purple smoke, he held his breath, but he still inhaled a little, which made him dizzy. As a magician, he had a high mental resistance, so he recovered quickly and didn't have hallucinations. As soon as he looked up, he saw Grom's bloodshot eyes, and he rushed towards him with a roar, and rushed into the pool with him in his arms. Gilbert wanted to get up, but Grom dragged him desperately, and didn't give him a chance to break free. Save me! Gilbert struggled to float out of the water, and asked for help from Sheila and Jesse, who were still on the shore. Sheila suddenly stretched out her hand happily, as if someone was holding her hand, and ran directly into the passage. Jesse was stunned for a moment. And then he was horrified, as if he saw an unknown horror. He collapsed on the ground, hugged his legs helplessly, and muttered something to himself. How could a thin wizard like Gilbert be a match for the big and strong Hangrom? He was put into the water again. Suddenly, a big hole appeared at the bottom of the pool, sucking Gilbert and Grom in. Sheila walked for an unknown distance, and the sky became increasingly gloomy, as if she had entered some unknown place. Are we there yet? Sheila asked innocently. Hee. We're here. Our maze. The handsome and sunny voice disappeared. leaving only the weird girl's laughter. In an instant, the man who was holding Sheila's hand turned into a child in a princess dress, and the sky disappeared, turning into the old and dilapidated wall of the underground palace. The girl turned around, innocently raised her head, revealing her true face, which was a mouth that filled the entire face, without facial features, just a huge mouth. Ah! Sheila was so scared that she tried to shake off the girl's hand, but the girl's hand turned into tentacles that seemed to stick to her hand. The girl's mouth became bigger and bigger, countless tentacles stretched out from her mouth, until Sheila's head was completely wrapped. Sheila's body twitched twice, and then she stopped moving. The little tentacle licked it with satisfaction. It's good. The taste of Sheila reminded her of the smell she smelled on Fangjia when she first met him. Xiaoyu also removed her mimicry and turned back into a little princess. What if there's a scared person over there? Xiaoyu pointed to Jess's room. No! It's stinky. It's not good. The little tentacle showed resistance and wrinkled its tentacles, indicating that it would never touch that person. Xiaoyu spread her hands. She was quite curious about what kind of person the little tentacle could say was smelly. However, a little gray man squeezed out from the wall, wearing a messenger hat, and clumsily approached Xiaoyu and mumbled something. It's time to test. Let's go! Let's go! Xiaoyu heard it, and immediately pulled the little tentacle into a passage, and went straight to the control room of the moving maze. Not caring whether Jessie was dead or alive, Gilbert and Grom slid to a pool of water on the waterway. Gilbert slid out first. Grom was bigger, and he directly hit Gilbert in the face. Gilbert was so scared that he clenched his staff again, preparing to shoot a magic bullet at Grom if he pounced on him again. However, this time Grom did not go crazy again, but kept coughing. Ahem. Where are we? Grom looked up and saw Gilbert holding his staff and looking at him with a vigilant face. Are you awake? Gilbert asked while holding up his staff. Still a little dizzy, but I feel much better. I just inhaled the purple smoke, and it felt like I had drunk a lot of wine. Gilbert saw that Grom didn't seem to be lying, so he put away his staff and pulled Grom up. I don't know where we are, so we can only take it one step at a time, he said, and walked carefully into the passage. And Grom followed closely behind. The light was very dim. There were no forks, no traps, as if it was a different dungeon from the big maze. No! Grom spoke first. What's wrong? Gilbert's voice was a little hoarse. The sound is wrong. What sound? The sound of walking. Grom tried to jump and made a heavy bang-bang sound, which sounded like stepping on a metal plate. Gilbert immediately approached the wall of the passage and looked at the wall carefully with the magic glowing light. Only then did he realize that the wall of the maze they were in was completely different from the previous one. Although it still looked like a tattered ruins wall, it felt more like metal. Not very reflective metal, and some old patterns were painted on the surface. No! This maze is wrong. I feel like the wall is made of metal. Grom immediately took out his knife and slashed it hard on the wall. No gravel was seen. The tip of the knife only left a very shallow mark on the wall with sparks. It disappeared when I touched it with my hand. Damn it! This is garrison steel. A whole passage made of garrison steel? I think it might not be a whole passage, but a whole maze. Gilbert said his thoughts with a wry smile. A whole maze? How many of the lost gold coins would that be worth? I don't know. If that's the case, maybe the owner of this dungeon would have enough to buy half the world. As they were talking, they heard a clicking sound coming from the wall, as if something was activated. But because they couldn't dig through the wall to see the structure inside, they could only move forward, until they entered a bright room. In the middle stood a tall warrior, wearing a ghost-faced dragon-scale warrior armor. Chapter 61 Sir. Let's play again. The ghost-faced dragon-scale warrior didn't say anything, but just spun his gun, and then hooked his finger at them, as if asking them to come together. Assholes. You finally dared to show up. Grom had been holding back his anger for a long time, and rushed forward with his sword. Gilbert raised his staff in the back row, and released the light magic. Shine on the earth. Shagar was suddenly blinded by the bright light, and subconsciously used one arm to protect his eyes. Grom took the opportunity to use his magic power, attached it to the big sword, and instantly the big sword was filled with red light, and then slashed fiercely on the arm of the ghost-faced warrior. The huge force made the ghost-faced warrior retreat 2 steps. Such a result made Grom dumbfounded. He had never encountered such a situation before. With his strength, he would have cut the enemy in half. The ghost-faced warrior shook his numb hands, reached from his waist, took out a small crossbow, and pulled the trigger directly at the brightest center. Grum felt a sharp wind passing by his ears, and Gilbert behind him screamed, "Ah! My hand! My hand!" Grum turned his head and saw that Gilbert's staff, which he always held, had been thrown aside, and a 5-centimeter long iron stick was stuck in his hand. Grum turned his head quickly and saw that the ghost-faced warrior had pointed the strange gadget in his hand at him. He subconsciously blocked the sword in front of himself and heard a clang. With a crisp sound, an iron stick hit the sword's spine at a very fast speed. "TSK!" The ghost-faced warrior made a dissatisfied sound, took back the gadget in his hand, and rushed up again with a huge strange spear. The strange spear had crescent-shaped blades on both sides. When it was swung, it was like a battle axe, and when it was stabbed, it was like a battle spear. The combination of the two formed more moves. For a while, Grum was a little difficult to resist. In addition, this man was incredibly strong. Although it was a halberd wielded by one hand, Grum had to use great strength with both hands to block it. "Gilbert, help me!" Grum was quickly suppressed by the ghost-faced warrior, and had to ask for help from Gilbert. Gilbert quickly picked up the staff with his other hand and gathered magic again. But because he was not used to using his left hand, the magic gathered very slowly, and it took a while to form a magic. "Get out of the way! Grum! Spear of holy light!" The tip of the staff condensed into a spear and shot towards the ghost-faced warrior. Grum blocked the heavy blow of the ghost-faced warrior, and rolled on the ground to avoid the spear of holy light behind him. The ghost-faced warrior had no choice but to let go of the halberd in his hand and directly grasp the holy light spear with both hands. The holy light spear slid back 2 meters with the ghost-faced warrior and was directly crushed by the ghost-faced warrior, turning into fluorescent dots that dissipated in the air. Grum saw the right time and wanted to go up and snatch the strange and gorgeous weapon of the ghost-faced warrior. But the weapon was extremely heavy. He barely picked it up with both hands, let alone wielding it. The ghost-faced warrior took out the small weapon from his waist again and pointed it at Grum. Grum had to give up the gorgeous weapon and dodge. As soon as he dodged, an iron stick was stuck in the ground. Grum was so scared that he rolled to the side. Seeing that the first attack missed, the ghost-faced weapon changed its target and aimed at Gilbert. "Be careful! Gilbert! Get out of the way!" Grum shouted to Gilbert. But it was too late. The iron stick appeared on Gilbert's left shoulder again, and Gilbert was still stunned and didn't react. Only then did he feel the piercing pain in his shoulder. Gilbert's 2 hands were exhausted. Grum saw that Gilbert was hit, gritted his teeth, picked up Gilbert and rushed into the passage behind the ghost-faced warrior, trying to bypass the ghost-faced warrior. "Wait! Grum!" It didn't catch up. After running for a long time, Grum stopped and looked behind him. He was relieved to see that the ghost-faced warrior was not following him. The 2 people who had calmed down heard the click-click sound from behind the wall again. "What the hell is this place?" Grum knocked on the wall hard, venting his dissatisfaction. "This maze is beyond our imagination." Gilbert pulled out the iron stick with pain and threw it aside. "Fortunately, we managed to bypass it." After venting his anger, Grum also slid down to the ground with his back against the wall. After a simple bandage, Gilbert and Grum set out again. This place was still just a passage like before, with no forks, no traps, but more turns. Soon they entered another room, and they saw the nightmare-like ghost-faced warrior again, who fired a gun at them. It was as if time had returned to the first time they met. If Gilbert's wound from the attack was not still aching, he would really suspect that their time had been reset. "Let's go!" Grum grabbed Gilbert again and rushed into the group on the left side of the ghost-faced warrior. "Damn it! How many of these things are there?" This time, the ghost-faced warrior still didn't chase them. After the first time, there will be a second time. After the second time, there will be a third time. The 4th time. This is the 4th time that Grum and Gilbert have encountered the ghost-faced warrior. This time, there was a small table next to the ghost-faced warrior, and there were exquisite snacks on it. Seeing them appear, the ghost-faced warrior wiped his mouth, picked up the halberd that had been placed aside, and swung a gun flower at them again, as if to say to them, "Uncle, come and play again." Just as easy. The 2 men, whose spirits were close to collapse, completely collapsed when they encountered it for the 4th time. Gilbert walked towards the ghost-faced warrior, and bravely roared at him. "Come on! Come on! Kill me!" Unexpectedly, the ghost-faced warrior did not move at all, but just tilted his head and looked at him. As a result, a sharp knife pierced his chest directly from behind without warning. Blood flowed out of Gilbert's mouth, and he fell directly to the ground, and heard Grom's trembling voice, and knelt down in front of the ghost-faced warrior. "Sir, let me go. I surrender. Lord Demon, I am willing to join you and be your slave forever. It's all because of Gilbert and that bitch Sheila. They both came to attack you because they wanted your money. Asshole." Grom. Gilbert uttered his words with difficulty. Blood had already stained his dusty white gold silk robe. "Ha ha ha." Unexpectedly, a woman's delicate voice came from under the ghost-faced warrior. The ghost-faced warrior lifted his ghost-faced helmet in a chic manner, revealing a beautiful face. If it weren't for the two protruding small fangs, they wouldn't recognize that this was an orc. Grom was stunned. This was not the Demon King, but an orc. And a female orc. "Orc?" Grom said blankly. "Yes. Orc. You are not qualified to see the master of this underground palace. Traitor. You can betray your teammates today, and you can betray us tomorrow." As he said that, he thrust the huge halberd into Grom's chest fiercely. Shagar directly picked up the sturdy Grom, threw him out, and hit him on the door frame they came in. Grom was killed. Gilbert, who was lying in a pool of blood, actually laughed. While laughing, he coughed up a huge amount of blood foam. "You are quite courageous." Shagar walked in front of Gilbert, poured a bottle of blood directly into Gilbert's mouth, and then, regardless of his life or death, dragged one of his legs directly and dragged him into the depths of the maze, leaving a large blood mark on the ground. Our underground palace owner Fang Jia was sitting at the bottom of the moving maze pretending to be a thinker, supporting his chin with one hand, and pressing the other hand on the boiler to provide the boiler with this huge amount of heat. To put it bluntly, his main job now is to boil water. As for the control, it is handed over to Xiaobai and Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is the main operator. Xiaobai explains and checks if there are any bugs in the test. It has been boiling for a long time. Just when Fang Jia was about to fall asleep, Xiaobai finally came. "What are the test results?" "The test results are very good, except that the noise is a bit loud. Everything else is good. Next, we can try to add traps and other things to the moving maze." Xiaobai looked at the final test report while explaining the situation to Fang Jia. Xiaobai now looks like a smart and capable secretary wearing a pair of glasses and a professional suit. Seeing Fang Jia in a daze, Xiaobai stretched out a spider hand and waved it in front of Fang Jia. "Huh?" Fang Jia came back to his senses after seeing the spider hand. "Okay. It means we are heading in the right direction. It is normal to have a loud noise. We need some lubricant. It is also convenient for maintaining the moving maze. But we need to think about what to use to replace the lubricant. Okay. By the way, Shagar brought back a captive. A human. Who seems to be a magician. Who knows light magic. Shagar thought his expertise should be what Lillian needs. So he brought him back. Oh. Then I go take a look. Fang Jia became interested. It was too boring to burn the boiler here. In the next 2 days, we will first dig underground. Try to dig up geothermal resources. Throw the whole boiler in. And do a cooling cycle. And it will be done. In the underground palace prison, Gilbert woke up and found a creature covered with tentacles lying opposite him, staring at him with curious eyes. "I'm not dead?" Gilbert wanted to move, but the pain in his chest and the stone lock stopped him. "I'm not far from death." Shagar had changed into a refreshing home clothes, followed by a human in strange white clothes, who pushed the little tentacle aside and told her not to make trouble. Gilbert was confused for a moment. "You are an orc. She is a human." Shagar looked back at Lillian. "I know this is a little unbelievable for you pedantic humans, but this is the Capimer Underground Palace. Nothing is impossible." Shagar took out his crossbow and shot an arrow at Gilbert's thigh. "Ah!" Gilbert screamed in pain, but Shagar quickly covered his mouth, making his scream stifle in his stomach. "Now, are you willing to answer my questions?" Shagar waited until Gilbert was sweating from the pain before letting him go and asked. Gilbert had a bitter face. "Ask what you want to ask. I'm not refusing to answer. You don't have to torture me." Chapter 62 Gilbert Wants to Rebel. Shagar was stunned for a moment, and said a little embarrassedly, "I saw you were quite tough before, so I thought you would resist. That's just that I want to die with more dignity." Lillian behind him, puff, laughed out loud, then seeing Gilbert and Shagar looking at her, she blushed and turned her head away, only shrugging her shoulders. "Okay, stop laughing, Go and stop the bleeding. Nurse Miss Lillian, Shagar said helplessly. Lillian, wearing a white nurse uniform, took a few deep breaths, pretending to be aloof. Carried a small iron plate to Gilbert's side, pulled out the iron stick directly, making Gilbert scream in pain again. Then he waved his small staff, and a simple small light ball sank into the wound, and the bleeding stopped after a while. Okay, your interrogation officially begins. Fong Jia hid aside, and watched Shagar interrogate Gilbert. Lillian and Shagar were sent by him. After all, Gilbert was Shagar's captive, so it would be better to leave it to her. Lillian was just there to make up the numbers, just to satisfy her desire for uniforms. After all, this would give Lillian another reason to wear other strange uniforms. Gilbert was a man who knew what was happening. He never wanted to go back to that nightmare-like maze, even if he had to become a prisoner. Therefore, Shagar's interrogation went very smoothly, and he easily got all the information. The three of them are the largest mercenary group in Cocina. And of course, there is the Blue Lion who took the blame. This invasion is already their greatest strength. After this incident, Cocina may be quiet for a long time. He is a light mage, not a priest, and his beliefs are different. Although Faruna, who believes in light, has the same attributes as Lillian, they focus on different things. One focuses on healing, and the other focuses on attack. The three main mercenary groups that came this time, in addition to their Star of Glory, are Blue Wing and Barbarian Bull. The leader of Blue Wing has been killed by Little Tentacle and Little Ghost, and the Barbarian Bull was stabbed to death by me. But seriously, how did you know that these three leaders were in the same tent? They were all killed at once, Shagar said, giving Fangjia a thumbs up in admiration. Fangjia scratched his head. Do you believe me if I say all this is a coincidence? I really just wanted to give them a warning at the time, and drag most of their troops into the big maze, so I just randomly picked a few tents with dense crowds, and who knew that these three captains were so unlucky that they all came in. This was a pleasant surprise. It might have taken a longer time to fight a protracted war with them, but in the end, the enemy was wiped out in one wave. Okay, you are the boss, and you have the final say. Then what should we do with this person? Should we chop him off or keep him alive? Shagar shrugged and handed the decision to Fangjia. You are a girl, and you chop him off all day long. Don't you think it's creepy? Since he is a light magician, let him work in the library for a few days. Let him write down all the books in his mind for me, and use knowledge to exchange his life. Shagar listened to Fangjia's words and nodded in agreement. Your idea is good. After squeezing out the last of his surplus value, let him go. Send a signal to the outside world. This is the great underground palace of Capamere. This is a distant utopia. This is the sanctuary of the goddess Arachne. Anyone who violates Capamere will be punished most severely. Shagar took Gilbert to the library. The owner of the underground palace said that if you want to go back alive, you must leave your knowledge behind. Write 200 books. Whether it is magic, biography, or humanities. 200 books? Gilbert was completely dumbfounded. How long would it take to finish writing 200 books? Yes, if you want to survive, go ahead and write. Drain all the knowledge in your brain. By the way, there are only two ways out. One is the big maze you have walked through, and the other is the secret passage of the master of the underground palace. So don't think about escaping. If you get into some strange corner and die, I won't be able to clean it up. Shagar skillfully brought Gilbert a stack of white paper and a Fangjia brand pen. After Shagar finished explaining, he found that Gilbert was standing there in a daze without moving. He thought he was protesting silently, so he took out his crossbow from his waist. Gilbert was so scared that he even had a Pavlov reaction. He waved his hands quickly. No, don't get excited. I write. But I don't know how to use this pen you gave me. Gilbert stood there at a loss with the pen in his hand, like a wrong child. Oh! Shagar took back his crossbow and taught Gilbert how to use it step by step. Gilbert heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Shagar retract his crossbow. He studied it carefully and found that this magical pen was really easy to use. It was much easier to use than the bird feather pen. He didn't need to dip it in ink for a long time. And the white paper was flawless, light and smooth. While Gilbert was squeezing his brain cells, Fangjia was also squeezing his brain cells, because he found out that his steel reserves had been emptied by the moving maze under the urging of Xiao Yoshui's big eyes. When will it be ready? I want a complete moving maze, not a demo. Xiuyo's current look is similar to those players who have seen the trailer of the big game. They all have the expression of shut up and take my money. I know, I want to finish it quickly too. But the steel used to make the moving maze has run out. Although there is still a lot of ore in the deposit, someone needs to dig it. Can I make the geothermal steam engine you need first? Fang Jie responded to Xiaoyu with a wry smile. He really didn't want to boil water for them anymore. And one advantage of making the steam engine first is that in addition to providing power for their moving maze, it can also be used as a generator so that the underground palace can enter the era of electricity. So, Fang Jie thought for a moment. And summon 16 stone men. Take these stone men to mine, try to dig as much as possible, and pile them in the warehouse. I help you make the rest of the moving maze if there's enough or after I finish this. Really? Really? Xiaoyu almost jumped up with joy, and immediately took 16 stone men to go mining. After sending Xiaoyu away, Fang Jie could finally continue his work. It was really not difficult for him to dig down into the soil, and the progress was very fast. In order to facilitate the digging, he also built a long spiral corridor. This kind of digging made Fang Jie feel like he was playing a real version of Minecraft. Time always passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye. Almost a week had passed. Gilbert had completely gotten used to the life in the underground palace during this period. This place has no restrictions except that you are not allowed to leave the so-called library. People here don't shy away from him. Everyone does their own thing. The old orcs have been teaching the young orcs, but the words they use are something Gilbert has never seen before. The only person who gets along well here may be Lillian. He learned that she was once a member of the adventure group, but was caught here as a maid and owed a lot of debts. Gilbert expressed sympathy. However, Lillian didn't look like a slave at all. She looked radiant, and her long golden wavy hair highlighted the beauty of the Salmi people. She was not oppressed at all. Gilbert had a good impression of this curious and shy girl. After all, she was one of the only two humans in this underground world, and they both believed in the god of light. Lillian looked like she had lived in the underground palace for a long time. He once asked her if there was any shortcut to escape, but she told him seriously that Shagar was telling the truth. They never lied to anyone. She would not stop him if he wanted to leave. And she also pointed out the direction of the big maze. In disappointment, he asked Lillian, "Don't you have the urge to go home?" Lillian was silent for a long time. To be honest, at first I was like you. I really wanted to escape from here. But then I found that this place is really different from other places. Regardless of the terrifyingly high debt, I learned a lot here. Life here is something I can't even imagine outside. There is delicious food, there is endless knowledge to learn, there is an extremely comfortable environment, and most importantly, everyone treats me equally. But you are still the inferior maid. Gilbert was instigating Lillian, wanting her to help him escape. Lillian paused, turned to Gilbert with some suspicion. "Are you trying to instigate me to take you out?" Gilbert immediately shook his head and waved his hands. No, I'm just curious why you're not worried about never being able to go home." Hee. Lillian looked at Gilbert with a smile. "You'd better look back. Do you really think no one is watching you here?" Gilbert turned around and saw the little princess ghost, looking at him with gritted teeth, making a face and running away. Hee, it seems someone is going to have a bad time tonight. She and her people were tortured by human magicians for a long time, so she hates magicians very much. It took me a long time to get her to accept me. As for you." Lillian smiled, made a helpless expression, and left the library. As soon as Lillian left, a big white spider appeared in the library, and without saying a word, it tied Gilbert tightly with white flexible silk thread, sealing his mouth, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. Xiaoyu exaggerated and told Xiaobai everything he saw. Xiaobai dragged Gilbert, and hung him directly in the middle of the bull monster pasture. Usually, this is the feeding channel for the bull monsters. When the bull monsters below saw that there was meat, they immediately became extremely ferocious, and jumped up one after another to bite Gilbert. Gilbert was hung for 3 days, and 3 nights in such an environment. When he was let down, his legs were weak. And this was just the beginning. Xiaoyu not only complained to Xiaobai, but also to Fang Jie. From that day on, Fang Jie built a small dark room in the library and locked him in. As for food, there were plenty of baked potatoes. As long as he didn't starve to death, it was fine. Xiaoyu. Chapter 63 Magma Chamber and Boiler. Ignoring the miserable Gilbert, Fang Jie dug down for about 2 kilometers and suddenly opened up. This was a hole similar to the luminous forest, but there were no plants inside, and the bottom was actually a magma lake. A large amount of hot gas rushed out of it the moment it was dug. Fang Jie used his shaping skills to shape the nearby igneous rocks into a platform, which was suspended high on the top of the hole. Here you can see the whole picture of the underground magma lake. The area of the magma lake is not large, maybe not as big as the lake in the luminous forest. This should be just a relatively high magma chamber, and it is still far from the Moho interface. Not bad, this depth is quite shallow. It should be considered an economical geothermal energy source. The temperature here is very high, at least 900 degrees Celsius, which made Fang Jie's metal surface a little dark red. After staying in there for a while, Fang Jie couldn't stand it. It's not because the temperature is too high, his core temperature may be several times higher than here, but the surface fine gold pattern is too hot and easy to melt, and it's very troublesome to draw it again. Originally, the temperature at a distance of 400 or 500 meters from here is enough to boil water, but Fang Jie wanted to see if he could dig a hot spring or something. So he continued to dig down, unexpectedly. This is directly a magma chamber. Just when he was about to seal the entrance, he saw some rubble falling from the spiral staircase. Fang Jie looked up and saw that it was Lostia. She stepped carefully on the spiral staircase. Her huge body, as fat as a hill, standing on the spiral staircase that was only 1 meter wide, was indescribably funny. Why did you come here? There are a lot of poisonous gases in this place. Go back quickly. Lostia looked up and said with a cold expression, I can feel the smell of the Dorgan volcano here, so I came to take a look. It's definitely not because of curiosity. Yes, I'm not curious. I dug out a small magma chamber here, which is the material that erupts from a volcano, so you will feel that the volcano you have is normal. Oh! Lostia swallowed her saliva. Can I go in and play for a while? I wanted to go to the Dorgan volcano before, but the elders wouldn't let me go. Fang Jie thought about it, with Lostia's skin temperature resistance. It should be no problem. Yes, it's okay, but you have to wait for me to repair the road first. This place is right above the magma chamber. It's not easy to get in and out. Really? Great. The little fat dragon, who was pretending to be cool the previous second, was so happy that he almost stood up the next second. Be careful. Sure enough, the little fat dragon stomped his feet happily and stepped on the spiral staircase, which was not very thick to begin with. The little fat dragon panicked and fell directly down. Shaping. Fang Jie quickly used the shaping skill to pick up Lostia, but in a hurry. He could not mobilize as many rocks as possible, so Lostia, who was slightly overweight, smashed through the rocks that Fang Jie had mobilized and fell directly into the magma chamber. Lostia, bang, hit the lava lake directly, spattering large lava waves, and then, as if stepping into a swamp, the huge body of Lostia was quickly swallowed up. Quick, climb onto this rock. Fang Jie immediately grabbed a large rock from the ceiling of the lava room and threw it next to Lostia. After the initial panic, Lostia calmed down because she felt warm all over without any tingling or discomfort, and even paddled twice in the lava lake. Fang Jie also threw the rock he had grabbed beside her. Seeing her climb up the rock swiftly, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. I'm fine. I still feel very comfortable climbing up the rock. Lostia squinted and asked Fang Jie on the top of the cave to assure him of safety. You have to be careful down there, because in addition to the high temperature, there are also a lot of toxic gases around the magma. Tell me if you feel any discomfort. Now paddle over there. We meet there, Fang Jie said, pointing to the edge of the magma lake. Okay. After saying that, Lostia jumped into the lava lake impatiently and swam around happily. Seeing that the little fat dragon seemed to be fine, Fang Jie finally let go of his worries. He quickly used the shaping tool to dig a passage to the lake. The temperature here is higher, maybe close to 1,200 degrees. The fine gold lines on Fang Jie's body have already shown signs of melting. Okay, you can play for a while and get off the shore from here. Don't play for too long. If you feel any discomfort, get off the shore immediately and go back to the underground palace. Got it? Fang Jie said, as if he was watching his playful girl go swimming. Yeah. Lostia didn't care what Fang Jie said now. She was having a great time, and occasionally dived into the lava. Puff! What is this? It looks so fun. Sure enough. How could this troublemaker be missing at this time? The little tentacles jumped out directly from the channel made by Fang Jie, and also jumped happily into the lava lake. Fang Jie covered his face. Okay. It's better to let them play here than running around in the underground palace. After a while, Lostia and the little tentacle started a water fight in the magma lake. They were having a lot of fun. But the little tentacle was obviously at a disadvantage. Lostia's casual wave would create a big wave, while the little tentacle could only pick up a few drops. Fang Jie was worried about the two little girls playing here, so he had to accompany them all the time, fearing that something would happen to them in the magma lake. However, Fang Jie was not idle either. He was thinking about how to build a steam turbine boiler here. The temperature here is generally high, and it is definitely not possible to use steel directly, although it has not reached the melting point. The metal is already weak at this temperature, and it is impossible to use it. Fang Jie didn't want to go too far from here. If steel doesn't work, what about stone? Fang Jie suddenly thought of diamonds, that is, diamonds. If diamonds are used to make a boiler, it may last a lifetime. As soon as this idea appeared, it seemed to take root in Fang Jie's mind, and it was out of control. Then the question was where to get so many diamonds in this place. Although diamonds are not a scarce resource in the mantle, there are diamonds of any size you want. But that place is not accessible to humans. Fang Jie scratched his head in distress. Do I have to make it myself? It's all made of carbon anyway. It doesn't seem that difficult to use shaping and material refining skills combined with high temperature. But I've never done it before, so I can only try it bit by bit. Fang Jie refined several kilograms of graphite, and recalled the feeling of making plasma at that time. Put the graphite in a high temperature and high pressure environment, concentrate your attention, then use all the magic you can use. Finally, a ball of light appeared in Fang Jie's hand. The graphite in the middle began to take on a crystal shape. Huh? Fang Jie took great efforts to condense the graphite in his hand into a little artificial diamond. After the heat from high temperature and high pressure dissipated, there were several pieces of crystalline substances of different colors left. They did not look as crystal clear as diamonds, but were pale yellow in color, and some were orange-yellow in color. At first glance, they were of low quality. But the next second, Fang Jie was completely stunned. The diamonds in his hand were ignited with a bang. Looking at the burning diamond in his hand, Fang Jie was speechless. Why on earth was this happening? In Fang Jie's impression, diamonds were still used as decorations and extremely hard gemstones. He never thought that diamonds could be ignited. There was no other way. Fang Jie had to hold the diamond and walk upwards to see at what temperature this thing could remain stable. Finally, when the temperature dropped to about 1000 degrees, the bright yellow flame slowly went out. Fang Jie scratched his head. This location was not far from the lava lake. For safety, he walked up a distance and controlled the temperature at about 600 degrees to 700 degrees. Alas! Fang Jie looked at the diamond in his hand and felt that it was not good to throw it away, or not to throw it away. Making this thing consumed a huge amount of magic power and energy, and it could not achieve the effect he wanted. It might as well be made of blood magic steel. The two Lolas who were playing in the lava lake saw Fang Jie walking up stupidly, and followed him curiously. Poochie? What is this? Can I eat it? Lostia was more direct. She picked up a small piece of artificial diamond with her fingernails and threw it into her mouth. Ah! 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 Fang Jie saw that the two girls had started eating right away just as he sighed. Fang Jie quickly snatched the diamond from Lostia's hand. Don't bite it with your mouth. This thing is the hardest gem in nature. Disgusting, not tasty, and it hurts my teeth. Lostia chewed it and spit it out, but she didn't give it back to Fang Jie. She still liked the shiny little thing. The little tentacle also secretly touched a piece, and quickly threw it into his mouth. I must make you change this way of knowing the world with your mouth. Fang Jie looked at the little tentacle in great anger. But it was just as Lostia said. This thing was really not delicious. It had no taste. And it was very hard. After sending the two little guys to swim in their lava, Fang Jie took a deep breath. And after solving the problem of the ignition point of diamonds, he once again invested in the production of artificial diamonds. But this time he was not making a boiler, but making more as gifts for the monster girls in the underground palace. However, it is really difficult to make this diamond, and there is no simple way to do it. So I can only do it by gritted teeth. So the efficiency is very low, and the output is also low. It took Fang Jie several hours to make less than 100 grams. And Fang Jie's magic power was almost used up. Seeing that the two little ones had played enough, Fang Jie took them back to the underground palace. Fang Jie, help me make a moving maze. Xiao Yu circled around Fang Jie when she saw Fang Jie coming back, and teased Fang Jie to make a maze like a child who wanted a toy. I don't have a single drop left, really. I used up all my magic power doing an experiment. In a few days, I helped you build the boiler. Fang Jie smiled bitterly. What kind of experiment consumed so much magic power? Xiaobai was surprised. Did Fang Jie come up with something interesting again? Well, it's artificial diamond. Fang Jie talked listlessly about today's results, and showed the diamond to Xiaobai. I thought the thermal conductivity of this thing was 5 times that of copper. It is the hardest gem in nature. I originally wanted to throw it directly into the lava lake. But I didn't expect that the diamond could be ignited. Xiaobai took the whole light yellow crystal, knocked it on the ground, and it made a bang 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 sound. And it is extremely tiring to make, with high temperature and high pressure. So it may not be the most ideal material. Don't knock it. This thing can still be used to make something interesting. Fang Jie waved his hand, and molded a part of the diamond into the shape of a teardrop. It became a beautiful forehead ornament when it was strung with Xiaobai's spider silk. Ah, so beautiful. Xiaobai happily put the diamond drop on her head. If it doesn't work, then let's make it with blood devil steel. Xiaobai happily turned around, and didn't forget to comfort Fang Jie, but she was still thinking about other things. You said before that this diamond is a graphite allotrope composed of carbon? Made with high temperature and high pressure? Yes, that's right. What's wrong? Have you thought of any problem? Fang Jie looked at Xiaobai and asked thoughtfully. Well, I was just thinking, black and loose carbon powder can actually turn into such a beautiful gem under high temperature and pressure, and it is so hard, then what about magic? If magic is also under high temperature and pressure, what will it turn into? This. Fang Jie said that this question is beyond the scope. Ha ha ha, next time you do such an interesting experiment, you must call me. I forgive you this time, but... Xiaobai said that his expression, when looking at Fang Jie, became dangerous. Next time, I will. Fang Jie still thought it was a little funny, and said proudly. What are you talking about? I am not afraid of those bull monsters. I will not let you sleep on the bed. Huh? Although Xiaobai is small, but this statement is very powerful. When the tall Fang Jie heard such a terrible punishment, he immediately admitted his fear. I was wrong, baby. I will definitely call you in the future. Chapter 60 for the Young Daughter of God. 3 months is not a long time, but it is not a short time either. The plants have turned from tender green to emerald green, and the temperature has gradually risen. Everything indicates that summer is coming. Fang Jie has not been idle for these 3 months. Fang Jie has also built several passages leading directly to the magma lake, not only in the big maze, but also in the dungeon. Originally, it was intended to be a trap, and it was codenamed the slipping into the magma lake plan, which means that if you step on air, you will fall into the magma pool. However, considering the environmental protection and structural issues, it was not really implemented. But for the time being, these places were named with code names. What T04, V07, etc. Anyway, the more high-end, the better. This is Fang Jie's bad taste. In addition, the geothermal steam engine is ready, however. In order to optimize the power of the steam turbine to the best, Xiao Yu has been delayed for a long time, which makes Xiao Yu angry and turns into a ghost to scare him every time. Today is the time for the little flower bud to break out of the cocoon. Everyone gathered in front of the monster blood altar. In the middle of the blood altar, a huge flower bud appeared, which was about to bloom. Fang Jie had prepared all kinds of food, waiting for the little flower bud to break out of the cocoon. The 800-hour countdown ended, and the huge flower bud blossomed. A curled-up girl appeared in the middle, with beautiful yellow-green hair, waist-length hair, delicate skin, and rosy white like white silk wrapped in cinnabar. Her eyebrows moved, and she opened her eyes that looked like crystal-clear peridot. There was still a trace of plants here. That is, there were several tiny leaves on both sides of her eyebrows, reminding Fang Jie that she was still a monster, not a human. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, the girl in the bud was a little shy, and 2 blushes appeared on her face. With a gentle wave of her hand, the blooming flower immediately turned into a gorgeous long dress made of flowers. I'm back. The little bud fell from the blooming flower and fell directly into Fang Jie's arms. Haha. Welcome back. You've become more beautiful after not seeing you for a few months. Indeed, in the human aesthetic, the little bud now is a beautiful girl in her prime. But she is a little tall. At least 1.7 meters. Of course. The little flower bud proudly straightened his chest. Look how proud you are. It feels a bit inappropriate to call you little flower bud now. How about giving you a formal name? Landwini? It means the place where life is born. Uh-huh. It's a good name, but I still like you to call me Little Flower Bud. The little flower bud smiled and nodded. Okay. Then our party starts now. Everyone can eat as much meat as you want. The most excited among them were Lostia and the little tentacles. But just as Fong Jia finished speaking, Lillian stumbled and pushed through the crowd, looking at the little flower bud in Fong Jia's arms with a look of seeing a god. Oh my god! I actually witnessed the birth of the little daughter of God. Before Lillian finished speaking, she was slapped against the wall by a huge leaf. The little flower bud was frightened by Lillian. Lillian suddenly came up with a fanatical look on her face. If you didn't know, you would think she was a pervert. So the little flower bud subconsciously slapped her away. Oh, I'm sorry, Lillian. I did it subconsciously. After Xiao Huabao finished slapping, he remembered that there was such a person in the underground palace. It was mainly because Lillian had just unlocked the chef's skin, and Xiao Huabao didn't see it clearly for a while. It's okay. It's okay. Even if it's broken, just soak it in the blood jar for a while. Go to the party, I go ask her. Fong Jia tricked Xiao Huabao to eat, and he walked towards Lillian, who was embedded in the wall. Hey, is she dead? She's not dead yet. She made no sound. Fong Jia said, as he pulled Lillian out of the wall. Not bad. Ahem. Lillian was lifted up by Fong Jia. She brushed off the dust on her body, turned around and saw Fong Jia looking at her. Her face turned red again the next second, and she subconsciously focused her eyes on her toes. What on earth is that little girl of God you just mentioned? Fong Jia said, as he ignored Xiao Yuyu's resentful look, and took a piece of grilled meat from the party table and handed it to the embarrassed maid in the chef's uniform. Lillian immediately forked up the steak and took a big bite, enjoying the feeling of the extremely delicious barbecue melting in her mouth. After 2 bites of the steak, she realized that Fong Jia, the big devil, had just asked her a question. She almost choked herself to death, and her face was red. It took a long time for her to suppress it and answer Fong Jia's question. The young daughter of God is the childhood of the goddess. Many gods in the world are like this when they are born. The most obvious feature is that they are all very tall. Look at her. She may only look 13 or 14 years old, but her height exceeds that of most people. She will grow taller. The average height of the gods is about 3.5 tarpaulins. 1 tarpaulin equals 0.75 meters. Before the gods disappeared, the gods called humans dwarves. After the gods disappeared, humans changed their names to humans. Oh, it seems that there are many gods. What are their abilities? Fong Jia asked, touching his chin. Yes, there are many gods in this world. There is also a city specially built by gods called Gundias, which is the so-called kingdom of gods. Each god has different powers, but their manifestations are similar. For example, Una, whom I believe in, and Faruna, whom Gilbert believes in the dark room. Both belong to the light god system. Faruna is more inclined to attack, while Una is more inclined to healing. Interesting. How are gods born? Are gods born from gods, or are they naturally evolved? I don't know about that. Gods have a long lifespan, and it is impossible for humans to enter the kingdom of God. Gondias. But I guess there may be both. After all, there are documents about the young daughter of God. After Lillian said this, Fong Jia was more certain of his previous judgment. He guessed that gods were another race, but they were much stronger than humans, so they were worshipped by humans, and they also ruled humans. Then you humans have never thought of killing gods? Kill gods? Lillian looked at Fong Jia in surprise, looked around furtively, and then whispered, That's the idea of the witch cult. Huh? Witch cult. There are witches in this world. They were the first people to rebel against God, but they were destroyed by God later. They all have advanced magic, and can even exceed the life limit of humans and remain immortal. They may not even be human. It is because of them that the Inquisition was established, which led to the arrival of the Dark Age of Witches. Oh, I see. You are going to join them in the party. Go ahead. I give you a day off today. Enjoy your life. I take care of the kitchen today. Fong Jia patted Lillian, who was wearing a chef's suit, in a friendly manner. Fong Jia opened the system panel at this time, checking the panel of the small flower bud. This time, when the system panel of the small flower bud was opened, special effects also appeared. The plants grew until they covered the entire panel, and countless flowers bloomed at the same time. Under the flower sky, a beautiful goddess was lying, taking a nap. This was the third panel with special effects after Xiaobai and Little Tentacles. Folded, there were only 2 more skills. One was Plant Dominator, which was an advanced skill of Plant Controller. The second skill is Tongsheng. There is no level, no description, just written as unactivated. Fang Jie touched his head, looked at the little flower bud who was in the party. This skill may become a life-saving skill for the little flower bud in the future, but this can only be explored by herself. The main change of the little flower bud this time is the race, from the natural flower spirit to the flower fairy, which is also in line with her current identity, the little girl of the god who controls the flowers. It is hard to say whether she can really become a god. Fang Jie smiled like an old father, always feeling that his daughter has grown up. On the other side, Xiaobai brought the full little fat dragon Lostia to Xiao Huabao. Xiao Huabao, Lostia has something to ask you. Xiaobai said to Xiao Huabao with a smile, and by the way, he stepped aside to reveal Lostia, who tried to hide his huge body behind Xiaobai. Xiao Huabao also looked at the awkward Lostia. Before leaving, Xiaobai winked at the little fat dragon Lostia and said, "Just go ahead." Dad. Expression. What do you want to ask me? Little Flower Bud didn't react. Her voice was gentle and powerful. Little Flower Bud's sister. I want to ask you how you reached the evolution standard. It's definitely not that I want to evolve, I'm just curious. Lostia looked left and right. It seemed that no one could help her. So she had to bite the bullet and say it herself. Evolution standard? I don't think I ever knew where there was an evolution standard. Every time Fang Jie told me that I could evolve, I evolved. Oh, so that's it. Lostia was not very clear from the little flower bud's mouth, and she could clearly feel her loss. Don't worry. I haven't finished yet. The little flower bud looked at the lost Lostia helplessly. I think my evolution is that I have learned to think. For example, in my evolution this time, I know the meaning of protection and the weight it represents. As a result, Fang Jie told me that I can evolve. The meaning and weight of protection? Lostia was even more confused, chewing the word over and over again. While Lostia was thinking, Yu jumped to the side of the little flower bud and showed the thing in his hand to the little flower bud. Sister, look! I found some delicious fruit while you were sleeping. Yu narrowed his eyes with joy and raised the raspberry-like berry in his hand to the little flower bud. The little flower bud smiled and picked up one and put it in his mouth. In an instant, the sour and sweet fruit aroma and juice exploded in his mouth. Yeah, it's delicious. What do you want to call it? The little flower bud has grown taller now and can only squat in front of the short Yu. Yeah, I want to call it the super delicious blue fruit. The little flower bud touched Yu's head with a smile. Yeah, can we simplify its name to blueberry? Okay. Yu turned around happily and showed the little flower bud the observation diary he had recorded in the little notebook. You know, the plant of this blueberry is very small, but the fruit is quite big, and it grows in. Lostia watched Yu happily talking about his adventure with Xiaobai, and then thought of the meaning and weight of protection that Xiaobai said. It seemed that she understood something and didn't understand it. This contradictory mentality made her feel a little at a loss. At this time, Fang Jie also came over and saw Yu holding up his little notebook and chatting with Xiaobai. What are you talking about? You found a small fruit, and she is telling me the interesting things that happened when she found it. You are awesome. Fang Jie praised Yu generously. Yu narrowed his eyes happily again and held the small fruit in front of Fang Jie. I can't eat it. Can you describe its taste to me? Yes. It's sour. After listening for a long time, Fang Jie roughly understood what it felt like to eat it. How is it? Is it useful? Yes. From what you said, I think it can be used to make blueberry wine, blueberry vinegar, and there are no drinks in the underground palace. If it can be made, we will have other drinks in our underground palace. Yu happily said good when he heard that he could make delicious food again. Fang Jie always felt that he learned it from Xiaobai before. Chapter 65 Small Black Room. Lostia ran to Fang Jie and said to him mysteriously, Protection. I know protection. What do you want to say? Fang Jie looked at Lostia's mysterious look speechlessly. Protection? How about I evolve? No. What the hell? Knowing protection can make you evolve. Then the monsters in the underground palace must have evolved dozens of times. Ah! Why? Lostia scratched her head angrily. Well, I think everyone's standard of evolution is different. You might as well ask yourself instead of asking others. Ask yourself? Lo Stia's head was full of question marks. Ask yourself what you are still lacking, what you need, and then make up for your shortcomings. Only in this way can you make progress. When the quantitative change reaches the qualitative change, you can evolve. Really? Really? Fang Jie said confidently. Then what am I missing? The little fat dragon Lo Stia asked innocently. How should I know? You must judge your own problems by yourself, because your body is your own, your thoughts are your own, and your future is your own. Okay. I think about it again. Since there is no answer, then I can only find the answer myself. Lo Stia walked away while muttering about the shortcomings, while muttering about protection. Fang Jie shook his head. Generally speaking, the more intelligent a race is, the less aware it is of its own shortcomings. The dragon race is even worse. They are always self-righteous and probably never think about such questions. In this regard, Lo Stia is relatively good, because she can more easily see her own shortcomings due to physiological reasons. Fang Jie. Fang Jie. My moving maze. Maze. I have also dug up all the ore you mentioned. Xiaoyu jumped and made a fierce expression looking at Fang Jie, while rolling a small tentacle that had been eaten into a ball. Fang Jie squatted down and picked up Xiaoyu and the little tentacle. Curiously, he pinched the little tentacle's extremely elastic fat tentacles. The little tentacle helplessly knocked Fang Jie's big hand away. She felt that if Fang Jie pinched her twice more, she would vomit. Okay, let's start working right away. Think about it, this moving maze requires parts. Gears of various models, ziplines, counterweights, etc. And after the parts are made, they need to be assembled and debugged, all of which take time. Such a large precision instrument must be handled with extreme caution, so you may need to wait a little longer. Fang Jie said perfunctorily. Xiaoyu thought for a while after being fooled by Fang Jie. Okay. Then you make those parts quickly, and I will come to debug them after assembling them. Okay. Xiaoyu felt a little regretful but did not show it. Fang Jie had to make a lot of parts every day during this period. She saw it all, so she was very sensible and did not urge Fang Jie. Fang Jie smiled and rubbed Xiaoyu's head with his fingertips. The little cuties in the underground palace are getting cuter and cuter. Days passed, and the humans outside had been quiet for a long time since the destruction of the 3 major mercenary groups. And they came again. But this time Fang Jianli was too lazy to care. They didn't even have a large mercenary camp. They were either small adventure groups or some scattered soldiers. Most of them came here to get money. Not only did they not explore the big maze, they also robbed the adventurers passing by. Now is not the time for Xiao Huabao to sleep. Now Xiao Huabao's ability has been strengthened again. It can be said that more than half of the plants in the endless forest outside are now under Xiao Huabao's command, obeying Xiao Huabao's orders. Not to mention that Fang Jie moved the entrance of the dungeon to a higher and more hidden place to prevent the flies from coming in and annoying him. Fang Jie had nothing to do that day. So he found Gilbert, wanting to see how many books this radiant wizard had written to fulfill his debt of 200 books. As a result, before he even reached the library, he saw Xiao Huabao sitting by the blood fountain in a daze. What are you doing? Xiao Huabao. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Fang Jie rarely saw Xiao Huabao in a daze like this. She always looked like a lively young scientist. When the little flower bud heard Fang Jie's voice, it turned around and saw Fang Jie. It smiled sweetly and said, I don't know. I think something is wrong with me. Something is wrong? Fang Jie was a little confused. Well, although I have become more powerful after my evolution, I feel like I have encountered a membrane that has been suppressing my power. The little flower bud frowned slightly. Membrane? Fang Jie was confused. Yes. I can't explain it clearly. Forget it. Go and do your thing. I'm fine. As he said that, Xiao Huabao pushed Fang Jie out. Fang Jie scratched his head, thinking that Xiao Huabao had hit a bottleneck and might get better after a while. But what Fang Jie didn't see was that Xiao Huabao had a small flower growing in his hand while sitting by the blood pool, but it dried up and died in 2 seconds, and Xiao Huabao's brows were getting tighter and tighter. Fang Jie left the blood spring and prepared to go to the library, but before he entered the library, he saw Lo Stia, Xiao Chushou, and Xiao Yufeng coming to the dungeon, and almost knocked Fang Jie over. I've told you so many times. Don't run in the underground palace. Those sculptures and armor are just decorations. It's hard to repair them if they're broken. Fang Jie shouted angrily behind the fat dragon Lo Stia. Before Fang Jie finished shouting, the orc grandma poked her head out of the library. Don't make loud noises near the library. The orc grandma looked solemn and dignified, which really scared Fang Jie. For a moment, Fang Jie thought he was back in the library of his former university, and felt like a few friends were caught by the librarian while playing together. This made Fang Jie shrink his neck, and the rest of the words were stuck in his throat. He didn't know whether to spit it out or not. Fang Jie was so uncomfortable that he almost exploded. Lostia, Little Tentacle, and Xiao Yu smiled at each other, while Fang Jie was being scolded by the orc grandma. They all stuck out their tongues at Fang Jie. They ran away with a smile. These little bastards. I will definitely put you in solitary confinement next time I catch you, Fang Jie said in his heart with hatred. How did you find time to come here? A new book? The orc grandmother said in surprise. Fang Jie had not been seen for a long time. He was either repairing the ventilation ducts in the basement or helping Xiao Yu to build a moving maze. Today, he sneaked into the library so rarely that the orc grandmother thought he had remembered some strange knowledge. No. I came to see Gilbert, who was locked up in this small dark room. To urge him to update, Fang Jie said, as he shaped a kitchen knife and made a beautiful knife flower. Oh, you go and see. I feel that his spirit has been greatly hit during this period. When Fang Jie followed the orc grandmother to the small dark room, it was a mess. Burned torches were scattered all over the floor, and the small dark room was full of papers, and no one knew what was written on them. And Gilbert's condition was also very bad. His eyes were sunken, his eye bags were dark blue, his body was fat, his handsome face had disappeared, his previous mustache had turned into a long unkempt beard, and now he only looked like a greasy middle-aged uncle. His hair was messy, and his exquisite gold-threaded white robe had turned yellow. The smell was disgusting. Fang Jie turned around and looked at the orc grandmother, who didn't want to get too close. I think I put a bathtub and toilet for him. Yes, you did. At first, he was willing to wash, but he became more and more lazy. And finally it became like this. Is he a lazy person who stays at home to the advanced stage? Hey, Gilbert, can you hear me? Fang Jie walked up to Gilbert, put his hand in front of him and waved it. Gilbert's eyes were dull, and drool was still flowing from the corner of his mouth. He was still mumbling something. Is he crazy or stupid? He has written several books. When Fang Jie mentioned the word book, Gilbert immediately reacted. His eyes were red, and he grabbed Fang Jie, like a zombie infected by the virus. Book! Book! I want a book! I want a book! But before he could get within 1 meter of Fang Jie, he was slapped into the wall by the super stone palm that Fang Jie had created in seconds. And he couldn't get it out? Too disgusting. Forget it. This guy is useless. Just throw him out. Fang Jie didn't want to stay here anymore. He called Xiao Huabao, asking Xiao Huabao to help Gilbert clean up remotely. Xiao Huabao had no choice but to pinch his nose, summon a vine that looked like a pea shooter, and directly shot water out like a high-pressure water gun. Bulu bulu bulu. After the rush, Fang Jie stepped forward, picked up Gilbert, who had a big belly and was spitting bubbles, and dragged him out of the dungeon. I originally wanted him to tell others that this was a utopia, but this guy made himself like this. I guess the name of utopia is gone now, and the headline of the horror maze driving the human mercenary leader crazy is probably going to be confirmed. After throwing Gilbert out, Fang Jie came back to check his work. This time he gained a lot. He even wrote the Book of Light Magic, including the biographies and miscellaneous books he wrote above. There are at least 12 books in total. The funniest thing is that by the end of the book, it was obvious that Fang Jie had drained his brain cells like he did. He even wrote about his affair with the daughter of the minister of the kingdom of Cocaina. Moreover, it was like writing a diary, and the process and plot were written in great detail. This kind of book, which has absolutely no nutritional value, is ashamed to appear in the library. Fang Jie decisively sealed it in the deepest stone box of the library, lying together with the book postpartum care for sows. Puff. Puff. Not good. Not good. Fang Jie. Not good. Fang Jie had just dealt with a small dark room that was like a toilet. And before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the little tentacle monster on the other side rushed to Fang Jie while yelling and dragging the golden treasure box. What happened again? Are you guys making trouble there again? Fang Jie looked at the little tentacle monster helplessly. Before Fang Jie could figure out the problem with the little tentacle, the old orc on the other side shouted at Fang Jie. Shoo's voice, and sternly knocked on a sign next to it that said library is a restricted area. No loud noises allowed. Fang Jie had no choice but to nod his head repeatedly, while secretly scolding the little tentacle for not speaking properly all day, and calling it bad. But it was calling it quite smoothly. Except for the door of the library. Fang Jie put the little tentacle down. Tell me, what trouble did you get into this time? Puff puff, Xiao Yu fainted. Fainted? Fang Jie thought for a long time, but couldn't think of anything that could make the ghost tribe faint. Puff. And fainted. Where is it? Blood altar. Fang Jie quickly took the little tentacle and rushed into the bathroom, where the monster blood altar was. Xiao Yu was indeed floating in the blood altar, as if she had drunk a bellyful of water, spitting bubbles. Fang Jie decisively opened the panel, only to see the word soul attachment innocent girl soul repairing written on the panel. Where are you crazy? How can you damage Xiao Yu's soul? Fang Jie immediately asked the little tentacle seriously. Chapter 66 Green Ore. I don't know green stone Lottie. Like Xiao Yu. Don't like? Green? Stone? Fang Jie had a question mark on his face. In Fang Jie's impression, there are many green stones. Emerald, jade, olivine are all green, but will such stones cause damage to the soul? Yes. Lottie is delicious. But the little tentacles are not delicious. The little tentacle said, and made a gesture of sticking out their tongue. In an instant, a thought flashed through Fang Jie's mind. It's broken. Could it be uranium ore? Fang Jie suddenly thought of what he had seen in Baidu Encyclopedia before, which was also green. Quick! Take me to see where the green stone is. The little tentacle immediately climbed onto Fang Jie's shoulder, using the short and fat little tentacle to become a signpost. Fang Jie followed the guidance of the little tentacle and rushed into the depths of the underground city. As Fang Jie hurried on his way, he understood the whole story from the little tentacle's intermittent narration. Before, Fang Jie asked Xiao Yu to take the stone man to dig iron ore. Watching the stone man digging must be a very boring thing for Xiao Yu. So she started the dungeon adventure with Xiao Chusho. Unexpectedly, they really found something in the depths of the dungeon. It was a collapsed dungeon passage. If Xiao Yu didn't have the spirit skill to pass through the wall, they really couldn't find this place. But the stone man Fang Jie gave Xiao Yu would not obey Xiao Yu's arrangement, and would only mechanically go to the iron ore deposit to dig. Xiao Yu didn't have the authority to give Fang Jie's stone man instructions. So the two little bad guys came up with a plan, and asked for help from the fat dragon Lostia, the largest in the underground palace. Lostia, who was bored in the underground palace, immediately expressed his willingness to join. In this way, they successfully dug through the collapsed tunnel. And then with curiosity, the three of them entered the depths of the tunnel together. Fortunately, the tunnel was quite wide. At least the fat dragon Lostia could enter it smoothly. Not long after they walked, Xiao Yu said that she felt uncomfortable and dizzy. However, Lostia behaved in the opposite way. She became more and more excited, and almost trotted forward. She kept saying that she smelled a very fragrant smell inside. As a little foodie, Zayakasha was curious when she heard that there was a very fragrant smell. But she herself did not smell anything. Finally, they found a spacious cave, which was full of green stones. It was there that Xiao Yu was dying. She felt dizzy and wanted to vomit. But as a spirit, she couldn't vomit anything. She felt extremely hot all over. Lostia was licking the green stones in ecstasy, as if she was eating some kind of delicacy. The little tentacle also broke off a small piece and put it in her mouth. But she couldn't taste anything. She chewed it gently, and it was full of sand. The little tentacle really couldn't understand what was so delicious about the sand-like stone that could make Lostia so intoxicated. She wanted to ask Xiao Yu's opinion. But when she turned around, she saw Xiao Yu fainted on the ground. She hurriedly took Xiao Yu back to the blood altar and reported to Fang Jie. After the description of the little tentacle, Fang Jie's guess was more certain. It might really be uranium ore, and it was natural uranium ore with high purity and strong radiation. In addition, Xiao Yu's symptoms were exactly the same as those of people who were exposed to radiation. Although she didn't quite understand how radiation affected the soul, she was indeed harmed by radiation. Fang Jie's previous plan didn't allow him to find uranium ore so quickly. This thing is very rare. His original idea was to see if there were any quartz pebble gravel ores in those gold mines, and to extract some uranium from them for Lostia to test. As a result, she found a uranium deposit herself. Is this good or bad? Fang Jie was speechless. He felt that he was the only super unlucky person in this underground palace. Before entering the green stone room mentioned by the little tentacle, Fang Jia felt the restlessness of the magic power around him. There was indeed something affecting them. Fang Jia had to speed up and rush into the green stone room mentioned by the little tentacle. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Lostia holding a large piece of green fluorescent stone and licking it, as if a child was eating ice cream. She shivered while licking it. The fluorescent green, or is a tetragonal crystal. It looks like moss in clusters. It is crystal clear, and has a bit of glass luster. If you ignore its danger, it is indeed an extremely beautiful gem. Fuck. This is calcium uranium mica. Fang Jia even cursed. Fang Jia's best friend in his previous life was a student of the jade carving department of the National Art Major. Under his influence, he did a lot of research on these stones. He also saw this thing on Baidu. So when he saw it again, he recognized it at a glance. Stop it! Fang Jia couldn't care less now. He just went forward and picked up Lostia's tail and dragged her out of the cave. No. This is delicious. Lostia shook her tail unsatisfied, trying to get it out of Fang Jia's hand. Don't eat it. Put that broken stone down. It's uranium ore. Fang Jia only felt the anger on his head bubbling out. Sure enough, none of these little Lolas are worry-free. Can uranium ore be licked like ice cream? But this. Lostia saw Fang Jia was angry, and felt aggrieved as if a little girl had her toy taken away. No buts. Put it down for me. And come out. Fang Jia's voice was very serious. Oh. Okay. Lostia followed Fang Jia out of the uranium deposit, watching Fang Jia close the passage leading to the uranium deposit, and she cried tears of grievance, but she could only watch helplessly, and could do nothing. Fang Jia directly closed the more than 10-meter passage leading to the ore deposit. He was worried and compacted the more than 10-meter rock. Now the hardness of the rock here is comparable to marble. After doing all this, Fang Jia was still worried, and drew a large radiation warning sign on it. Lostia saw that Fang Jia was really determined not to let him touch it. Humph! Bad guy. She made a face at Fang Jia, and ran into the underground palace. Don't run away. Let all the people in the underground palace gather in front of the blood altar. Fang Jia could only look at Lostia's back, and yell at her. Back to the treatment room where the blood altar was. Now all the underground palace members were waiting for Fang Jia here. Lostia even stuck her big head in front of Xiaobai, and Xiaobai also cooperated to comfort her. You still have the nerve to feel wronged. Come here and sit down. Fang Jia doesn't care who is protecting you now, no matter who comes. It won't work. This problem must be explained seriously. It hurts. It hurts. Fang Jia didn't care what Lostia said. He went up and grabbed her dragon horn, and dragged it to her exclusive swimming pool next to the blood altar to soak. Next to them were Xiaokusha and Xiaoyu, who were already kneeling. They were both watching their noses and their hearts, and were incredibly well behaved. Xiaobai was also curious. What kind of thing could make Fang Jia so angry? How could they be naughty again? These three little bastards found uranium ore with strong radioactive properties. Radiation. Xiaobai's expression immediately became serious when Fang Jia mentioned radiation. She had heard Fang Jia's popular science talk about it before. The others were all confused. Xiaobao was also a little surprised, but she didn't say anything. If Xiaobai could become serious, then the problem must be very serious. Everyone, bathe in the blood altar now. Immediately. Fang Jia. What happened? The orc grandma was also confused. She didn't understand what Fang Jia said. Fang Jia was helpless. How could he explain the harm of radiation to them? Grandma, radiation is like an invisible curse. Actually, when you told me about the Singadier's death, I suspected that it was caused by radiation. It's hard for me to explain the specific principle, because it involves too much knowledge. But now you must all listen to me. The reason for Singadi's sorrow. The orc grandmother widened her eyes, and the other orcs also widened their eyes, and looked at Fang Jia. Fang Jia just nodded. You do as I say first, and then I will write a book to popularize these things for you. Okay. After hearing what Fang Jia said, the orc grandmother did not ask more questions, but hurriedly did what Fang Jia said. Although she did not know what radiation was, she knew what Singadi's sorrow was. Little flower bud, I need some help from you. Seeing that everyone did what he said, Fang Jia breathed a sigh of relief, and turned around to say to Little Flower Bud, well, you talk. I'm listening. Little Flower Bud didn't say anything, but just listened quietly. I previously determined that the orc's curse was caused by radiation, and the blood spring can repair the orc's damaged genes. So there should be a way to eliminate the effects of radiation. So I would like to trouble you to let the vines absorb the blood spring and spray it to every corner of the underground palace. No problem. When Xiao Huabao heard this request, it was so simple that it couldn't be simpler. With a wave of his hand, countless branches stretched out from the blood altar and stretched into the underground palace. Fang Jie personally gave Lostia a bath, using a hard bristled brush to brush Loshia's body over and over again, almost rubbing off all her scales. At this time, she also knew that the matter was very serious, so no matter how Fang Jie manipulated her, she lay down obediently and did not dare to speak. Shivering.jpg. Okay, from today on, you will go to school in the library. Xiaobai will teach you personally. If you can get more than 80 points in Xiaobai's test, I will open the uranium deposit to you. Really? Hearing Fang Jie say this, Lostia became excited again. She thought she would never have those delicious stones again. Not just you. You guys too? Speaking of this, Fang Jie turned his head to the little tentacle whose skin was about to be peeled off, and the confused Xiao Yu. You are not allowed to leave the library if you don't get 80 points. It's these little bad guys. They must be beaten up in the 9-year compulsory education. Otherwise, it's too easy, and they will make trouble every day. Chapter 67 about learning the mass energy equation in the underground palace elementary school. With the little flower bud there, the underground palace was cleaned very quickly, and the blood springs were continuously sent to every corner of the underground palace. After cleaning the blood springs, Fang Jie directly poured them into the magma pool. During this process, Fang Jie also discovered the limit of the blood spring. Basically, after a pool of blood springs is completely drained, it takes about 8 hours for it to recover. In this way, the underground palace elementary school opened, and the happy vacation of the naughty children ended. The current students are only Yu, Qiong, Xiaoyu, Zayakusha, Lostia, and a special recruit Lilian. Just like that, an elementary school class consisting of orcs, humans, ghosts, monsters, dragons, was opened. If people in the world knew that there was a place where so many races could sit together and attend classes without fighting, they would be shocked. Shagar and Dick were now scrambling to run out, both saying that it was too embarrassing to stay in the underground palace, and that they must make some contributions to the underground palace. Fang Jie knew that they just wanted to skip classes, but he didn't say anything after all. They were all adults. Fang Jie is the Chinese teacher, painting teacher, Xiaobai is the math teacher, Xiaowabao is the natural science teacher, Orc Anai is the foreign language teacher and part-time director of teaching. In this way, these naughty kids finally have a place to discipline them. The happiest one among them is Yu. She is sealed beside her sister every day, cannot go anywhere, super envious of Zayakusha, and Xiaoyu who can run around every day. Now they all become the same disease, which makes her smile unkindly in her heart. Nuclear radiation is usually called radioactive rays. It is a microscopic particle flow that penetrates the cells of organisms at the microscopic level, causing. Xiaobai is now standing in a lecture hall similar to a conference room. This place was specially built by Fang Jie for everyone to give lectures. However, there are more than 5 first-grade elementary school students here now, including Grandma, Shagar and others. When she heard the content of the harm of nuclear radiation to the human body, the orc grandma put down her pen, which was rare, and sat in her seat and fell into deep thought. After class, Anai found Fang Jie, who was trying to do a lab. I think you are right. The singular sorrow is most likely caused by the radiation you mentioned. Basically, all of it is consistent with the historical data I have seen before. Even the symptoms of radiation sickness are exactly the same as those recorded in the historical data. Alas, I didn't expect that the orcs were defeated and fell into a state of collapse because of such an invisible thing. What experiments or research were you doing at the time? There is no record at all? No. It may be that the data is missing. After all, 1,000 years have passed, and there has been a large-scale radiation sickness infection. The remaining data has long been reduced to 1/10. The orc grandma shook her head at this time. What you do is meaningful. You make us realize that we are not insignificant. You make us understand the real world. Haha. This is what I should do. This day. Math class. Ah. It's so hard. Why is the knowledge here so difficult? Lostia lay on the table in a dejected manner, looking like a useless dragon. I think it's okay. It's just a little difficult to find the unknown number. Xiaoyu is considered to be good at math. Poochie poochie. Unknown number? What is it? Is it delicious? This is the little tentacle that starts to daydream during class. Math is too difficult. I still like to learn natural sciences. The flowers and plants are so interesting. You also joined a group chat. Ah, I really can't figure it out. What's the point of me calculating the unknown number? It can't help me fly, nor can it make me spit fire. The decadent dragon continued to emit negative energy. Well, according to teacher Xiaobai, calculating the unknown number is just the beginning of mathematics. There will be more difficult things waiting for us later. By that time, everything in the world can be calculated, so we still have to study hard. Xiong is the most diligent in the elementary school group. Stop! I beg you to stop reading. I have a headache just thinking about calculating an unknown number. Please spare me the trouble of calculating everything in the world. Xiaobai heard the group chat of these students, smiled slightly, and said to Decadent Dragon, Lostia, do you know why Feng Jie said that you must get at least 80 points from me before you can touch those dangerous uranium ores? Huh? Why? When she heard about uranium ores, Lostia immediately became alert. Actually, this was also the question in her mind, but she didn't dare to ask Feng Jie directly. Because uranium can undergo chain fission reaction, and the energy generated by this fission reaction is enormous. Maybe only forbidden spells can achieve such power. If you can control them, then the fission breath you exhale will exceed all of your dragons. Ah! But what does this have to do with mathematics? Lostia said stupidly. Mathematics can't make me perform fission reaction. Xiaobai smiled, and gently wrote a very concise and incisive formula on the small blackboard. E equals mc. Here, the ultimate secret is here. Lostia looked at the equation in bewilderment, as if she had seen a ghost. What is written here? I only understood the two. In this formula, you can calculate the energy you need, and the substances to react, so that you can protect yourself in the fission reaction with extremely violent energy levels, instead of turning yourself into a nuclear bomb. Do you understand now? Why should you learn mathematics? Xiaobai patiently explained to the little fat dragon, with a stupid expression on his face. As he spoke, Xiaobai knocked on a crystal box beside him. In this super thick crystal box, there was a fist-sized piece of pure uranium extracted from calcite for display. Xiaobai looked at all the students below with wide eyes, and was very satisfied. What about us? We don't need fission reaction. I still think storybooks are interesting. Xiaoyu was the first to ask this question. Lillian nodded at the side. She wanted to ask too, but she didn't dare. Haha, who said you don't need it? You can use it to calculate your magic power generation and reaction without calculating the fission reaction. They just have different coefficients. Xiaobai smiled mysteriously, leaving behind a back view of the little rascals, and walked away. Watching Xiaobai leave, Xiaoyu secretly took out the story collection and asked Little Tentacle and Lostia, do you two want to read the story together? I found a story called Little Knight. I like it very much. Little Tentacle came over with great interest. Lostia covered her head with a headache. No. I'd better study the formula on the blackboard. My head hurts. Ignoring the two poor students who were reading extracurricular books at this time, Lillian was still immersed in a state of complete destruction of her worldview. Can this also calculate the reaction of magic power? After hearing the key point, she began to respect this simple formula. Lillian was considered an outlier in the school. She was also a person who loved learning. She had already bought a lot of books for free in the library before, but most of them were books about magic. Most of the books written by Feng Jie were books on painting or design, and they were written in Chinese. She basically couldn't understand them, and could only look at the beautiful pictures in them. Now she finally has a teacher who can teach her well, which makes her overjoyed. She goes to class on time every day to study with them. Only then did she realize that this world is so regular, even rigid. Those exquisite formulas, none of them are nonsense. They are concise and clear, and the results of what values are input are as if they have been determined. Some can even be used to predict the future. For example, parabola. Determine the direction, the magnitude of the force, and the results are exactly the same as in reality. And all this can be done with a seemingly simple formula. Compared to the magic books she read before, the books now open the door to a brand new world for Lillian. Those magic books are like looking at the world through a veil, requiring one's own imagination or observation, but now everything is clear, there is no veil at all. Moreover, the things she has learned now are very fragmented and disjointed. It is hard to imagine what the complete knowledge will look like. Will it be an ocean? When Lillian once asked Xiaobai how she calculated these formulas, Xiaobai just smiled and told her that these were not the achievements of one person, but the efforts of the whole world. We are all ants standing on the shoulders of giants. And we can only see 1/10,000th of this world. Looking at the book in her hand, Lillian suddenly thought of Fangjia. Fangjia always said that they were a group of ignorant people. At that time, Lillian was still a little unconvinced. Now it seems that this is really the same as what Fangjia said. Compared with here, people in other places are all fools. I really hope that other places can become like this place. No war, no oppression, no hunger, everyone is doing meaningful things, everyone is knowledgeable. Lillian sighed for some reason. For no reason. She wanted to bring the ideas and worldviews here to this place, sowing a seed of civilization for this barbaric world. That Fangjia. Lillian found Fangjia wanted to explain her purpose to him, but it was extremely difficult for her to ask others for help, especially for something that might violate taboos. Although knowledge has no borders in the underground palace, it is another matter if it involves things outside the underground palace. What's wrong? Fangjia asked curiously when he saw Lillian's awkward look. Did you not understand something? That's not it. Xiaobai explained it very well. I understood it. I just want to ask if it's possible here. Lillian's face was still as red as an apple. She couldn't even express herself clearly. What's possible? Fangjia was almost dying of anxiety. That's right. Can I? And bring knowledge to people outside. But Lillian still couldn't say the last sentence. Instead, she turned around and ran away with a red face. Fangjia also heard her voice. But he didn't respond to Lillian. To be honest, he himself was not sure whether it was a good thing to bring the knowledge here to the outside world. But for now, the result of doing so would be more disadvantageous than beneficial. After all, in this isolated world in the underground palace, it doesn't matter how advanced the concept is, but whether it can be accepted by conservative people outside will be a big problem. At the least, they will be expelled, and at the worst, they will be put to the stake. After all, if they do not agree with the ideology, they are heretics, and heretics have no human rights. To put it bluntly, the world is not ready to accept the Pamir underground palace. But this is also the original intention. After all, when Lillian was recruited, she wanted to spread the idea of the underground palace. Fangjia shook his head, and the little flower bud appeared at the door. Fangjia, come and take a look. There are many orcs in the northern foothills. Orcs? Do they want to attack the dungeon too? Chapter 68 Shagger's Battle. Fangjia has been suffering from PTSD for a while. Whenever he hears who is coming, his first reaction is whether they are coming to attack the dungeon. They don't look like they are coming to attack the dungeon, but like they are running for their lives. Xiao Huabao looked at Fangjia speechlessly. Don't think of fighting everyone you meet. Fangjia touched his head. Maybe I am too nervous. Following Xiao Huabao, he came to the war room. Shagar, Anai and Tiger were already standing next to the sandbox. Xiao Huabao walked to the side of the sand table and adjusted the magic imaging of the sand table to the northern foot of Mount Keparis. The imaging was rather blurry, but he could still make out that there were about 30 orcs here. They were staggering. Their equipment was in tatters, and they were lying on the ground resting. Can you tell where they came from? Fangjia asked in a deep voice. Shagar was silent for a moment. They should be a wandering tribe, and they may be being hunted by others. After all, she had experienced that painful time, and she was very familiar with orcs in this state. Being hunted? Fangjia immediately said to Xiao Huabao after hearing Shagger's analysis. Xiao Huabao, can you see farther? Xiao Huabao shook her head. No, originally. I just assimilated a few shrubs used as doorbells at the northern foothills, and seeing this position is already the limit. Fangjia thought about it, and planned to give the decision to Shagar, but he was interrupted by the orc grandmother as soon as he said a word. Fangjia. The orc grandma who interrupted Fangjia made an apologetic gesture to Fangjia. You don't owe the orcs anything. In my opinion, you should not expose the existence of the underground palace. Orcs are more greedy and crazy than humans. This will put the underground palace in a situation of being attacked from both sides. Fangjia's mouth twitched. How could such words come from the mouth of an orc like you? It was so strange. However, he knew that the orc grandma was telling the truth. If the population increased, the underground palace might not be able to support it. Letting them leave would also expose them. The best way was to let them be self-sufficient after the recovery. Shagar wanted to say something, but since her grandmother said so, she had to shut up. The orc grandmother didn't want to see these miserable orcs anymore. With the help of Tiger, she returned to the blood altar of monsters and prayed to the statue of Arachnavan. Although she said so, she still hoped to help her fellow tribesmen. However, the orcs, could no longer owe favors to the underground palace. Shagar, the rest depends on you. Alas. The orc grandmother knelt in front of the statue and sighed. Fang Jia looked at the orc grandma's back as she left and seemed to understand why she said that. Sure enough, after a while, on the monster sand table, in addition to those poor orcs, there was another army of about 20 people. They wore animal skins, rode wolves, and were all warriors, which was in sharp contrast to the poor wandering tribe. Although the wandering tribe was poor and embarrassed, they still looked quite brave. The moment they found the wolf riders, they sent out 7 or 8 warriors to block the other tribesmen. Some women and children have already started to kneel down and pray. It seems that they don't plan to escape anymore. This should be their final destination. At this time, Shagar has already put on the ghost-faced dragon-scale warrior armor. Fang Jie, I would like to ask you to help me open the passage to the north slope. I still want to save them. Shagar said firmly. Oh, then have you thought about how to deal with them? Well, I have thought about it. I will save them first and let them leave. I will go alone to fight this time. All of you should stop interfering. I will not bring them into the great underground palace. Grandma is right. We owe the great underground palace too much. Since Shagar wanted to fight in his own name, Fang Jie could understand and waved his hand to open the passage to the northern foot of Cap Eris. Xiao Bai asked worriedly, do you think Shagar can really bear to drive away those orcs who need help? I don't think she can do it. She is too soft-hearted. I originally meant to see if I can recapture them. If possible, I hope to slowly build a city outside the underground palace, and let this city become a bridge connecting the underground palace and the world. But I have thought of a good way to help her. I need to make her appearance gorgeous. It's hard to say whether the orcs outside will worship her as a god. Fang Jie followed with a sly smile. As the chief of this wandering tribe, Sam felt that he was ashamed of his tribe. This winter was too cold. Many tribe members froze to death. They finally survived the winter, but were invaded by other tribes in the spring, which made the already troubled tribe even worse. His father, the previous chieftain, was seriously injured in the battle to defend the tribe. He passed the position of chieftain to his young son on his deathbed. The tribe that invaded their tribe was the greedy wolf tribe, which was considered a relatively powerful tribe. Although they drove them away this time, they still kept harassing them. Just like a wolf playing with its food, it would only show its fangs and give a fatal blow after playing with the food until it was exhausted. There was no other way. Sam, who had just taken over the position of chieftain, had to migrate with the whole tribe. But the wolf eaters still didn't intend to let them go, and kept chasing them as if they would not stop until they were wiped out. Insufficient food, bad weather, and the exhaustion of dealing with the pursuers had already overwhelmed this small tribe. Now it was finally time for this hungry wolf to show its fangs. Sam swore that he would fight to the last moment like his father. So regardless of his injuries, he still resolutely aimed his axe at the wolf rider who was rushing towards him. Life and death only lasted for a moment. Sam was bitten through the shoulder blade by the wolf, and blood gushed out from the bite site. At this moment, the mountain shook as if there was a landslide, and then a narrow crack appeared directly, and a warrior in gorgeous armor appeared in the crack like a god descending from the sky. When the warrior walked out, the crack disappeared silently, as if it had never appeared. Shagar was speechless. Why did he make such a big fuss when he went out today? He didn't think that Fang Jie was plotting against her. The wolf riders were also a little scared when they saw the scene. They immediately left Sam behind and attacked Shagar. Who are you? The wolf rider shouted at Shagar. But Shagar didn't say anything. He just turned his gun and made a gesture to the wolf riders. Come on together. The wolf riders saw Shagar being so arrogant. So the 2 wolf riders in front of them rushed towards Shagar from 2 directions. The first wolf rider ran the fastest, rushed directly in front of Shagar, opened his bloody mouth and bit Shagar. And Shagar took out his crossbow calmly. An arrow directly nailed the wolf's forehead. The wolf fell to the ground, and the cavalry was also thrown out. The cavalry behind immediately changed their strategy, from direct charge to wandering, and saw that Shagar had no shield. So they saw the opportunity, and used a huge battle axe to chop at Shagar. Shagar was not afraid at all. He raised his hand, and prepared to use his armor to intercept the attack that could cut a man in half. The huge battle axe drew sparks on Shagar's hand, but failed to cut off Shagar's arm. The wolf rider was obviously stunned and paused for a second. But Shagar did not. He saw the other hand halberd out like a dragon, and went straight for the wolf rider's neck. Then the halberd slashed, and the wolf rider's head fell to the ground. The whole action was clean and neat, without any flaws. As the halberd slid, a circle of blood splashed. He's alone. Let's attack together. The remaining wolf riders roared when they saw their companions being killed, and charged towards Shagar. Shagar picked up his crossbow and charged and shot at the wolf riders. Fang Jie, Xiao Bai, Xiao Hua Bao, and other underground palace monsters all gathered in front of the monster sand table, watching Shagar beat up the other 18 wolf riders alone. Before, I always felt that her attack was missing something, but now I finally know. Xiao Huabao said thoughtfully. What's missing? Fang Jie was confused by Xiao Huabao's words. What could be missing in such a cold weapon duel? Xiao Huabao meant that a mount was missing. Xiao Bai answered Fang Jie's doubts. Mount? Fang Jie watched the cavalrymen sitting on the wolf mounts move quickly, and attack Shagar from the side from time to time before he reacted. At this time, Xiao Yu actually flew over the big sand table on a poo-poo camel and let out a sound of, huh? Ha! S voice. Fang Jie's eyes twitched wildly. It seems that she was riding a wolf at that time, but I killed her in seconds. Fang Jie covered his face. How about? Fang Jie looked at the cute Lostia. Can you bear the grievance and go out to help her to save face? Humph! You want me to be a mount for an orc? Impossible. I am the noble Fane Fire Dragon. How can you have such an evil idea? Lostia crossed her arms, pretending to die rather than surrender. Puff. Puff. I can. The little tentacle doesn't care what the mount is. As long as it can go out and play, it can do anything. There is no bottom line at all. Fang Jie grabbed the little tentacle directly, and threw it to Xiao Yu who was flying in the sky, and instantly shot down Xiao Yu who was showing off in the sky, making the two little bad guys roll into a ball. Have you finished your homework? I think you don't have enough homework. I give you a few more test papers, Fang Jie said coldly. Lostia. Xiao Yu. And the little tentacle heard it, and immediately ran out of the war room, quickly escaping from Fang Jie. The big devil. I can't cure you anymore. Fang Jie dealt with the three little bad guys before turning his attention to Shagar. Shagar had killed most of the wolf riders, and the wolf riders were dead or injured. A wolf fiercely bit Shagar's left arm, but Shagar didn't avoid it at all, and directly stabbed the war halberd into the wolf's chest. The huge power plus the bonus of the goddess's holy mark directly pierced the wolf rider from the back, and then fiercely stabbed it into the chest of the wolf rider. The last 4 wolf riders were scared out of their wits. They had never seen such a desperate fighting style. Shagar's fighting style was very fierce. He had no defense at all. If you can bite me, I can stab you through the heart. If you dare, let's fight head on. If you can't bite me to death, you will die. 20 wolf riders were killed by Shagar alone. The remaining wolf riders roared at Shagar in protest, and turned around and ran away. Heh. You want to run after the fight? What for? Do you think I'm just a decoration? Shagar showed no mercy, and just raised his hand and shot. But those wolf digs were still very useful, and they kept moving in an S shape, which made Shagar's crossbow lose its standard. But Shagar's inaccurate shooting didn't mean they could escape. The plants under their feet moved, and moved to the path they were on, as if they accidentally tripped them all to the ground, and then injected some paralysis toxins, which immediately made the 4 wolf cavalry unable to get up. When Shagar saw them fall to the ground, he knew that Xiao Huabao or Fang Jie had taken action, and they had agreed not to take action. But it didn't matter. The rest was how to deal with these poor orcs. Shagar felt a little headache when he saw the orcs staring at him in amazement. Chapter 69 Goddess of the Mountain. Who are you? Why did you appear from the mountain? Sam stood up with difficulty, and looked at Shagar, who helped them to repel the enemy. It doesn't matter who I am. You are injured. Drink this quickly. Shagar's crisp voice came from behind the mask. At the same time, Shagar took out a red bottle, and handed it to the injured Sam. Sam didn't drink it. He just stood up and looked at Shagar. Shagar looked at this orc with vigilant eyes, and had to take off his ghost helmet to reveal his true face. I am an orc like you. I just want to help. Before Shagar finished speaking, Sam and other orcs were attracted by her appearance. These poor orcs immediately knelt down to her, and shouted at the same time, Mountain Goddess! Mountain Goddess! Please save us! Save us, Mountain Goddess! Hey, don't kneel down, stand up! Stand up! I am not the Mountain Goddess! When these orcs knelt down, Shagar was a little overwhelmed. Goddess, please save my people. I am willing to be your servant forever, and be your sharp knife. Sam also knelt down, and said to Shagar with a pious face, so I am not the goddess of the mountain. Shagar quickly helped up several orcs, who were close to him. She was used to everyone treating each other equally in the underground palace. Suddenly receiving such a great gift made her feel weird. How could it be? We saw you born from the mountains with our own eyes. This is a miracle. God sent you to save us. The orc next to him knelt down again. Shagar looked back at the mountain that had returned to its original state, with a helpless look on his face. What should he do? Is this feudal superstition killing people? Such a simple magic has become a miracle. Originally, she wanted to save them, and then let them leave, and find a place suitable for survival. But now seeing them like this, she couldn't say the words to let them leave. I'm not a mountain goddess. My name is Shagar. I'm an orc like you. The crack in the mountain just now was just a simple magic of my companions. So don't kneel down. Take a rest and recover from your injuries. Then leave. Find a suitable place to settle down. My lord, no matter what, please help us. All the priests in our tribe are dead. No one can pray for us. No one can convey our voices to the god Kato. I'm not a priest either. Shagar was so frustrated that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. But no matter what Shagar said, Sam looked at her with admiration, and the others kept saying, please save them. Stop. Shagar had no choice but to shout out loudly. Shagar's voice suddenly became louder, which also scared everyone, and everyone was silent and listened to Shagar's words. If you want me to save you, then you found the wrong person. The only one who can save you is you. The land is here. You can feed yourself by planting and hunting. But we don't have any crops to plant in the black sand. And there are few animals for us to hunt. Shagar looked at the orcs in front of him, who were looking at him with hope. And he couldn't say anything decisive. After a long silence, Shagar sighed helplessly. Okay, I will give you guidance. But I am very different from what you think. If you can't follow my rules, I will leave. I will never care about you again. Okay, no problem. We will definitely abide by your rules. After saying that, Sam knelt down again. And the other orcs also knelt down with Sam in gratitude. Shagar turned his head, waved at the mountain, and saw the mountain crack again. Shagar turned back to the kneeling orcs and said, then abide by my first rule. Everyone is equal, and no kneeling. I don't believe that I can't straighten your knees. Go build your homes. I be back soon. After saying that, Shagar turned around and entered the crack. And the mountain closed again. The kneeling orcs looked at this scene in shock. And they were speechless for a long time. What shocked them was not only the magical magic, but also Shagar's words before leaving. Didn't you hear what the goddess said? Don't stand there. Let's set up our tent here. Sam was the first to react. Chief, what the goddess said just now, Brooke. Another warrior said hesitantly while helping Sam up. We all heard it. Let's do what the goddess said. That everyone is equal. Sam awkwardly repeated the word that had not been mentioned for a long time, patted Brooke's shoulder, and poured the red liquid in the bottle into his mouth. After a while, the wound felt itchy, and the 4 deep holes had already scabbed. You are worthy of being a goddess. Sam sighed deeply. The handsome Shagar who said he would straighten someone's knees knelt in front of Fangia the next second, as obedient as a little tentacle that had done something bad and was being trained. That's what happened. I messed up. I failed to deal with the orcs outside. Well, then those wandering orcs set up a tribe at the entrance of our city. Right? Fangia looked indifferent, as if it was all in his plan. Yes. Shagar smiled uglier than crying. I really can't bear it. Okay. It doesn't matter. Let's start with this orc tribe, to improve the reputation of Kepamir. Ah? Shagar was still a little stunned. What he meant was that he was ready to clean up your mess. Little Flower Bud walked in from the door with a smile. He had already arranged it. Your appearance was so grand to build momentum for you, to show your strength, to make the orcs outside submit to you. Otherwise, do you think he didn't know that sneak attacks were better? Little Flower Bud reached out and pulled up Shagar, who was kneeling on the ground. Fangia spread his hands. He did ask Little Flower Bud to prepare. He had already thought about it. The Gola transformed by Little Flower Bud in this black sand moss landform should be able to grow. If he tried hard, he could harvest twice a year. Looking at the Gola brought by the Little Flower Bud, Shagar's eyes were filled with tears. It turns out that your family will always support you the most. Don't be too happy too soon. I have requirements. All children over the age of 6 must receive 9 years of compulsory education. There are also requirements for how to farm and how to raise livestock. Then, you have to teach them more, so that they don't have racial prejudices anymore. In the future, a city of all races will be built outside. Yes. Shagar nodded vigorously. Okay. Let's go. This expedition to our home will take a long time. Fang Jia waved his hand and drove Shagar out of the underground palace. All the orcs in the underground palace also went with him. The orc grandmother was going to open a branch of the Kepamir primary school in this small tribe. Xiong was the new priest. Yu was very happy that she became the agricultural instructor of the orcs at the youngest age. After Fang Jia sent the orcs out of the underground city for the expedition to their home, he went back to optimize the traps in the big maze. He had to make good use of the magma room he found before. Fang Jia was very unwilling to fail to implement the plan to miss a step and fall into the magma pool, so he wanted to lead the magma directly up. When he thought of the brave man coming to the underground palace for adventure, he missed a step and almost fell into the magma lake. Fang Jia became excited again. Isn't this what a classic RPG game should look like? But after actual operation, it seems that it is still not feasible. The location of the maze is too high. The magma flows slowly, and the floating distance is too long. The heat loss is serious. It will solidify if you are not careful. After the plan failed again, Fang Jia could only purify part of the poisonous gas in the magma chamber and send it into the big maze. If the mechanism is accidentally triggered, the poisonous gas will be ejected. In addition, Fang Jia originally wanted to get a piece of calcium uranium mica with a higher purity and put it in a treasure chest and throw it into the maze. If someone is lucky enough to get it, they will think it is a precious gem, but they will die without knowing why. But doing so is really a bit inhumane. After all, dying from radiation sickness is an extremely painful thing. And who knows what kind of strange equipment a wizard can make with it. That would be a trap for himself. With this in mind, Fang Jia had to give up the idea of using uranium or to make a trap. Fang Jia. Just when Fang Jia was designing the poison gas trap, Lostia, Xiaoyu, Little Tentacle appeared in the laboratory. We protest. We want to go out and play too. Why can you go? But we can't. We protest. Xiaoyu said angrily. Puchi. Protest. Protest, yes. Yes. We want to play too. Lostia also chimed in. Fang Jia felt a headache watching the 3 little ones protesting to him. I think you don't have enough homework. Still want to go out and play. Lostia. How is your physics? Little Tentacle, you can't even speak fluently, and you still want to go out and play? Xiaoyu, did you pass your math? The 3 little ones shrank their necks in unison. No. We protest. We also want to go out and play. Shio's confidence was not as strong anymore. Little Tentacle and Lostia only dared to nod and give moral support to Xiaoyu, the smallest of the 3. Fang Jia's face straightened, and his eyes were shining as he said, Yu's average score is above 85, and naturally he scored 98 points. What about you? Moreover, you went on an expedition with a mission, to teach those orcs how to grow crops, not to play. When the 3 little ones heard Fang Jia speak with grades, they lost their remaining confidence and had to run back to the library in shame. Lillian came to Fang Jia's door again, and was almost knocked down by the 3 little ones, who ran out in shame. She adjusted her maid outfit, patted her chubby face that had grown in the underground palace, and mustered up her courage again, and came to Fang Jia. Fang Jia, can I also bring the knowledge here to the humans outside? Chapter 70 Moving Maze and Hello World. You? It may not be appropriate now. Well, let me tell you this. Fang Jia sighed and said slowly. I know what you mean, but to be honest, human beings are not ready to accept Kepamir. There are many religions in the human world, and they are deeply rooted in people's hearts, but Kepamir does not have them. Here we study science, using science to explain the world, which is naturally opposed to theology. And most of the monsters here are monsters, and they are naturally opposed to humans. In such an environment, if you go out to spread our ideas, you will only end up as a pagan and be executed. Fang explained that at the moment of execution, Lillian's mind flashed many scenes of sectarian wars, as well as the darkest age of witches that was once recorded. I have been waiting for an opportunity to make the world slowly accept Kepamir. And before this opportunity comes, I can only increase my strength to protect myself. The arrival of the orc tribe, this time, can only be regarded as an attempt to communicate with the outside world. Whether it can be done depends on the results. Lillian lowered her head in disappointment. Don't worry, if you can learn all the magic books in the underground palace, and use them flexibly, and have the ability to protect yourself, I will give you leave if you want to go home. Really? When Lillian heard that she could go back to her parents' home, she immediately opened her eyes wide and looked at Fang Jie. Of course. I never lie. Fang Jie patted Lillian's head. After getting the answer, Lillian left the laboratory happily. She planned to live in the library in the future. Practice questions all night long. The peaceful life lasted for quite a long time. After the mercenary group was wiped out last time, no one dared to go deep into the dungeon again. Even the endless forest outside was rarely explored. They only dared to repeatedly explore the edge of the forest. Fang Jie also completed the entire moving maze during this period. Today is the day when the moving maze is officially started. Fang Jie opened the valve of the cooling water tank. A large amount of cooling water poured into the boiler, evaporated into steam by high temperature, and drove several huge steam turbines. Under Xiao Bai's precise calculation, these steam turbines brought sufficient power to the mobile maze. Countless gears meshed together, driving the entire mobile maze to operate. Mobile maze control room. Xiao Yu, wearing a steampunk captain's outfit and holding a small cup of coffee, walked into the mini operating table of the mobile maze. She sat on the control seat under the gaze of a group of black men wearing navy hats. She looked very proud, like a captain on the bridge. Except that the black man said to her, "Captain on the bridge. 65, 21, 58, replace the I-shaped corridor. 65, 23, 92, replace the L-shaped corridor. Rotate the X-axis 90 degrees. As Xiao Yu issued one command after another, the entire moving maze started to work like a tight machine. After a while, the maze spelled out the words, "Hello world." Xiao Yu looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Very good, the test is complete. Fang Jie and other monsters in the great underground palace collectively applauded Xiao Yu from behind, making Xiao Yu so proud that he almost flew to the sky. Poochie Poochie. What is this? So fun. The little tentacle also curiously climbed onto Xiaoyu's console and pushed Xiao Yu aside. Under the horrified gaze of the little black man, it pointed at the control panel, and the words in the moving maze were instantly disrupted. Ah! Little tentacle. Stop it! Xiao Yu was furious and tried to stop the little tentacle, but how could her young body be a match for the little tentacle? She couldn't move the little tentacle at all. Fang Jie looked at this scene with amusement. Seeing that Xiao Yu was about to cry, he had no choice but to step forward and grab the little tentacle out of the mini control room. Don't make trouble. Little tentacle. That's Xiao Yu's toy. Xiao Yu's captain's hat flew away. He looked at the little tentacle with a vigilant face, and quickly pulled up the door of the isolation control room to block the little tentacle from entering. Poochie Poochie, I want it. I want it. Don't make trouble. Study hard. I will make a bigger and more powerful maze for you in the future. After receiving Fang Jie's promise, the little tentacle was satisfied and stopped making trouble. Ding mission. Expand the great underground palace. Completed. Reward. 12,000 soul points. Special aura of moving maze. Anxiety aura. People who are lost in the moving maze will feel much more anxious. Uh-huh. This mission is finally over. Fang Jie, who has a huge amount of money, feels that his waist and legs are not sore, and his body is straight, resisting the urge to draw 12 times in a row. Fang Jie is ready to save it for emergency use. Drops knew the heart of the underground palace requirements. Build a magic core. Reward 3,000 soul points. Magic aura. ABA. Fang Jie hadn't finished being happy yet. The system issued another task. This time it required the completion of the magic core, but this thing is really a headache. Both the high-density magic storage and the magic restraint are clueless. I thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. So I stopped thinking about it for now. Give my brain a break. But if you don't think about troubles, troubles will still come to you. For example, now, Shagar ran to the underground palace to complain to Fang Jie. As a warrior, Brooke was not used to the current life and always felt uncomfortable. After Shagar became the backbone of the tribe, he promulgated a series of magical rules. For example, everyone is equal, buying the weak is not allowed, and fighting is not allowed. These small things are taken care of. Even going to the toilet must be done in a small house. If you are not careful, you will violate these rules and regulations. You may be whipped for minor offenses, or expelled from the tribe for serious offenses. These things made Brooke uncomfortable. But he found a loophole in the rules. I don't fight or cause trouble. I just sleep on the moss. This way, I don't violate your rules. In this way, Shagar encountered the first problem since she became a manager. There was a phenomenon of laziness in the village. At first, it was just one person, and then it became several people. According to them, everyone was given equal food, and it didn't matter whether they worked more or less. So they might as well just sleep like this. As a result, fewer and fewer people worked. This made Shagar very confused. He racked his brains, but still couldn't figure it out. So he ran to Fangjia to complain. I understand. Fangjia knew where the problem was as soon as he heard it. I have always told you that equality for all does not mean that you give them the same food, the same house, but equality for all in human rights and equality under the law. Well, I can give you a trick, but this trick may cause resistance from some conservatives. It depends on whether you can survive it. In this way, under Fangjia's guidance, the village council of Orkmere village was formally established, and a magical currency was issued, which was like a piece of animal skin paper, but with beautiful portraits of various monsters painted on it. It was impossible for anyone in this world to imitate it. The land also changed from the previous joint farming model to the contract farming model. Food was no longer distributed free of charge per person, but required money to buy. Originally, everyone was a little resistant, not wanting to use this strange currency, and wanted to continue the previous model of distributing food per person. But Shagar built a beautiful little stone house in the village overnight as a place to sell food. At first, there was only one kind of food, which was gulu. Later, tapir meat was obtained from somewhere, which made everyone greedy. But the prices were marked on them, 1 yuan/kg for gulu, and 25 yuan per kilogram for tapir meat. There was also a notice board next to it, which read, "Labor creates a better life. From now on, you can get a living allowance of 2 yuan per day by contracting land for farming." The orcs were not calm now. If they spent 1 yuan a day to buy golu, they could save 1 yuan, and they could eat tapir meat for a month. The loose alliance of lazy people collapsed instantly, and everyone rushed to the small house with the sign of Mere Village Council to contract the land. But contracting is not that simple. Contracting land not only plans the size and location of the land, but also stipulates the obligations to be fulfilled, that is, you have to hand over a certain amount of grain when you harvest according to the calculated output. If you fail to reach this amount, you will be treated as a breach of contract. In addition to the food that was handed in, enough surplus food was left, and the rest of the food was purchased by the village council, and it was not allowed to be sold privately, and it would be investigated immediately if found. Now those orcs who wanted to contract the land, and then sit back and enjoy the subsidies gave up their lazy thoughts, and had to farm honestly. This was not the end. Not long after, the government even issued a tree planting task, 5 yuan per tree, and had to plant around the edge of Mere Village, plant a circle. This made everyone very happy. Plant 5 trees, and you can have meat to eat. So the orcs started working enthusiastically again. Sam was relieved at this time. He thought the goddess was angry, and didn't want to care about them. But in just 2 days, she came up with such a good plan, which perfectly solved the current problem. He is now also a civil servant of the village council, and has a salary of 3 yuan a day. He didn't want it at first, but Shagar insisted on giving it to him, saying that serving the people also requires eating. This touched him, and made him more worried about the safety of the village. "Lord Shagar, should we build a wall with stones? Even if we can't use it to defend against predators, we can use it to defend against wild beasts. Look at this area. Even birds don't poop. Where did the wild beasts come from? I know you are very worried about the safety of the village, so didn't I ask everyone to plant trees? Those trees will help us do a good job of vigilance." Shagar smiled, and said to the young orc chief, "Can trees also be used for vigilance?" Sam was a bit confused. "Of course, believe me, you'd better go with you to teach the orcs who have contracted the land. She is too young to be alone. Please take care of her." Sam had no choice but to obey the order and become Uznani. At first, he was a little resistant, thinking that he should not just be a Nani, but when you took out his little notebook to teach the orcs, he realized how wrong he was. Chapter 71 Orc Village. Guru is a stem plant, rich in starch and many other nutrients. In order to make them grow well and increase the yield, the density should not be too large. When planting, one should be planted every 35 centimeters. As he spoke, Yu took out a ruler from his white brand bag and passed it to everyone to read. In order to grow better, you need to water and fertilize regularly. Water twice a day, once in the morning and once in the evening. Then the black sand soil here is relatively poor, so you need to fertilize frequently, at least once every 3 days. For fertilizer, you can't use feces directly from the public toilet. You need to use composted fertilizer. Do you have any questions now? You asked the orcs after class. I have. Can we really achieve the yield you said if we plant like this? Why do we have to plant so far apart? I can fit 8 or 9 golu in between with this distance. Well, because each plant needs a certain amount of space to grow, and the fertility in the soil is limited. If we plant too densely, it will easily lead to malnutrition. And finally there may be no harvest. At the end, you added, of course, I am just giving you suggestions. If you insist on doing it, I will not stop you. You smiled and said, then picked up the small bag and left. Sam looked at the book issue and became more curious. Hello. You? Can I know how you predicted the final output? Hello. Oh, Uncle. Of course, this output is calculated. You can calculate it. The formula is. You was very happy. Although this uncle looked a little bit not very smart. But he could finally tell him the formula he learned. Sam was completely confused by you. What was coming out of that small mouth? Plant density multiplied by growth rate. Fertilizer consumption rate and single yield. Growth cycle and total yield. In the end, he rolled his eyes and sent you, who was still unsatisfied, back to Mill Village Primary School. Sam, whose IQ was suppressed, realized that none of the people brought back by the goddess of the mountain seemed to be simple. Brooke couldn't be lazy anymore. If he didn't work, he would have nothing to eat. But he really didn't want to farm. He missed his previous life very much. He could fight when he had nothing to do, and go hunting when he wanted to eat. His ideal was to die on the battlefield. He was ready to die with the enemy. But a mountain goddess appeared and said she wanted to reform. He thought for a long time, and finally found Sam in the evening and explained his purpose to him. Chief, I really can't understand why you let that woman reform us. Look at what the village has become now. From a wolf to a 2-horned milk beast waiting to be slaughtered. What's the difference between this and those cowardly humans? Brooke sat in Sam's tent and said loudly to Sam, haven't we suffered enough from the war? Have you forgotten those tribesmen who died in the war? Now there is such a place that can shelter us from the wind and rain, and allow our tribesmen to live a stable life. Isn't it good not to worry like before? Sam had a headache. Brooke shook his head. He was very disappointed. Sam, you don't have any orc blood now. You are like a 2-horned milk beast. Have you forgotten why your father died? I'm disappointed for your father. No. Of course I remember. When Sam heard Brooke mention his father, his voice became louder, and he grabbed Brooke's collar directly. My father died in order to protect our people. And now I am doing the same thing as my father, fighting to prevent my people from starving. We have sacrificed many people. I don't want to go back to my previous life. Crazy. I think you have been brainwashed by that woman. Brooke pulled the tent in a rage and went out. Sam followed Brooke out. The moment they came out of the tent, they were both stunned. There were orcs standing in front of them, staring at them blankly. What are you looking at? I'm not wrong. Look at you now. You all look like 2-horned milk beasts. What's the difference between you and those cowardly humans? I think you have all been deceived by the goddess of the mountain. She just wants to turn everyone into slaves. Brooke was the first to react, frowning and speaking to the orcs who were watching. The others did not speak, but just lowered their heads. What are you arguing about? Why are you all gathered here? Shagar pushed aside the orcs who were blocking him and stood up. Goddess. Brooke. An orc wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Brooke. What goddess? I think she is a witch, Brooke said contemptuously. What are you talking about? Sam couldn't bear to watch it any longer, but Shagar raised his hand to stop him. Wait, what did I do to make you think I'm a witch? Isn't it? You suddenly appeared from the mountains. Not only do you not look like an orc, but you don't talk or act like an orc at all. You are destroying our blood, and you make us content with the status quo, isn't it? Brooke finally vented all his accumulated dissatisfaction. Shagar knew it as soon as he heard it. Fangjia's prophecy was successful again. This Brooke might be such a conservative. First, you gave me the name of mountain goddess. I never said I was a goddess. Second, you asked me to save you, So I helped you according to my standards. Finally, if you are not used to this kind of life, you can leave. This is not a cage that restricts you, Shagar said loudly, and looked at the other orcs who were watching. You are expelling me, Brook said to everyone angrily. Let's go! Let's go to another place to rebuild our tribe. No matter what happens in the end. It's our destination. Which is better than staying here and being controlled by a foreigner. Silence. But silence greeted Brook. You? Brook was also shocked that no one stood on the same side as him. Hee hee. Shagar chuckled. I know you. You used to be a warrior. You fought for the tribe. You were considered a hero of the tribe. But you are too stubborn. You can't accept new things. Come. Let me help you. Shagar looked around. This will become a city in the future. A city where everyone is equal, and there is no racial difference. When I say there is no racial difference, I don't mean there are no clans among the orcs. I mean humans, orcs, elves, and even monsters are all equal. If you can't accept it, you can ask to leave with Brook now. As soon as Shagar said this, the orcs around him whispered, Orcs? Humans? Elves? Monsters? All mixed together? This is impossible. Brook couldn't believe that. Shagar would say that. Nothing is impossible. As far as I know. Someone has done it. Shagar's expression was very calm, as if he was stating a fact. Really? Sam's eyes widened. He had always felt that the goddess, and the people she brought with her were somewhat incredible, but he didn't expect their thinking to be so advanced. Shagar waited for a long time, and asked when everyone's whisper stopped. So, what's your answer? Leave now. Or witness the birth of this epic-making power with me. The afterglow of the sun splashed on Shagar's pale skin, adding a touch of warmth to the pale skin, and also outlining a circle of golden edges for Shagar, making her seem like a goddess descending to earth. I do. Sam was the first to speak. I am willing to do so. Me too. Me too. As Sam spoke, the other orcs also expressed their willingness to stay one after another. Brook fell into silence. Sam took a deep breath, and said to Brook cruelly, Brook, you can go, you can take anything from the tribe, but don't come back. Brook also bowed his head deeply. Okay, he definitely doesn't want to leave. He is also doing it for the good of your tribe, although he is stubborn, but I think he is worth educating. Shagar smiled, and went over to pat Brook's shoulder gently. As expected, adults always burst into tears in an instant. Tears ran down Brook's face, and he lowered his head quickly. Who wants to stay? I'm just worried about everyone. Sam sighed, and couldn't help but hug Brook. He and Brook have been friends since childhood, so how could he hope that he would leave? Okay. Everyone go away. Go, and do what you need to do. Have you finished watering the fields in the evening? Shagar said, as he dispersed the crowd. Brook, I think of a position that suits you very well. I wonder if you are interested in applying for it. After everyone left, Shagar said to Brook with a smile. Tell me about it. I want to see if it is more interesting than farming. Brook wiped his eyes, and said stubbornly, Well, military personnel, you will lead the war in the future. When Brook heard this, his eyes reflected, and he immediately felt that his waist and legs were no longer sore. Is this considered a war chief of a large clan? Seeing Brook's reaction, Shagar laughed even happier, and he was on par with Fangjia. But, my requirements are very high. If you fail, I will replace you immediately. That's impossible. No one here is braver than me. Brook said this with a solemn oath. And then he remembered that the chief was still standing next to him, and immediately changed his words. Except the chief. Well, then you can go to mere primary school for further study first. At least graduate from primary school for me first. Sam smiled, and patted the petrified Brook. This is a great idea. Learn with the kids. Shagar looked at Sam, who was gloating, and raised his eyebrows. Don't laugh. You should go with me. You are the chief of the clan. But you can't even do elementary school math. I am ashamed of you. You have already told me. So you should go with me. When these words came out, Sam was also petrified instantly. Chapter 72 Microscope. Shagar returned to the underground palace. As soon as she entered the door, she was warmly welcomed by everyone, which confused her. Great. Your tricks have improved. You look like a leader now. Fangjia clapped his hands, and walked out to greet Shagar with a smile. You educated me well. Shagar immediately laughed and counterattacked. So, don't you want to invest more in Near Village? Shagar no longer looked like a goddess. Rubbing her hands, squinting her eyes. She looked like a profiteer. I told you to imitate, not to surpass. Stand up straight. And speak properly. Fangjia patted Shagar helplessly. Shagar smiled and stood up straight. Haven't I sponsored you a well and a small stone house? What else do you want? I want the human capital in the picture book Middle-earth. Shagar's eyes glowed with yearning. I think you are thinking of Tauzi. That's Gondor. Do you know how big it is? You want to tire me to death? Fangjia's eyes widened. Has Shagar become arrogant? He actually wants Gondor. It seems that he needs to be trained better. So cool. Shagar narrowed his eyes in longing. Fangjia had a headache. What a big pit he has brought to himself. Okay. If you can develop the population to 2,000 people, and meet the requirements I mentioned before, I will help you build it. You said it. It's a deal. Shagar was so happy when Fangjia agreed. He jumped up like a child. Yeah. I said it. Fangjia gritted his teeth and agreed. In fact, he also wanted to develop the orc village. After all, this would be the gateway to the underground palace in the future. He had to be very handsome. The expedition to the orc's doorstep had been going on for several weeks, and the overall situation had stabilized, except for some concerns about the lack of city walls. The orcs were basically warm and well-fed. The clever beast men have already come up with the simplest transactions. For example, Uncle Tiger opened a blacksmith shop in the village and made some iron farm tools. Inspired by him, some people in the village also started some small businesses, such as making some pottery jars and bowls to sell. But, is this the beginning of capitalism? Fangjia is not sure, but he thinks it is good. These days, Fangjia has studied microscopes a little bit when he is free, although he has only been exposed to them in the biology laboratory in junior high school before. He still roughly knows the principle. After all, a microscope with a small magnification is very simple. Just a convex lens. Now we have finally made a prototype, and we can probably see some paramecium plant cells or something. Xiao Huabao, what are you busy with? That day Fangjia mysteriously came to Xiao Huabao's ranch and found Xiao Huabao and you brushing the hair of the poo-poo camel. You, the little girl, had finished her agricultural guidance a few days ago, and she had basically finished the courses that Grandma and the others were taking outside. She could only go back to the great underground palace to learn more advanced things, so she became Xiao Huabao's assistant. Didn't you see that I'm brushing the camels? Don't mess with them. These little guys are scared to death when you come. They rub against the bubble flowers when they have nothing to do. It's getting harder and harder to brush them. The little flower bud comforted the camels, whose fur was blown up by Fangjia's arrival. They still remember that Fangjia shaved them clean in the middle of winter. Fangjia spread his hands helplessly. The device that I told you about before that can see the microscopic world is ready. Although the magnification is not high, it should be no problem to see a cell or something. Fangjia estimated that the microscope had a magnification of about 200 to 300 times. But he had not calculated it in detail. Really? Xiao Huabao stood up immediately after hearing this. The poo-poo tool, who had been lying comfortably on her legs and stroking her fur, rolled to the ground. It took a long time for him to stand up dazedly, and made a dissatisfied meow. Ah, I'm sorry. Xiao Huabao was too excited. She gently patted the dissatisfied poo-poo tool to comfort it. And then she pulled the confused you and urged Fangjia to come to the library laboratory. Here, this is it. Arriving at the laboratory, Fangjia pointed to a strange-looking device and said to Xiao Huabao, "This platform is the stage, and the reflector is underneath. You can make some simple specimens and put them on this thin glass slide, and then look through this small hole." Fangjia explained to Xiao Huabao and knew how to use the microscope. Yes, so can we look now? Xiao Huabao couldn't wait any longer. You have to wait. There is no specimen to observe yet. Fangjia smiled like a fox and took out a small glass slide like a magic trick and then handed it to Xiao Huabao with a sense of humor. Use this to scrape your face twice. Just scrape it gently. Although Xiao Huabao was puzzled, he still did as Fangjia said, and did not realize that a big word of danger was written on his head. Fangjia took the small glass slide that scraped Xiao Huabao's face and placed it on a thin glass slide, dropped a drop of water, and then placed the slide under the lens. He adjusted the distance of the lens and smiled as if his prank had succeeded. Haha, I finally found it. Come and take a look. Fang explained as he smiled and gave the observation port to the little flower bud. The little flower bud looked puzzled and came closer, and saw a transparent bug with a teardrop-shaped body appear in his field of vision, and the pointed end was constantly extending and retracting, as if it was looking for something. Ah! What is this? A bug? Why are there bugs? Did you scrape them off my face? The little flower bud widened his eyes. Of course, these little guys are everywhere, not just on the face, but also inside the body. The one you see looks very much like a swan beetle. I wanted to look for mites, but it seems that you don't have any. After all, the little flower bud evolved from plants. It doesn't matter if there are no mites but swan beetles. No, stop talking. I'm going to vomit if you keep talking. I'm going to wash my face first. I feel like there are countless little bugs crawling on my face now. The little flower bud couldn't stand it immediately, and ran out of the laboratory, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. You didn't think too much, but just looked at the swimming insect curiously, his eyes full of curiosity. Are there any smaller insects? You looked at Fangjia with curious eyes. Yes. They are collectively called microorganisms. And there are even smaller bacteria and viruses. But these are too small to be seen with ordinary optical microscopes. Yudian nodded and continued to observe the swan-like long-beaked insect that looked like a small flower bud. At this time, Xiaobai crawled behind Fangjia like a ghost, and said in a gloomy voice, "You have made something interesting without telling me again." Fangjia shuddered at the gloomy voice. If there were hairs, they would all stand up. No, I didn't make anything. Just a simple little thing. Fangjia quickly explained. Although he was big, he didn't dare to move in front of Xiaobai. Then why did Xiao Huabao ask you to show her the bugs you took off her face in the bathroom? Now she has almost rubbed off a layer of skin. Here. This is it. Microscope. You can see microorganisms? You ignored Fangjia's frightened eyes, and stabbed him hard. Oh! Microscope. Xiaobai suddenly realized. And the word "oh" was dragged out. Danger? Very dangerous. Fangjia put on an expression of dying rather than surrendering. Pa. He knelt down on the ground, and said to Xiaobai in the most stern tone. I will kneel here today. If you don't forgive me, don't even think about asking me to get up. Ha. Xiaobai ignored Fangjia, and jumped onto the table to observe microorganisms. But this thing is just a prototype. What it can see is still very limited. If you put a few more sets of concave lenses, it should be smaller. But it needs to be designed more carefully. Xiaobai, looking at the microscope, rubbed his glasses, and then replied to Fangjia without moving his head. Yeah. You can't figure it out again. I've seen this principle before. Leave it to me to design a microscope with a higher magnification. You are the best indeed. Fangjia saw Xiaobai reply, and immediately rubbed his hands in flattery, but before he could do anything, Xiaobai's voice came over. Kneel. Fangjia immediately continued to kneel like a deflated balloon. But his hands were not idle while he was kneeling. He wanted to design a pair of glasses with the materials left over from making the microscope, and wanted to give it to Xiaobai as an apology gift, but it seemed that the glasses he had seen before did not quite suit Xiaobai's temperament, and as a result, he struggled for a long time, but could not make it until Xiaobai left. He knelt down for a long time, struggling with his feelings, not to mention getting Xiaobai's forgiveness. But at night, Fangjia still shamelessly climbed onto Xiaobai's bed. Although some minor incidents occurred after the microscope was made, it did not affect Xiaobao's desire to explore nature. In the end, he joined the team to explore the microscopic world with his face rubbed red. At this moment, Xiaobao and you became crazy scientists. They wanted to take whatever they saw and cut it into slices. The first to bear the brunt were the monsters in the underground palace. The little tentacles and Lostia did not escape the hands of these two crazy scientists. The three troublemakers, Little Tentacle, Little Yu, and Lostia, were even scared to tears. This can be seen from the fact that they have been walking around Little Flower Bud and you for several weeks. However, they have really found something useful. For example, when magic is stored in cells, it will appear translucent and colorful. Cells with full magic will have a circle of color around them. The biggest contribution is Little Tentacle. There is a dark wall-like membrane in her epidermal cells, which can effectively absorb magic and diffuse it, thus achieving a high magic resistance effect. Little Flower Bud and the others can only see the colorful light of magic through her cells. This may be the first research in the world to directly see magic. Lostia's cells are large and tough. The Little Flower Bud tried to cut them for a long time, but failed to cut them open. Xiaoyu was not able to cut anything off. Her spirit body's skills saved her. Fang Jie also studied it, and found some interesting things, which were the shaping skills he used. When he looked at these microorganisms and performed shaping work, it became extremely difficult, as if there were living organisms everywhere, and it was impossible to shape them. But when he put aside the microscope and used shaping directly, it would return to normal. This puzzled him. Could these be Schrödinger's microorganisms? If they don't exist if you don't look at them, they don't exist? It seems that there are more and more problems. However, the little flower but interrupted Fang Jie's thinking. Another orc came, and was approaching the Mir village. Chapter 73 Two Foxes. Gruel Okon is the name of the merchant. He brought a large caravan to Mir village at dawn. He and Tiger are old friends. They were once comrades in arms and friends. Later, for various reasons, he got in touch with humans and became an orc merchant, and Tiger disappeared. Oh my god, that's Golu. As soon as they entered Mir village, Gruel's deputy saw the Gola fields from a distance. What? Gruel immediately opened the door of the beast car and ran out. It was really Gora field. You know, this plant has a high yield, but they can't grow it here, or they wouldn't trade grain with humans. Who are you? Why are you in our fields? Just then, an orc appeared on the hill. He held a farm tool and looked at Gruel's huge convoy with caution. Don't be nervous. We are here to find the merchants of Shagar. We will not rob you, Gruel said gently, and signaled the guards of the caravan to put down their weapons. However, the orcs on the hill did not relax their vigilance. They still held their hoes and watched them vigilantly. If they made any unusual movements, he would not hesitate to raise his hoe and fight them to the death. At this time, a lot of people came running behind him, all their weapons added together. The top one might be a hatchet or an axe, and the others were hoes, hammers, and so on. These were the least orc-like orc Gruel had ever seen. They looked exactly like the small human farm he had visited before. They are here to find the mountain goddess. Why are you here to find the mountain goddess? The new villagers looked at them warily. The mountain goddess? Gruel was a little confused. We are a caravan heading to Cape Hopeless. We have done business with your mountain goddess before. After hearing what he said, the villagers felt relieved. I'm here. It's okay. They are not enemies. You go back first. At this moment, Shagar finally arrived in front of Gruel, and reluctantly drove away the vigilant villagers. Gruel couldn't believe it when he saw Shagar again. The last time he saw Shagar, she was wearing a mask. Now that she has taken off the mask, he wouldn't have recognized her if he hadn't heard a familiar voice. No wonder they call you the goddess of the mountain. You are so beautiful. Ha ha. Gruel laughed loudly. Shagar blushed. Uncle Gruel, why did you come to us this time? Our destination this time is Cape Hopeless. We just happened to pass by Mir Peak, so we came to see it. I didn't expect you to grow Goru in this barren land. I'm so happy. It's an unexpected harvest. Shagar welcomed Gruel into the small stone house of the village council. If you really grow Goru, I can buy it from you. How about it? Well, it's possible. But we are still in a poor situation. The Goru we grow may only be enough for us to eat. Gruel saw the difficulty of Shagar, and did not pursue the topic further. It doesn't matter. If there is any extra, I will buy it. I came here this time because I was on the way, and I also wanted to ask if you have any weapons made of garrison steel. How can garrison steel be so easy to forge? We got a piece by chance. If it was so easy, wouldn't everyone be able to use it? Shagar replied perfunctorily. Forging? Have you figured out the origin of garrison steel? Gruel's mind worked very quickly, and he immediately found the loophole in Shagar's words. Shagar's alarm bells immediately went off. How is this possible? I mean, we only got a little bit of garrison steel by chance. Gruel's face said. I don't believe it. You're lying to me. This made Shagar roll his eyes. Okay. You may not be his opponent. Let me do it. Fang Jie's voice went straight into the hearts of the two people, and Fang Jie also emerged directly from the ground, holding a piece of steel in his hand. Gruel remained unmoved despite such a change, just quietly looking at Fang Jie, not even showing hostility. Shagar also stood up naturally, gave his seat to Fang Jie, and introduced to Gruel. This is the real owner of Mir village. Fang Jie, this is Gruel Okon, the orc merchant we once went on an expedition to find. Gruel didn't say anything, just looked at Fang Jie quietly, and Fang Jie also looked at him quietly. Neither of them said anything. Just when Shagar was embarrassed by this atmosphere, Gruel suddenly laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Very good. So you are the real owner of this village? Master? That's not the case. Fangjia waved his hand and said, the owner of this village is the people who live here. We just serve these people. Interesting. So interesting. This statement. Then you appear in front of me openly like this. Aren't you afraid that I will release your information? If I send it out, I will only find a dilapidated village. Besides, I believe in Uncle Tiger's vision. Gruel nodded. So Tiger has guaranteed me. Then tell me the truth. I will trade with you as much garrison steel as you can give me. Fangjia raised a finger and shook it in front of Gruel. No. No. No, you and I both know this truth. The reason why valuable things are valuable is because they are rare. So I can only provide you with one weapon a month at most. Fangjia snapped his fingers. And the steel in his hand slowly turned into a gorgeous saber, as if it melted into liquid. Gruel was really moved at this time. Fangjia's move was both a performance and a threat. Awesome. It's really awesome. I once heard from humans that an extremely powerful monster appeared near Kepamir, and it directly destroyed the 3 major mercenary groups of the kingdom of Kokaina. The one who caused the death of 2 of the leaders of the 3 major mercenary groups, and the insanity of one should be you. Fangjia nodded honestly. Yes. I'm talking about me. Do you want to test my strength? No. 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 That's not the case. Since Shagar trusts you so much, I trust you as well. I've strayed off topic. Can we talk about the price of this weapon? Gruel reached out and took the gorgeous sword. He tapped the blade lightly. The steel blade trembled slightly and made a pleasant sound. Good sword. Name your price. I want this knife, Gruel said cheerfully. I can give you this knife for free. But I want you to help me pass a message to those wandering tribes. Orcs. Humans. Elves. It doesn't matter. Gruel was interested. No money. Just a message? Interesting. It's about someone building a city on the northern foot of the Pamir Mountains. An ideal place without suffering and equality for all races. Equality among all races? No suffering? Are you sure? Let's not talk about whether it can be done. Once this news spreads, you may become heretics in the whole world. Haha. It's not scary to be a target. We just need an opportunity to let others know our strength. As for whether it can be achieved, Fangjia suddenly approached Gruel. Are you interested in opening the door to a new world with me? Of course. I want to see it. Gruel stroked his beard and responded to Fangjia. Hearing his answer, Fangjia snapped his fingers. The space where the 3 of them were suddenly sunk into the ground. When Gruel's eyes were clear again, they had already entered the interior of the Kepamir underground palace. I show you around my house. Fangjia smiled and stood up. The first stop is our library. Gruel swore that he had never seen such a scene before. What did he see? He saw orcs, humans, monsters studying in the same room. The lecturer was actually a spider monster. He even saw a huge earth dragon here. Lostia, meow meow meow. Who are you talking about? Earth dragon? As for what they were learning, he was ashamed. He couldn't even understand the symbols they used. But that didn't mean he gave up. He asked Shagar to help him translate the problem that Joan was working on. It was about a 4-legged wolf and a 6-legged bull. There were 78 heads and 376 legs in a cage. How many of each animal were there? After watching it, Gruel's brain seemed to be pressed on the ground by hundreds of bull monsters and wolves. And he felt dizzy. He struggled for a long time, but couldn't figure it out, and was despised by Joan next to him. He took it to him and figured it out in less than 2 minutes. This feeling was something he had never experienced in his life. Shagar covered his mouth when he saw it, although she also took a long time to figure it out. It was much better than Gruel. Then he visited the ranch of the little flower bud, and finally stayed in the underground palace to eat a delicious underground palace meal. Gruel almost ate too much. The next day, Gruel woke up in Mir village in a daze. He drank some blueberry wine yesterday. He thought the wine was sweet, like juice, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. He opened the window and saw the clear sky outside again. The orcs in the village carried hoes and sang folk songs as they walked towards the fields. Gruel looked dazed, as if yesterday was just an extremely bizarre dream, coupled with the dizziness after a hangover. He always felt that it was a little unreal. Are you up, Uncle Gruel? Shagar smiled and pushed open the door, bringing in a bucket of water for Gruel to wash his face. Well, yesterday. Was it real? Gruel asked a little embarrassedly. His loud voice unconsciously became much smaller. Of course it's true. Fang Jie is waiting for you. Come down quickly. After saying that, Shagar smiled and closed the door. After washing up, this generous orc merchant sat in front of Fang Jie again, all of which reminded him that what he saw yesterday was real. Seeing Gruel coming down, Fang Jie asked straight to the point. Well, actually I had another question yesterday. I just wanted to ask, is there any crystal stone that can store magic power in this world? I really need such a thing. Crystal stone that can store magic power? After a little thought, Gruel gave an answer that surprised Fang Jie. Chapter 74 Transaction. It seems that the thing you are talking about exists. But it is very rare. It is a sacred object of the sea people, and they never let others touch it. It seems to be called the Crystal of Thetis, and it can only be found in the deep sea at the edge of the world. One of the words caught Fang Jie's attention. The edge of the world? Where is that? Don't you know? The world is flat like a piece of parchment, so it must have an edge. Legend has it that beyond the edge of this world is all violent magic, and only in this place can the Crystal of Thetis be found. This is totally different from the world I know. Fang Jie would definitely not believe the orc's words. He must firmly believe that the earth is spherical and revolves around the sun. However, since he had even experienced time travel, it seemed that the earth was flat. So Fang Jie did not say anything definite. Thetis crystals are usually found in the sea tribe's territory. There are only a few on land. They are all treasures of the great magicians. They are usually not shown to others easily. I can't get such things. Gruel spread his hands and said, What about the sea tribe? Can you exchange with them? I think you'd better forget about it. They can exchange with you. It's a holy object. Even if you buy it, it will be taken back by the mysterious army of the sea tribe. Gruel said mysteriously. Fang Jie thought about it, and felt that it was true. After all, it was someone else's holy object. How could you sell it just like that? Okay, if you can't get it, forget it. Can you help me buy some animals, monsters, plants, etc.? Buy anything rare. I want it all. Or various books, historical documents, and so on. Fang Jie turned to see if he could buy some books from him to expand his library. These things are not cheap. If you want to buy them, I can get them for you. But are you sure you have that much money? Or are you going to exchange them for garrison steel? Fang Jie looked at Greer speechlessly, with a look of I don't believe you have money, and a helpless look on his face. Is money a problem? Forget about garrison steel. I said 1 a month. So I will give you 1 a month. But I have other things, such as the non-existent crystal, Fang Jie said, as he grabbed a handful of sand from the ground. He sprayed a high-temperature flame from his hand, and instantly made the sand into a piece of variegated glass. If variegated ones don't work, then pure colors will do. He then made another piece of transparent colorless glass. Grill looked at Fang Jie's operation with a dull face, and shouted in his heart, I want it! I want it! But Greer pretended to be calm on the surface. Though these things are not common in the human world, they are not that expensive. I will buy them from you for at most 1 Hillier silver coin. Fang Jie sneered in his heart. As expected of a businessman, he started bargaining. So he remained calm on the surface, and said with regret, Is that so? Forget it. I sell it to humans myself. As he said that, he used his shaping skill to transform the glass in his hand into the shape of a Thassaus gold coin, and played with it between his fingers. How about we talk about it? Grill looked at Fang Jie as acting with a smile on his face. Okay, how do you want to talk? Fang Jie said indifferently. You make this crystal into a cup-sized vessel for me. I will buy it from you at the price of 2 Hilliers per piece. How about that? 5. Fang Jie said immediately. No, I have to pay for labor, transportation, and hire mercenaries for escort. All these expenses together will cost at least 4 or 5 Hillier silver coins. You have to let me make some money. I can give you 5 more Saife at most. No. My base price is 4 Hilliers. If you don't do it, I find someone else to do it. There are humans in the underground palace. At worst, I ask her to help me. It can also be sold directly from the manufacturer. I don't need you. A profiteer. To make a profit. Fang Jie was determined not to give in. Grill was silent for a long time, and said through gritted teeth, Okay. 4 Hilliers is 4 Hilliers. But you can only sell it to me. Fang Jie smiled. That's right. I can also help you modify your car. Glassware is very easy to break, so be careful when transporting it. I will draft a contract today, and I can deliver 60 of them to you tomorrow. This is for you. As he spoke, Fong Jia made a delicate colored glass cup out of the colorful glass in his hand, like a magic trick, and threw it to Gruel. Gruel hurriedly caught the beautiful colored glass cup. He carefully held it in his hand and examined it, and couldn't let it go. 60. That's it. Gruel took out a bunch of small sticks from his pocket, and small stones to help him calculate. 12 Thaltos gold coins. Are you interested in studying at our Mir Village Primary School? I give you a discount of 2 hilliers. Fong Jia joked with interest. You're so lucky. Let me calculate it myself. And keep your primary school quota for me. Maybe I come to you for it after I settle down here. Gruel replied to Fong Jia without even looking up, and continued to calculate in his inefficient way for a long time, and got the same answer as Fong Jia. You calculate really fast. I am a little tempted now. But I have a bad news for you. I don't have that much money. I can't take out 12 Tharthos. I can only take out 5 at most. Gruel said helplessly. Oh, it's okay. I don't use the Tharthos gold coins you use. We use yuan here. If you have any goods, you can use them to exchange for them. If you really can't take out, just wait until you sell them and come back to give them to me. Or you can bring me a bunch of things I'm interested in. Fong Jia said indifferently, anyway. This thing is only sold here, so there is no fear that Gruel will run away. Gruel shook his head helplessly. He had been doing business for so many years, and was actually controlled by a monster. So Fong Jia and Gruel signed a contract, formally established a cooperative relationship, and Fong Jia also got 12 cuckoo birds, 2 adult walking pheasants, and a cub from Gruel, and a magical bubble flower. The next day, Fong Jia delivered all the supplies. Fong Jia took the small animals from this transaction to find Xiaohua Bao. She was most interested in these animals and plants. Fong Jia kept 2 cuckoo birds. This bird is quite big. It looks like a pheasant in the mountains that has become more than twice as fat. It is snow white. The first thing Fong Jia thought of was the braised chicken with potatoes in the previous life. Now he can make a new dish for Xiaobai and the others. The land pheasant is a means of transportation. It looks very big and a bit like a dodo, but its feathers are much richer than those of a dodo. Yu likes it very much. She fell in love with the baby pheasant at first sight. She took good care of the little guy. She even wanted to sleep with him. She even named him Big Bird. At the Mill Village Primary School, Sam and Brooke, 2 overage primary school students, submitted their last test paper. Under great pressure, they learned everything taught by the orc grandmother as quickly as possible. It was not because of their talent, but because they really couldn't afford to lose face. 2 big guys, 1.89 meters tall, studied with a group of little kids who had not been weaned. They were scolded by the teacher. It was really embarrassing. Well, not bad. You 2 have passed. The orc grandma nodded with satisfaction. Sam and Brooke finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally graduated. Okay, the rest of you will go to further study. You follow me? The orc grandma was ready to send them to the underground palace for further study. Wait, didn't we graduate? Why do we need to continue studying? Sam stopped the grandma. Graduation? Haha, it's too early for you 2. You have learned half of it now. When the orc grandma heard what the 2 said, she laughed and said, as soon as the orc grandma finished speaking, a crack appeared in the ground and a passage appeared. Then the orc grandma took the lead and walked down. Sam and Brooke hesitated a little. They had seen Shagar walk into such a mountain countless times, but they were still a little hesitant to let them go down by themselves. When the orc grandma saw that they didn't catch up, she waved to them. Here will open the door to a new world for you. It doesn't matter if you don't come in, as long as you don't regret not walking into this passage in the future. After saying that, the orc grandmother ignored them and walked into the depths of the passage. Chief, why don't we go in? Grandma won't lie to us. Will she? Brooke said hesitantly. Of course not. I also had some doubts about why Shagar, as an orc, could walk between rocks. Now we may have to solve this mystery. Sam took a deep breath. Let's go! Then he walked into the passage. Wait, my chief. Brooke hesitated for a moment, and then hurriedly chased after Sam when he saw that Sam was almost out of sight. Brooke trotted to catch up with Sam, and passed Sam by half a body length. If there was any danger, he would definitely stand in front of the chief. As soon as the 2 orcs walked into the passage, the wall behind them healed, as if this passage had never appeared. With the light of the fluorescent plants beside the passage, they saw Fong Jia, a tall man standing next to the orc grandmother. Brooke immediately took a defensive stance. Monster? Puppet? Don't be so wary, his name is Fang Jie, he is the master of this place, and also your future teacher. This is the ideal place of multiracial equality that Shagar once told you about. Don't bring your old ideas here, this will be a new world. The orc grandma said immediately. She also took out the teaching stick, and gently hit Brook twice. When Brook saw that the grandma even took out the teaching stick, he retracted his hand as a conditioned reflex. He scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Don't be so reserved. Since the orc grandma believes in you, then I believe in you too. Let's go. I take you to see the classrooms and dormitories. You may have to live here for a long time in the future. Chapter 75. The daily life in the underground palace has not happened for a long time. Sam and Brook had no choice but to follow Fang Jie to the library. They couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the bookshelves filled with books. They had never seen so many books before. Make way. Make way. Don't block the way. He rode the little pheasant directly into the library, almost knocking Sam down, and then completely ignored the two people and plunged directly into the pile of books. Shell plants. Shell plants. Uh-huh. Here. He pulled out a thick book from the bookshelf and stuffed it into his bag, and rode on the little pheasant again and ran away. Don't run so fast. Walk slowly. Be careful not to fall. Fang Jie said loudly to you from behind. I know. But the matter is urgent. I have to send the information to Sister Zayawabeo as soon as possible. Yu's voice came from far away. This kid. Fang Jie shook his head while speaking. Sam and Brook just stared at the interaction between the two people so naturally, not like two naturally opposing races at all. It was as if they were a loving family. Ah. I almost forgot about you too. This is the library. You will have most of your theoretical classes here. This is your schedule. Fang Jie took out 2 pages and placed them in front of Sam and Brook. Sam and Brook looked at their schedules and found that they were different from each other's. Sam's schedule read, Mathematics, Part 2. How to become a public servant. Comprehensive quality of civil servants. Etc. Brook's schedule read, Mathematics, Part 2. Training outline. Elementary physics. Etc. Sam and Brook looked at each other, their faces almost showing their confusion. Be prepared for some classes. Monsters, dragons, and humans will all be taught together. Then I introduce you to your future teacher and homeroom teacher. Xiao Bai. Fang Jie turned his head and shouted to the depths of the bookshelf. Xiao Bai, come out and meet the guests. You've been staying at home. Xiao Bai almost lived in the library now. She made a big hanging basket for herself. She liked to stay in there and read books when she had nothing to do. She didn't even go back to her silk palace. Fang Jie was full of complaints. He always had to catch her to rest. Here it comes. Here it comes. I can't help but shout, what's going on? Xiao Bai yawned and climbed onto the table with a book. Here, these two are new students of the Earth Palace, coming here for further study. Simply introduce them to Xiao Bai. Oh, okay, I know. Classes will start tomorrow. What textbooks you need, they are all written on the schedule. Go to the bookshelf and look for them yourself. Note that the books are all single copies, so you are not allowed to scribble on them, and you are not allowed to damage them. Well, that's all. By the way, you are not allowed to be late for class tomorrow. After talking to the 2 trainees, Xiao Bai yawned and said to Fang Jie, are we going to have a party tonight? Let's celebrate their coming to the underground palace. Don't always think about the party. You just eat all day long. Be careful not to become a fat spider. Xiao Bai pouted. Go cook. I'm hungry. Then he drove Fang Jie out. Underground Palace Ranch Sister Zayawabeo. I'm back. This is the shell plant you wanted. You rode Xialux and K directly to Zayawabeo's ranch. There is an extremely tall tree in the center of the ranch. It may take dozens of people to hug it. The cool spring water pours down from the crown of the tree, forming a small waterfall. The room and biological laboratory of Zayawabeo are in this tree. This bookhouse is divided into 3 floors. The first floor is the farm office. The second floor is the biological laboratory. And the third floor is the ruins of the water god tree. Thank you for your hard work, little cutie. Zayawabeo, who was in a daze, praised you generously, which made you smile brightly. Go upstairs and get the bubble milk tea. I put it in the ruins of the water god tree. Okay. You put the book on the wooden table, ran upstairs, and came down with a big bowl of pearl milk tea. The reason for the incident was that Fang Jie had a sudden idea on a rainy day some time ago to use the blue pearls produced by pearl oysters and poo-poo camel mist milk to make a cup of mist version of pearl milk tea. It was loved by everyone in the Deep Earth Palace, and Xiao Huabao liked it especially. Now she is planning to plant a ranch area to grow those pearl oysters. But this plant is a bit difficult to grow, and she is going to look through the previous information. This kind of pearl pod is classified as a shell plant. So I asked you to get it. The little flower bud took a sip of pearl milk tea and opened the thick book shell plants, and carefully flipped through it. Well, they don't like light. Well, they have sufficient water and a cool growing location. These conditions are all right. They are all sick under my magic power. The little flower bud was a little confused. This kind of thing always happened during this period. She felt inexplicably that she was a little powerless. Generally speaking, her magic power can promote the birth of those plants to a certain extent. Not to mention the magic power assimilation. Could it be that the pH of the soil is different? Brother Dick and his team dug them from the night light forest. You said, as he scooped a big mouthful of bubble tea with a spoon. Huh? Did Dick and his team dig them? Little Flower Bud was a little surprised. Yes, Brother Fongjia was helping Sister Shagar find a solution in Near Village that day, so I told Brother Dick. Well, I may know, it should be that the roots of the pearl oysters were damaged. Little Flower Bud covered his face. I wondered why he was always sick and had no energy. If it weren't for Little Flower Bud's magic, he would have died long ago. I go find a solution. You can help me feed the pupas and brush their fur. There are too many of them now. I'm thinking about taking some out to roast. Ah! No, I take care of them. You go quickly. When you heard that Xiaowabao wanted to roast the pupas, he was the first to object and immediately pushed Xiaowabao out. As soon as Xiaowabao was pushed out of the door, he saw Lostia pretending to hide in the berry field. Lostia, come out, are you here to steal the fruits again? The little flower bud said helplessly to Lostia, who had half of her, but exposed. Lostia raised her head somewhat embarrassedly, while Xiaoyu patted Lostia's big head in frustration, complaining that she was too big. The little tentacles also jumped out, and their cheeks were bulging with food. This is my love grass. You even eat my love grass. The little flower bud saw the succulent plant in the little tentacle monster's mouth, and felt a surge of hot blood rushing to his head. And the word hack kept appearing on his head. Run! Xiaoyu knew that Xiaowabao was in trouble again when she saw their expressions, and quickly let Lostia and Xiakusha run away. Don't even think about running away. If I don't teach you 3 naughty kids a lesson today, I won't be your teacher. Your homework will be double this week. Xiaowabao shouted angrily after the 3 naughty kids. After jogging for a while, the 3 naughty kids disappeared. Xiaowabao shook his head and restored his garden. During the process, the feeling of powerlessness appeared again, which made Xiaowabao a little impatient. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Huabao calmed down and went to the kitchen, where he found Fongjia, who was killing a cuckoo bird. In the kitchen, Fongjia was humming a little tune while processing the already naked cuckoo bird. Fongjia, come and help me. I'm coming. Fongjia chopped off the head of a cuckoo bird and put it in the ingredient bowl, preparing to make stewed cuckoo bird with potatoes. What are you doing? Fongjia wiped the blood of the cuckoo bird on his apron, and came out to see Xiao Huabao carrying 2 big buckets. Help me get 2 buckets of blood spring water. I'm going to use it to water the vegetables. Huh? Water the vegetables? Fongjia was confused. How extravagant are you? This is not okay. Besides, you can just use your magic to repair them. I also want to use magic to repair them, but I don't know why I always feel that my strength growth has stagnated since I evolved. There is always something suppressing me. The little flower bud clenched his fist, and the green fluorescence flickered in the little flower bud's hand. Stagnation? Fongjia was a little confused. Xiao Huabao shook his head and continued. You have filled a swimming pool with blood spring, and it has not dried up. What are you afraid of? You are so stingy. Xiao Huabao pouted. You have the final say. Why don't you just summon vines to help you suck it? Fongjia surrendered immediately, since Xiao Huabao was unwilling to say more. Fongjia was very sensible, and did not ask more questions. I don't want much. Just 2 buckets are enough. I asked Dick to help dig pearl oyster pods before. He seems to have injured his roots. I see if the blood spring can heal them a little. Oh, I see. Fongjia's hands were busy, and he quickly helped her get 2 large buckets of blood spring water. By the way, didn't you say that the underground palace could use electricity after the geothermal steam turbine was completed? Why haven't I seen you make the bright light bulb you said? You have been reading under the torch, and your eyes have become short-sighted. Xiao Huabao asked while watching Fang Jie working. Fang Jie then remembered that he seemed to have completely forgotten about this matter. I forgot. Fang Jie wanted to scratch his head, but he was stopped by the buckets in both hands. Fang Jie thought it was time to hire a secretary to help him remember what he had to do, otherwise he would forget it accidentally. He came to Xiao Huabao's ranch and watered the 4 huge clam-like plants with a blood spring. When Fang Jie was watering, Xiao Huabao also used his ability to sense the pearl oyster pods, and found that they became obviously active after being watered with the blood spring water, and were no longer in the sickly state before. Okay. She only sensed the plant's little bud, and wiped the non-existent sweat on her forehead. She was afraid that feeling of powerlessness would appear again. It's obviously me who has been working hard. Right? Whether it's carrying buckets or watering. Fang Jie complained about the little bud without hiding. This princess is wiping your sweat. You won't sweat anyway. The little bud raised her head, and said proudly, she didn't want Fang Jie to see her abnormality. Thank you so much. Okay, what are we having tonight? Are we grilling those newly introduced cuckoos? Little Flower Bud grabbed Fang Jie's arm and asked with curiosity. You only know how to grill them. So that's hot pot? You only know hot pot. Are you done yet? Today is a new dish. I promise to make you eat your tongues. Fang Jie said mysteriously. Really? Of course, look forward to it. Fang Jie walked back to the kitchen with his head held high. Braised chicken with rice. Fang Jie had eaten a lot in his previous life, and he must have made it himself, and now there was no shortage of potato condiments and cuckoo. So it was very fast to make, and soon a big pot of plump braised cuckoo was ready. Hey, it's time to check it out. Thinking of this, Fang Jie struck the artifact that summoned the little tentacle monster. Dang, dang, dang. Accompanied by the sound of the triangle iron, the little tentacle monster moved several tentacles at the same time, and rushed to the kitchen where Fang Jie was at a very fast speed. In addition to the little tentacle monster, Xiaoyu and Lostia also came with a buy-one-get-two free deal. Seeing Lostia rushing over, Fang Jie quickly stood between her and the pot. Let me make it clear first. Today's main dish is braised cuckoo. This kind of cuckoo has not yet started large-scale breeding, so you can only have a small bite today. And don't eat too much. You can eat more of other barbecues. Lostia, who smelled the fragrance, didn't care about so much, and nodded quickly with saliva. People came one after another. The last to come were Sam and Brooke, who seemed a bit out of place. Then the underground palace welcome party will start now. Seeing that everyone was here, Fang Jie loudly announced the start of the dinner. Sam and Brooke were stunned. They had never seen such a scene before. Humans, monsters, orcs, all gathered together. Where did they look like there was any estrangement? Are you standing there in a daze? Go up and get some food. I heard there are new dishes today. Seeing that the two were still standing there in a daze, Shagar walked up to them and pushed them to the dining table without saying anything, saying, "Don't be afraid. The training includes food and accommodation, and you don't have to pay." As he said that, Shagar took a fork and stabbed a large piece of braised cuckoo bird meat. He took a bite, and the soft and plump meat fragrance immediately spread between his lips and teeth. He then stabbed a piece of soft and glutinous golu, and ate it with the cuckoo bird meat. It was fat but not greasy. He drank another sip of blueberry wine, which was very refreshing. Ah! It's so delicious. Sam also tried to blend in with the atmosphere. He picked up a piece of food like Shagar and put it in his mouth to taste it carefully. Brooke was so full of food that he couldn't even lift his head. At this moment, Xiaobai said to Fang Jie, "There's something wrong with your braised cuckoo bird." As soon as he said this, the whole place was silent. All the people who were eating looked up at Xiaobai. This scared Fang Jie. Huh? What's wrong? Cuckoo bird is poisonous? Why are you saying it now? He was about to help Xiaobai induce vomiting. No. I always feel that your braised cuckoo bird is missing something. Xiaobai nimbly dodged Fang Jie's hand. Huh? You scared me. Fang Jie breathed a sigh of relief. It's missing a little rice. Braised cuckoo bird is a perfect match with white rice. But unfortunately, I haven't found anything to replace it yet. Fang Jie spread his hands. Oh, that's fine. I must buy some white rice from the merchant next time, Xiaobai said, and joined the underground palace party again. The next morning, Xiaobai found Fang Jie. Fang Jie, come with me. Lillian seems to have done a great job with magic. Huh? What do you mean by done a great job? Confused, Fang Jie went into the library laboratory with Xiaobai. As soon as he followed Xiaobai into the laboratory, Fang Jie saw a ball of light condensed in Lilian's hand. But the ball of light was jumping back and forth between the fireball and the light ball. This made Fang Jie drop his jaw. Can the properties of this magic still be changed? Chapter 76 Magic Chaos Butterfly and Steampunk Difference Engine. Lilian dispelled the light ball that bounced back and forth in front of her, wiped the sweat off her forehead, and then wrote something down in her little notebook. Lilian. When Lilian turned around, she saw Fang Jie and Xiaobai standing behind her. She was so scared that she stood up with her head shrank out of habit. She looked at Fang Jie carefully and said, "I didn't set anything on fire this time, I swear. It's okay, you're in the lab now, you can do any experiment, don't be nervous. Xiaobai told me that you've done a lot of magic, so I came to see your results." "Oh, I've been trying to learn magic. Haven't I? But no matter what I do, I can't do it as freely as you do, so I tried to combine the runes of multiple magic circles together," Lilian said, and showed her notes to Fang Jie. "Since the runes that make up the fireball are composed of the sun, flame, and blood sphere, what will happen if certain runes are replaced?" So Lilian did several experiments and found that after replacing flame with light, the original fireball turned into a light ball. Lilian was very excited after successfully changing the magic attribute. After her research, she successfully cracked the law of releasing magic, namely, source plus attribute plus composition plus form equals magic. However, such a formula also has requirements. For example, the source and attribute must correspond. The sun can correspond to fire and light, but if it becomes water, it will fail and nothing will happen. Then she wanted to see what would happen if she used the runes that belong to the sun and symbolize fire and light together. So she used the two runes together. But the fireball still came out, and there was no change. However, when she reduced the output of magic power, the fireball changed into a dim light ball and finally went out. This made Lilian interested. But her magic of changing attributes was stuck here. She could not control the rules of the magic of the two attributes. They seemed to be two naughty little animals, and they just did not change according to Lilian's ideas. What she is doing now is recording the duration of the two magic changes, and the number of times they appear, hoping to find the pattern. Fang Jie listened to Lilian's explanation carefully, and looked at the experimental icon she drew. There is really no pattern to the switching of the two attributes. Why does this look more and more like a chaos butterfly? Fang Jie muttered to himself. Chaos butterfly? What is that? Xiao Bai was watching next to her. She would not miss Fang Jie's experiment again. The chaos butterfly refers to the Lorentz equations, which originally described the calculus equations of air fluid motion. Fang explained as he pulled over a piece of paper, drawn a coordinate system on it, and randomly drew two vortex patterns with two Lorentz attractors in the coordinate system. What about the formula? Let me think about it. It's a bit difficult, it seems so. That's about it. It may not be correct, but you can try in this direction. If I'm not mistaken, the two different attributes are these two attractors, and the amount of magic power input will change their tendency direction. Fang Jie pointed at the center of the two vortices and explained to Lilian and Xiaobai. Lilian looked at the calculus equations with a confused face and looked helplessly at the calculator Xiaobai. Chuzi heard Xiaobai's silence for a while and said, "You mean their attributes change according to the output of magic power?" "Yes, but we have to calculate the details. This thing is not something that can be calculated by humans. If we want to get a complete butterfly model, we may need a computer." Fang Jie rubbed his head in annoyance. "Computer? Is that the computer you told me about? We have electricity now, can we design it?" Xiao Bai was very curious. "Don't even think about it. Let alone computers, I don't even have calculators. I have no experience in this field. I can only use it but not build it. The process of building it must be at least nanometer level, I may not be able to achieve it." Fang Jie spread his hands. "But we can start from a simpler direction, such as the differential engine that is more in line with the steampunk era." When Xiaobai heard Fang Jie talking about something he had never heard of, his eyes immediately lit up. A drop of sweat fell on Fang Jie's forehead. "I haven't seen it either. This thing can only be done in theory. Its principle is actually a gear structure, which is similar to the moving maze, but it is designed to assist in calculations. This thing weighs several tons, and it will probably take 5 or 6 years to design it. It's getting more and more interesting. Anyway, the moving maze has been designed, so I try to design this difference engine." Xiaobai immediately got motivated. Fang Jie was sweating profusely, and Lillian was already dizzy from listening. Fang Jie saw Lillian's look and quickly brought the topic back. By the way, let's talk about the butterfly just now. After inputting magic power, in addition to seeing its trend, you can also see how long it lasts. The more circles it turns around a certain attractor, the longer the magic should last. This discovery is very meaningful. If Fang Jie's guess is right, then Lillian may become an all-round magician in the future. It is not a dream to use the minimum magic power to achieve the maximum output. It is entirely conceivable that in the future, when Lillian comes on the field and picks up a fireball, the opponent immediately thinks of counterattacking with water magic that restrains her. As a result, the moment Lillian throws the fireball, it turns into light magic that directly penetrates the water defense and deals a fatal blow to the opponent. You thought I was a fire magician, but I am actually a light magician. This wave. I am on the 3rd floor. It feels good to wiggle for a while. And it feels good to wiggle all the time. When Xiaobai saw Fang Jie looking stupid again, he knew that he was wandering to the horizon again. Go. Cook for us. I have requisitioned Lillian for this period of time. You have to cook the meal yourself. Go quickly. We are still waiting for dinner. Fang Jie, who was driven out of the laboratory by Xiaobai, looked helpless. This time, he is a tool man. After driving Fang Jie away, Xiaobai sat down at the table again. Lillian was biting the pen cap at this time. She looked at the formula written on the white paper with a worried face. How should this kind of thing be calculated? Don't worry so much. Even if there is no differential machine, we can release it directly. There is no need to calculate each one. Just record the different states each time. Xiaobai comforted Lillian. The problem is, even if I do a direct experiment, how should I set the variables? Lillian asked Xiaobai in some distress. Why not just set a unit? It seems that magic nowadays doesn't have units. The magic power used is based on feeling. This won't work. Let's measure it by the magic power of 1 fireball. How about the magic power of 1 fireball equals 1 Lillian unit? Then experiment with different changes of different Lillians. Before Xiaobai finished speaking, Lillian's face suddenly turned red. It felt like the temperature was high enough to heat the steam engine. Fang Jie shook his head. Didn't I cook it yesterday? Lillian didn't even show up in the kitchen. What a miserable life. Who is the servant? Who owes whom money? All right. The one who owes money is the boss. But Fang Jie didn't go to the kitchen either. It was the morning when he got up. Why eat such a big meal? Just go get some blueberries or something to make a salad. Anyway, there is poo-poo camel milk. Fang Jie shook his head and walked to the deepest part of the underground palace. He was going to make another steam generator. The principle was that steam drove the mechanical arm to cut the magnetic flux lines to generate current. The difficulty here was how to shape this magnetic field. Magnets were easy to make. They were made of metals such as iron, neodymium, and boron. This mountain itself was a huge magnetic field. If you squeezed these metals, there would still be some. Not to mention that it also guarded an iron ore deposit. However, Fang Jie overlooked one point. That is, he himself was a large piece of iron, and all the refined magnets were attracted to him. The more refined, the more attracted to his body. In addition, it was finer magnet sand, which was attached to Fang Jie's body and was extremely difficult to clean. It was like a thick layer of hair, and it was not convenient for him to move. Finally, Fang Jie had to fuse all the magnet sand into a big piece, but now the magnet's magnetic force was even stronger, and it stuck to Fang Jie's chest and couldn't be buttoned off. Now Fang Jie was sitting on the step staring at the big magnet on his stomach. This magnet was like a piece of taffy. Once it stuck, it couldn't be let go. Fang Jie, what are you doing? Xiaobai came to find Fang Jie because she was hungry. As soon as she entered the engine laboratory, she saw Fang Jie with a bulging belly. Ah, I haven't seen you for a few hours. How come you are pregnant? Which mistress did this? Fang Jie looked helplessly at Xiao Bai, who was covering her mouth and laughing. This is the work of a mistress like me. This thing is as sticky as a piece of taffy and can't be taken off. Stop laughing. Come and help me. No, I'm not laughing. Really? Xiao Bai tried hard to put on a sincere look. Of course, if her 6 eyes were not so crooked, Fang Jie would reluctantly believe it. You have been laughing at me. And you never stop. Ha ha ha. Xiao Bai laughed out loud now. Can't high temperature demagnetize it? If you heat this magnet, It will fall off by itself. High temperature demagnetization can remove it, but I'm afraid it will disappear and never come back. Then why did I make it? Fangjia looked helpless. It can be restored at a lower temperature. It won't be permanently demagnetized. Just control it between 100 and 150 degrees. Xiaobai thought about it and gave a value. Okay, I try. Fangjia had no choice but to try his luck. As he spoke, Fangjia's chest slowly turned red, and the temperature in the room began to rise. Fangjia also clearly felt that the magnetic force of the big magnet had dropped a lot, and he quickly took it down and fixed it on the generator, and placed 2 conductor rods in the middle to cut the magnetic flux lines, and a double-pole generator was made. So Fangjia used this big machine to generate current under constant experiments. When the first blue current broke through the darkness of the underground palace and hit Fangjia hard, Fangjia knew that he had succeeded. All that was left was to guide the current to the underground palace to provide power for the underground palace. Fangjia wiped the non-existent sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaobai rubbed his eyes and kindly handed him a towel to wipe his face. As soon as he touched Fangjia, he was electrocuted and his hair stood on end. Puff! Ha ha ha! This time it was Fangjia's turn to laugh at Xiaobai. Xiaobai rolled his eyes at Fangjia and asked, "The generator is done. So what about the filament?" Fangjia raised his hand, and there was a piece of metal on his palm. "Here is this thing. Tungsten. The metal with the highest melting point in nature. I saved it up for a long time to extract just a little bit." Xiaobai carefully took the small piece of metal and resolutely did not touch Fangjia again, so as not to get angry again. Looking at this small piece of metal, Xiaobai sighed. If only there was such metal at that time. You should be able to be harder. Don't worry. I'm already very hard. This is made of carbon steel. By the way, I have another thing. I made it a long time ago, but I never had the chance to give it to you. Thump thump thump, Fangjia said, as he took out a pair of gold-rimmed glasses that he had made before and handed them to Xiaobai. This is glasses? Xiaobai was very surprised. I noticed that you kept rubbing your eyes recently. I guess you are a little nearsighted, so I made these glasses. They were made a while ago, Fangjia said with a smile. I am thinking now, what should I do if you disappear one day? Ha ha, there is nothing to worry about. I said I will never leave you. Don't think about these things. The important thing is that you are by my side now. As he said that, Fangjia grabbed Xiaobai and rubbed her head hard. Ah! Hold it. Don't touch me. Oh my god, finally. Fangjia walked out of the steam engine room, holding a round little white dog. He came to the bathroom hall and hung the European crystal chandelier in the center of the hall. With a slight switch, the whole hall was illuminated by bright tungsten lamps. Just like in the daytime. Now we can finally get rid of fireflies and torches. The glass crystals reflected beautiful spots of light under the light, flashing. The orc grandmother excitedly pulled Fangjia to install everything in the library, floor lamps, wall lamps, ceiling lamps, all installed on one side, and the library officially entered the era of electric lights. Sam, Brooke woke up from a nap and thought he was outside the underground palace, but when he looked up, he immediately exclaimed, "Who caught the sun? There are many more." Shagar was so angry that he almost beat them to death. The book went into the wolf's stomach. Lillian was very calm. This thing is not bad. Now she will not point at the electric light and scold Fangjia for imprisoning the god of light. The more knowledge she learned, the more she felt that those gods were not so great. But every time she had such thoughts, she would kneel in her room and pray for forgiveness from Muna of light. But once such thoughts are planted in her heart, they will never be eliminated. Not good. Not good. Fangjia is not good. Fangjia had just dealt with everything. And Xiao Yu found Fangjia yelling. I'm fine. What's wrong? Fangjia looked helplessly at Xiao Yu, who was yelling again. The little tentacle was scared and fainted. Chapter 77. Elephants are afraid of mice. This scared Fangjia. When could a small tentacle be frightened and faint? She always frightened others, and made their sanity drop wildly. He quickly ran to the monster blood altar, and saw the small tentacle monster floating on its back. Fangjia quickly opened the system panel, and found that there was nothing written in the treatment column. This made Fangjia breathe a sigh of relief. He picked up the small tentacle monster, and gently patted her face. The small tentacle monster slowly woke up. The little tentacle woke up slowly. And when he saw Fangjia in front of him, he immediately threw himself into Fangjia's arms with a woo sound. His dark eyes were still filled with tears. and he was obviously scared. Where did you go again? You three naughty kids? You didn't study hard in class. It was Xiao Yu who fainted for the first time. And you fainted this time. Will it be Lash's turn to faint next time? Lostia, who was caught in the crossfire, sat aside with an innocent look on his face. Tell me, what happened this time? You were actually scared to faint. Fang Jie looked at the pitiful look of the little tentacle and said helplessly. Puff. Puff. The leftovers stood up. So scary. Leftovers? What leftovers? Fang Jie was confused. It was a skeleton. We were playing in the dungeon, but we found a skeleton. The kind with blue ghost lights in its eyes. The little tentacle found it first, and then fainted from fear. Fang Jie covered his face, feeling so embarrassed. This is really a case of one thing conquering another. Elephants are afraid of mice, and tentacles are afraid of skeletons? Then what? Where's the skeleton? Lostia pointed at Xiao Yu on Fang Jie's shoulder. Xiao Yu also cooperated by burping, rubbing his flat belly. It tastes good, better than the soul of the bull monster. Fang Jie really didn't know what to say. It's strange, my plants didn't warn me. So where did the undead skeleton come from? Xiaobao fell into deep thought. Will it be like fish growing in a fish tank after a long time of water, and skeletons growing naturally in a dungeon after a long time? Fang Jie nodded seriously. Xiao Huabao rolled her eyes beautifully. Lillian interrupted. Impossible, undead creatures are also a kind of living creatures. They can't appear out of thin air. Couldn't it be that a large number of soldiers died here, and then they grew naturally? Impossible, the place with the most undead creatures is the Rift Abyss, which is far away from here. And the shape of the skeleton she described doesn't look like an undead creature, but more like a product of necromancy. If a necromancer really appears, we will be in big trouble. A necromancer can summon hundreds, or even thousands of these skeletons. The most important thing is that these skeletons are difficult to kill. Like the undead, the skeletons are just carriers, and the soul is the main body. Didn't Xiao Yu just eat one? Is this thing really that difficult to deal with? Fang Jie was a little confused. In his concept, aren't skeletons just trash that give away experience? It's not the Bone King. So what's there to be afraid of? If it is the Bone King, what's the point of fighting? Run away quickly. This is just one. What if a group of them come? As long as the necromancer has magic power, he can summon them infinitely. The undead that cannot block the population is indeed a bit difficult to deal with. If he hides somewhere, and then summons skeletons infinitely to harass the dungeon, wouldn't it be annoying to death? The traps in the big maze basically have no means to attack the soul. Most of them are physical damage. It's okay to stop humans, but to stop skeletons and undead? That's impossible. You shoot an arrow at it, and it walks away like an arrow pulled out. You lock it up, and it shakes itself apart outside the cell and reassembles itself. You hit it, and it falls apart, and after 2 seconds it is put back together again as a skeleton. Fang Jie rubbed his temples, and now he felt what it felt like to fight someone else with his colossus. I can't use uranium or to make a passage at the entrance of the underground palace. Can I? Let alone the skeletons, all the people are dead. What if these skeletons become abnormal and can survive under radiation? Lostia, don't even think about it. I won't let you touch it until you can control it. When it comes to uranium or, Lash's eyes begin to light up, but Fang Jie throws cold water on her. TSK Lostia gets angry, turns her head and faces Fang Jie with her butt. Sulking.jpg Fang Jie ignores her. Knocking on the triangle iron later will make sure it becomes as obedient as the tentacle monster. The main problem now is that this thing can escape the detection of my plants, and in the eyes of plants, this skeleton is no different from the stone on the ground. The little flower bud was a little unwilling. Xiaobai thought for a while, pushed the man with the gold-rimmed glasses full of intelligence and said, Can you assimilate moss? Yes. But moss can't present too much information. Will it hurt if you step on it? Yes. It will. The little flower bud paused and immediately reacted. You mean if the ground is covered with moss, the location can be determined as long as someone passes by, and combined with the induction detection of large plants, we can find these skeletons. Xiaobai, you are such a genius. Xiaobao became more and more excited as she spoke. Finally, she picked up Xiaobai and kissed him twice. She kissed Xiaobai's gold-rimmed glasses crooked. Fang Jie was also stunned. He accidentally created a pressure detection plant type. This technology would have been cutting-edge technology in the previous life. Now that he had found a way, Xiaobao happily used a kind of moss, with a slightly fluorescent Maldivian color to lay on the underground palace and the entrance of the underground city. This kind of moss can grow very fast with the support of the magic of the small flower bud. Basically, a large area can grow in one night. In addition, the small flower bud carries a bunch of mother seeds of this kind of moss, and throws a little bit wherever he goes. It looks like a worm mother in StarCraft 2 spreading fungal blankets. But this fungal blanket is very pleasing to the eye. This kind of moss blanket will appear brighter when you walk on it and be squeezed. It will take half an hour to turn into the normal color. In other words, in addition to pressure detection, it can also highlight the footprints of invaders. With this set of detection systems, it can be said that the dungeon is guarded to death. Even a fly flying in is under the surveillance of the small flower bud. Not to mention, the small flower bud's method has an immediate effect, and it immediately reveals a bunch of monsters, most of which are some uncommon small animals. And with pressure sensing, moving targets that cannot be seen with plants are the undead skeletons, and there are quite a few of them, maybe nearly 30 or 40. If they can figure out the environment of the big maze, and then launch a surprise attack on the underground palace, Fang Jie estimates that the loss will be huge. But it's okay now. Anyway, they found it. Fang Jie finally saw the skeletons face to face. These skeletons didn't look like white bones, but more like shriveled zombies, with two ghost lights burning in their black eye sockets, wearing tattered clothes, with no weapons in their hands, limping, moving slowly. Seeing Fang Jie coming over, these skeletons immediately pounced on him, biting Fang Jie with their exposed gums, and Fang Jie's steel body couldn't be bitten by the teeth of these monsters. Fang Jie directly accumulated an energy cannon, and aimed it at the head of the undead skeleton running in the front. After a burst of orange-yellow high-temperature flames, the head of the undead skeleton turned directly into ashes. Then a wisp of gray matter floated out of the skeleton's body. If you look closely, this thing actually looks a bit like a skeleton. It was about to escape from the underground palace, but was caught by Xiaoyu on Fang Jie's shoulder. In addition to this, Fang Jie also tried to attack the lower body and neck of these skeletons, and found that other attacks were basically ineffective against them, except for directly attacking the skull head. Even if the head was knocked off, the body of the skeleton would still attack blindly. Physical damage also requires the skull of the skeleton to be completely smashed to kill it completely. Otherwise it can close its head and continue to attack even if it is cut in half. After dealing with these skeletons, Fang Jie turned around and saw that Xiaoyu had eaten so much that he couldn't even float, and his belly was round. Oh! Don't eat. Before Fang Jie finished speaking, Xiaoyu had already stuffed the last skeleton ghost into his mouth, and now only the tail was left jumping outside. Xiaoyu still tilted his head and looked at Fang Jie, with a question mark on his face. Forget it, you eat it. Fang Jie originally wanted to catch a few and take them back to study. When Xiaoyu heard Fang Jie say that it was edible, she sucked the ghost tail in with a slurp. After eating, she burped with satisfaction and patted her bulging belly. Ah, it's delicious. I was also greedy when I saw you eating before, but we can only absorb a little bit of the monster soul fragments. Can we raise these skeletons? It's just like the bull monster. Obviously not. Their soul fluctuations are very strange. You are not afraid of diarrhea after eating. But I will help you keep an eye out for something that can be fed to the ghost tribe. After cleaning up these skeletons, Fang Jie finally caught only 6, or to be more precise, 6 skeleton heads, and placed them all in a stone prison not far from the entrance of the dungeon. He didn't dare to bring these skeletons home, because what if the owner behind these skeletons could see the perspective of these skeletons? Wouldn't that expose everyone? Xiaoyu was full, so he went back to the underground palace. Under Fang Jie's magic exploration, these skeletons were not called skeleton monsters or skeleton soldiers, but skeletons and painful souls. Seeing this description, Fang Jie knew that this thing might really be a creature summoned by the so-called necromancer. Unlike Xiaoyu's magic exploration of the teacup, which showed that it was a tea set, Xiao Huabao also studied these skulls with Fang Jie. Seeing that Xiao Huabao wanted to slice them all, Fang Jie shook his head helplessly. The little girl was worried about these skulls escaping her plant monitoring. So the scene happened. On the other side, Xiaoyu, who had eaten well, was training her tentacles. She attached her spirit to the dead skulls and scared the tentacles to run all over the underground palace. She ran out of the underground city. Chapter 78. The naughty kid was kidnapped. Run! Run! We have already run out of the dungeon. Xiaoyu immediately released the possession after seeing the little tentacle run out of the dungeon and chased after it. At this time, the frightened little tentacle realized that it had run into the endless sea of trees. The weather was gloomy, the thick clouds made people feel breathless. In the endless sea of trees, white mist floated up at some point, even though summer was not over yet, but it was so cold that white frost formed on the leaves. Poochie Poochie. It's all your fault. Humph. You scared me. I was just teaching you to face your fear. Besides, it's just a skeleton. What are you afraid of? Leftovers. Not tasty. And it moves. Evil. The little tentacle shuddered as he spoke. Let's go. We have to go back soon. Otherwise, if you're late for dinner, you won't get any. Besides, I always feel that the forest is weird today. It feels very familiar. Xiaoyu changed the subject helplessly, took the little tentacle's tentacle, and walked towards the entrance of the dungeon. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly appeared. Sith Auric Dark Ball. A huge black magic ball mixed with dark red lightning appeared above Xiaoyu and the little tentacle. Ah! What is this? Xiaoyu only had time to scream before being completely wrapped up by the little tentacle. After a boom, the little tentacle let go of Xiaoyu. Now Xiaoyu's body was covered with a layer of sticky substance, which was extremely corrosive. However, it could not completely break through the little tentacle's skin and could only corrode the little tentacle's skin, causing bursts of white smoke. The surrounding trees turned black and died the moment they came into contact with this substance, and then rotted and decomposed. Little tentacle. How are you? Xiaoyu turned into a black evil ghost the moment she was released by the little tentacle, and stood in front of the little tentacle. It's okay. I'm just tired. The black ball was strange. The little tentacle responded to Xiaoyu, but she was not in a good condition now. Those sticky substances seemed to absorb power, in addition to corrosion. She felt particularly tired now. Oh! Asukara, your strength has regressed. You couldn't even deal with these two cute little guys in one move. An old man with a goatee pushed aside the dense leaves and appeared in front of Xiaoyu and Zyakusha. Teacher wants a souvenir. A pale, thin boy with black hair and black eyes walked out from behind the old man with a goatee and a long staff. Woo! Hiss. The evil ghost Xiaoyu transformed into made an incomprehensible roar from his throat, stretching his teeth and claws, trying to scare the two away, but his tricks that had always worked in the underground palace were ineffective in front of these two people. Yo-yo, you're quite fierce. Demon Nightmare. The goat beard's eyes widened, and instantly turned completely dark. Xiaoyu was still in a daze. A gust of wind passed by Xiaoyu's face, and at the same time, two tentacles of the small tentacles were broken. The small tentacle pulled Xiaoyu to dodge the moment the goat beard attacked, but the speed of the goat beard was too fast. She pulled Xiaoyu to avoid this move. If it weren't for the small tentacles, Xiaoyu would probably have been broken into two halves. At this time, the shadow of the goat beard disappeared, and appeared on a small tree. The goat beard stretched out his long tongue and licked his sharp nails, and suddenly opened his eyes wide. This is the sediment of human nature. The young man Asukara, who had been standing still, was too lazy to speak, and just gave the uncle a cold look. Did you see it now? Ha ha ha. It's so interesting. Why would such a high-level sediment of human nature appear here? Demonic Nightmare. The goat beard's mouth was almost stretched to the chin, and he cast a spell again. The little tentacle's heart skipped a beat. It had already used all its strength to dodge Xiaoyu last time. This time, it had no strength to help Xiaoyu. Now it didn't have much strength to move. The little tentacle felt like a Lostia was pressing on it, and it couldn't move at all. Black Coma Fong. At the moment when the goat beard rushed toward Xiaoyu, the thin Asukara cast a spell, but it was not aimed at Xiaoyu and the others, but at the goat beard. A huge beast's mouth appeared between goat beard and Xiaoyu. The pitch-black fangs were nearly half a meter long, and it bit goat beard. Goat beard had no choice but to change his tactics. He grabbed the ground with his hands, plowed a deep mark on the ground, successfully changed his trajectory, avoided the fatal mouth. Little bastard. What are you doing? Do you really want to kill me? Do you want to fight? Goatbeard yelled at Asukara again. TSK? Asukara looked at the goatee with disdain. Are you shocked? What's wrong? Asshole, I'm going to fight you. The goatee uncle rolled up his sleeves and prepared to fight the black-haired boy for 300 rounds. I said, souvenir? Dawdle. As a result, Asukara didn't even look at him, but just pointed his cane at the little tentacles. I'm going to fight you. The evil ghost that Xiaoyu turned into ferociously pounced on Asukara, but Asukara's face didn't change at all. He just waved his hand, and launched the magic 6-direction box. A pitch-black box covered Xiao Yu and the little tentacle monster as the words fell, not giving them any chance at all. Then the box slowly shrank, and finally became a small box about half a meter in size. The master of the underground palace is here, you deal with it. Uskra picked up the box expressionlessly, and flew away at a very fast speed. TSK, finally gone. This bastard, wouldn't it be better to just kill him directly? Why use the most useless little skeleton to test it? Goatbeard sneered. Fang Jia was originally in the laboratory of the library with Xiao Bai and Lillian to study the magic equation. But Xiao Huabao found him anxiously, and said that the necromancers appeared. The most dangerous thing was that they actually encountered Xiao Yu and the little tentacle. Why don't you run to other places? Why do you have to run outside the dungeon? Fang Jia rushed out of the dungeon immediately after hearing Xiao Huabao's warning. When Fang Jia rushed to the outside of the dungeon, Xiao Yu and the little tentacle monster had been taken away, and it took less than 10 minutes. As soon as I arrived at the entrance of the underground city, I saw a goatee with a wicked smile and took out a green crystal ball. Wow, you're fast. But it's too late. Hee, the goatee said as he smashed the crystal ball into the ground. As the crystal ball broke, countless pale green ghosts and wild ghosts rushed out, howling and crawling into the ground. Hee, I didn't expect that there was actually a big battle in this deep forest, and there are so many corpses. As Goatbeard finished speaking, skeleton hands emerged from the ground, many of them wearing blue lion armor. Hungry, these skeletons that emerged from the ground were covered in black smoke, with blue fire in their dark eye sockets, and they all rushed towards Fang Jia. Damn it! I should have thrown all these things into the magma and burned them into slag. Fang Jia originally wanted to rush towards Goatbeard and fire an energy cannon at him at close range, but the skeleton soldiers blocked his way. Wow, I didn't expect Uskra's dead soul ball to be so strong. How many dead souls in the cemetery have been drained? Shaping. Activate. Fang Jia also prepared to use the sand waterfall funeral to bury these skeletons. But these skeletons, and the surrounding black fog made Fang Jia's shaping magic ineffective. The stone and soil could only get close to the skeletons, but could not trap the skinny skeletons. There was no other way. Fang Jia had to give up shaping, and instead continuously fired energy cannons from his palms, smashing the skeletons that kept coming out or directly blowing their heads off. At this time, Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bai also arrived on Lostia. 100 Flowers World. Xiao Huabao was the first to use magic. Countless vines began to drill out from the ground, and entangled the skeletons, crushing them all, whether they crawled out or not. Xiao Bai also pulled out his 2 streamers, and rode towards the skeletons that kept popping out. Lostia swung its tail, and with a swing of its thick and slender tail, a large number of skeletons shattered and flew backwards. But what they didn't realize was that those skeletons had more black smoke than the skeletons that invaded the dungeon before. These black mists gradually wrapped around the 3 people as the battle clashed. No, there's something wrong with these black smokes. They are absorbing our strength. Let's fight quickly and make a quick decision. Xiao Bai was the first to discover the problem. These black mists would wrap around their ribbons when they killed a skeleton, and spread along the ribbons to their claws. Then Xiao Bai felt dizzy, as if he had been reading books all night for several weeks. The little flower but also frowned. The speed at which the life of the plants she summoned faded away became particularly fast. Yes, the main thing is not to let them get close to you, and to fight and retreat at the same time. Oh, I found it. But it's too late. Demon Nightmare. Goatbeard activated magic and rushed towards Fang Jia quickly. Red light was already emitting from his claws. Fang Jia's magic exploration was turned on, and he immediately saw Goatbeard's movements. But his speed was too fast. Even if Fang Jia knew his intention, he didn't have time to dodge. The Goatbeard came to Fang Jia in an instant, and his claws reached out to Fang Jia's chest fiercely. Fang Jia tried to dodge but couldn't, so he could only adjust his body and fall backwards, while aiming an energy cannon at the Goatbeard. Squeak! 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 The Goatbeard's claws fiercely scratched Fang Jia's chest, making a sharp and piercing sound that made people's teeth ache, and 5 white marks were instantly scratched on Fang Jia's chest. Fang Jia also aimed the energy cannon at the Goatbeard at this time, directly starting the maximum power, and the light blue flame went straight to the Goatbeard's head. Ah! As expected, Fang Jia succeeded in injuring Goatbeard, making him scream like a pig being slaughtered. Goatbeard immediately did 3 backflips in a row to distance himself from Fang Jia. The hand covering his chin was lowered. Now Goatbeard's left ear has completely disappeared, and a large area of his left face was burned, part of his beard was charred and curled. And he no longer looked like a handsome uncle. "I'm going to kill you!" Goatbeard roared from his throat like a wounded beast. But Fang Jie would not give him a chance, raising his hand to fire an energy cannon. Chapter 79 Monster vs. Fang Jie. But Goatbeard should have no ears now, and his speed is very fast. Fang Jie's speed can't catch up with his speed, which makes Fang Jie become a master of human outline, no matter how he hits. He can't hit. Goatbeard can attack Fang Jie with his super fast speed, and Fang Jie's body is covered with claws in a short time. This guy is really annoying. Slippery like a loach. Fang Jie can only passively defend. "Since I can't hit you, is it okay for me to hit myself?" As he said this, Fang Jie heated up his entire body. After a while, the metal on Fang Jie's body turned slightly dark red, the blood demon gold lines on the surface melted directly, like a small stream rushing along a predetermined route. The whole body was wrapped in heat, as if the space around Fang Jie was distorted. Goatbeard used the nightmare skill again, sliding towards Fang Jie's right side at a very fast speed, and grabbed Fang Jie's lower ribs with one claw. This time he successfully grabbed 5 huge cracks under Fang Jie's ribs, but the high temperature of Fang Jie's body was enough to severely burn his left hand. Ah! The goat's face was deformed by the pain. He shook his hands vigorously to get rid of the hot metal stuck in the nails. "Does it feel good? I feel like I can keep up with your speed now." Fang Jie gently wiped the wound under his ribs, and the liquid blood magic gold immediately filled the gap. Fang Jie gave up the strongest defense, and instead heated himself, in exchange for more magic power blessing, and now his speed has been greatly improved. His hands directly formed 2 bright red giant swords, and slashed towards the goat. However, Fang Jie's giant sword was simply a burden. He didn't know any sword techniques, and could only do simple chopping, slashing, or windmilling. He only learned some military boxing during military training, and he had forgotten everything after struggling in society for several years. Now he was at most at the level of a primary school student fighting. If he wanted to defeat a person who was born and raised in another world, such an attack was completely insufficient. After 3 or 4 rounds, Fang Jie had more and more scratches on his body, and the goatee's hand turned into a steel claw. He endured the pain and beat until both palms were completely numb. After a long time of attack, Fang Jie had to give up the idea of close combat, and used high-temperature energy rays to shoot Goatbeard again. The first person to fall on the battlefield was Lostia. Every time she swung her tail, it would be stained with a lot of black air. But there were too many skeletons, and the buff of absorbing physical strength made her consume a lot of energy every time she attacked. Finally, after swinging her tail to smash all 8 or 9 skeletons, she struggled to crawl back to the cave entrance. The little flower bud saw the exhausted Lostia, and summoned vines to wrap her up and send her into the underground palace. "Little flower bud, you send Lostia back first, I go help Fang Jie." After saying that, Xiaobai ran towards Fang Jie, and at this time, several black smokes were already wrapped around her body. "Why are you running here?" Fang Jie distanced himself from the Goatbeard. "Go back quickly, it's too dangerous, he's too fast." I said, "Don't think of leaving me behind. And have you forgotten that I'm also a monster that's proficient in speed?" Xiaobai said, as he danced the killing dance again. The spider silk changed from 2 to 10, and rushed towards Goatbeard at a very fast speed. Fang Jie had to cooperate with Xiaobai to lower his own temperature, and acted as Xiaobai's shield. And Xiaobai also used his greatest ability to dance with several special spider silks. Limited by Fang Jie's obstruction, Goatbeard had no way to bypass Fang Jie and attack Xiaobai directly. In addition, Xiaobai's speed was not slow, and his small body circled around Fang Jie, quite a bit like the Qin Emperor circling the pillar. But Xiaobai's spider silk was much longer than Goatbeard's nails. This time Goatbeard was at a disadvantage. He quickly distanced himself from Fang Jie. But what greeted him was Fang Jie's energy beam. After avoiding Fang Jie's energy beam, Goatbeard distanced himself from Fang Jie again. "Ah! It hurts." Goatbeard became more and more impatient after failing to attack for a long time. "Spider and puppet? Spider? Puppet? It hurts. It hurts." Goat Boy was a little crazy. He kept repeating this word. His severely burned hand scratched his scalp hard, and directly scratched his scalp. Fang Jie couldn't let him get away like this, so he chased after him while using energy beams. "Die! Die! Die!" Suddenly, Goatbeard raised his head, and glared at Fang Jie. And green light began to emerge from his eyes. Dark demon nightmare. As he roared, countless black mists emerged from the wound and rushed to his whole body, until he was completely wrapped up. In an instant, Goatbeard turned into a black monster nearly 3 meters tall, with thick arms, and thick and short legs. His head no longer had a human shape, but rather looked like the head of a vicious dog, with a mouth full of fangs. And his claws became even bigger. The overall look was like a gorilla with a dog's head. Ah! Roar! 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 Although the monster's legs were short, they were full of powerful force. It kicked its legs and quickly shot towards Fang Jie. Hide. You can't stop it. Xiaobai reminded Fang Jie the moment the monster bit its legs. Fang Jie also felt something was not good. The monster's arms were as thick as his waist. Therefore, he sprayed flames directly from his palms, changed the direction at the moment the monster fell, and narrowly avoided it. The monster directly hit the ground with a heavy hammer, which directly cracked the earth, and splashed a lot of dust that completely blocked his tall figure. Ah! The monster had completely lost his mind. In the echo of Fang Jie's soul, he could only feel 2 words: death, pain, run. Fang Jie, run. Xiaobai knocked hard on Fang Jie's dizzy head. He was too big. Let's go into the dungeon and deal with him. Fang Jie shook his head. He resisted the dizziness and hugged Xiaobai to his chest and ran straight towards the dungeon. The monster blew away the dust with a palm and saw Fang Jie running away at a glance. Once again, he used his hands and feet to run towards Fang Jie. At this time, the advantage of multitasking skills was reflected. Fang Jie gritted his teeth and rushed forward at his fastest speed, while accumulating this energy, and also used shaping to set obstacles for the monster. But the monster's strength was beyond imagination. A direct shoulder collision broke a huge stone wall. Other small stone walls were useless. This monster was extremely powerful, and could not be stopped at all. Not enough. Not enough. Not enough. The distance was still far, but the monster had already caught up. Shaping. Fang Jie used the shaping skill again. This time it was not just a stone wall. 2 giants were formed under Fang Jie's skill, and rushed towards the monster, hoping to slow down the monster's pace. But stone is always stone. Although the 2 giants really slowed down the monster's speed this time, it was only for a short while. Facing the giants rushing towards him, the monster punched one of the giants directly, and tore the giant twice as big as himself in half with his hands. Another colossus seized the opportunity, and punched the monster in the face. But the monster seemed to feel no pain, and grabbed the colossus's hand. With a hook, the colossus's head was hit into the chest, directly destroying the structure inside. Ouch! The monster, who was dragged, escaped and rushed towards Fang Jie again with his hands and feet. The distance should be about the same. The monster also caught up to Fang Jie, not far behind him. Fang Jie directly accumulated a huge energy ray from his back, and shot it directly at the monster's chest. Fang Jie himself was also pushed directly to the entrance of the dungeon by the reaction force. The monster's chest had been blasted by Fang Jie's powerful energy beam, revealing the black muscle tissue inside, and gushing out large puddles of black mucus. The monster was also pushed back a few steps by the energy beam. And Fang Jie took this opportunity to quickly disappear into the dungeon. The monster spat out a mouthful of black blood, shrugged his nose, and rushed into the dungeon to follow Fang Jie's scent. Fang Jie immediately closed the passage after entering the dungeon. And just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he heard the monster outside violently hitting the stones, and each heavy blow was like a battering ram hitting the gate. The mud and rocks were no match for the monster. Every time it attacked, a lot of them would fall off. The rocks that were blocking the monster were becoming shaky. Damn it! Xiaobai, go hide in the underground palace. I stop it. Fang Jie took Xiaobai off his shoulder and said to her, No! You said you wouldn't abandon me. Xiaobai hugged Fang Jie's hand tightly when she heard what Fang Jie said. Fang Jie was helpless. Don't rush to refuse. I want you to help me pass a message to Xiaobai, and let her fill up the E05 fork with paralysis pollen. E05 filled? Xiaobai's eyes lit up. I understand. I go tell Xiaobai right now. Fang Jie was relieved when he saw Xiaobai quickly run into the underground palace. Boom! The monster's beating sound became louder and louder, proving that the stone wall was about to collapse. Boom! This time the monster punched through the stone wall directly. Fang Jie saw the opportunity, and fired an energy ray at the hole in the wall. When I saw your face, I knew your parents didn't put much effort into you. You are only worthy of eating my shit. Come on, come and kill me. Fang Jie immediately used his taunting skill to attack the monster crazily, and then he ran to the depths of the dungeon without looking back. Ah! Sure enough, this hurt the monster. The monster tore the thick stone wall apart with a fierce tear. The energy ray that Fang Jie had just fired directly blinded one of the monster's eyes. The monster that broke through the stone wall, how could it bear it, recognized Fang Jie's scent and rushed towards Fang Jie. It seems that Fang Jie's taunting skill is still very effective. Fang Jie led the monster through the dungeon, and finally walked into a dead end. It was full of thorns, and various small flowers were spewing pollen. The density of the pollen was already very high. Fang Jie was waiting for the monster to appear in this room. Sure enough, the monster arrived as expected, and the monster seemed to have regained a little bit of sanity at this time. Ah! Why don't you run? Oh! This is a dead end. Keep running. These small flowers are useless to me. The monster roared and grabbed Fang Jie. Ha ha! I'm going to tear off your armor, take out your heart and smash it to pieces. Demon nightmare. Instantly, Fang Jie was pressed to the ground by the monster, spattering a lot of dust. Hee hee, of course I know that the paralysis pollen is useless to you, but why did I lead you here? Do you really think that I, a dungeon master, don't know that this is a dead end? You, an illiterate, should have never heard of a dust explosion. As he spoke, a small ball of fire ignited on Fang Jie's chest. This small ball of fire instantly ignited the entire closed room, completely turning it into a bomb. Boom! A loud bang resounded throughout the entire Kepamere Peak. Chapter 80. The rescue expedition team sets out. After the explosion, the ground collapsed immediately. There was a huge vertical hole leading directly to the magma lake. The already three-quarters cooked monster fell directly into the large vertical hole, with wisps of white smoke. In addition, there were several tons of rocks and soil. The dead end of the E05 passage was a natural cave, but below it was one of the locations where Fang Jie had slipped and fell into the magma pool plan. However, after the plan was abandoned, Fang Jie did not continue to develop it, so the soil in this place was relatively thick, and it took a lot of effort to move it away. In order to achieve the unexpected effect, Fang Jie had to make this place into a dust bomb, using the huge pressure generated by the dust explosion to smash the floor of E05. And the magma pool below was Fang Jie's real killer. This level of explosion is also extremely harmful to Fang Jie. The high temperature and high pressure generated by the explosion made Fang Jie's steel body bumpy. However, this level of injury is not so important to Fang Jie. After the one-stop heating and shaping, it will be as smooth and bright as when it leaves the factory. But Fang Jie did not choose to leave, but chose to fall with the monster. Fang Jie was worried that he would fall down like this. What if he woke up in the middle of the journey? Sure enough, what Fang Jie was worried about happened. More than 10 meters away from the lava lake, the monster woke up. The monster's reaction was also very fast. Immediately straightened its body, and fiercely inserted its claws into the surrounding rocks, trying to cling to the wall to stop falling. This is what I've been waiting for. Fang Jie aimed an energy beam directly at the wall, where the monster was clinging in the air, directly smashing the rock where the monster was clinging. No! The monster only had time to let out a scream before falling into the magma lake. Fang Jie then slowed down and clung to the wall, waiting for the dust in the magma lake to settle. He really couldn't rest until he saw the monster burn to slag. This was the strongest enemy he had ever seen, many times stronger than GNA in a mecha. If Fang Jie didn't use dirty tricks, he probably wouldn't be able to beat this monster. The monster's black body was very conspicuous in the lava. He fell into the lava first, struggling to stand up. But the huge rock above hit his forehead, pressing him down. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Fang Jie didn't see the monster stand up again. Only when he was sure that he would not get up again did Fang Jie breathe a sigh of relief. Fang Jie, are you still alive? If you are alive, make a sound. Xiao Bai's voice came from above Fang Jie. Still alive? My magic power is almost exhausted. If you don't save me, I will fall into the magma pool. Fang Jie shouted helplessly to the top of his head. After that, a Xiao Bai brand hemp rope was thrown down from the passage above. Fang Jie climbed up to the entrance of the magma chamber along Xiao Bai's spider silk hemp rope and immediately collapsed to the ground. It is the most tiring when the nerves are highly tense and then relax. Xiao Bai saw Fang Jie climb up and immediately threw himself into Fang Jie's arms. and almost knocked Fang Jie back into the big vertical hole. Be careful. Be careful. Fang Jie helplessly stroked Xiaobai's head, only then did she relax. Xiao Huabao also breathed a sigh of relief. You are not allowed to do such dangerous things next time. Set yourself as bait. You, the self-proclaimed demon king of the underground palace, can think of this. If you don't do this, he won't be fooled at all. Don't talk about me first. The key point now is how to rescue Xiao Chusho and Xiao Yu. Now we can't even locate the direction of Xiao Chusho and Xiao Yu. Fang Jie became serious when talking about this. This is a top priority. Hey, how can I say hello? Every time I talk about this kind of problem, you change the subject. This time, it's all thanks to the greed of the little tentacles. Some time ago, the little tentacles were naughty and ate a few of my lover grasses, causing all the lover grasses to point at the little tentacles. The little flower bud said helplessly. Fang Jie's eyes widened when he heard what the little flower bud said. Is there such an operation? This can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. At least now, they can locate a general direction. Originally, Fang Jie was planning to go directly to the rift abyss that Lillian mentioned, where the undead race is abundant, to see if he could find any useful information. Now that he can directly determine the location of the small tentacle, he can save a lot of trouble. But this time we must be fast, because I don't know how long this mark will become invalid. After all, if it is digested by the small tentacles, it is very likely that this guide will disappear. Then we can only fight quickly this time. Fang Jie was silent for a while. We will set off today to chase the small tentacles and Xiao Yu. The battle plan is called Hurricane Rescue. Xiaobai will be the driver. Ah! Xiaobai's eyes sparkled when he heard that he could be the driver. Then called Lillian. If we pass through human territory, she may be needed to come forward. What about me? Do you still want me to guard the house? Xiaobao looked at Fang Jie quietly. Looking at Xiaobao like this, Fang Jie's word was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't spit it out at all. Let's go together. Xiaobai helped Fang Jie speak. Let's go together. The house will mainly be left to the orc grandma. It's no problem. Lostia is too big. She will stay to guard the house. Orc grandma, Shagar Yu Qiong, can take good care of her. Originally, Fang Jie thought that the fewer people, the better, but since Xiaobai has made a decision, then let's do as Xiaobai says. On the other side, the black-haired boy Uskara, who was rushing towards the rift abyss, paused and muttered to himself. This bastard must have started to commit suicide. It seems that I didn't bring enough gifts for the teacher this time. I should bring back the entire dungeon. After saying that, the black-haired boy mobilized all his magic power. Summoned Dark Ego. As the black rune was broken, a huge black four-legged eagle fell from the sky, shaking its rotten wings and letting out a sharp cry. The black-haired boy straddled the black four-legged eagle, grabbed its spine, and the four-legged eagle soared into the sky, carrying countless ghost skeletons away. No! I want to go! I must go! Don't leave me behind! The little fat dragon Lostia quit immediately after learning that he had no part in the rescue plan. No, you're too big. You can't even sit in this car. Fang Jie patted the simple metal car helplessly. He modified it after using it last time. Now it has shock absorbers, and the tires have been changed to white elastic resin. Fang Jie also modified the overall shape to imitate the VWT1 van in the previous life. Put a small steam turbine in it, and added a gearbox and gears. No matter. No matter. I'm going. It's not because I'm worried about Zayakusha and Xiaoyu, but I just want to save them together. Lostia was about to roll on the ground with his eyes closed, but he still pretended to be noble. No, Lostia. We must go as fast as possible this time. And our home is also very important. What if someone attacks after we leave? So we must leave someone to guard it. I will take you out next time when we go out to play. Okay? Xiaobai jumped directly on Lostia's big nose and said, making Lostia cross-eyed. Then you have to come back soon. Lostia said hesitantly after hearing what Xiaobai said. Then immediately shook her head, shook Xiaobai down, and tilted her head to one side. I won't miss you. If you don't come back before I finish demolishing the house, I will ignore you. Fang Jie shrugged helplessly and hugged Shagar. The house is in your hands. All the passages in the underground palace are open. You can go in and out at will. If a strong enemy appears, don't hesitate to take Lostia and run as far as possible. Then I seal the passage on the orc side. If you want to leave, take the secret passage in the war room. What are you talking about? Really, I'm not useless. Right? We wait for you to come back safely. Shagar knocked on Fangjia. Haha, then let's go. Fangjia said hello to everyone and got into the car. Xiaobai had already sat in the driver's seat, Xiaobao was in the passenger seat, and the tool man Lilian and the water boiler Fangjia were sitting in the back seat. Xiao Huabao and Lilian were a little confused. Why did Fangjia prepare 2 helmets for them this time? Shagar didn't bring a helmet when they set out last time. Shagar looked at them with extremely complicated eyes, as if he was mourning for them. Xiao Huabao and Lilian looked puzzled. But when Xiaobai stepped on the accelerator, they seemed to understand something, but it was too late. This time, Xiaobai's foot smoothly and completely controlled the accelerator. Now the lives of everyone in the car are all in Xiaobai's hands. Xiaobai was extremely skilled in shifting gears, accelerator and clutching. The finishing touch was the accelerator. He didn't give Xiaobao and Lilian time to adapt. He stepped on the accelerator and launched. Shagar breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the car go away. The screams of Xiaobao and Lilian seemed to linger in his ears. Haha, it seems that I am not the only one who is not used to steam cars. Shagar hummed a little song happily and walked back to the underground palace. 8 days later, Fangjia's rescue expedition had arrived near the Rift Abyss. I didn't expect that those people's destination was really here. During this period, the lover grass did not change direction. In the middle, they encountered 2 or 3 human cities, and some mountains blocking the road. If they hadn't taken a detour, Fangjia and the others might have arrived long ago. We'd better stop here for a long time. If we go any further, we will enter the abyss of the Rift Valley. The small car can't get down at all. Lilian seemed to have been here before, so she was very familiar with the terrain here. She was the one who negotiated with people along the way. Fangjia was a little worried about her character, but he didn't expect her to perform well. However, there were very few people seen along the way, and even many burning corpses could be seen on the roadside, which made Fangjia and his team more careful. Fangjia sunk the car underground, which can prevent theft. There is a small city nearby called Scarleton, where they often capture ghost creatures in the Rift Valley to make alchemical powder. Lilian went into the city to inquire about the situation, while Fangjia and his friends were looking at the huge valley from the cliff. Chapter 81 The Witch's Forest of Sorrow. This Rift Valley is really huge, and the edge of the Rift Valley is steep and precipitous. The Rift Valley is also filled with gray fog, and the bottom of the canyon cannot be seen at all. There is only a winding path to go down, which is very steep and precipitous. The first sight reminded Fangjia of the Huashan mountain he had climbed before. In half a day, Lilian went back and forth. How is it? Did you find out any useful information? Yeah, I found out that 2 days ago a huge eagle flew directly into the valley. Also, there may be a gray tide in the next 2 days. That is, the gray fog. It will become turbulent every once in a while. They will gain a lot after each gray tide. There is no other useful information. The towns here are very strange. Everyone is very scared. It is said that a demon has cast a curse. It seems that many people have died. The whole town looks much quieter. It seems that these people living on the edge of the rift don't know any specific useful information. At this moment, Xiaobai ran back. Fangjia had just asked Xiaobai to run around the edge of the rift with the lover's grass, in order to use the lover's grass to determine whether the direction of the small tentacles was really in the rift. Xiaobai wiped his sweat, and was sure that he was right this time. They should be in the rift, and very close to us, just below where we are now. However, there was no way to detect the location within the gray fog. The gray fog seemed to affect the normal operation of the exploration magic. Then no matter what, we have to go directly into the rift abyss to search. We may not be able to get more useful information on the top of the rift. Little Flower Bud also interjected. Little Flower Bud is right. Do you still have love grass? Give one to each of us, and plant their partners near our car. Then we will prepare to enter the rift abyss. Fangjia nodded to everyone, and then looked at Lilian. If you don't want to go, you can wait for us nearby. Unexpectedly, Lilian shook her head. I want to go down with you. I am a member of the Great Underground Palace. How can I just watch you fight? I am a magician of the light system. I am born to restrain these death monsters. Fangjia laughed. It seems that life in the Great Underground Palace is really attractive. Then there is one more thing. It is a survival kit. It contains dried meat, a knife, and a simple flint. I don't want it. There is no place for me to get it. Xiaobai spread his claws and said, Okay, But you must be careful, we don't know what's inside. Fang Jie looked at it. Xiaobai agreed, then turned to Lillian and Xiaowabao. But you two must hold it. I know your magic power can illuminate, but what if the magic power is exhausted? Prepared? Then everyone will set off. Fang Jie has recovered after these few days, and his magic power is already full, so he started Minecraft again, creating a zigzag staircase from the ground. This rift valley is very huge, with a vertical depth of more than 8,000 meters. The temperature has also dropped sharply. The wind is biting, and the cold is biting. Little flower bud Lillian has wrapped herself in a thick camel hair cotton jacket. Xiaobai put on her old cotton jacket and sat in Fang Jie's arms. What else can compare to Fang Jie's warm embrace? The gray mist gradually became thinner, revealing the true appearance of the bottom of the canyon. Most of the rocks here are black and gray, some of which are like blades, and some stand at the bottom like branches. The air is very humid, but there are no plants. This place looks like a dead land, as if there is no life at all. The biting cold wind blew on these strange rocks, making a whistling sound, which sounded very much like a woman crying. This should be the witch's forest of sorrow that the ghost hunters talked about. Lillian couldn't help but exclaim at the scenery in front of her. It's really spectacular, but it's also deadly. Be careful from now on. They say that the witch's forest of sorrow is the most dangerous place in the Great Rift Valley. There are many ghost creatures in it. It can be fatal if you are not careful. It took Fang Jie nearly a day to successfully use his shaping skills to lead everyone to the bottom of the Grand Canyon. This place has already gone deep into the bottom of the Black Stone Forest. Only when you are in the Black Stone Forest can you feel the hugeness of these black strange rocks. These black strange rocks are like swords pointing to the sky, each of which is as big as a wall. Fang Jie felt around. Since entering the gray fog, he felt something was strange. Fang Jie tried his shaping skills, and found that these black rocks were difficult to shape. It is not certain whether it is because they have magic, or because there may be ghost creatures living in these stones. The little flower bud frowned. I don't like it here. It gives me a very bad feeling. I can't feel any breath of life here. Yes, death and life are antonyms. It's strange that she likes it here. And here she found that the membrane that suppressed her before became thicker. And it was so hard for her to breathe. Don't be so absolute. Come and take a look. Xiaobai found a plant next to a black stone pillar. Is this a plant? The little flower bud looked at the strange plant and asked. Xiaobai rolled his eyes. Are you the plant controller, or am I the plant controller? You ask me, and you only have some AC knowledge? However, the little flower bud ignored Xiaobai's complaints, and just carefully observed this magical plant growing in the dead land. This plant has black leaves and stems. There is a small white flower, with a faint fluorescent light on the top of the stem. However, this small flower is a ghost-faced skull flower. Xiaobai touched it lightly, and the fluorescent pollen actually formed a skull shape and slowly drifted away. And it also made a dead cry. Xiaobai was startled. Fang Jie also heard the sound and ran to the two of them, fearing that something might happen to them. It's okay. Xiaobai found a ghost orchid. Xiaobai saw Fang Jie and the others gathered around him, and said quickly, but the strange thing is that I can't feel any breath of life from this orchid. He gently touched the strange plant. This flower has the opposite properties to mine, but it can survive. This flower absorbs the power of death. It's really amazing. The little flower bud exclaimed sincerely. Now she was sure that it was this kind of death aura that suppressed her. But since the evolution, there was only a strong breath of life in her body. Where did the death aura come from? Seeing that the two were fine, Fang Jie breathed a sigh of relief. Don't rush the devils into the village. Our mission this time is mainly to rescue Little Tentacle and Little Yu. After we pass this dungeon and rescue the two little princesses, Little Tentacle and Little Yu, there will be plenty of time for you to search for supplies. Fang Jie's words interrupted Xiao Huabao's impulse to dig up the specimen and slice it. If the environment did not allow it, she might have really done it. You guys are really stupid. What if this plant is poisonous? Even if it is not poisonous, what if their voices attract monsters? Fang Jie was still chattering when Xiao Bai interrupted him sharply. Shut up your crow mouth. Really? Xiao Bai almost used spider silk to seal Fang Jie's mouth. But it was too late. As soon as Fang Jie finished speaking, a black ghost face appeared on the surface of the black stone, and fell directly from the black stone to the ground. The black mud immediately attached to these ghost faces, forming a rotten humanoid sludge monster. Shining light. Lillian was the first to cast a spell. In the white flash, the rotten mud monster instantly screamed and collapsed. Time seemed to stop for a second. A second later, the entire witch's forest of sorrow was boiling. More black ghost faces emerged from the strange rocks and rolled into the mud. Gone! Run! Fang Jie led the rescue team and began to flee into the depths of the black stone forest. No! No! No, go this way! Lillian saw Fang Jie about to rush into one of the passages and immediately stopped him. Fang Jie glanced at her and immediately thought of Lillian's bug-like skill, which was a super sixth sense that could guide the way through the maze. The strange stone forest was a bit like a big maze, and at this time, Lillian's cheating role was highlighted. Her sixth sense was really super strong. Following her, the rescue team really passed through the witch's sorrow forest at the fastest speed, and got rid of the mud monsters that were not very convenient to move behind. After a while, a huge cave appeared in front of them, and it seemed that many eyes in the darkness were looking at them with green light. When I got closer, I realized that these were all ghost orchids. There were many stalactites in this cave, and water drops would drip from them from time to time, making a tick-tick sound, which was particularly harsh in the quiet cave, as if every tick-tick hit the heart, giving people an extremely uncomfortable feeling. I like the design here. Let's put it in the big maze in the future. How about we also build a big cave? Fang Jie looked around with interest, thinking about where he could learn from it. Are you still in the mood to think about the design of the big maze? We are now playing as challengers. Little Flower Bud complained mercilessly. But I like it too. Help me build a cave to raise these ghost orchids in the future. Lillian was speechless when she heard the conversation between the two people. She nodded in the first half of the sentence, but she almost fainted in the second half. Can you be more serious? Give others some respect. This is a dungeon adventure. It's a life or death situation. The light is getting darker and darker, but this is not a problem for the rescue team, who have lived in the dungeon for many years. Xiaobai has a very strong night vision ability. If she hadn't been a little nearsighted from reading books recently, she wouldn't even need to wear glasses to see the dark road clearly. The small flower bud is not a big problem. If she hadn't been suppressed by this dead land, she could dance in the trap room with her eyes closed, and directly give birth to a fluorescent night-light flower that she would hold in her hand like a lantern. Although Fang Jie's magic exploration is a bit suppressed by the black fog, he still has no problem seeing things more than 10 meters away. What's more, he can emit light and heat by himself and become a big flashlight. The only one who needs to consume magic to summon the light ball is Lillian. Therefore, in order to save magic, Lillian becomes the core of the team. Not to mention that she also works part-time as the Sixth Sense Compass Girl. In this way, the rescue team basically did not encounter any traps, except for being chased by mud monsters all over the map in the Witch's Sorrow Forest at the beginning. Everything went smoothly, until they passed through a tunnel. The scene in front of them suddenly opened up, and a very exquisite mansion appeared in front of the 4 members of the rescue team. Chapter 82 Collector. There is only a winding path leading to the mansion, and next to the path is a bottomless abyss. The mansion is brightly lit, and it seems that there is a grand party going on inside. This is in sharp contrast with the surrounding environment, giving people an unreal feeling, as if they are in the environment, which is very much like a witch's mansion. Fang Jie touched his chin. This is interesting. He pinched Lillian. Lillian was frightened and screamed. What are you doing? Why are you pinching me? It doesn't hurt when I pinch you, but it hurts you. So it's not an illusion. Fang Jie was not sure either. He was really a little scared, because the last time he was hurt by the dwarf orc had left him with some psychological trauma. Xiao Huabao comforted Lillian helplessly, and rolled his eyes at Fang Jie. Your method is useless. Xiao Bai looked at the brightly lit mansion before speaking. Although this mansion looks like the horror house in your stories, I didn't feel any magical fluctuations. It shouldn't be an illusion. Lillian rubbed her arm that was pinched and hurt, and asked Fang Jie helplessly, what should we do now? Go through the back door? What back door? Go through the front door. They invited us to a date. There is no reason to sneak through the back door. Fang Jie waved his hand and said, Let's go! Little Flower Bud. Lillian's first reaction was to prepare to hit Fang Jie with a stick, to see if he was mentally controlled. What are you doing? Why don't you leave? Fang Jie took 2 steps before he realized that they didn't follow him. Are you sure you are Fang Jie? Zaya Wabeo took a fighting stance, looking at Fang Jie warily. What's my real name? You don't have a real name. I gave you your name, Landwini, which means the place where life is born. Fang Jie said helplessly to Zaya Wabeo. Xiaobao felt a little relieved after hearing Fang Jie's words. Then why do you still want us to go through the front door? Wouldn't it be better to attack through the back door? But at this time, Xiaobai spoke to Xiaobao. Listen to Fang Jie, we go through the front door, he also has his reasons. Seeing Xiaobai saying so, Xiaobao couldn't help but frown again, but still followed Fang Jie's pace. Fang Jie led everyone to push open the gate of the mansion garden. Ghost orchids were planted in the garden. The planting positions were very neat, and each plant had thick leaves and strong stems. The ghost skull-shaped orchids also bloomed beautifully. There were also several puppets that looked like golden golems walking in the garden, taking care of things in the garden. But their movements were very stiff. In addition, there are various statues scattered in the garden. These statues are in the shape of painful people, with twisted bodies and hideous faces, as if they are suffering great pain. The melodious music also floated into everyone's ears. I feel more and more uneasy, Lillian said with some concern. Me too. I feel so tired. The little flower but felt completely different from others. Since entering this manor, she felt that her strength was rapidly draining away. Fang Jie didn't say anything, but stood outside the door of the mansion and knocked gently. The door opened after Fang Jie knocked 3 times, revealing the gorgeous decoration inside. Translucent ghosts were moving freely inside, as if a grand party was really being held. When Fang Jie and his group walked in, all the ghosts looked at them. Hello, dear friends. Please come in. My master is waiting for you to come. A waiter wearing a smiling mask speaks to Fang Jie and the other 4 in a very gentle voice. Fang Jie nodded with a smile on his face and walked into the mansion. Xiao Huabao also forced himself to straighten his back and walked into the mansion. Please welcome our great mentor, the Gardener of Death in the Rift Abyss, the Great Collector, the Master of Hades' underground palace, Lord Montes Kuberman. As the smiling waiter spoke, a beam of ghost fire hit the steps, and a proud man wearing high-heeled leather shoes and strange, complicated and gorgeous clothes appeared under the light. This man has a pale face and dark purple lips. Under the illumination of the strange soul light, he looks extremely weird. At this moment, the stage effect is full. The dead souls around began to howl and cheer. Hello, Mr. Monses. This is the great demon king of Hammer, the chief designer of the great labyrinth, the master of the abyss of Naraku, the master of the flame of Syncreset, translated into Chinese as calcite, sir. Before they finished cheering, a female voice that was neither humble nor arrogant appeared in the hearts of everyone present. The voice was not loud, but it sounded like the sound of a phoenix, and a phoenix blowing, and instantly shocked the hearts of everyone present. Fang Jie raised his lips, touched Xiaobai's head on his shoulder. This move completely shocked everyone present. This skill is more intimidating than standing on it and speaking loudly. The cheering undead around him also turned into whispers. Monses pressed his hands down slightly. The undead around him stopped whispering, just stared at Monses blankly. Monses clapped his hands lightly, said with a smile, Great! Great! You are really brave. You actually walked in from the front. Aren't you afraid that I have set a trap for you? You are joking. Haven't we been under your surveillance since we entered the gray fog? Isn't it the same no matter where we walk in? We won't do sneaky things like some villains. Not to mention kidnapping children. I don't know who taught them. Right? Mr. Monses? Monses' face darkened, and he just looked at Fang Jie quietly. Fang Jie was neither humble nor arrogant, and he looked up at the so-called great mentor. The silence lasted for 4 or 5 minutes, and Monses suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. Ha ha! Awesome! Really awesome! I like you! Ha ha! I like you too, Mr. Monses. I think we can have a good chat. Maybe we will have many common interests. Fang Jie stopped looking at the strange man on the stairs, and turned around and put his hand on the shoulder of the smiling waiter who greeted them, saying, You said so, Mr. Monses. The strange man's face suddenly changed, and he was about to say something, but the smiling waiter raised his hand to stop him. The smiling waiter took off his smiling mask, revealing a refreshing face, black hair, squinting eyes, and a smile on his lips, which never changed. When the waiter took off his mask, all the undead spirits scattered, and the strange man also knelt on one knee in front of the waiter. Xiaobai lay on Fang Jie's shoulder, with all the bristles on his body standing up. Xiaobao and Lillian froze. An inexplicable chill penetrated deeply into the skin. This man is extremely dangerous. Fang Jie received Xiaobai's warning, but his expression remained normal. Can you tell me, where did I expose myself? The waiter's voice was gentle and humble, not like the voice of a demon at all. Fang Jie smiled and said, "It's not you who is exposed, it's him." He pointed his chin at the strange man kneeling on the ground. "I just made a little joke." His face was very bad. On the surface, he was looking at me, but actually he was looking at you behind me, and when he saw that you didn't react, he laughed and changed the subject. "I'm sorry, teacher." The strange man lowered his head even lower, and sweat dripped down his cheeks. "Go and accept the punishment yourself," Monsis said softly, and the strange man was pardoned, and walked out backwards with his back bent. "So now, can you cancel the curse on my companion? This is really not very polite," Fang Jie said indifferently. Monsis, and gently waved his hand. Skeleton ghosts flew out of Lilian, Xiaobai, and Xiaowabeo's bodies, and left with a scream. Lilian and Xiaowabeo clearly felt their bodies lighten. But Xiaowabeo still felt weak, while Xiaobai felt nothing. Monsis snapped his fingers lightly, and some tables, chairs, teapots, and teacups came out, turning a corner of the hall into a reception room at a rapid speed. Monsis made a gesture of invitation with both hands. Fang Jie sat down first, and Lilian quickly helped Xiaowabeo to sit down. Monsis looked at Xiaowabeo, and frowned slightly. The young daughter of the god of life? After saying that, she shook her head. "This is not my curse. This land is a cursed land. It is normal for her to feel uncomfortable here. Just get out." Fang Jie nodded, took out a bottle of red and asked Lilian to feed it to the little flower bud. Monsis has been watching Fang Jie's actions, but did not say anything, and could not see anything even with squinting eyes. Fang Jie took the lead and said, "Then we will not waste words. This time, I came to disturb you mainly to ask for an explanation. Why did you instruct your disciples to sneak attack the Capamir underground city and kidnap the children of Capamir? Child? You call the baby of the world-destroying monster a child?" The smile on Monsi's face grew even bigger. "In my eyes, she is a child. Not all murderers' children are murderers." Monsis smiled even more when he heard this, his mouth almost stretched to his chin. "Interesting statement. But I won't let you take away something that has already entered my hands so easily. So we can't reach an agreement?" Fang Jie also smiled. "No, to express my apology, I can give you a chance to enter Hades' underground palace. They are both at the bottom of Hades' underground palace. Then whatever you bring up from underground will belong to you. How about it?" Monsis squinted and smiled like a fox. "Aren't you afraid that I will empty your underground palace?" Fang Jie almost laughed out loud when he heard this. "Then you have to have the ability to empty it." Monsis smiled and reclined on the luxurious chair. "Sure, we accept the challenge. But I want to make a deal with you before that." "Oh, tell me about it. How about buying you without paying?" Fang Jie said with a smile. The smiling mouth finally changed, from smiling to laughing. "Hee hee ha ha ha." Monsis laughed so hard that tears came out. "You really exceeded my imagination. It's been so many years." Finally, an interesting kid appeared. "I just wanted to find out who could kill Gamin with the puppet I provided. I didn't expect him to bring me such a big surprise. So what do you want to trade with me?" "Design." Fang Jie also raised the corner of his mouth, spitting out 2 words. Chapter 83 Condensed Snowlight Flame Transformation. "Interesting idea. What design do you want to talk about?" Monsis finally stopped laughing and returned to the expression of a squinting fox. Fang Jie leaned forward slightly and showed a serious expression. "The optimized magic armor makes your golden puppet smaller and more flexible, whether it is for work or battle." As he said, Fang Jie snapped his fingers, and a 1:7 improved version of the Colossus model appeared on the ground. This giant statue was improved by Fang Jie, and it looked more majestic and powerful. It also performed a backflip under Fang Jie's control. Monsis squinted at the figurine and paused for a while. "Compared to this, I want you more." Monsis put his face close to Fang Jie. "You are the most peculiar puppet I have ever seen. Are you interested in making it my collection?" Fang Jie was speechless. "Is this guy a gay?" Thinking of Fang Jie, he shuddered. "Sorry, Mr. Monsis. None of us will stay here. Since you don't sincerely want to trade with us, we won't force you." Fang Jie didn't speak yet. Xiaobai spoke first. Monsis narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Jie. "Don't look at me. Capamir is everyone's home. They all have the right to speak and can represent my opinion. In my eyes, there are only 2 kinds of people. One is a friend, and the other is an enemy. Since we can't be friends, we can only be enemies," Fang Jie said with an apologetic expression. Monses narrowed his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth, pausing for a while. Everyone's home. Interesting. I want the complete design of the interior of this little thing. He pointed at the model on the table. Of course. No problem. I'm talking about the internal structure. I give you the exterior design. Fang Jie smiled. Okay, then it's settled. Monses stood up and made a few random gestures in the air, and a contract composed of magic power appeared in front of Fang Jie. I will give you the design after we leave Hades' underground palace. Don't worry. We can't escape. Fang Jie also stood up and signed Crosette's name on the contract with the magic of shaping. Then I will wait for your performance. Monses nodded his finger, and the fireplace next to him slowly moved away, revealing a dark downward passage. Fang Jie walked into the passage with Xiaobai, Lilian, and Xiaowabeo without looking back. How do you know he's spying on us? Little Flower Bud couldn't help asking out of curiosity. I felt something was wrong when I entered the gray fog. In this range, my magic exploration can only see things within 2 meters around me, and my shaping is also greatly suppressed. This state is very similar to the suppression caused by the magic of GNA's magic riot. Therefore, I think the gray fog outside is a kind of Monses magic, just like the function of the monster sandbox. This, Xiao Huabao had never thought of so much. Alas, you are still too naive. Xiaobai looked at Xiao Huabao's stupid look, could not help but sigh, shaking his head, with a look of disappointment on his face. Hey, what's that expression on your face? I just thought Fang Jie was under some kind of mind control magic. Xiao Huabao tried hard to defend herself, but the other three ignored her. This underground passage soon reached the end, and a huge hole appeared in front of Fang Jie and the other four. It was bottomless, and above their heads was the manor of Collector Monses. There was only a small wooden plank road on the steep cliff, and it had been in disrepair for many years. When you stepped on it, it made a creaking sound, which made you feel that it might collapse in the next second. We may not be able to walk on this road. Lillian looked at the shaky plank road with some worry. How could we walk on a plank road that was full of traps? Wouldn't it be better to take the Fang Jie brand elevator directly? Xiaobai patted Fang Jie after he finished speaking, and Fang Jie also snapped his fingers helplessly. Although the shaping skill was suppressed badly, it was still possible to build a 2-meter square elevator on the cliff to move vertically downward. Yes, every player knows that the official road is full of bumps, so we choose not to take the ordinary road, Fang Jie said easily, agreeing with Xiao Bai's opinion. After descending for an unknown period of time, there was a sound of giggling from below. Lillian immediately drew out her staff. Light ball. The rune shattered and formed a bright sphere, which fell toward the bottom of the hole, illuminating part of the edge of the hole along the way. The cave wall was covered with a thin humanoid monster, which was white, had no eyes, sharp teeth, a long tail, and a pair of small wings like bats. It's Bindus. As Lillian's light ball fell, all the Bindus let out a sharp roar, broke away from the cliff, and flew towards the direction of the small elevator of the Fang Jie card. Fang Jie was about to stand up and shoot these little monsters, but was stopped by Lillian. Save your magic power, and let me take care of these little monsters first. I have learned a lot. He chanted an obscure spell, and several magic runes formed a strange magic circle around the staff. Condensed snowlight flame transformation. As the runes disappeared, Lillian gently tapped the air with her staff, and a white dot appeared in the air. This white dot changed rapidly. The white dot turned into a small triangle, the triangle turned into a hexagram, and finally into a snowflake. The edge of the snowflake continued to thin out, and small sharp corners continued to emerge, and it spread at an extremely fast speed. The huge snowflake composed of white light burst into fire after a few seconds, and instantly turned into a snowflake-shaped sea of fire, and pressed down towards the densely packed bandies below. Instantly, the densely packed bandies in the hole were burned black and screamed, and fell to the bottom of the hole like rain, and this was not over yet. Lillian tapped 3 or 4 times again, like a music conductor, and 3 or 4 huge white light snowflakes appeared, and turned into flames and pressed down. The bandies in the hole was pressed to death. This killing efficiency is comparable to that of insecticide. Fang Jie was stunned. What is the principle? Xiaobai saw Fang Jie was stunned, so he smiled and explained it to him. In addition to finding the method of changing the properties of magic, Lillian and I also replaced the runes that make up the magic with the Koch snowflake fractal formula, which is the recursive algorithm. Then we first used the light system to form snowflakes, because it has the fastest speed, and can form the largest area as quickly as possible, and then transform it into the fire attribute to kill. In addition, we found the path with the least magic power consumption from the Chaos Butterfly algorithm. This magic actually does not consume much at most. It is 1.32 units of Lillian's magic power. Lillian can cast 20 or 30 of them at once. What kind of scientific magic is this? It turns out that Xiaobai told him that he had played magic in a flower. Is it this flower? Originally, I wanted to use the Julia collection, but Lillian said that it was useless because it was not as good looking as this one. Xiaobai pouted as he said this. Fang Jie covered his face. It has already achieved this effect. What else are you dissatisfied with? Ordinary people and academic masters have different thinking. I used to think that this compass girl could only be used as a mascot. I didn't expect this mascot to be so cruel. Fang Jie saw that Lillian's expression had changed. It seems that if she wants to go back to her parents' home in the future, she can only let her do it. In a blink of an eye, the shy girl has grown so much. In the collector's mansion, Monses shook the glass of red wine slowly, his eyes squinted comfortably, as if he was admiring the countless ghost lights on the opposite wall. Suddenly his squinting eyes widened. What kind of magic is this? The light and fire elements are interchangeable? This shape is also very strange. It can actually change by itself? No, this is a spell. Why does it change attributes? What is the identity of this little girl? Great magician? Bishop? No, how can a bishop practice both light and fire? It's getting more and more interesting. Mansus suddenly became angry after talking to himself here. Damn Anna! She has locked me up long enough. 389 years. I haven't walked out of this canyon for 389 years. Damn it! What kind of magic knowledge is that? Ah! I really want to know. I really want to know. Damn it! Monses threw the red wine crystal glass in his hand to the ground, shattering it into pieces. After taking a few deep breaths, Monses returned to his squinting fox look, and lazily lay on the gorgeous chair again, snapping his fingers, and a translucent green ghost floated out of one of the ghost fire lamps on the wall. Monses said something softly, and the green ghost nodded and disappeared again. You really surprised me. Show me what you have. I've been bored for too long. As soon as Monses finished speaking, a crystal cup floated in by itself and landed in Monses' hands. The red wine bottle next to him poured him red wine that looked like blood again. In the abyss of Hades' underground palace, those bandits were fearless and extremely cruel. When their companions were burned to black and fell, they rushed forward and cut up their former companions at a very fast speed, leaving no residue, and then still charged towards the sea of fire fearlessly. But the situation changed after 3 or 4 rounds of Lillian's magic attacks. These ferocious monsters seemed to have found their natural enemies and scattered, and flew towards the top of the passage in panic. Lillian, who had cast more than 10 magic spells in a row, wiped her sweat. This was the first time she used this magic to fight. She was just nervous, but she didn't expect the effect to be so much better. She turned around and saw Fang Jie gave her a thumbs up. Lillian smiled happily after receiving Fang Jie's affirmation. Be careful. Be careful. At this moment, a huge black spider appeared behind Lillian, raising its sharp legs, and rushed straight towards Lillian. Fang Jie and Xiaobai spoke at the same time, but Xiaobai was faster than Fang Jie, and rushed towards the big spider. Xiaobai hit the black spider with all his strength, knocking the black spider out, and fell into the bottomless abyss with the black spider. No! Xiaobai! Fang Jie wanted to catch Xiaobai, but he was a step too late, and he could only watch Xiaobai being swallowed by the darkness, and falling down. Chapter 84 Spiders and Collections. Fang Jie immediately opened the panel, looking at Xiaobai's status, waited for 5 minutes, and saw that there was no change in Xiaobai's panel. Only then he breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Huabao gently patted Fang Jie's shoulder. Xiaobai will be fine after all. Xiaobai is a spider. She can climb walls and spit silk. It's okay. Yeah, I know. Fang Jie looked at Lillian, who was very self-blaming. It's okay. Don't blame yourself. Xiaobai just did what she should do, and she is very strong. I can feel that she is fine. She will come to us after she solves the big black spider. Then what should we do now? Wait for her here. Lillian hugged her knees with tears in her eyes, and whispered. Let's continue. The most urgent thing is to find Xiao Uch and Xiao Yu first. Xiaobai is capable of taking care of himself. Fang explained, as he accelerated the descent of the small elevator. Xiaobai was indeed fine, but there were a few not-so-deep cuts on his body. She stuck the spider silk to the rock wall and successfully stopped her body, but as soon as she stopped, the big black spider pounced on her. Xiaobai's night vision is very good. In the darkness, she finally saw the true appearance of the black spider. This is not a spider. To be precise, this is not a creature. This is a big spider made up of various human remains. Each of its spider legs is a human hand. Its hand holds a sharp knife. And these sharp knives become her sharp spider legs. The head of this flesh spider is a girl's head held up by several rotten hands. There are 4 human eyes on the forehead, and only a few sparse hairs. Xiaobai jumped vigorously, spitting out spider silk that stuck to the cliff, and swung far away, creating some distance between him and the blood spider. The blood spider fiercely stabbed the sharp knife into the place where Xiaobai had just stood, making a crisp sound. The blood spider saw that it missed the target, and a huge bloody mouth opened under the girl's face, making a sharp cry. The mouth was not made of sharp teeth, but human teeth. You are too ugly, aren't you? Which neurological research institute did you run from? Xiaobai was still in the mood to complain about the flesh spider. As he spoke, he danced the ribbon-like spider silk and collided with the flesh spider directly on the cliff. Xiaobai was faster. Using the elasticity of the spider silk, he could even reach the speed of a 3-dimensional mobile device. He tried his best to find the flaws of the flesh spider and attack it. The flesh spider was not a vegetarian. Its 8 sharp spider legs were extremely flexible. If you were not careful, you would be chopped by it. Xiaobai also wanted to use his fangs, but looking at the rotten skin of the flesh spider, Xiaobai didn't dare to bite it, for fear of getting dirty. Finally, Xiaobai had to smear his toxin on the surface of the spider silk. If the spider silk cuts into the surface of the flesh spider, the toxin can be injected into the body of the flesh spider. In this way, Xiaobai slid down while fighting with the flesh spider on the cliff. This battle lasted for nearly half an hour. Xiaobai's physical strength was almost exhausted, but the flesh spider was still very energetic, as if Xiaobai's toxin had no effect at all. After dodging the attack of the flesh spider again, Xiaobai pulled away. Just after taking a breath, the flesh spider, which seemed to have no SP bar, raised its sharp spider legs and chopped at her again. Xiaobai had no choice but to break the spider silk and continue to move downwards. The flesh spider also followed Xiaobai's figure into a deeper position. Xiaobai didn't know how far she fell, but she saw a hole on the cliff, and there was light in the hole. Xiaobai looked at the flesh spider that had been chasing her, gritted her teeth, and rushed into the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, Xiaobai stuck his special spider silk on the cave wall and hung it in the middle of the cave. If the flesh spider behind him didn't observe carefully and hit it at a very fast speed, he might be lucky enough to break it in half. Sure enough, the flesh spider did as Xiaobai thought, rushed in directly, and hit the special spider silk directly. In an instant, the 4 spider legs on the left side of the flesh spider were cut off. The flesh spider screamed and fell to the ground. Xiaobai wanted to go up and give it a fatal blow, but he didn't expect the flesh spider to pick up its severed arm, fit it on the wound, and it grew back immediately. It picked up the knife that fell on the ground again and was instantly revived with full blood. TSK? What a monster. How to fight it? Xiaobai gave up the idea of sneak attack and ran deeper. After suffering this loss, the flesh spider became much more cautious, and its speed also slowed down. Fang Jie led Lilian, and Xiao Huabao successfully found a wide fork in the cliff. But here, Lilian's sixth sense failed. She stood at the fork in the road and hesitated. She could feel that both sides were extremely dangerous. Then go both ways. Exploring every fork in the road on the map is a must for experienced players. Since both roads need to be taken, let's go to the end of one first, and then go to the second round. There was a fire in this wide tunnel, and there were strange human statues placed around, all of them holding bonfire trays in their hands, so the cave was brightly lit. Be careful, I always feel that it is very dangerous here. Lilian looked serious. Is the Capamare Labyrinth dangerous? Fang Jie suddenly asked. Oh, Lilian thought about it seriously, and then said hesitantly, probably not. Her tone was very uncertain. That's it. I go in front, and you guys follow me. Fang Jie patted his chest while saying this. Pure steel. Full defense. Although he said so, Fang Jie was still very careful. Who knows what strange things will appear in this other world. Sure enough, a trap appeared. It was a pit trap. The bricks on the ground were very fragile. Once you stepped on them, you would fall into a pit full of spears. However, these were not difficult for Fang Jie. They could only deceive human explorers. Under Fang Jie's magic exploration, these traps were nowhere to be found. He passed through the pit trap that looked like a chessboard very smoothly. Then saw blades appeared. However, these iron saw blades were very soft compared to Fang Jie's blood magic steel. Fang Jie directly squeezed them into 18 shapes and demolished them all. These traps are nothing special. Fang Jie thought there would be some more special traps, but they turned out to be some leftovers from his play. But Fang Jie was not so calm next, because they walked into a very large room, where there were countless huge glass jars neatly arranged, and each glass jar contained a strange creature. But these creatures were very disgusting to Fang Jie. For example, in one of the larger glass jars, there was an extremely obese human, whose facial features had disappeared, and there were only 5 blood holes. The head has become a hotbed for long-necked mosquito larvae. The long-necked mosquito larvae's thin heads stretch and shrink like hair blown by the wind. Under the greasy skin, countless insects can be vaguely seen wriggling and moving around, which makes people shudder. Ugh! Lillian couldn't help at first. It was really disgusting, and the little flower bud frowned. Don't look at it, these should be collector's collections. Ignore them and move on. Fang Jie also felt a little disgusted. Although he had watched too many movies and TV shows in his previous life, they were all on screens. He was not used to seeing a living creature in front of him. Passing through the collector's biological collection, he heard an evil voice coming from a brightly lit room. Hee. Little mermaid? Little mermaid? Now that little monster can no longer protect you, I can't wait to see how your body is constructed. Maybe I can make you more beautiful. Little tentacle. Little tentacle. No. No. Let me go. You pervert. Let me go. I don't want to become one of your little toys. Little tentacle master. Little tentacle master. Save me. A girl's terrified voice came from the room. Fang Jie and Xiao Huabao looked at each other and immediately rushed into the room. This room was different from the previous dim room. There was an indescribable stench in the room. There was a bright gem inlaid on the top of the room. In the center of the room, a monster wearing a human skin apron was looking at the mermaid tied to the dissection bed with a wicked smile. He had a pair of goat-like eyes with horizontal pupils. It was obvious that his face was stitched together with the facial features of several people. There were obvious signs of corrosion on his stitched face, and many skin damages, which were obviously left after being covered with small tentacles. And on the table under him, a girl with a fish tail was struggling weakly. Her aqua blue hair was stuck together by something sticky, and tears were in her big eyes. Stop! The weirdo was holding some strange surgical knives, and was probably only 1 centimeter away from the mermaid tied to the chopping board. Ah! Who is it again? Who are you? Why does everyone want to disturb my experiment? The weirdo turned his head and saw Fang Jie and his group. His anger turned into surprise. You? Which strange metal puppet are you? You didn't die. And my senior sister failed. Ah! And the little girl of God. I really want to cut you open. I really want to see your internal structure, the weirdo said as he danced with joy. Fang Jie got goosebumps all over his body because of what the weirdo said. Asshole. Compared to you, I am the most normal person. You disgusting stitched monster. As he said that, Fang Jie directly shot a high-energy ray into the chest of the weirdo, knocking the weirdo into the pile of debris behind him, spattering a lot of dust. The stitched monster was solved with one blow. Fang Jie quickly untied the mermaid tied to the chopping board. Lillian took off her outer robe and put it on the naked mermaid. You just mentioned the little tentacles. Where is she? Fang Jie didn't care about the mermaid language this mermaid girl spoke, and used soul echo directly. The mermaid girl had delicate features, and many dotted lines were drawn on her face, hands and body. She was frightened and a little absent-minded. We are here to save her. Tell me where she is. Fang Jie was a little anxious. She was taken away by a black-haired young man. Which direction? Not long after they left, the mermaid girl raised her hand tremblingly and pointed to the other direction of the passage. At this moment, the monster in the garbage pile crawled out, blocking their way. The human skin apron had been burned, revealing the light blue skin inside that looked like dragon scales. The skin of the blue lizard. It can withstand very high temperatures. Didn't expect it? Since senior sister can't deal with you, I do it. Hee. The body of the monster began to swell, and the stitches on his back began to break. I don't have time to fight you now, Fang Jie said, as he was about to condense high-energy rays, but was stopped by the small flower bud. Fang Jie, go and rescue the little tentacle. I hold him back. The small flower bud stopped Fang Jie, who was about to attack. Chapter 85 Stitch Monster vs Little Flower Bud. Fang Jie looked at Little Flower Bud with a determined look and nodded. Little Flower Bud smiled, and a long vine grew out of her hand, which was full of thorns. The dead air here had a serious oppressive effect on Little Flower Bud, and she couldn't directly summon the sea of flowers like she did outside the canyon. Come on, Stitched Monster. Let me see if you are as strong as you say, Little Flower Bud said as she threw out the vine whip, which grew rapidly in the air, from 1 to 8, and wrapped up the Stitched Monster at a very fast speed. Fang Jie also saw the opportunity and ran over, rushing into the passage inside. The vines wrapped around the Stitched Monster became tighter and tighter. But the Stitched Monster seemed to feel nothing. Hey! 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 The muscles of the woolly mammoth give me unparalleled strength. As the Stitched Monster spoke, the muscles in his arms swelled again, becoming even bigger. With a slight struggle, the vines of the small flower bud were all broken. The feet of the bagworm give me unparalleled speed. The feet began to deform, turning into a pair of insect feet. With a slight jump, it rushed towards the small flower bud as fast as a bullet. The little flower bud quickly wove a shield with vines. But the Stitched Monster, blessed by the power of the mammoth, punched through the little flower bud's shield with one punch, and hit the little flower bud's abdomen hard. The little flower bud was directly knocked away, knocking down several shells. The little flower bud struggled to get up and immediately spit out a mouthful of emerald green blood. The Stitched Monster looked at the little flower bud spitting blood, and took a deep breath. Cyber Broadnose Rat gave me a keen sense of smell. Your blood smells so good. You are worthy of being the daughter of God. I can't wait to dissect you. Hee. Condensed Snow Light Flower Wheel. Lillian on the side also found an opportunity to release a magic. This magic also turned from a light spot into a snowflake, and then spun rapidly towards the Stitched Monster. The Stitched Monster, who couldn't dodge in time, used his hand to block it directly, but he obviously underestimated the power of this compound magic. The rotating light snow directly cut off one of his arms, and then chopped it hard on his chest, leaving a huge gap, and colorful blood was scattered all over the ground. Ah! The Stitched Monster screamed, covered his wound and fell to the ground, rolling around. The little flower bud recovered, covered his stomach, summoned another vine, pierced directly into the Stitched Monster's muscles, and began to inject a large amount of venom and paralysis fluid. Little flower bud, how are you? Lillian quickly took out her blood fountain, prepared to feed it to Little Flower Bud. Don't come over, he's not dead yet. Little Flower Bud endured the pain and stopped Lillian. The Stitched Monster rolled twice, and then stopped. Hee. It hurts. It really hurts. It feels good. It feels good. Do it again. Hee. A tumor gradually grew from the cut of his hand. He used his other hand to tear the membrane of the tumor. As the membrane broke, a large amount of yellow thick water flowed out, revealing a deformed big hand with scales inside. 2 tumors also grew from the big gap on his chest. After the rupture, 2 small hands with incomplete fingers appeared. The blood of the box garden gecko gives you super speed regeneration. Right? The little flower bud stared at the Stitched Monster. The Stitched Monster paused and looked at the little flower bud with some surprise. Oh, not bad, you actually knew it. Ah! You really are becoming more and more to my taste. The Stitched Monster smiled and rushed towards the little flower bud again. The little flower bud was highly focused, dodging the Stitched Monster's punch while thinking about how to deal with the Stitched Monster. Why don't you talk? Come on! Come on! The Stitched Monster attacked the little flower bud randomly. Human hands are very powerful. Every heavy blow can crack the ground. The other deformed big hand has very long nails, like a knife. The little flower bud's vines can't bear it at all. If it is scratched, it will be broken into 2 pieces. Don't worry, it's coming now. Watch this. The little flower bud saw the right time and threw out a vine. The target was no longer to attack, but to bind the Stitched Monster's wrist. Instantly, both hands of the Stitched Monster were entangled. A sliding shovel passed from the side of the Stitched Monster and tied up the Stitched Monster in an anti-joint way. Just when the little flower bud was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a black shadow rushed out from behind the Stitched Monster, whipped the little flower bud that was about to dodge, and hit it against the wall behind it, deforming and damaging a metal door on the wall. A pungent odor came out of the door, and a strong breath of death that made people unable to open their eyes. The little flower bud covered his hand and struggled to stand up, only to see that it was the tail of a scorpion snake. The little flower bud's shoulder also began to turn black because of the scorpion snake's poisonous needle. Scorpion snake? How is it? Even a goddess of life like you can't stand the poison of scorpion snake, right? As the stitched monster, who was restrained by the reverse joint, exerted force on his hand, his wrist broke, and a terrifying crack sound was heard. The broken wrist successfully broke free from the restraint of the small flower bud, and the powerful blood of the box garden gecko quickly repaired the broken wrist. Flower of light. Lillian attacked again, but this time she failed to hit the stitched monster. Yes. And you too? The stitched monster dodged the light tail and swiped Lillian away, falling to the ground. Lillian. I'm fine. You didn't sting me. Lillian sat up with difficulty. One of her ribs had pierced through her skin, and blood instantly dyed her clothes red. Ah. Do you still have the mood to pay attention to others? I smell the smell of your dying. It seems that I will get a perfect specimen soon. Hee. The stitched monster walked towards the little flower bud again. The little flower bud looked at the smelly iron door behind him and gritted his teeth. Are those outside your works? Yes. Yes. The stitched monster immediately became excited when the little flower bud mentioned his works. Why, did you see one you like? It doesn't matter. I will love you well in the future and make you look better than those outside. You will definitely be my most proud work. Hee. The little flower bud smiled disdainfully. What you did is simply disgusting to the extreme. What I made with my feet is better looking than what you made. From your work, I can tell that your teacher is also a piece of trash. He doesn't know what beauty is. When the stitched monster heard that the little flower bud slandered his teacher, he was immediately furious. You are not allowed to slander my teacher. Ah! No! With red eyes, the stitched monster slammed into the little flower bud again. The little flower bud deliberately angered the stitched monster, and when he saw that the stitched monster was fooled, the little flower bud did not stop, and directly threw out a vine, moved his weak body to the side, and narrowly avoided the stitched monster that hit him like a bullet. The iron door behind the little flower bud had already been knocked open. How could it withstand the great force of the stitched monster? At the moment of the collision, it immediately broke into pieces, and behind it was a downward passage, very much like a garbage dump. The stitched monster lost its mind and plunged directly into it, but its tail was extremely flexible, and at the moment of falling, it directly wrapped around the little flower bud's calf, and directly tore off the little flower bud's vines, and fell in with the little flower bud. Not a small bud. Lillian tried to struggle to stand up, but the pain in her ribs prevented her from moving even a little. Lillian drank the blood bottle, and her injuries got better a little, but her ribs were still broken, and it was still very painful every time she moved. Miss Mermaid was also at a loss. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying, Hugo. I still have to help my companions. Lillian struggled to stand up and walked towards Fang Jia. Miss Mermaid was anxiously saying something behind her, trying to stop her, but Lillian just shook her head. That's my companion. I'm going to join their fight. Looking at Lillian's staggering figure, Miss Mermaid gritted her teeth and followed her. Xiaobai ran into a huge cave along the passage, and next to it was a huge abyss, where many supplies were stored, including wine barrels, ironware, and everything else. Behind Xiaobai, boring, bang, bang. The sound of swords and knives was getting closer and closer. No, there was no way to escape if we kept running like this. The monster was following too closely. Xiaobai looked at the materials at hand and came up with a plan. Xiaobai quickly combined the wooden barrels and iron tools, and made a fixed pulley set, and covered the ground with a net made of a special spider silk that was almost invisible, and then passed the spider silk connected to the net through an iron ring that was only as thick as a wrist, and connected it to several heavy objects on the edge of the cliff. Xiaobai quickly set up the trap, hid among the debris, and quietly waited for the prey to take the bait. As Jin Ji's voice approached, the flesh spider followed Xiaobai into the cave. The flesh spider's nose moved. The smell of the damn white spider was the strongest here. She must be here. Therefore, the flesh spider became alert. She had been tricked by Xiaobai several times along the way. Xiaobai did not hide quietly in one place, but used these materials as a cover and dodged quickly. She already knew that the flesh spider used smell to detect her position. Therefore, she could not stay in one place. She needed to move herself and let her smell cover the whole room. Then the flesh spider could not determine where she was. What Xiaobai did work. The flesh and blood spider could only confirm that Xiaobai was nearby, but it had no way of knowing Xiaobai's exact location. Little girl. Come out. How about I not hurt you this time? The flesh and blood spider uttered a cautious female voice. So you can talk? I thought your big mouth was just a decoration. Xiaobai used soul echo. So, although the flesh and blood spider could hear Xiaobai's words, it still couldn't determine Xiaobai's location. You are not bad. You actually know such advanced communication skills. Come out, and I will teach you how to speak, or teach you how to use a knife. My knife is very sharp. The bloody spider said this, and 6 or 7 arms stretched out from its back, grabbing the crooked eyes on its head. After a while, the hand pulled out the eyes, and pressed them on its palm, turning them in all directions. Ha ha, Xiaobai chuckled. Sometimes, a thin line is sharper than a sharp knife. Xiaobai's spider legs hooked lightly. A spider silk was moved by her, and a small iron plate was overturned. Clang! The originally small sound in the silent cave became unusually loud. I found you. The flesh spider smiled. All its hands pointed in the direction of the overturned iron plate, and immediately rushed to the location where the sound came from. 1 breath. 2 breaths. Now! Xiaobai silently calculated the footsteps of the flesh spider, and pulled the mechanism directly after 2 breaths. Chapter 86 The Dark Abyss of Human Nature. The mechanism was triggered instantly. A heavy object instantly fell into the deep valley. The simple pulley set also started to rotate rapidly. The thin net instantly shrank because of the falling of the heavy object. The flesh spider was hung up in the blink of an eye. The extremely fine special spider silk net instantly cut into the body of the flesh spider, grid by grid, like a slow slicing. Ah! The scream of the flesh spider was heard from a long distance. She wanted to swing her knife to cut the thin silk, but because of the tight binding of the spider web, she had no space to swing her knife, and could only hold on reluctantly. Do you know what pressure is? Xiaobai walked to the front of the flesh spider leisurely. When the force area of an object is smaller, then the pressure is greater. When the force area is reduced to a certain extent, its effect is the same as a sharp knife. In addition, I used a pulley set that saves more effort. The flesh spider is making its last struggle, trying to cut Xiaobai's spider silk. Xiaobai doesn't plan to talk nonsense with her anymore. When the spider's legs hook several heavy objects, they are all triggered and fall into the deep valley together. The spider web that bound the blood spider instantly increased in strength. Ah! The blood spider let out a sharp scream, and was compressed into a ball by the spider web. Countless pieces of blood and flesh fell down, scattering all over the ground. Looking at the blood spider being tortured, Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief. Finally killed her. This blood spider is really hard to deal with. Suddenly, a green ghost sprang out from the broken body of the blood spider, and directly grabbed Xiaobai's head. Xiaobai dodged quickly, but the speed of the green ghost was too fast. Xiaobai was caught in time. This was a ghost with a bloody mouth. Her state was very similar to those black people in the underground palace, but she was countless times bigger and extremely skinny. TSK, you made me waste a perfect body. Do you know how long it took me to collect and piece together such a body? The cautious female voice appeared in Xiaobai's ears again. Xiaobai struggled desperately, but no matter how hard her 6 limbs struggled, she couldn't break free from the hands that bound her. The woman threw Xiaobai to the ground. Xiaobai quickly adjusted her body the moment she touched the ground. But despite this, the carapace on Xiaobai's back still cracked, and pink blood flowed out. Xiaobai aimed at the ghost and spit out spider silk. But the spider silk seemed to not touch the woman at all, and it went straight through the ghost and fell far away. Oh, pink blood! I've never seen a color like this before. Very beautiful. Unfortunately, your attack has no effect on me. My soul state is immune to all physical attacks. When Xiaobai saw that the spider silk was ineffective, she knew that she was immune to physical attacks, so she pounced directly at the ghost and opened her mouth to bite it. But the ghost was extremely fast, avoided Xiaobai's attack, and kicked her into the abyss. Aren't you looking for your partners? It's right below. I help you. He then followed Xiaobai into the abyss. Xiaobai wanted to spit out silk to stick to the cliff, but every time he stuck, he would be hit hard by the ghost. After several hits, Xiaobai was thrown directly to the bottom of the abyss. Fangjia passed the stitched monster, and used his fastest speed to chase the black-haired young man mentioned by the mermaid girl, while forcibly expanding the range of his magic exploration despite the debuff of the gray fog. Not long after he chased out, He rushed into a large cave, which was full of corpses, and it was completely a sea of dead bones. Fang Jie stepped on these bones, and the dry bone mound was directly broken, making a crack sound. The sound spread far away, echoing in the empty bone plain. A black figure appeared on the pile of dry bones. Behind it was a bone cage wrapped with black electric light, and the small tentacle was locked inside. Little tentacle. The moment Fang Jie saw the small tentacle, he felt relieved. As long as he saw that she was fine and had not been subjected to any strange experiments, it would be fine. Poochie. Help. Fang Jie. I'm so hungry. The little tentacle was trapped in the cage. When he saw Fang Jie, he jumped up and tried to break out of the cage. But he was hit by the black electric light on the cage and flew away. He had no choice but to speak to Fang Jie weakly. Is this how you treat hostages? You don't even give them food? Fang Jie angrily questioned the black-haired boy. But the black-haired boy just drew out his staff and posed a fighting posture towards Fang Jie. There was no warmth in his eyes. Asshole. Are you dumb? Do you know what parental anger is? I give you a taste of it today. Fang Jie rushed directly to the pile of dry bones, clenched his fist, and high-temperature flame spurted out from his elbow. Rocket punch. Start. Dark barrier. Fang Jie jumped high and punched the black barrier hard, punched through it directly, and then punched the black-haired boy hard in the face, knocking the boy out, and his head turned several times. Fang Jie, who knocked the black-haired boy down with one blow, quickly jumped onto the bone cage, prepared to rescue the little tentacle, but the black electric light around the bone rushed to Fang Jie's body the moment Fang Jie touched it, but these black electricity seemed to have no effect on Fang Jie. Be careful. The little tentacle has been looking at Fang Jie's back. She saw the boy who was knocked down stand up again, turned his head a few times to return to normal, and cast a spell directly at Fang Jie. Black Coma Fang speed. After saying that, a shadow appeared on the ground, and a black canine-shaped beast with sharp teeth jumped out of the shadow and bit Fang Jie. Fang Jie was reminded by the little tentacle and immediately gave up attacking the cage, and narrowly avoided the attack. So you can talk? I thought you were dumb. Fang Jie spun a few times in the air and landed safely. Big Scizoric Dark Ball. Seeing that the first attack missed, Asukara immediately changed his tactics. A large black ball mixed with red lightning appeared above Fang Jie's head and exploded. The black ball was too big, and it was impossible to dodge it. Fang Jie had to take the blow head-on. Boom. After the black ball exploded, it directly blew up most of the bone hill, blew Fang Jie far away. And, at the same time, the black viscous liquid was spilled all over the ground. Such an explosion was not bad for Fang Jie, except that the metal shell was slightly bent by the high pressure. There was no major damage. Be careful. Black. Sticky. Very tired. Seeing Fang Jie covered in black liquid, the little tentacle immediately reminded Fang Jie that this magic was a magic that would make her suffer. Fang Jie understood what the little tentacle meant. After all, he was a Pagaya level 10 player, but he did not feel any discomfort. He clenched his fist and felt that his strength was not lost. Fang Jie raised a wicked smile and punched again towards Asukara. Your magic seems to be ineffective on me. It's my turn this time. Asukara also frowned and changed his magic immediately. 6-direction box. 6 black walls appeared in front of Fang Jie again, locking him in. Heavy pressure. As Asukara's spell was completed, the black box covering Fang Jie began to shrink inward. The bottom of the abyss, the bottom here is not rock, but more like a swamp. But it is not water, but a black and gray viscous substance. They kept squirming, and some even wanted to form a human figure and stand up. But they always collapsed and fell down. The figure who successfully climbed up the cliff, the black and gray viscous substance will slowly fall off and finally turn into a little black man with unclear facial features. Xiaobai fell directly into the black abyss. Luckily these black substances will not harm her. Xiaobai, with a broken shell, climbed up the black rock next to her with difficulty. And Xiaoyu was imprisoned on a rock not far away, and she was imprisoned in a small cage with red magic flashes. Xiaobai? Xiaoyu saw Xiaobai fall down, and was seriously injured, and immediately wanted to break through the cage to help Xiaobai, but as soon as she touched the cage, she was sent flying by a magic bullet flashing red electric light, and could not get out at all. The ghost followed closely to the bottom, not even looking at the weak Xiaobai. I am also curious. How did you cultivate such a human sediment? With such a complete personality. What the hell is the human sediment? Xiaobai said with gritted teeth, while quickly recovering from his injuries. You don't know. The ghost seemed very surprised. She is the crystal born from human nature. The place where you are now is the black abyss of human nature. The hotbed of sediment. Do you know what will happen when the sediment of human nature returns to the abyss? It will. As he said this, he kicked the newly born little black man back into the abyss. The black swamp surged onto the little black man's body again. It began to swell, and let out a terrifying roar, and finally collapsed in the abyss. See, the thing that created them has become the most deadly thing. And human nature is the sinful and painful soul. They can't go to the kingdom of God, and can only settle in such an abyss, seeking resurrection from the sea of suffering. To be resurrected, one must abandon everything and become a sediment of human nature. But the things that are abandoned will not disappear. They all want to be resurrected. So they will rush to the sediment of human nature. When human nature rushes to the sediment, they will turn back into human nature. This forms a cycle, and they cannot live or die. Now I know why you are so kind to such a sinful soul sediment. It turns out that you don't know what she is at all. No, we know what she is. She is Xiaoyu, and will only be Xiaoyu. She is our family. Really? Then let me wait and see. The ghost pointed his finger in the air, and a magic circle connecting the little ghost's cage appeared in the air. No! Xiaobai dragged his body, then had recovered a little and pounced on the ghost again, showing his fangs, preparing to use the most primitive attack, bite. When the ghost saw Xiaobai rushing towards him, he did not dodge, but grabbed Xiaobai's abdomen. The two people's attacks flashed by. Xiaobai's abdomen was scratched by the ghost, and a deep gap of 4 to the bone was visible, and Xiaobai bit off a large piece of the ghost's shoulder, which was originally ineffective physically. Ah! Why? Why? Why can you bite me? The ghost covered his shoulder, and retreated frantically. Xiaobai didn't care about his wounds at all, licked the corner of his mouth. You taste pretty good, but worse than the cursed seafood. As he said that, he pounced on the ghost again. The ghost gritted his teeth, and retreated continuously. Xiaobai must not let her touch the magic circle, so he launched a completely desperate attack. As long as he could tear off a piece of your flesh, then it would be worth it no matter how much injury he suffered. After several rounds, Xiaobai was covered with wounds. The ghost was also broken by Xiaobai's biting, and its speed became slower and slower. Now half of the ghost's face disappeared, and one leg disappeared completely. Once again, he found an opportunity to knock Xiaobai away. The ghost quickly climbed to the position of the magic circle and pressed his hand directly on the magic circle. The magic circle was broken, and the prison connected to it was also shaky. No! In Xiaobai's roar, the cage that imprisoned Xiaoyu fell directly into the abyss of human nature. Xiaoyu could only stare with eyes wide open and stretch out her little hand towards Xiaobai, and finally disappeared into the black water. Xiaobai immediately jumped into the black water, trying to pull Xiaoyu out. But no matter how she struggled, she couldn't find the cage that held Xiaoyu, as if it had dissolved. Hee. This is going to be a good show. Will she collapse or turn into a new monster? The ghost laughed loudly on the black rock. Damn it! I'm going to eat you. Xiaobai's eyes turned red with anxiety, and she wrestled with the ghost again. Chapter 87. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 88. I forgot all the sadness. Everything I saw was a miracle. Where am I? Xiaoyu felt that she was in darkness, and could not feel her hands and feet. Was she still herself? Something seemed to emerge in the darkness around her, black, and they seemed to rush towards her. Move! Move quickly! Xiaoyu was extremely anxious. The shadows stood in front of Xiaoyu, and pressed their dirty hands on Xiaoyu's body. Endless pain, flowing into Xiaoyu's body along these hands. Ah! Xiaoyu wanted to scream, but she couldn't make any sound. Countless hands pressed on Xiaoyu's body, their past, their pain, their emotions and their confessions all poured into Xiaoyu's body. Sadness. After the pain was numb, only sadness remained. Who am I? Why am I here? That's right, I want to climb up. I want to be resurrected. I want to leave this painful hell. The black abyss was silent for 1 minute after Xiaoyu fell in, and suddenly it boiled. A huge figure appeared from the black abyss. Her body was extremely huge when she stood up. All the humanity in the black abyss was drained by her. Her huge palm hit the cliff of the black abyss, smashing countless rubbles. She opened her big mouth and let out a deafening roar. Roar! Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu? It's me! Xiaobai left behind the broken ghost, continuously chasing the huge black shadow, anxiously shouting. Xiao Yu, who is Xiao Yu? Xiao. Xiao Yu is me, I am Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu? I am Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai? The vague voice came again. A white figure appeared in Xiao Yu's mind. This seems to be my teacher. My teacher is a gentle and strict teacher. She knows a lot of things. Xiao Yu. And Fangjie. And Fangjie. Such a familiar name. A picture appeared in front of Xiao Yu. A steel giant was sitting in front of her, with a book bigger than himself. He was telling a very interesting story. He stopped. It was just the right time. He stopped. It turned out that this story was to get his own blood. But why did he want his own blood? Because I have to save the little tentacle. Who is the little tentacle? A monster appeared in front of Xiao Yu. She had countless tentacles. She looked very scary. But for some reason, Xiao Yu instinctively wanted to get close to her. Seeing this monster always by her side through a layer of blood-red transparent material, talking to her, I felt so miserable just like now. What am I doing? Why is it so miserable? Why did I say it was like now? The scene changed, the little tentacle rolled up her, and her misery was taken away by her. Xiao Yu's thinking ability turned faster and faster. It was taken away. Why am I still in so much pain? Resurrection. Resurrection. So painful. Resurrection. Leave the pain. Countless thoughts appeared in Xiao Yu's mind. These thoughts were about to drown Xiao Yu. Suddenly, the light appeared. In the light was the underground palace. A group of people lived happily together. They were so happy, eating barbecue, listening to music. They were little tentacles. Lostia, Yu, Qiong, Little Flower Bud, Shagar, Lillian, Xiaobai, Fangjie. Finally, it was herself. Many black shadows appeared around. They all looked at this picture with longing, stretched out their hands to this light. Countless black shadows rushed up, tearing this beautiful picture. Instantly, the picture was torn into pieces. No! It's mine! It's mine! Xiao Yu was surprisingly angry. She finally broke free from the shackles, rushed to the nearest black man, and directly swung her fist to break the black figure apart, and took out the white light ball from its body. What she didn't notice was that when she attacked these black men, some of the black matter on the black men would always stick to her body. Punch after punch. The more white light balls there were in Xiao Yu's arms, the scattered black figures slowly gathered together, and stretched out their hands to her again. Please save us. We are in so much pain. At this moment, she seemed to see a young woman. This young woman had a beautiful family, a decent life, a daughter, and her husband was a hunter, who often went hunting to supplement the family income. One day, her husband left, and she took care of her happy fruit alone, waiting for her husband to come home. But her expectations were doomed to fail. Her husband did not come back. And what greeted her was the Knights of the Inquisition of the Order. The heresy Knights of the Church accused her of being a witch, and tortured her inhumanely. Under their contradictory doctrines, they forcibly labeled her a witch who opposed God. She was eventually burned to death on the stake along with her daughter. Painful memories flooded into her mind. There were countless different people, different ways of death. But the same thing was that these were all women who died in vain. Something warm flowed out of her eyes and dripped onto her hands. Is this tears? Is this sadness? So heavy and painful. So heavy that I can't breathe. The light ball in my arms is the brightest. The small tentacles in the light ball resolutely extend their tentacles, absorbing the pain into her body, making her pure and flawless. At this moment, Xiao Yu slowly closed her eyes. She wanted to save these suffering souls, just like the small tentacles saved her. With her hands open, the black matter on the little black people flowed toward Xiao Yu like mud, and the little black people became clean. At the same time, a quiet and holy melody flowed from Xiao Yu's mouth. This melody made all the little black people stop struggling and quietly wait for the black matter to leave. The black matter attached to Xiao Yu's body layer by layer, but she seemed to have no feeling. After singing a song, she smiled and said to these pure souls, "May you be like glass in your next life, pure and flawless." The pure souls bowed deeply, turned into a ray of light, and disappeared in front of Xiao Yu. More and more souls turned into light and disappeared. But there were still many pure souls who stayed, gently stroking Xiao Yu's head. "Are you willing to share this pain with me?" Xiao Yu looked at these pure souls. The pure souls all nodded. Xiao Yu smiled happily. She opened her arms and embraced these pure souls. The huge black shadow in the abyss stopped at Xiao Bai's shout, and just stood there stupidly. "Xiao Yu, Do you still remember your home in the great underground palace? Do you still remember the little tentacles Lostia? Do you still remember the people in Kepamir? Xiaobai saw the black figure stopped, and shouted even harder. Don't waste your energy. She can't possibly hear you. Ha ha. She will just turn into a monster, or collapse because she can't stand it. Ha ha ha. The ghost dragged his broken body, and looked at Xiaobai sarcastically, as he was doing useless work. Xiaobai ignored the ghost at all. It didn't know the bond between everyone in the underground palace. Xiaoyu was her family. Roar! The huge black shadow that had been paused for a long time suddenly moved, and directly hit the surface of the black abyss cliff with a palm, and the whole abyss shook, like a big earthquake. No! Xiaoyu, you must still remember everyone. Right. I am Xiaobai. Xiaobai was so anxious that tears came out. But what responded to Xiaobai was a heavy punch. My. That was my Shuyo's thoughts came out intermittently. As Shuyo's thoughts came out, the black figure attacked randomly, and everything around was affected. Every attack of the huge black figure became extremely powerful, but because she attacked randomly, she did not hurt Xiaobai at her feet at all. Slowly, the huge black figure stopped. She slowly opened her arms. As if she accepted herself? As if she accepted the whole world? A heartwarming song came out from the huge black figure. Countless white lights flew out from the pure black quagmire, and slowly dissipated in the sky. Xiaobai was stunned the moment he heard the song, as if his body and mind were cleansed. The broken ghost not far away held his head and pounded the ground, scratching his ears hard, scratching his ears to pieces, and let out a low roar. The black substance began to shrink, slowly condensed, and finally shrank into a little girl in a strange princess dress, who was only about 20 centimeters tall. It can be said that she was completely made up of black and white, black hair, pure white skin, and a white crown on her head. The princess dress was also completely made up of black and white, soft and comfortable. She opened her eyes. The white part of her eyes turned completely black, but her pupils were as white as starlight. She tilted her head and looked at Xiaobai. Xiaoyu. Xiaobai called her name uncertainly. Do you still remember me? Sister Xiaobai. Of course I remember you. I'm back. Xiaoyu smiled with her eyes curved. Xiaobai finally breathed a sigh of relief, and went forward to hug Xiaoyu. She already had a physical body. This is impossible. This is impossible. No sediment can do this. The broken ghost screamed. Yes. And you too? Xiaoyu turned to the broken ghost. No. No. Don't come over here. The broken ghost tried to retreat quickly in fear, and used its maximum speed to quickly rush to the entrance of the abyss. You can't run away. Xiaoyu hummed a little tune, and the ghost screamed and fell down, rolling and struggling on the ground, as Xiaoyu got closer and closer, and finally faded and disappeared. Why are you? Xiaobai was stunned. How strong has Xiaoyu become? Because? Xiaoyu made a hushing expression mischievously, and quoted a line from her favorite book The Little Knight. I have forgotten all my sorrows, and everything I see is a miracle. The collector's mansion there were several will-o'-the-wisp lanterns on a gorgeous wall, and one of them, with a bloody spider painted on it, suddenly went out. The corners of the collector's mouth, which had been smiling all the time, slowly dropped. Adeline is dead? Not even her soul is left? You have some skills. I underestimated them. The corners of his mouth began to twitch backwards, and veins popped out on his forehead. The wooden chair itself was crushed by the collector, and a scream was faintly heard from the wooden chair. Ha ha ha. Interesting. You killed one of my students? Ah. I really want to do it. I really want to. The collector's pupils turned scarlet, and it took him a long time to calm down. Well, never mind. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Let's see how others perform first. Chapter 89. Gives someone a taste of their own medicine. The little flower bud was dragged by the stitched monster, and fell directly into a hell of corpses. Ahem. The little flower bud climbed up with difficulty. She felt that she had fallen into a pile of corpses. There were rotting animals everywhere. Most of them were incomplete, layer upon layer, not to mention the smell inside. Now the little flower bud could not smell anything except the stench. There was a foul-smelling liquid flowing next to the pile of corpses, flowing directly to a depression next to it. In the center of the depression, there was actually a plant growing. The stitched monster was very large, but its body had a strong ability to recover. After a while, its dented body was restored to its original state, and its size became even larger. In sharp contrast to its body was its head, which was still small and skinny. He. You came down with me, too, right? How about it? In such a dead place. As the young daughter of the god of life. You must feel very tired. The stitched monster stood up with a strange smile. The little flower bud struggled to stand up, but failed. Just as he said, the death aura here was too strong. She was suppressed in such an environment. She couldn't even summon plants. Her leaf skirt turned yellow and fell off due to the erosion of the death aura. Her yellow-green hair also turned a little dry. Yes, the death aura here does make me uncomfortable. But what about you? You transplanted so many organs from other animals to yourself, which was not free. Is your body collapsing? Your body starts to collapse every time you use it. Your body swells up a little bit without recovering. How long can you hold on? The stitched monster's face turned a little ugly. His body was indeed collapsing, as expected of the god of life. You can see all this with just one look. It's really amazing. But even so, my body can last longer than yours. As the stitched monster said, he grabbed the little flower bud's head with one claw and lifted her up from the corpse water. Yes, if you were up there, you would definitely last longer than me, but have you ever thought about why I led you to this place? The little flower bud whose head was pinched smiled. This place? This place is just a garbage dump. Everything in it is the product of my experiments. Do you think I don't know what's in it? The stitched monster showed a contemptuous look. Yes, it's because you dumped all the garbage here that gave me the biggest opportunity. You always only look at the surface, never look at the details. Didn't you notice that your breathing frequency has increased here? That's because most of the gas here is unbreathable methane. Asshole. What the hell is methane? Boom. At this moment, the whole cave suddenly shook violently, and the stitched monster fell to the ground without standing firmly. And Xiaowabao also found an opportunity to take out the small flint that Fangjia had given him before, and threw it directly at the monster's head. The small flint produced sparks due to the impact, and instantly ignited the methane in the garbage dump. Boom! A burst of dazzling fire burst out, illuminating the dim cave. But the fire only shone for a moment before it went out. Darkness once again engulfed the entire cave, and a thin mist appeared in the cave. The stitched monster was also flashed by the sudden light, which scared him. But he laughed immediately afterwards. Ha ha! Ha ha! I thought it was something powerful. I said before that I have blue lizard skin that can withstand high temperatures. Such a small flame can't hurt me at all. The stitched monster laughed and stood up and walked towards the small flower bud again. But he couldn't laugh after taking 2 steps. For some reason, his body could no longer be controlled by him, until he fell to his knees. What happened? The stitched monster showed a horrified expression. Ha ha. I told you that you bastard don't pay attention to details at all. Methane combustion produces water and carbon dioxide. These are the elements I need. I injected spores into your body when I first bound you with vines. And it takes some time for them to spread. Now they should have spread to your spine. Right? Are you still moving? The little flower bud absorbed the remaining moisture and carbon dioxide in the air. And with its remaining magic power, it began to grow its hands, turning them into 2 huge, hard wooden claws. Let me dissect you now. You have always dissected others. Now try it yourself. As the little flower bud said this, it tore the chest of the stitched monster with one claw. Ignoring the stitched monster's wailing, it pushed with both hands, tore off the stitched monster's sternum and threw it out, saying, "The hollow bones of the wild bird can allow air to enter so that you can absorb oxygen more efficiently." With a pull of both hands, a large piece of skin was torn off. The skin of the blue river dragon can withstand high temperatures. He stomped on the arm of the stitched monster and tore the muscles of the stitched monster with both hands. The muscles of the mammoth will give you great strength. The tail of the scorpion snake is a superfluous thing, but the venom is stronger. The gill-like lungs of the membrane lungfish can allow you to breathe in a low oxygen state. The liver of the vortex dragon giant bear can provide you with a strong blood reserve. No! No! My lungs! No! My liver! My! The stitched monster screamed. Little flower bud directly stuffed his mouth with a vine, stopped his screams, and could only make a humming sound. At this time, little flower bud had a cold face. The blood of the stitched monster splashed directly on her face. But she was still indifferent, coldly and brutally tore off the organs of the stitched monster and threw them aside. The stomach of the rhino bull allows you to store more food in case of emergency. The kidney of the flower horn deer will give you a stronger metabolic capacity, but it is useless for a little kid like you. The little flower bud directly crushed the kidney of the stitched monster. Then, there is your most proud blood system. The heart of the rock lion. It can pump a lot of blood into your huge body. And the blood of the box garden gecko that has been hanging on your life. Finally, the vines were used to completely suck out all the blood in the huge body of the stitched monster and fell to the ground. A huge amount of white blood flowed through the broken organs on the ground and gathered next to the strange plant. Finally, it's your ugly, evil brain. The little flower bud pulled out the yellowed brain of the stitched monster and threw it on his body with disdain. The little flower bud finished everything and sat down on the ground only after making sure that the monster was dead. She no longer had any extra magic power to stop the death from invading her. Her hair had turned completely dry and yellow. The double blessing of venom and death caused many black spots to appear on her body, which were spreading all over her body. Green blood kept flowing from the corners of her mouth. Ah! I may not be able to go back this time. I don't know if Fangjia has found the little tentacle. The little flower bud could feel the breath of death eroding her. She struggled to crawl towards the strange plant. Using all her strength to crawl into the blood puddle, the little flower bud finally had the opportunity to observe the plant up close. This is a plant that grows in an extremely dead place. Her roots and stems are all black, without leaves, and a single bright red flower blooms on the stem, which forms a sharp contrast with this hellish dead cave. You are so beautiful. I want to study you. The little flower bud's eyes had become blurry. She didn't touch this strange flower after all. The black spots had eroded her whole body. The green blood on her body also dripped into the blood pool. When the green blood dripped in, the blood pool boiled. The black and red vines wrapped her and the magical flower together, and finally turned into a huge flower bud. In the faint red light, the perfect carcass was vaguely visible. Sea of dead skeletons. High energy rays. Fangjia's roar came from the black box. The surface of the black box slowly turned orange-red. A laser shot out directly, and then the whole black box collapsed. Fangjia rushed out of the black box with rocket boost and pointed his sword directly at Uskura. He rushed to Uskura in almost an instant. You still have a chance to play when the mage is close to you? Ola ola. Muda muda. Fangjia directly used his fastest speed to hit Uskura. Uskura's speed was indeed not as fast as Fangjia's. After being hit several times, he was hit by Fangjia's rocket-assisted left hook and flew out. But he quickly adjusted his posture in the air, and with a few backflips, he quickly distanced himself from Fangjia. Want to run? Can you run away? Seeing that Uskura wanted to distance himself, Fangjia immediately followed him. But Fangjia didn't expect that after a few backflips, Uskura would hold the staff with both hands and pull out a black blade from the staff. Black blade. Uskura's voice was still cold, as if there was no emotional fluctuation. The black, slender knife with black smoke chopped down directly at Fangjia's face. Fangjia didn't care much at first, so he used one hand to block. And with the other hand, he used a cannon punch to hit Uskura's face. Uskura was instantly knocked back by Fangjia, but his knife also chopped on Fangjia's hand, leaving a deep cut. Fangjia was surprised and immediately distanced himself from Uskura, repairing his arm. So you can fight in close combat? Did you learn from Gu Yi? Uskura stabilized himself by stabbing his knife into the ground. His face was hit by so many heavy punches from Fangjia, but now there was no trace at all, and it was still as pale as a dead person. After Uskura stabilized his body, his next move stunned Fangjia. He made a knife flower, and then slashed the slender black knife straight at his wrist. With one stroke, scarlet blood flowed out. Do you want to commit suicide? Cutting your wrist is not a good way to die. Fangjia asked uncertainly. It's better to stab the heart. I guarantee that you can't save him. But before he finished speaking, smoke suddenly came out of Uskura's wound, surrounding his whole body. Great Dark Skydark Enhancement. Chapter 90 Rescue the Little Tentacle. Fuck. Do you all like the second stage transformation so much? Fangjia looked at the changes of Uskura on the opposite side, with a look of despair on his face. What's wrong with this mage? Instead of being a ranged player, he's doing melee and strengthening? What does he want to do? Uskura's speed in the dark strengthening state has been greatly increased. Fangjia immediately felt a little tricky. This speed is almost the same as the goatee he fought before. In addition, Uskura had a black sword in his hand, which was much sharper than the claws of the goat beard. Now both the attack range and power were greatly increased. The situation that was originally favorable was reversed by others. Black Coma Fangs. X4 Fong Jia had just distanced himself from him when he was surrounded by 4 rounds of Uskra's dark magic. These 4 black magic dogs bit Fong Jia fiercely from 4 directions with an unstoppable momentum. It seems that after his transformation, not only did his speed increase, but his casting speed also increased a lot. Fong Jia took 2 shots with his iron body and successfully dispersed 2 of them with high-temperature rays. One of the other 2 bit Fong Jia's shoulder, and the other bit Fong Jia's waist. But the injured parts were not bad. At most a few holes were bitten by the canine teeth. But then Uskra came up with the black blade and slashed Fong Jia directly on Fong Jia's back. The skill that Uskra used most was the black blade, which was extremely powerful. Fong Jia was stabbed in the back, and it almost cut into the heart of fire. Fong Jia had no choice but to eject the high-temperature ray from behind, turn on the rocket to propel him as far as possible around the sea of dead skeletons, while thinking about how to break the deadlock. Lillian finally arrived at the sea of dead skeletons, with the help of Miss Mermaid. As soon as she entered the sea of dead skeletons, Lillian heard the sound of Fong Jia fighting Uskra. Just as she was about to go up to help, she was stopped by Miss Mermaid. Looking in the direction Miss Mermaid pointed, she saw a small tentacle monster in a small cage. She might not be able to intervene in the battle over Fong Jia. She couldn't even see Uskra clearly, so how could she help? All she could do now was to release the little tentacle. With the help of Miss Mermaid, Lillian successfully reached the skeleton bag. Little Tentacle, I'm coming. Little Tentacle. Mr. Little Tentacle. We're here to save you. The little tentacle had been staring at the direction of Fong Jia and Uskra, and didn't even notice Lillian coming. If Lillian hadn't spoken, she might not have known that Lillian was coming. Lillian. Little fish. The little tentacle cheered and rushed to Lillian's direction when it saw her, but the black arc on the bone cage bounced her away again. Step back a little, I try to cut this bone cage. The little tentacle stepped back obediently. Condensed snow light flower wheel. A huge snowflake appeared on the edge of the bone cage. It rotated at high speed and hit the bone cage with black electric light. The light snowflakes tried to break through the defense of the bone cage like saw blades, but more and more black arcs appeared, blocking the snowflakes' advance like a shield. Fong Jia and Uskra both saw the huge noise made by the collision of the huge light flower wheel and the bone cage. This stupid girl, wouldn't she make a little less noise? Fong Jia cursed secretly. Now it was Uskra's turn to defend, and Fong Jia attacked. His strongest weapon was the black blade. As long as he could avoid the black blade, the damage caused by other magic was very small for Fong Jia. So Fong Jia used the method he used to fight with the mustache again, heating himself, giving up some defense to get more magic bonus. Don't run. Sir! Come play again. Fong Jia started to show off again, taunting wildly, buying time for Lillian and the others. Beside the bone prison, Lillian was sweating profusely, and the huge light wheel was unable to break through the black lightning's defense. The little tentacle looked at Lillian's efforts in the cage, and suddenly said, "Get smaller." What? Lillian was stunned. Light wheel, get smaller. Pressure. Get bigger. Yeah. Why didn't I think of it before? Lillian suddenly reacted, the smaller the force area, the greater the pressure. I actually need the poor student little tentacle to remind me, I really shouldn't do that. Immediately shrunk the huge light wheel into a small saw blade only the size of a palm, and with this change, the black arc was slowly broken by this small light wheel, and it cut into the white bone prison, and countless sparks appeared. Uskra had no way to get rid of Fong Jia. He was like a piece of taffy sticking to his back, so he had to find an opportunity to swing Fong Jia away with a sword, and then aim the black blade at Lillian's position. Black Coma Fangs. Fast. A black hound rushed out again, and attacked Lillian directly. Lillian. Be careful. Fong Jia dodged Uskra's attack and warned Lillian loudly, while speeding up the number of high-energy rays in his hand, forcing Uskra to fight him. Be careful. Black Dog. Here it comes. The little tentacle saw the attack and immediately reminded Lillian. Lillian did not look back and concentrated on the cutting operation. This bone prison was much harder than she had imagined. As the magic output increased, and the speed of the light wheel increased, the progress of cutting became faster and faster. Here it comes. The monster magic is coming. Miss Mermaid opened her eyes wide, looking at the black dog getting closer and closer, slapped Lillian's back hard. I know. Don't rush me. Can't you see I'm trying hard? Lillian was also sweating profusely. Her eyes were fixed on the cut part. although she didn't understand, but she could figure it out with her feet at this time. It's really coming. Miss Mermaid was so scared that she closed her eyes directly, but she still opened her hands to block Lillian. At this time, Black Coma Fong was less than 1 meter away from them, and even the small tongue in the black dog's bloody mouth could be seen clearly. Tongue! With a crisp sound, one of the bone cages finally broke. Lillian turned her hand and pointed it at the top of Black Coma Fong's head, which had already extended its fangs in front of her. The light wheel quickly increased in size, and directly split Black Coma Fong's big head in two, with an extremely fast rotation speed. No! The little tentacle only shouted once, and Black Coma Fong exploded. Boom! After the explosion, Lillian and the others were pushed back far by the shock wave, which further aggravated Lillian's injuries. Blood flowed out of the wound again, and the pain made her lose consciousness in the air. In addition to the shock wave, the explosion also produced the black viscous liquid magic unique to Uskra, which directly splashed Lillian and Miss Mermaid. Miss Mermaid wanted to stand up, but her physical strength was consumed very quickly, let alone jumping. She couldn't even stand up, and could only crawl on the ground. Fortunately, she was not far away from Lillian, and she crawled to Lillian's side in 2 steps, took out the blood bottle hanging on Lillian's waist, fed her a sip, and drank a sip herself. Although she felt a little better after drinking the blood bottle, she still couldn't resist the continuous absorption of physical strength by the black viscous liquid, and finally fainted. The little tentacle tried to squeeze out from the sawed-open bone cage, but it still couldn't. The surrounding black arcs blocked her firmly at the break. Lillian, how are you? Fong Jia focused on attacking Uskra, while shouting in the direction of Lillian. He also heard the explosion just now, but Lillian couldn't give him any feedback. TSK? Uskra frowned, pulled the distance between him and Fong Jia again, and directly inserted the black blade into the sea of dead bones, dead skeletons, and dead soldiers. A large amount of magic power turned into a dead spirit-like existence and was injected into the ground, so that the black mist wrapped around him became a little transparent. The ground of the sea of dead bones was originally made of white bones. With the injection of Uskra's magic power, the whole sea of dead bones vibrated. Countless skeletons and dead spirits drilled out from it, roaring and rushing towards Fong Jia, like a wave. Fuck. You're going to call for help if you can't win. Right? Can't I just run? Fong Jia saw the huge number of skeletons, and ran away immediately, without any regrets. But how could Uskra let Fong Jia get away so easily? He rushed towards Fong Jia on the skeleton wave, while releasing several six-direction box magics, trying to stop Fong Jia's progress. But most of them were evaded by Fong Jia nimbly. The last one covered Fong Jia, but was directly knocked away by Fong Jia's brute force from the middle. Uskra frowned deeply. This guy is really difficult to deal with. The main reason is that most of his magic is ineffective against him, especially Dark Sorrow, which is completely ineffective against him. Uskra saw Fong Jia easily break through his defense, and waved his hand directly. A woolly mammoth skeleton drilled out from the ground, and raised its 2 long tusks, and rushed towards Fong Jia. Fong Jia also saw this extremely fast mammoth skeleton, and saw the opportunity, and directly grabbed one of the mammoth's tusks, and used the centrifugal force to throw himself directly to the top of the mammoth skeleton's head, and fired a high-energy ray at the huge nostrils. The eye sockets of the mammoth skeleton exploded directly, and blue fire burst out, blowing Fong Jia away directly. The mammoth skeleton disintegrated instantly, and was submerged by the wave of skeletons behind it. The little tentacle also saw the huge number of skeletons, and shrank its tentacles in fear. She was still a little afraid of these skeletons, but she looked at Lillian and Miss Mermaid not far away with some worry. Little fish. Lillian. I'm afraid. The little tentacle was about to cry, but she didn't get a response. Lillian and Miss Mermaid had fainted. Bang! A skeleton, or rather only the upper body of a skeleton, bumped into the bone cage, scaring the little tentacle. Bang! The skeleton stared at the little tentacle in the bone cage with its blue eyes, and its teeth kept opening and closing, making a da-da-da sound, as if it was chewing the flesh and blood of the little tentacle. The little tentacle was so scared that it quickly covered its eyes with its tentacles, not daring to move. The mermaid lady who had fainted nearby groaned, and just woke up. Chapter 91: The Revenge of the Little Tentacle. But this sound attracted the attention of the skeleton, and it immediately crawled towards the mermaid. No! Little fish. Lily. Be careful. Leftover crawling. The little tentacle was so anxious that it couldn't speak clearly. The mermaid also saw the skeleton crawling towards them quickly, and was frightened and immediately wanted to drag Lillian to run, but just as she stood up, she felt dizzy and fell to the ground again. Seeing that the skeleton was getting closer and closer, Miss Mermaid screamed in fear. Ah! Fuck! Help! The cry spread far away, attracting more skeletons to run over. The little tentacle looked at the skeletons approaching Lillian, and then looked at Lillian, who had fainted on the ground, and made up his mind, and his eyes narrowed. The little tentacle will fight you. The little tentacle took several steps back, and then quickly crashed into the gap cut by Lillian. Magic. Skin resistance. The little tentacle struggled to squeeze itself into the gap, and used its skin to resist the attack of the black arc. Come on! Tentacle! The little tentacle encouraged itself, while drilling out hard, squeezing its entire body out of shape. Finally, 1 tentacle. 2 tentacles. The mermaid lady next to her had already wrestled with the half-body skeleton, but she was so exhausted that she was no match for the skeleton. She was bitten on the shoulder by the skeleton, and let out a heart-wrenching scream. No! Little fish. Seeing the mermaid lady being attacked, the little tentacle's eyes turned red, and golden lightning marks appeared on her body again. Ah! Give it to me! Open! The little tentacle burst out with amazing power, biting on the black arcs that blocked her, directly tearing off the black arcs, breaking a hole, and falling out smoothly. The little tentacle landed and jumped straight towards the half-skeleton. No! Touch! My friend! The little tentacle, with red eyes, directly wrapped the half-skeleton's head with its tentacles, and squeezed the half-skeleton's head with force. The blue soul fire inside was squeezed out, and then absorbed by the skin of the little tentacle. After absorbing the soul fire, the golden lightning tattoo on the surface of the little tentacle became brighter. At this time, the skeletons all around had completely surrounded them, roaring and clawing at Lillian and Miss Mermaid. Here I come! The little tentacle once again regained the destructive appearance of the world-destroying monster that had once turned the human mercenary group upside down. But if she had her eyes open, she might be more intimidating. She closed her eyes and stretched out her tentacles, crushing anyone who dared to come forward. But this skeleton was not a human mercenary. They had no wisdom. They could only attack. So these skeletons were not afraid and rushed directly into the attack range of the little tentacles. The little tentacle pinched one after another, not caring about the golden tattoo on the body becoming brighter and brighter. Suddenly, the little tentacle felt the skeleton wrapped by its tentacles loosen, but it was obvious that there was something in the tentacles, something delicious. The little tentacle opened his eyes in surprise, and there was indeed a ghost-like soul wrapped in his tentacles, but the skull head it possessed was not crushed like other skulls. The little tentacle was confused, and a skeleton rushed straight towards the little tentacle, scared the little tentacle and closed his eyes, but nothing happened. The little tentacle seemed to have turned into a ghost, and the skeleton went straight through the little tentacle's body. The little tentacle was happy now. She gently stretched her tentacles toward the skeleton. The moment the tentacles touched the skeleton, they turned into a translucent existence, and went straight into the skull's head like a ghost. With a light hook, the soul fire of the skeleton that pounced on her was hooked out, and then it was crushed with a pinch, and turned into some delicious substance that was absorbed by her skin. Now the little tentacles are like fish in water. Although the leftovers look unpalatable and disgusting, the souls that make up them seem to be pretty good, but the taste is a bit slippery and sticky. They pinch whoever they see. Gradually, the little tentacles don't feel so scary about these leftovers. Because of the addition of the little tentacles, Lillian is temporarily safe. But Fangjia is in a bit of trouble. This wave-like skeleton tide has brought him great trouble. He is not afraid of the attacks of these skeletons, but he is afraid of being tripped by the skeletons. There is also a Uskara on the top of the skeleton wave, staring at him. As long as he is restricted by the skeleton wave, he will be attacked by Uskara immediately. Just as Fangjia was about to be drowned by the skeleton wave, suddenly a beautiful melody resounded throughout the sea of dead skeletons. Most of the dead souls became miserable under this melody and fled madly. A few of the dead souls calmed down when they heard this melody, as if they had found their home. The skeletons that originally formed the wave all became a mess. Uskara also fell down. A white figure suddenly jumped out, carrying 8 streamers and cutting straight towards Uskara. 6 direction box. This time, the 6 black barriers did not cover the white figure, but protected Uskara instead. 8 white ribbons cut heavily on the black box, directly knocking it away. Xiaobai? Fang Jie called out in surprise. Xiao Bai also landed in front of Fang Jie. Fang Jie immediately saw Xiao Bai's scarred back. Even part of the carapace was broken, revealing the bright red muscles inside. Are you okay? I'm fine, part of the wound is healed. Xiao Bai did not turn his head, but stared at the black box that was knocked away with 6 spider eyes. The music was melodious and sad, but it was amazingly lethal to the groups of skeletons, as if it was an insecticide. With every step of Shuyo's rotation and jump, dozens of skeletons turned into smoke and floated in the air. You are Xiaoyu? Fang Jie was a little unbelievable. Fang Jie looked at the Xiaoyu who had changed so much, and almost didn't recognize her. It was not until Xiaoyu jumped happily into Fang Jie's arms that Fang Jie was surprised to recognize that this little Lolita who had changed so much was his own Xiaoyu. Hee. I evolved. Xiaoyu happily rubbed Fang Jie's chest with his head, like a fat otaku hugging a figurine. Don't act like a spoiled child, you'd be annoying when you get home. That guy crawled out of the black box, Fang Jie. Do you have any information to share? Xiao Bai was staring at Uscula, and when he saw him break the black box, he immediately reminded him. That guy is omnipotent, he can do magic, he can fight in close combat, and he can also transform into a second stage, just like the guy we killed in the Great Underground Palace. Maybe he can also transform into a third stage. By the way, it should be noted that the little tentacle said that this guy's attack will have black mucus, and it will drain physical strength. Uscura broke the black box and looked at the 3 people standing in front of him, and looked at Xiaoyu solemnly. Death returns. With a snap of his fingers, the undead skeletons immediately separated from the skeletons they possessed, and turned into green undeads, who howled and were received back by Uscura, and condensed into a crystal ball again. With the return of the undead, the black wings behind Uscura became more and more solid. This guy is extremely introverted. At least 5 Lilians. I have been fighting with him for so long, and he has never said a word to me except for using skills. Fang Jie mercilessly complained about the other party. Haha, he has taken back his wandering soul, then let me summon it. Seeing that Uscula had taken back the undead, Xiaoyu sat on Fang Jie's shoulder and clapped his hands. Dozens of gray smoke burst out from Xiaoyu's body, attached to the broken skulls. Puffed, and black flames ignited on the skulls' heads, reassembled itself again, turned into a black flame skull, and 1 second later, the offense and defense were switched. All troops attack. Xiaoyu felt that standing on Fang Jie's shoulders was not enough, so he climbed directly onto Fang Jie's head, put his hands on his hips, and commanded the skeletons to attack. The black flame skeletons rushed towards Uscura one after another, and Uscura also frowned. Big Sis Auric Dark Ball. The huge black magic ball appeared again in the place where the skeletons were densely packed, and exploded with a loud bang. The explosion scattered many black flame skeletons, but the scattered skeletons reassembled again, and charged at him again. The black viscous substance appeared again, but Uscula was disappointed again. The black substance was ignited by the black flames. It burned up in less than 2 seconds. Uscula frowned more and more. His magic failed twice in a row, which he did not expect. The black mist on his body floated, and he stepped back dozens of meters with his toes, and distanced himself from the black flame skeletons. Sith Auric Dark Ball Barrage. As Uscura's cold voice fell, more than a dozen black spheres immediately appeared around him. But these spheres were not as huge as before, and each one was only the size of a fist. Once these black spheres were condensed, they would turn into a black light and bombard the black flame skeletons, directly blasting them apart. These black spheres were constantly generated, as if the magic power was inexhaustible. Is this a Gatling gun from another world? Fang Jie was also a little dazed when he saw this move. Xiao Bai didn't waste time talking to him, and directly waved 8 streamers and rushed towards Uscula. Uscula's speed was not as fast as Xiao Bai's, but when he saw Xiao Bai's figure attacking him, he immediately launched a barrage attack at Xiao Bai, and several black balls instantly hit Xiao Bai's position, stirring up a whole cloud of smoke. 2 seconds later, Xiao Bai jumped out of the smoke, ignoring the black slime all over the ground, and rushed straight to Uscula's face. Uscura used the black blade in his hand to block, cut off all the spider silk shot by Xiao Bai, and found an opportunity to chop the black blade directly at Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai was not stupid enough to hit the black blade directly. He hooked his spider legs, and used the elasticity of the spider silk to avoid Uscura's chop, and did a backflip and landed on a suspended spider silk. At first glance, it seemed as if he was standing directly in the air. Xiaobai's attack created an opportunity for Xiao Yu. The several black smoke skeletons she commanded had completely surrounded Uskura. Uskura looked around, and raised the black blade high. Summoned bone-eating worms. Chapter 92 Life and Death. A big pink bug broke through the ground and appeared in front of Fang Jie and others. Its mouth was divided into 3 parts, which were full of sharp serrated teeth. Its body was slender, somewhat like an earthworm, without skin, only a layer of translucent milky white shell through which the squirming muscle structure could be seen directly. Roar! After the bone-eating worm came out of the ground, it immediately swallowed a black flame skeleton in one gulp. The sound of bones being crushed came from its mouth, which made people's teeth ache. Xiao Yu frowned. Fang Jie asked in confusion. Xiao Yu, your black flame does not harm it. Yes, it does. My black flame is a painful embodiment of fire. It produces a lot of pain every time it burns. But it does very little damage to the body. And I always feel that this monster has no nerves, so it can't feel pain at all. After listening for a long time, Fang Jie got a general idea. Some very simple things can make very complex technology ineffective. That's about it. With the addition of the bone-eating worms, Xiaoyu's skeleton troops were also restrained. Fang Jie had a headache. This guy seemed to have endless cards to play, one after another. Somewhere in the dark, Xiao Huabao dreamed of a red flower. It grew hard in the spring, bloomed beautiful red flowers in the summer, slowly withered in the autumn. Winter was covered by snow, after corruption. It returned to its homeland. This is the short and beautiful life of a small flower. No one can escape death. This is life and death. It is balanced from beginning to end. The living try their best to absorb nutrients, and finally return all to the earth after death, becoming the nutrients for the next new life. Yes. Why did I resist the erosion of death before? Life and death are mutually alternating existences. At this moment, the membrane that has been suppressing the small flower bud disappeared, as if it had never existed. But the story of this small flower has not ended yet. Just when the small flower bud felt sad, a new bud grew out tenaciously from the original position of the small flower again, starting the reincarnation again. Finally one day, this small flower adapted to the severe cold, and bloomed its own red flowers in the severe winter. But the good times didn't last long. The ground sank, forming a huge rift valley. The sky became dark. The world kept changing. What remained unchanged was the little flower in the center of the field of vision. Slowly, the place where the little flower was located became a dead land. No life could survive in such a place. But this little red flower was different. She took root here and struggled to survive in this dense land of death. It became the first plant to survive in this dead land. And it bloomed bright blood-colored flowers in this dead land. Sister. A very gentle voice came from a distance. Where am I? The little flower bud woke up, as if she had a very long dream, and felt a little dizzy. But it was much better than before when she was eroded by death. Now the little flower bud was lying on a blooming blood-red flower. If Fang Jie saw it, he would definitely exclaim that it was a red spider lily. Sister, are you awake? At this moment, a gentle voice appeared beside the little flower bud's ear. Who? The little flower bud immediately sat up alertly. She was stunned after she sat up. Is this herself? The same face, the same figure, even the tiny and dense leaves growing on both sides of the eyebrows are the same, but the color is completely different. If the little flower bud's pupils are light green peridots, then her pupils are scarlet rubies. The little flower bud's hair is yellow-green, her hair is pure black. The little flower bud's skirt is made of hundreds of flowers. Her skirt is the red and black red spider lily. You? The little flower bud looked at the sweet smile of the girl opposite and understood instantly. You are my sister? She could feel the connection between them, and the magic seemed to link them together. The magic kept flowing from her to her and transformed into magic with death attributes, and then flowed back to her, and turned into magic with life attributes, and it kept spinning like this. Yeah. The black-haired girl smiled as gentle as water. My past? I know everything. When we merged together, I knew everything, just like you knew my past. In a sense, we are one person. The black-haired girl looked so quiet and beautiful. Who would have known that the place where she was born was actually a hell? The little flower but smiled a little embarrassedly. She always felt a little ashamed. But Fang Jie and the others may be in trouble. The rumbling sound above has sounded several times. Oh yes, let's go! The little flower bud finally reacted, and quickly pulled the black-haired little flower bud to prepare to summon vines. Only then did he realize that the iron gate they had broken through was right in front of him, and the big red flower under him directly transported them here. What you can do, I can do too, and what I can do, you can do too. The black-haired little flower bud pulled the little flower bud off the big red flower, and waved to it, as if saying goodbye to the big flower. The little flower bud also tested his own strength, and actually summoned a black vine, which was very handy. Let's go! They are still waiting for us. The bone-eating worm was killing people. It had basically eaten all the ghosts summoned by Xiaoyu. Now it has also turned its attention to Fangjie. Because Fangjia's image was the closest to a skeleton among the people present, he was just a little fatter, and he didn't have the vitality of a living person, so he was directly judged as a strange skeleton by the bone-eating worm. But it didn't matter. As long as it was a skeleton, it would eat as many as it could. Xiaobai entangled Uskala again. Both of them were considered speed heroes, so they were evenly matched now. The moment it saw Fangjie, the bone-eating worm swam towards Fangjie like a mad monster. The ground seemed to be non-existent to it. It would use its three-petal saw-like mouth to break up the soil and eat it directly, to dig a hole quickly. And Fangjie dodged the attack of the bone-eating worm like a bullfight, and from time to time, he would send a high-energy ray to the bone-eating worm, but Fangjie's high-energy ray did little damage to it. At most it would leave a burnt mark as big as a bowl, and it could not cause any damage to this huge bone-eating worm. Shuyou's ability was also somewhat helpless against this behemoth. Entangle. The voice of Xiaowabao suddenly appeared behind Fangjie. Thick black vines descended from the ceiling and tied up the huge bone-eating worm tightly, which made it impossible for the bone-eating worm to drill into the ground, and it could only struggle desperately while hanging and kept roaring. Fangjie turned his head and saw a black-haired Xiaowabao standing there, looking confused. Xiaowabao, when did you dye your hair? The black-haired little bud held hands and pulled out the real little bud. Well, I can't explain this clearly, but she is my sister. The little bud, who couldn't hide from being seen, blushed and introduced her. Fangjie looked at the black-haired little bud, then looked at the green-haired little bud, and said in shock, "Little bud, you have mitosis? Two little bud sisters?" Xiaoyu also opened her mouth in surprise, looking at these two little buds that look exactly the same but with different colors. Xiaoyu, you have changed a lot. Let's solve the current trouble first, and talk about our affairs later. Xiaowabao covered her face. She really didn't know how to explain. Leave this big monster insect to me and Xiaoyu, you go to help Xiaobai. Okay. Fangjie rushed to support Xiaobai. Xiaoyu stayed to deal with this big monster insect with Xiaowabao and her sister. As Xiaowabao's vines got tighter, the bone-eating worm struggled more fiercely. Several thick vines had already broken, and if a few more vines were broken, the bone-eating worm would touch the ground. The black-haired little flower bud on the side tried to break through the black vines from the mouth. But without exception, they were all broken by the sharp and dense teeth of the bone-eating worm. If the spores were thrown into its mouth from the front, they would be sprayed out from its gill like nozzles. It would dig the ground and eat the sand and stones in one mouthful, and then spray them out from these gill-like nozzles, which would not reach its body at all. If the front doesn't work, then the back. Xiaoyu said to the black-haired little flower bud with a sly smile. You are really a genius. The black-haired little flower bud said helplessly. The thick black vines penetrated the slender tail of the bone-eating worm like a snake. And there was a sound of puff. And then the bone-eating worm screamed. The moment the black vines penetrated, they began to release spores in the body of the bone-eating worm. And countless plant roots began to spread in the body of the bone-eating worm. The bone-eating worm struggled more and more weakly, and the three-petal mouth that had been opening and closing drooped down, motionless, until a black vine stretched out from its mouth, and a bright red flower bloomed. The black-haired little flower but couldn't bear to watch and glanced away. And Xiaoyu made an evil little noise. Hee. Ha ha ha. The little flower but helplessly patted the head of the little loli of different colors. Don't laugh like that. Covering her little head, Xiaoyu pouted her face into a bun. Cut Xiaobai and Uskara are both speed heroes, but Xiaobai is faster than Uskara, and Xiaobai has been fighting him in close combat, not giving him time to cast magic, which is why Xiaobai can always fight him evenly. When Fangjie joined the battle between Xiaobai and Uskara, Xiaobai's pressure was greatly reduced. Xiaobai's death spider silk and Fangjie's cooperation finally caused damage to Uskara. Uskara's skin was not as hard as Chade's, and it was impossible to break through. Basically, both Fangjie's high-energy rays and Xiaobai's spider silk could cause him considerable damage. But the opponent had a lot of practical experience. Only Xiaobai could tie with him in a one-on-one fight. Only a righteous two-on-one could win slightly. Suddenly, Uskura paused, and Fangjia seized the opportunity to use the high-temperature ray to directly hit Uskura's chest, blasting Uskura away. Uskura flew backwards and crashed into a pile of bones before stopping. When he barely stood up, Fangjia blasted a bloody hole in his chest, and even the shrinking lungs inside could be seen. It seems that I still underestimated you. Uskura's face was still indifferent, as if the injuries all over his body were not surprising. Hey, you finally want to talk? Are you ready to beg for mercy? Fangjia finally stopped talking trash to the wooden man. You can actually kill my pet. It seems I need to show my trump card again. Uskura took the black blade and pointed it at his chest and stabbed it, not reaching the handle. The tip of the blade pierced through his back. Big Dark Sky Angel of One Piece. Chapter 93 A Piece of Angel. Your bad luck is right again. You are indeed a very unlucky person. Xiaobai landed beside Fangjia and said. Fangjia was speechless. The black blade pierced Uskura's chest. Bursts of black light emerged from the piercing point, quickly wrapping Uskura's thin body, leaving only his head unwrapped. The limbs became slender, and the wounds all over the body seemed to have healed, without a single wound, but Uskura's eyes had turned pure black, and his hair had grown very long, basically reaching the level of waist-length hair. The black mist gathered on the back and head. The black mist on the back solidified into a beautiful black wing. The black mist on the head solidified into a black halo. A kingly aura rushed towards him. Where is your other half of the wing? How about you try harder? Let the other side grow out. It's so sad to see the other half of the wing without it. At this time, Fangjia still had the mood to complain. Black snow. But the response to Fangjia's trash talk was Uskura's cold skill release. Many black feathers were scattered in the air, and they fell lightly. Xiaobai immediately wove spider silk into a huge web and threw it at the feathers. When the feathers touched the spider web, there was a violent explosion, and Fangjia took the opportunity to take Xiaobai out of the range covered by the black feathers. Uskura, floating in the air, pointed the black blade at Fangjia and tapped the air with his toes. Before Fangjia could react, the black blade cut into Fangjia's chest. This speed was the fastest Fangjia had ever seen. He could only use magic to sense the attack of part of the magic, but he couldn't avoid it at all. Fuck. Fangjia covered the huge gap in his left chest with one hand. If the heart was in that position, it might have been pierced by a sword. Xiaobai also looked at the angel, who seemed to teleport with caution. She just felt a wave of magic power. And then Fangjia was stabbed. And retreated a short distance after being stabbed. It's over. This guy is so strong. This time the damage can't be repaired by shaping. Fangjia felt his wound. Even in the metal, there was a high concentration of magic power. And his magic power couldn't repair it directly. He could only walk in a straight line. From where he just stood, to where I am, and finally to where he is now. Xiaobai said, as he helped Fangjia take a thick bone, and directly blocked Fangjia's wound with the bone. As long as the liquid blood magic gold does not continue to flow, that's useless. Even if he walks in a zigzag shape, his speed is much faster than ours. Fangjia let Xiaobai bandage his wound, and his eyes were fixed on Uskura, without moving away. I feel like he might need to charge up. If he didn't, we would have been cut into 8 pieces. As expected, Uskura took a break and pointed the black blade at Fangjia again. Fangjia rolled on the ground holding Xiaobai. A gust of wind flew past Fangjia's original position, and Uskura appeared behind Fangjia again. But Fangjia was not completely uninjured. A shallow cut was made on his right temple. Hey, this bastard wants to just slash my head since hitting my heart isn't fatal. Right? I don't have any hair for you to chop off. Fangjia, who dodged, didn't stop. While running diagonally, he continued to fire high-energy rays at Uskura. Since he wants to charge up, he can't be allowed to charge up to full power. Directly close combat to interrupt his precasting swing is the right way. Uskura immediately changed his magic when he saw Fangjia rushing up. Black Coma Fang Kamenu. A black big dog with a very solid appearance and clear details rushed out from the shadows and bit in the direction of Fangjia. Fangjia's high-energy ray hit the big black dog's head directly, but the big black dog ducked its head. Fangjia's high-energy ray only shot off a few hairs of the big black dog, just as the big black dog was about to bite Fangjia. A spider silk shot from the side and just hit the big black dog's eyes. Then, using the elasticity of the spider silk, Xiaobai was pulled over. The sharp spider leg directly inserted into the Kamenu's eye socket. Fang Jie was not polite either. He missed the Kamenu and flew up with the kinetic energy of a rocket and kicked Uskala. Uskara used the black blade to block, but was still kicked far away by Fang Jie. The Kamenu raised its sharp claws and grabbed Xiao Bai, who was lying on its head, hoping to kill the white thing. But with Xiao Bai's speed, how could it succeed? In the second before the Kamena's claws grabbed her, she did a backflip and jumped into the air. When the Kamena's claws hit her face, she covered the Kamena's head with the spider silk woven into a web. This trick was learned from a book of Spider-Man that Fang Jie drew when he was free. That was the only extracurricular reading that Xiao Bai liked. The Kamenu, whose head was covered, lost its balance and fell to the ground. Xiao Bai quickly strangled its neck with a very thin spider silk and hung it directly on the stalactite on the ceiling. The Kamenu struggled for a while and kicked his legs. After a while, it turned into a ball of black smoke and drifted away with the wind. The death of the Kamenu had no effect on Uskara. Now Fang Jie was covered in wounds. With the help of magic exploration, he could only barely avoid Uskara's attack. Xiao Bai rushed towards Uskara quickly, spitting out tough spider silk at Uskara, trying to trap Uskara, but Uskara swung the black blade and cut Xiao Bai's spider silk. Fang Jie finally got time to catch his breath. Entangle. The twins of the small flower bud finally arrived at the battle site with Xiao Yu. Countless black vines sprang out from the ground where Uskara stood, but they were all cut off by Uskara. No! His black blade is too sharp. Even my special spider silk can't bear it. Xiao Bai quickly spitted silk at Uskala, harassing Uskala while talking to Xiaowabao and the others. Then try another method. The black-haired Xiaowabao said the first half of the sentence. Spray him, he has to breathe. Xiaowabao immediately said the second half of the sentence. They both waved their hands at the same time. Countless vines grew out from the ground. The ceiling bloomed colorful flowers and sprayed countless spores and pollen. Uskala dodged a spray of spider silk from Xiao Bai and smelled a hint of fragrance. He immediately covered his mouth and nose, flapped the single wing behind him, exerted strength from the waist, and swung the black blade vigorously. Dark flow dance. The black blade with black mist chopped off the pollen spores attacking him. Hee hee. It's too late. The little flower bud laughed. Our flower bud has entered your body. The black-haired little flower bud added. As he spoke, Uskala coughed up blood, and there were spots of green in the blood. Something seemed to be wriggling under the skin near the chest. It's useless. I can use your dark power now, the little flower bud said with a smile. You want to suppress it with death energy, which will only become its nutrients, making them grow more violently. Wait for death, and become nutrients for plants. The black-haired little flower bud added. Uskara dodged Xiao Bai's spider web attack again, directly inserted the black blade into his lung lobe, used the violent magic elements wrapped on the black blade to forcibly destroy the spores that took root and sprouted in his lung lobe, and cut out the parasitic lung lobe. The two sisters of Xiaowabao looked at this scene in surprise. You shouldn't have told him about being parasitized. Xiaowabao glanced at the black-haired Xiaowabao with a complaint. I didn't expect him to be so cruel to himself. The black-haired Xiaowabao was speechless. Is it fun for you two to quarrel with yourselves? Find a way to subdue him quickly. Xiao Bai couldn't help but complain about them. His defense is not strong, mainly because he is too fast. Fang Jie took a rest, and his injuries all over his body were slightly better. The little flower bud sprayed the robe towards Uskala and tried to wrap him with vines. But Uskala, the angel holding the black blade, was like a loach and could not be caught at all. Uskala waved away the vines again. Black snow. Black feathers appeared directly in the world of black vines, and several explosions directly destroyed the black vines. But such an attack was fruitless, and the killed plants would become nutrients for new plants, allowing the new plants to grow wildly again. TSK. Uskara frowned as he looked at the wildly growing plants. He aimed the black blade directly at the two sisters of the small flower bud. Be careful. Fang Jie moved in front of the small flower bud with a rocket-like motion and blocked the fatal blow with his back. Uskara's knife chopped Fang Jie directly from the shoulder to the navel, almost cutting Fang Jie in half. No! Xiao Bai's eyes turned red, and he burst out at a speed beyond his limit, and a spider silk stuck to the handle of Uskara's knife, and a bite of Uskara's wrist. Uskara also slapped Xiao Bai on the back, smacking Xiao Bai to the ground, and the wound on his back that had not yet fully healed broke open again. The vines of the two sisters of Xiaowabao swept towards Uskara again, so he had to give up this attack opportunity, and the black single wing behind him flapped and took him flying backwards. avoiding the attack of the vines. Xiaowabao quickly picked up Xiaobai, who was lying on the ground, and the black-haired Xiaowabao helped Fang Jie stand up, trying to pull him back. However, Fang Jie did not retreat, but stared at Uskura closely. The bite from Xiaobai just now must have injected a huge amount of poison. Get out of the way! He's coming again! Fang Jie saw that Uskura pointed the black blade at him again. So he had to push the two sisters of Xiao Huabao away and rush forward alone to face the fatal blow of Uskura. Sure enough, Uskura chopped at him again at lightning speed. But during this process, Uskura's head showed a slight symptom of dizziness, causing his steps to be disordered. The dizziness only lasted for a second, but it was enough. Uskura was directly thrown to the ground by Fang Jie. Asshole! I finally caught you. Do you know how Wolverine died? Go to hell. Chapter 94 Two-Head Fang Jie. Fang Jie fiercely released his temperature control. Fang Jie's body temperature soared instantly. The blood demon steel turned red and melted, covering Uskura directly inside. Ah! Uskura finally roared, struggling constantly, but there was no way to stand up and leave the steel pool that Fang Jie had turned into. The blood-red steel directly enveloped him, dispersed the black fog on his body. What black single wing, what black halo were all dispelled by the high temperature. Don't you recover very quickly? You should recover. Let me see how you recover now. The molten steel slowly solidified as the temperature dropped. Uskura had completely lost his human form and turned into a sculpture. Now Fang Jie could be sure that this person was really dead. Huh? Fang Jie finally breathed a sigh of relief. This battle was really tiring. This melee mage is too strong. Ah! So cute. Little Flower Bud came forward in surprise and hugged Fang Jie, who had fallen from the sculpture. He kissed Fang Jie hard on the face. His current state is a cute version of a short body, short arms and legs, and a big head. Height is at most 30 centimeters. Ah! Really? I want it too. So cute. The black-haired little Flower Bud snatched the little Fang Jie, who looked like she had no desire, from the little Flower Bud's hand, and held her in her arms, and rubbed her hard. You two nymphomaniacs. That's enough. Get away. Little Fang Jie is mine. Mine. Xiaobai was furious. Ignoring the injuries on his body, he tied up the two sisters of the little Flower Bud with spider silk into silkworm pupae, and held the little Fang Jie tightly in his arms. Ah! It's so cute. Looking at Xiaobai, who was holding him, he also showed a loving look. Fang Jie said he was under great pressure. Stop it. We are still in someone else's dungeon. We should give them some face. Fang Jie pushed Xiaobai, who was rubbing his head against him helplessly. Yeah. Although Xiaobai said that, his body still didn't stop, still rubbing hard. Fang Jie gave up the resistance helplessly, just let it go. After rubbing for a while, Xiaobai finally put Fang Jie on his back, with a look of disgust. He helped the two sisters, who had turned into silkworms, to untie the flower buds. Too much. I want one too. The black-haired little bud pouted hard. Yes. Yes. Me too. Little Fang Jie belongs to everyone. The little bud echoed. Humph. Xiaobai ignored them. The main task now was to meet up with Xiaoyu and Xiaokusha. Fang Jie rode steadily on Xiaobai's back. Xiaobai's back was very stable and not bumpy at all. Only then did he have time to look at the system panel. As soon as he opened the panel, several prompts popped up. Drop, Spirit Possession Innocent Daughter, can evolve. Drop, Spirit Possession Innocent Daughter, Breakthrough Evolution, Spirit Singer, drop, Flower Fairy, can evolve. Drop, Flower Fairy, Evolution Together, Life and Death Flower Fairy of Life, Flower Fairy of Death, drop, Tentacle Monster, Evolution can evolve. Drop, Tentacle Monster, Essential Evolution, Tentacle Monster? What's wrong with you? Little Tentacle? First evolution, then evolved into a tentacle monster? Aren't you a tentacle monster yourself? Fang Jie immediately opened the panel of the small tentacle, and saw that the indescribable in the mist behind the panel of the small tentacle seemed to be more conspicuous. Then, there was a long string of max, which made Fang Jie's eyebrows jump. There were only 4 more interesting skills. One was Soul Touch, can directly touch the soul. The second was Spirit Touch, can touch the spirit level. The third was Soul Devouring. The fourth was Proliferation, can increase your tentacles infinitely when there is enough magic power. The Fearful Shadow also successfully broke through and became indescribable. There is no other information, and it is unknown whether the tentacle monster has any other evolutionary direction. In addition to the funny evolution of the little tentacle, the changes of Xiaoyu and Xiaowababud are particularly large. Special effects also appeared on Xiuyu's panel. In a dark world, countless black hands stretched out, and in the middle was a shining black and white girl singing loudly. First of all, there is an additional soul extraditionist, which can extradite painful souls. Then, there is a human black flame, which can burn humanity in the form of flames and cause huge amounts of painful damage. Finally, there is the summoning skill, which summons painful human sediment. When the small flower bud panel is opened, you can see two beautiful sisters hugging each other and lying in a sea of flowers taking a nap. In addition, there are dead trees, rotten soil, insects, and small animals in the sea of flowers. The entire ecosystem is much more complete. The small flower bud sisters, they both use the same panel and are not separated. And there are more skills. Twin consciousness, two consciousnesses with one soul. As long as one consciousness survives, the other consciousness can be reborn in the sea of flowers. There are also two skills, Death Controller and Life Controller. Fang Jie frowned as he looked at the panel of the small flower bud. Two consciousnesses, one soul? Aren't you two going to tell me where your death energy comes from? And why did you split? Fang Jie had no choice but to ask the two sisters who were next to Xiao Bai. I don't know either. Didn't I tell you before that I always felt a layer of membrane suppressing my power? That's the aura of death. But I really don't know where this aura of death comes from. As for her, after you left, I defeated the stitched monster. I originally thought I couldn't go back, because the aura of death here was too serious. Then I saw her. I wanted to see what kind of magical plant it was before I died, and then it became like this. The little flower bud honestly told everything she knew. Oh, and then you were born with that flower, and she became your sister? Fang Jie understood the general idea as soon as he heard it. Yeah. The black-haired little flower bud nodded repeatedly. Fang Jie rubbed his head. I probably know the reason why your membrane was formed. It's probably because things will turn around when they reach their extremes. So when you and her are combined in life, death, yin and yang, you will break through again. I write down some of the I Ching that I remember for you to read when I go back. Maybe it will be helpful to you. Everything will turn around when it reaches its extreme. The Book of Changes? The little flower bud was a little confused. We talk about that after we go back, but don't you even give your sister a name? Fang Jie looked at the innocent little flower bud with black hair with a headache. Good boy. JPG. Forget it, I do it. I see your flower seems to be a red spider lily. From now on we call you Little Red Spider, and then we have a big name like the little flower bud. Called Manjusaka, one for Lenduini, one for Manjusaka. How about it? Ah! I like it so much. Xiao Bai wanted to pick up the cute version of Fang Jie happily, but as soon as she approached Xiao Bai, he looked at her with a wary face, which made her plan fail. Xiao Bai. Xiaowabao. This way. This way. From a long distance away, Xiaoyu was calling out. She had already carried the unconscious Lillian to the entrance of the sea of dead skeletons with the black flame skeleton. The bleeding of Lillian's wound had stopped, and the mermaid lady was standing beside her holding the little tentacle monster. As soon as they walked in, Xiaoyu and Xiaokusha saw the cute version of Fang Jie sitting on Xiaobai's back. They rushed over with stars in their eyes, ignoring Xiaobai's sharp eyes, and threw Fang Jie to the ground. Ah! So cute. I like it so much. It's almost the same size as me. Poochie's so small. I like it. The little tentacles directly covered Fang Jie's head. Ah! Let me go! I'm still in someone else's dungeon. Dungeon? Xiaobai. Help me. Xiaobai reluctantly pulled the two little girls apart. Fang Jie, whose face was covered with saliva from being kissed, said to everyone seriously. Okay. Now our main task has been completed. But we still can't be careless. Although I made a deal with the owner of the underground palace before, it is not certain whether I can abide by the rules. So, now we should be more careful and be prepared to go all out. Okay. Fang Jie led the rescue team on a journey to climb the cliff. They had no idea how many floors underground they were. They just had to climb up. Luckily, although Fang Jie lost most of his body, which reduced his magic power limit a lot, this did not prevent him from using shaping to make a stone elevator. The amazing thing was that they had a smooth journey and did not meet anyone. This made Fang Jie's heart slowly hang in the air. This was the rhythm of a big battle. Perhaps all the fighting power of this dungeon was concentrated at the entrance. Fang Jie understood this rhythm too well. This is all a conspiracy planned by the dog. There must be a big tonic before the war. Sure enough, just when they came out of the cave of Hades' underground palace, a voice came into the ears of Fang Jie and his group. Are you leaving now? Aren't you going to stay and play for a while? The squinting collector Monses appeared at the entrance. Of course, there are still many things to do at home, so I won't bother you. Here is the puppet blueprint you want. Fang Jie handed the blueprint he drew when he came back to Monses. Monses took the blueprint and handed it to a dead spirit beside him without even looking at it. What? You didn't even take a look at it? Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter. I believe you dare not lie to me. Monses looked at Fang Jie with interest. I am somewhat interested in your internal structure. Why can a puppet still move so freely after losing so many materials? As soon as these words came out, everyone became alert. And the little tentacle even raised its tentacles, ready to slap the collector in the face. Don't worry. I said I won't interfere. But I will definitely entertain you next time. Monses waved his hand, making way. After all, you killed one of my apprentices. One apprentice? Fang Jie was still thinking about it. It seemed that there was more than one apprentice this time. Yes. So I also gave you a big gift. Do you think the monster that hit the magma in your dungeon is really dead? Ha ha ha. Ding. The dungeon was attacked. Chapter 95. The house was stolen. Damn it. Fang Jie's face immediately turned ugly. He really wanted to fight to the death with Monses here. But he just took a step. Xiaobai stopped him. And the weird uncle behind Monses appeared again. Staring at them closely, the gray fog began to surge, as if something wanted to break out. You'd better go back and take a look first. We will have plenty of opportunities to fight in the future. Uh-huh. Monses didn't move at all. His eyes were still narrowed, and the corners of his mouth were raised. Asshole. If anything happens to anyone in the family, I swear I will make you pay the price. Fang Jie led everyone to the location of the car amid Monses' laughter. They had to return to the dungeon as soon as possible. After Fang Jie left, Monses' mouth slowly flattened, and a pale black-haired boy walked out of the gray fog. Xiao Wu, how do you feel about your new body? Not bad. Uskara said coldly. What do you think of their strength? They are all quite strong, and have great potential. They can get a lot of improvement in every battle. Their wisdom made me feel pressured in our battle. I felt that I was not fighting against monsters at all, but more like a group of experienced warriors. So do you think they have a chance to fight against that group of people? Uskara was silent for a while. I don't know. But I know that if they don't want to be destroyed, they can only improve quickly. There is a little girl of God among them. And it is a rare twin little girl of God, who has realized life and death at the same time. That group of people will definitely find them. Ha ha ha, this world is getting more and more exciting. Interesting. Interesting. Let me see if they can survive the siege of that group of people. I hope my investment in their death flower and human black swamp is worth it. Ha ha ha. The previous plan remains the same. I can feel that the seal here is getting weaker and weaker. Monses took a deep look at the sky covered by gray fog, laughed and walked into the thick gray fog with his hands behind his back. At the same time, Pammer Underground Palace. Ah. So boring. I don't know what happened to Xiaoyu and Zyakusha. Lostia was bored and blowing bubbles in the blood pool. No one played with her these 2 days. Sam and Brooke had to take charge of the village affairs because of Xiaobai's departure. Shagar spent most of his time in the underground palace, but she had to stay in the underground palace and was often on duty in the meeting room, so she couldn't play with her. Roar! Just when Lostia was about to go crazy with boredom, a terrifying roar came from the depths of the underground palace. A scarlet monster with magma flowing all over it stood up from the magma pool. The magma flowed across its body like mud and dripped into the magma pool. Roar! I'm back! Steel Golem! Where are you? Come out! Jade let out a startling roar that resounded throughout the dungeon. Hearing the roar, Lostia immediately raised his head. After a while, there was another loud noise. Accompanied by the loud noise, the lights in the room began to flicker. Not good. Steam engine room. Lostia immediately realized that there must be something wrong near the magma lake. In order to lead the black monster into the magma lake, the gap in the underground city that was blown up was still there, and there was no time to fill it up. Fang Jie just made a big stone door to seal the entrance from the magma lake to the underground palace. Asshole! Dare to attack the underground city. Look! Lodi will beat you into a taper beast. Aha! Lostia was immediately excited, Finally he had something to do. Not long ago, Xiong and you were reading in the library, and they also heard the terrifying roar, and then the underground palace shook, and the lights flickered. Xiong panicked when she encountered such a situation for the first time, and looked at the orc grandmother helplessly. You was not really scared, but just looked at the flickering lights with curiosity. The orc grandmother calmly held up a part of the shaky bookshelf, and immediately took you and Xiong to the location of the monster sand table to meet Shagar. At this time, she must be there to observe the enemy's movements. Sure enough, Shagar, Dick, Tiger were looking at the monster sand table with frowns. What's the situation? It's not good. It's a monster. It seems to be the monster that was knocked into the lava lake by Fangjia before. Now he has climbed up again. Not good. Lostia, the little stupid dragon, ran over. I have to help her. Grandma, you guys hide well. This might be a tough battle. When Shagar saw Lostia charging towards the lava lake, he immediately put on his armor and took Dick and Tiger out of the room with the monster sand table. When Lostia excitedly rushed to the gate separating the underground palace and the lava lake, the monsters outside were still hammering the door, but the thick door was already full of cracks and was about to fall apart. Roar! After the roar, a harsh voice came from behind the door. There is a strange smell. Is anyone there? Hello. I'm here to play with you. Please open the door for me. Humph. Bad guy. I won't open the door for you. Hey, you are not very old. Uncle is here to visit you. I am not a bad guy. Humph. Don't try to fool me. If you are not a bad guy, why are you knocking on my door? Lostia made an attacking motion, lowered his body, and his tail was raised. Then there's nothing we can do. Hee. The next second, the huge fist hit the door again, directly punching a huge hole in the crumbling door. This scared Lostia. She had never seen a monster as big as a fist. It was almost as big as her head. The monster retracted its huge fist, and the pair of scarlet eyes outside could be seen through the hole. Oh, it turned out to be you. Little Earth Dragon, Uncle Chade is here. Oh! A sinister voice came from the gap. After saying that, the huge fist hit the stone door again, shaking off countless dust. One punch after another, as if hitting people's hearts. Lostia, run! Get out from the other side. You are no match for him. Shagar ran to Lostia in the ghost-faced dragon scale armor. When she heard the roar, her first reaction was to rush to the conference room where the monster sand table was located. She saw the original appearance of the monster from the monster sand table. This monster had a human-like upper body, a small head, 2 huge and strong arms, and a lower body that looked a bit like a bug, with many gastropods. And the whole body looked like a huge fat bug. No! I want to protect this place. Looking at this stubborn little fat dragon, Shagar had a headache. But Chad didn't give them time. Under Chad's attack, the huge stone door collapsed in less than 2 minutes. Roar! Bad guy. Watch out! Lostia let out a dragon roar and pounced on the monster. He used his sharp dragon claws to grab the monster's abdomen, leaving 4 deep scratches on Chad's belly. Hot lava actually slid out of the wound. Chade didn't care, without any defense, and instead seized the opportunity to strangle Lotistia's slender neck. Ouch! You've been caught by Uncle Chade. Lotistia's eyes showed a trace of panic as his neck was strangled by the thick arms. Lotus. Shagar raised his halberd, stepped on the gravel, flew up, and chopped heavily on Chade's thumb. Although Shagar's halberd cut deeply into it, such damage was not enough to cut off the thick finger. Get out of here, you little bug. Feeling a little pain, Chad waved Shagar away with one hand, then lifted Lostia up and slammed her hard on the ground, splashing countless smoke and dust. Shagar dodged Chad's attack and landed on the ground with a backflip. Tiger, wearing armor, and Dick also ran over at this time. Their speed was not as fast as Shagar's, so they were much slower. Shagar, find a way to rescue Lostia, and Dick and I will chop off the guy's legs. Tiger saw Lostia at a disadvantage and shouted to Shagar, while Dick jumped with an axe to chop the fat foot of Chad. Lostia was dizzy from the blow, and before she could recover, a huge fist came down, hitting Lostia's stomach directly. Roar! Lostia, who was already dizzy, was almost vomited by this heavy blow. Be careful! Shagar saw Lostia being hit, and immediately drew out his crossbow, and shot an arrow at the monster's eye, accurately hitting the monster's eyeball. Ah! The monster screamed, subconsciously dodging backwards. giving Lostia a chance to bite the thumb that Shagar had chopped off, and directly bit off his thumb, and escaped in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Shagar yelled at Lostia, who had escaped. "Run! Get out of the orcs!" Seeing Lostia escape, Shagar swung his halberd again and chopped the monster's ventral foot. At this time, Shagar discovered that a large part of his beloved halberd had been melted by the high temperature, and he could not cut the monster at all. Roar! Chad, who had an eye injury, covered his eyes with one hand and punched Shagar with his other hand. "Go to hell, insect!" Shagar dodged quickly and narrowly avoided Chad's punch. Dick Tiger encountered the same problem when he used his axe to chop those short insect legs. His axe melted before he chopped twice. Ha ha ha! I absorbed the high temperature lava. Although my defense power has decreased, I like this high temperature so much. This is the inspiration from your metal puppet. Chad used his huge abdomen to swing left and right, and threw Dick and Tiger away, crashing into the wall. On the monster sand table, one could clearly see Shagar, Lostia, Dick, Tiger, and the monster fighting together. The orc grandmother also frowned as she looked at the battle situation displayed on the sand table. Although the orcs had the advantage in numbers, they were obviously no match for the monster. Chapter 96. Yu and Xiong. "Grandma, what should we do?" Xiong asked hesitantly. Grandma didn't reply. Her wise eyes were fixed on the battle situation displayed on the big monster sand table. "If you want to leave, I won't stop you. The secret door is behind the huge throne. If you don't want to leave, you can go and pray to the statue of Arachne." Xiong hesitated. She gritted her teeth with tears in her eyes, and pushed you into the secret passage of the conference room before you could react, and quickly pulled down the mechanism. "Sister!" Yu's eyes widened, and she fell into the secret passage. "Sister! What are you doing? Sister! Open the door!" Yu cried, and threw herself on the thick stone door. Xiong sat weakly on the stone steps outside the secret door. Tears fell like they were free, and she kept saying, "I'm sorry, Yu, I'm sorry." "Aren't you afraid that she will hate you for doing this?" The orc grandmother sighed and said to Xiong, "I only have you. I just hope she can survive." Xiong was already sobbing. "My silly child, but she only has you. You pushed her away with your own hands." The orc grandma shook her head at Xiong, who was just crying. Plop. In the ventilation duct next to her, a young figure fell down. You didn't even wipe the dust off, ran to Xiong and slapped her, which stunned her directly. "Pa!" The crisp slapping sound resounded throughout the room. After the slap, Yu quickly hugged his sister and cried and shouted at Xiong. "Asshole sister! I tell you, I won't leave. Don't think of leaving me behind. I don't want to wander around anymore. I'm going to wait here for everyone to come back." Xiong was still a little confused. Why? Humph! Do you think Xiaoyu, Zayakusha, and I are just playing around in the underground palace? What kind of tunnels have we not dug? How could we not explore this secret passage that everyone knows about? You are the only one who would do such a thing." Yu rolled her eyes and gave her sister a lesson. Seeing such a stubborn Yu, Xiong was speechless, hugged Yu tightly. Xiong kept crying. "I'm sorry. Yu, I'm sorry. Sister, you're the only one I have, sister. I can't." Influenced by Xiong, Yu's eyes were wet, but she still pushed her sister away and said, "Sister, I only have you. But now the Great Earth Palace needs the strength of each of us. I want to help Sister Shagar." Looking at this stubborn little girl, Xiong wiped away her tears. "You have grown up. Yu, I am proud of you. Go, tell Lostia to take the big monster to the moving maze. The big gears at the bottom should be able to crush him." "Okay." When Yu heard this, her eyes lit up immediately. She rode on the landing pheasant that had been following her, and flew away. The orc grandmother looked at the orc girl in surprise and smiled. "You really didn't disappoint me, kid." Lostia was a little embarrassed at this time. Her stomach hurt a lot. She didn't know if her bones were broken. She was a little hesitant at this time. Should she run? Shagar saw Lostia was still in a daze, and immediately yelled at her. "Hurry up. Go to the war room. Go to the shelter with you and the others." Lostia was awakened by Shagar's shout. "You, Xiong," and the orc grandmother appeared in her mind. "No. I want to stay. I want to protect them." At this moment, Lostja's eyes became determined, and he pounced on the monster again. He seized the opportunity to grab one of the monster's arms, and used his enhanced strength to dig his sharp dragon claws directly into the monster's arm, and restrain the monster's movements. His mouth was not idle either, and he opened his mouth and bit the monster's head directly. The monster raised his other hand to resist, and let Lostia bite this hand. With the blessing of the strange power, Lostia broke the solidified lava shell, and directly tore off a large piece of flesh and blood flowing with lava from his hand. Shagar also saw the opportunity, and jumped onto the monster's back, and stabbed the monster with all his strength. But the halberd with a damaged blade could not cut the solidified lava shell. Damn it! Shagar threw away the halberd directly, and crawled from the back to the monster's little head. She was ready to shoot the monster's other eye with a crossbow again. Ah! Damn bug! The injured monster was surprisingly angry, and pushed Lostia away with all his strength, and reached out to grab Shagar, who was crawling behind him. Shagar grabbed his back, and seeing his big hand coming towards him, he had to give up the attack and fell down. At this moment, you rode her little land pheasant, followed by 2 other big land pheasants, rushed to the battlefield, and just caught the falling Shagar. What are you doing here? Shagar had a headache. Why are these kids so troublesome? Of course I'm here to save you. You rode the little land pheasant, and took the 2 land pheasants to flexibly avoid those thick gastropods, and ran straight to the position of Tiger and Dick, who were hit, and didn't know whether they were alive or dead, and picked them up and ran. Lostia launched another attack. While covering you and the others' evacuation, she grabbed Chad fiercely. You rode on the landing pheasant, while running back with the wounded. He shouted to Lostia in Chinese. Lostia, lead it to the moving maze gate 001. The bottom of the moving maze is full of gears, which can crush it. When Lostia heard Yu's voice, she had learned Chinese from her grandmother for a long time, and immediately understood what she meant. Lostia bit the monster's shoulder again, resisting its high temperature, tearing off a piece of meat, ignoring the other party's roar, and turned to run in the direction of the moving maze, making a face to mock the other party before running. Hey, you big bug! Come and hit me if you can! For a moment, the people who were fighting in a group fled in all directions, leaving only Chad, who was still a little confused. Don't run. Keep fighting. Chad, who didn't understand Chinese, was mercilessly mocked. He didn't know what they said at all, and thought he had one. So he chased after Lostia, who had the biggest target. When Lostia saw Chad had caught up with her, she immediately ran as fast as she could towards the employee passage of the moving maze, knocking down countless decorative armors along the way. Shagar told you to send Dick and Tiger, who had given themselves away, to the blood altar for treatment, and she jumped off the landing pheasant directly. She needed to go to the control room of the moving maze, and command the little black men to operate the moving maze. Just now, when Lostia asked her to open the door of the moving maze 001, she reacted. The moving maze was a huge hole, and at the bottom were densely packed huge transmission gears. Lostia was going to leave you, a monster, there to be strangled. As soon as she jumped off the landing pheasant, she almost stumbled. It was only then that she felt the severe pain in her palms and soles. She had been burned when she stood on the monster before. Shagar gritted her teeth and ran faster. She had suffered burns 100 times more serious than this. When Shagar rushed into the control room of the moving maze, those carefree little black people were either sitting with their feet up and drinking some drinks, or using parts of their bodies to make musical instruments and play with them. Shagar knocked the door open and fell to the ground, scaring the little black men. They almost ran away. You guys, Shagar took a breath. Quick! Open the transport exit 001. Shagar will send a big monster in a while. The little black men looked at each other, as if they didn't understand. I say, transport exit 001. Open it for me. Shagar pointed at a door with 001 written on it outside the side window of the control room and shouted at the little black men. At this time, Lostia had led Chad to 001, but she found that the door here was not open, so she had to rush into another tunnel again. Anyway, the 3 mischievous people were very familiar with this underground palace, and it was no problem for them to lead the big monster around in the underground palace. However, these little black people scratched their heads and took out a screw from somewhere and gave it to Shagar like offering a treasure. No, it's not a screw. 001. Door. Open it. Shagar tried to explain what she said. The black people looked at her in confusion again. Ah. 001. The door. Open the door. Shagar gestured with his hands and feet, and pointed to the door, with 001 written on it outside the observation window, and made a gesture of pulling out with both hands. Finally, a little black man made an expression of sudden enlightenment, and under Shaggar's expectant eyes, he took a big nut from the position Shaggar had just pointed, and then inserted the screw into the big nut in Shaggar's collapsed expression, and handed it to Shaggar like a treasure. Shaggar covered his face, looking at these cute little black people looking at him. Shaggar regretted for the first time why he didn't learn the language of these little black people from Xiao Yu. "Let me do it!" Shaggar. Xiong also appeared in the control room panting. "Why are you here?" Shaggar was a little surprised. "I have been watching your movements in the conference room. Seeing that you don't know the little black language at all, I have to come." As he said, he took a deep breath and signed to these little black people. It would be difficult to communicate with these little black people if they didn't know how to echo their souls. They have their own language, which is the set of actions that Joan is performing now, which looks extremely funny. Watching Joan singing and dancing there, gesturing like a gorilla for a long time, the confused little black people finally showed an expression of sudden enlightenment and made a gesture of "leave it to me." Seriously sitting back in the seat of the microcontroller, I don't know what I did. The employee cargo passage of the moving maze, with the number 001 printed on it, was finally opened, making Shaggar finally relieved. And Lostia, she was almost out of breath from running, and finally saw the door open. Chapter 97, Lostia's Battle. Click, click, click. Accompanied by the sound of gears turning, the transport exit with 001 printed on it slowly opened. Little fat dragon. Where are you going? Chad finally caught up with the little fat dragon Lostia, who was almost out of breath. And his huge arm reached out and successfully grabbed the tip of Lostia's tail. Ouch! Lostia only felt a pain in his tail, and the whole dragon was almost dragged to the ground. Bad guy. Bite you. The angry Lostia turned around and bit Chad's shoulder. Chad took Lostia's bite and hit back with a close-range punch, knocking Lostia's huge body to the ground. Now behind her was the open door 001. Huh. Little Earth Dragon. I didn't expect you to be so fat. But you can run so fast? Chad was also a little out of breath. Old man, did you forget to take calcium? Otherwise, why are you so slow even with so many legs? Lostia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and retorted. Uh-huh. Little Earth Dragon. You are still so stubborn now? Chad raised his fist and rushed towards Lostia again. This time, Lostia looked at Chad with a sneer, dodged his punch, turned around and whipped Chad's tail, hitting him hard in the ribs. In an instant, the offense and defense were switched, and Chad was beaten to the edge of the number 001 gate, and even the abdominal feet under the huge insect body missed a few steps. Chad also saw the pitch-black abyss below. So your plan is to knock me into the abyss? What's in it? Magma? Of course it's something that will make you pay for it. Lostia laughed at Chade and rushed up again, and wrestled with Chade. Haha, you may have to spend more effort to knock me down. Chade resisted the attack of Lostia while moving forward slowly. The sharp claws of Lostia caused limited damage to him. Although he didn't know what was below, it would be no problem as long as he didn't fall down. Lostia was also a little anxious. This guy was really tough. Although the high-temperature magma in his body had no effect on him, his strength was very strong. Perhaps even stronger than Lostia himself. In the chaos, Chad raised his upper body and grabbed Lostia's back with one claw. It seemed that he grabbed something. Chad twisted it and twisted it off. Lostia screamed and was beaten back by Chad again. Chad opened his hand and found a small piece of wing in his hand. He laughed out loud instantly. Ha ha! Little Earth Dragon. You actually have wings. So small. Is it a decoration? Ha ha ha. Lostia's eyes instantly turned red. Roar! Asshole! He bumped into Chad again, ignoring Chad's attack, just to push Chad down. Chad also bulged his muscles, while hitting Lostia hard, while using his fat ventral feet to support himself on the gate to prevent himself from falling. The two huge forces overlapped. Gate number 001 groaned under the heavy load, causing the gate slide rail to be severely deformed. Gradually, Lostia was defeated. Her strength was almost exhausted, and Chade found an opportunity to force her to retreat. Just when Chade thought he was about to win, a short arrow appeared again, shooting straight at his eyes. But this time he subconsciously tilted his head, and the arrow only pierced his eyelids. Bug! It's you again! Chade looked at the place in the dark where the arrow was shot at him in anger. Shaggar was panting and holding a small crossbow, and staring at him closely. The moving maze control room was almost halfway around the moving maze. She saw that the gate of number 001 was opened, and immediately rushed over to support. As soon as Lostia saw Chad turn his gaze towards Shagar, he immediately rushed towards Chad, gritted his teeth, and used the collision. 1/15. The collision was judged to be a great success. Chad was distracted for a moment, and was directly knocked out of the number 001 gate by Lostia. But Lostia also fell into the dark moving maze with Chad. Lostia smiled bitterly, and thought that he was finished, and he might be crushed with his bones. At the critical moment, a metal passage moved over and barely caught Lostia. Under Lostia's weight, the metal passage made a teeth-grinding sound, which made people feel uneasy. At this time, Chade also fell down, landing directly on Lostia's body, pressing her to the ground fiercely. The gears and chains around her groaned dangerously again. "Ha! I find your place is really amazing. Who created this place? A maze that can be assembled? What is this strange sound?" Chade laughed arrogantly, while stepping on Lostia's body. At this time, the click, click, click sound coming from the bottom of the abyss could be vaguely heard. The sound of gears turning. "Roar! I won't tell you. You bastard. Go down and see for yourself if you can." Lostia gritted his teeth and said, "It doesn't matter. After killing you, I will slowly find those bugs, and figure out the structure of this maze, and dedicate it to the teacher." The skin he found was some solidified black shells, and in the darkness, the red lava under the black shells could be vaguely seen flowing, accompanied by his cold voice, like a demon king. After Chad finished speaking, he strangled Lostia's neck fiercely. Lostia was instantly out of breath, and couldn't even roar. At this moment, a huge passage on the left came like a battering ram, and hit Chad's fat insect body fiercely. It directly knocked Chad out, and he slid down from the edge of the passage. His shell shattered, and the high-temperature lava spilled out as if it was free. Chad was dizzy from the collision, and at the last moment of falling, he struggled to hold the edge of the passage tightly with his thick hands. The huge insect body became a burden to him, and he couldn't use his thick hands to drag his fat insect body up. High-temperature lava flowed down from his body like a stream, falling into the black abyss with a bright orange light. The weak light illuminated the bottom of the abyss. There were countless gears, big and small, fast and slow, biting together. "What is this?" Chad finally showed a surprised expression. Such a complex and exquisite mechanical structure is simply not something that ordinary people can make. At this time, Lostia appeared right above Chad. "Asshole! Have you found your grave? Lostia is a pure-blooded fawn fire dragon. Go to hell and be buried with my wings." After saying that, with bloodshot eyes, Lostia showed her sharp claws, and fiercely inserted them into the back of Chade's thick hand. "Ah!" Chade only had time to let out a scream before falling into the abyss. "Huh?" Lostia finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the passage carrying her slowly rose, sent her to the entrance of platform 001. "Are you okay, Lostia?" Shagar had been lying next to door 001. When he saw that only Lostia emerged from the darkness, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Lostia used all her strength to roll her fat body from the passage to the ground, and then she laid down. She really had no strength left. "It's okay. I may need to rest for a while. I really don't have much strength left." Shagar also breathed a sigh of relief, and sat down against Lostia's big head. After you sent Dick and Tiger, who were given to him for free, to the blood pool, he returned to the conference room, and nervously watched the battle between Lostia and the monster. When seeing Lostia being strangled, you foolishly held her breath, and almost suffocated herself. Fortunately, her sister Joan went to command the moving maze, knocking the monster down, allowing Lostia to change her offensive. But then Yu's heart was lifted. She saw the big monster crawling on the cliff, like a big caterpillar. It might not be visible at the scene because of the dim light, but it was clearly seen on the monster sand table. The eyes of the orc grandmother were filled with solemnity. "Ah! I have an idea." Yu suddenly remembered the plant that Fangjia traded with the orc merchant. Xiao Huabao planted this magical bubble plant in the center of the pasture. Because of the existence of this plant, the plants in the middle of the pasture became slippery. From time to time, the playful poo-poo camels would bump into those floating colorful bubbles. Helplessly, they had to replant it in the corner of the pasture. Yu quickly rode on his little pheasant, and took the two big ones to the ranch. First, He went to the laboratory to find 2 big wooden barrels, and then rushed to the location of the bubble flower. The ranch, the edge, the Dream Bubble Ranch. You could see the large area of flying bubbles from a long distance. The bubble flower has a huge bottle-shaped rhizome, with 8 tentacle-like petals on the top, and the colorful bubbles flew out from the middle of those petals. Riding a pheasant to move forward quickly is not a good choice, but you can't care about these. The ground is very slippery, and the little pheasant started to spin on it. You finally took the 3 pheasants to the bottle-shaped rhizome with great effort. Using a knife to gently cut a small hole, the sticky liquid flowed out. You filled 3 large barrels. Bang! A loud noise reverberated throughout the moving maze. The first person to see Chad climbing up was Joan, who was in the control room opposite, so she immediately asked the little black man to use a channel to hit Chad, but Chad actually dodged it, and his numerous fat ventral feet clung to the cliff and were quite flexible. Shargar and Lostia, who heard the noise, immediately climbed to the edge of the cliff and saw Chad climbing up quickly. Is this bastard a cockroach? Shargar couldn't help but swear. Quick, the slide rail of the 001 door is broken, Lostia. Help me push the door together, see if you can lock him up. Roar! Lostia also tried her best, but the door was stuck tightly and couldn't move at all. That bastard is climbing up. Damn it! No! I'm going to go down and fight him, Lostia said, and was about to jump down. No! I have a way. Finally you arrived. Chapter 98. Listen to the dragon roar. Lostia, who wanted to die with Chad, almost tripped over himself. You, with 3 walking pheasants, was soaking wet, rolled 3 large wooden barrels, and rushed to the outside of gate 001. After stopping Lostia, he fell to the ground exhausted. There is mucus from bubble flower in these 3 barrels, which is very slippery. If we can hit that monster all over, he won't be able to hold on to the wall at all. You sat on the ground and panted as he explained. After a long period of activity, its surface temperature has also dropped a lot, so the mucus will not evaporate quickly, which is more than enough to make him fall. Lostia stretched out his claws to grab one of the barrels, but he couldn't. The barrel was extremely slippery. No wonder you and the others had to roll it over. Lostia held a barrel with his fingernails and lifted it high, then threw it towards Chad. But Chad nimbly dodged the attack by turning sideways. The barrel hit the cliff and broke into pieces, exploding a lot of juice. No! He was too agile. And I couldn't hit him at all, Lostia said with some embarrassment. Shargar was also on the edge of the cliff, watching Chad, who was trying to climb the wall. He is still too far away now, and he is agile, and he will fall directly on the cliff as long as he steps on it. He will fall down. Lostia moved another bucket of bubble flower mucus and poured it down along the edge of the cliff. Although Chad didn't know what this was, he didn't underestimate the enemy. When he saw something flowing down, he immediately dodged and mocked Lostia and the others. Ha ha ha! Why do you still want to pour kerosene? Don't you know that I am not afraid of fire at all now? Humph! It will burn you to death. You can try it if you step on it, Lostia retorted mercilessly. Joan, who was far away, saw that Lostia seemed to be throwing something at the monster, and again called a channel to crash into Chad. Chad keenly caught the channel that was coming again, and dodged it nimbly, again. But at this time Lostia threw down the last bucket of bubble flower mucus, hitting the bull's eye. It hit Chad's forehead, who was distracted by the passage. The bubble flower slime covered Chad's face, and soaked his whole body. Now he was less than 10 meters away from the door where Lostia and the others were. He only needed to climb for another 1 or 2 minutes to get up. But even with this 10-meter distance, he couldn't climb up at all. With the bubble flower slime, even if his legs were twice as long, it would be useless. Ah! Chad screamed a series of screams and fell back into the abyss again. He wanted to cling to the wall again, but no matter how he struggled, he couldn't cling to it again. Crack, 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 crack. Accompanied by a sound of bone cracking, Chad finally fell on those huge gears, and his abdomen exploded like a maggot being stepped on, and then was crushed into meat paste by those terrifying gears. No! Chad's scream spread throughout the moving maze. However, the fat Chad also smashed a lot of gears and structures when he fell, and the moving maze stopped working instantly. When everything settled, Chad was left with only his upper body lying in the gear ruins, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. The huge insect body had turned into fragments and flew everywhere. Is this bastard still alive? Shargar knelt on the edge of the cliff and stared down at the half-body, said uncertainly. Sister Linguini, what species is he? I want to go down and collect some specimens to see, Lottie. What do you think? Yu also stretched his head carefully, looking down. It's unreasonable. I'm dying of exhaustion. I think he should be dead. His entire lower body is shredded. Lostia was really exhausted, and now he was panting heavily. Let's go, don't lie down, go soak in the blood spring to recover. Shagar urged Lostia helplessly. At this moment, a bright yellow beam of light shot up from the bottom of the moving maze, and accurately hit the door frame of Gate 001. Boom! Shagar was blown away by the air wave, hit the wall, and fainted. He was very small, and was pushed by the air wave, and hit Lostia's soft belly, but it was not a big deal. Bastard. This guy is really a cockroach. He is still alive even after this. Lostia quickly protected Yu, protecting her from the secondary damage of the gravel. Yu, quickly take Shagar away. Yeah. This attack also scared Yu. She quickly calmed down the panicked land pheasant, mounted on it, and ran towards the blood spring with Shagar. Boom! Boom! Just as Yu left with Shagar, an ominous sound rang out from the depths of the moving maze. Each blow seemed to hit Lostia's heart hard. Lostia looked down, and the monster with only half of its body left started to move again. This time, it only had its sturdy upper body. Without its insect legs, it could only insert its thick human fingers into the hard cliff and climb up one by one. The dong-dong sound was the sound made by the monster inserting its fingers directly into the cliff. And because it lost its lower body, it seemed to have become more agile. Roar! You bugs! You actually destroyed the energy I have been accumulating for so long. Let's die together. Roar! Shade leaned against the wall with his hands, while opening his mouth wide. The throat became redder and redder, until a beam of high-temperature energy ray shot out again, pointing at Lostia. Lostia took 2 steps back, avoiding this high-energy ray. What to do? What to do? Lostia was a little panicked. This big monster was a monster that could not be killed no matter how hard he hit it. Do we really have to abandon the dungeon and escape? Lostia shook her head vigorously. No. No! I don't want to escape anymore. I want to protect. I want to evolve. I want to fly like other dragons. Like other dragons. Suddenly Lostia's eyes widened, and she ran into the underground palace like a fly. Chad climbed up the cliff smoothly without Lostia's obstruction, identified the smell in the air, and looked at the tunnel where Lostia escaped with his scarlet eyes. Little Earth Dragon. I'm coming up. It's too late to run away now. I can feel your fear. You can't escape. Chad easily supported his body with his 2 strong arms, swung his arms, and actually ran. Lostia rushed into the classroom, staring closely at the thick crystal box soaked in the blood spring water. It contained a fist-sized piece of uranium that Fong Jia specially purified to stimulate her learning motivation. Lostia hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, crushed the thick crystal box, and took out the white metal that she had been craving for a long time. The sound of dong-dong gradually came from outside the door. Lostia gritted her teeth and threw the enriched uranium into her throat like eating candy beans. Instantly, a warm feeling was transmitted from her stomach to her whole body. Mass 1.21 kilograms. Theoretical release of energy reaches 100 trillion joules. I won't really turn into a nuclear bomb. Right? Lostia smiled bitterly. She had already eaten it, and it was too late to regret it. However, this amount of mass was not yet critical mass, and she had to find a way to activate it. Lostia gritted her teeth and ran towards the passage between the underground palace and the northern foothills of the Pamirs. Even if she wanted to self-destruct, she had to do it far away from the underground palace. Little Earth Dragon. I can already smell you. Come out quickly. Shade slowly crawled out of the library. The smell of Lostia was very strong here, because they often took classes here, which made it difficult for Chade to identify Lostia's specific direction. Suddenly, Lostia rushed out and ran straight to another passage. Found you. Chad immediately followed with a strange smile, and spit out high-energy rays to attack Lostia while laughing. Chad's speed increased greatly after losing his insect abdomen, and he quickly chased Lostia into a wide passage. He was faster than Lostia, and much more agile. He jumped up with both hands and pounced on Lostia. Lostia was relatively agile. When she felt something on her back, she rolled on the ground and threw Chad, who had jumped on her, away. Chad bounced a few times with his hands on the ground, stabilized his body, and then he realized that there was a dead end behind him. Ha ha ha! How can you look like a dragon? I think you are just a ground dragon. You have been digging for a long time like a mouse, and ended up in such a dead end? Chad almost laughed himself to death. Lostia panted, Of course, I am a purebred fawn fire dragon, asshole. Your disgusting lower body is the result of the weight loss surgery I performed on you. Did you forget? Lostia immediately fought back. Humph, little earth dragon, you said you were a purebred fawn fire dragon. Then why don't you spit out a flame dragon breath for me to see? Jade supported himself with one hand, and touched his ear with the other hand, as if waiting for Lostia's dragon breath. Lostia also sat down leisurely to save energy. Don't you also spit out those strange little flames? I haven't seen your little flames burn me. Why, your breath is not even as good as that of an earth dragon? Lostia deliberately used provocation to Jade. Sure enough, Jade got hit. What? Little bastard. Take my strongest shot, and see if you can still say such a thing? Jade's veins popped out as he said this, and his mouth opened as wide as possible, and a high-energy ray half the thickness of a man shot out from his throat and shot towards Lostia. Lostia also suddenly opened her mouth wide, and swallowed the thick high-energy ray in its entirety. Who said I can't spit? I spit it out for you to see now. The thick high-energy ray hit the enriched uranium in Lostia's body from all directions, and instantly triggered a chain reaction of nuclear fission. Jade's eyes widened. He saw Lostia's whole body bulging, his eyes were red, and he opened his mouth and spit out a beam of blue light that was too bright to look at. You? Jade was hit by the high-temperature radiation of tens of thousands of degrees before he could even react. Ah! It started with his black lava skin, then his muscles and internal organs, and finally his bones, all of which were burned to ashes. Not only his body, but even his soul was not spared in such violent energy radiation. Blue rays shot out from Lostia's mouth, covering the entire northern foothill passage, bombarding the thick stone gate, piercing the mountain directly, and shooting out along the edge of Mir village, burning the black sand on the tundra into complete vitrification, forming a large area of crystal black glass. After a while of earthquakes, a huge molten hole appeared on the mountain of Kepamir. Chapter 99 Rescue Lostia. Boom! After a series of earthquakes, Shagar, who was lying in the blood fountain, was awakened. Where is Lostia? You? Where is she? Shagar shook his dizzy head. She stayed behind to cover the retreat and then... You wiped his tears, and couldn't even speak sobbingly. Shagar. Are you still alive? If you are alive, hurry up and save Lodi. She has penetrated the main passage leading to the northern foothills. You? Go to the ranch and take 4 woolly mammoths to Lodi. We need to send Lostia to the blood altar immediately. The orc grandmother walked in quickly, holding a totem cane. Upon hearing this, Shagar immediately rushed to where Lostia was, taking off the armor that was in the way while walking. You also quickly wiped away her tears, and rode on her little land-riding pheasant, rushing to the ranch. The orc grandmother glanced at Dick and Tiger, who were running to get killed. They were still unconscious in the blood altar. Get up. Get up. Hurry up and help Shagar. Don't sleep anymore. The orc grandmother used her totem staff to poke the 2 people hard, to wake them up, and drove them to help Shagar. Strange things have happened frequently in Mir village recently. First, Brooke wanted to rebel against the chief and the saint, then the chief and Brooke disappeared together, leaving only the goddess to run the council. Then, more than a week ago, the mountain god of Mir Peak got angry and roared violently. The thunder-like sound still lingers in the hearts of the villagers of Mir village. They almost prayed to the mountain god. Then the chief and Brooke appeared together, and they seemed to have changed their appearance. Their spirits were different, and they often gathered together in secret. In contrast, the goddess disappeared again, and she had not been seen for a week. In fact, Shagar went back to defend the underground palace. Finally, the real mountain god got angry. First, there were all kinds of roars and explosions mixed together, and then there was a shaking of the cave and the mountain. At the same time, a dazzling blue light shot directly through the mountain, and almost destroyed the entire Mir village. Many villagers knelt on the ground, worshipping the big hole on the mountain, with panicked expressions. However, the children in the village did not do the same as the adults. They were curious and wanted to touch the black crystals. Sam and Brooke wanted to go in to help when they heard the movement in the underground palace. Unexpectedly, the passage under the Parliament Stone House could not be opened at all. Just when they were at a loss, a big hole was blasted out of the mountain. Sam and Brooke looked at each other, and immediately went to the village to gather people, took the weapons they could use, and prepared to enter the underground palace to help Shagar and others. When Shagar arrived at the northern foot passage, he smelled a strong metallic smell before he saw Lostia. If she had a Geiger counter, the value on it would definitely be off the charts. But Shagar couldn't care less now, and quickly ran to Lostia, who was lying on the ground. Lostia's condition was very bad now. Her whole body smelled of burnt metal. Blood flowed out from the gaps between her scales. The skin under the dragon scales was ruptured. The muscles were torn, and a large part of the internal organs was burnt. Lottie! Lottie! Can you hear me? Shagar anxiously poured his blood bottle into Lostia's burnt mouth. But it was useless. The sand monster died. Died. Lostia opened her white eyes. Dead. Dead. It's all turned to ash. Stop talking, hold on for a while, you need to get into the blood spring quickly. It turned out that the protection felt good. Lostia slowly pulled up the corners of her mouth, but Shagar cried. She held back her voice, ran to the still boiling molten cave. She needed the help of the orc villagers outside. Sam and Brooke led the villagers with shovels, and Axe saw Shagar running out with tears before he ran to the cave. Hurry up. Save Lottie. She's dying. You went to find the mammoth car. You quickly asked some strong orcs to cover their mouths and noses with thick cloth. No matter what. They are not allowed to take off their masks. Then follow me. The radiation here is very strong. Tell those children not to follow us. Hurry. After giving instructions, Shagar hurried back. Sam and Brooke looked at each other and immediately acted in tacit agreement. Brooke organized the strong orcs to follow Shagar into the cave. Sam coordinated and organized the women and children to stay away from the molten cave immediately. Singadil's curse is no joke. Shagar ran back to Lostia quickly. The mammoth car had arrived. Dick and Tiger were trying to tie the thick vines to Lostia. You, who was driving, was forced to return by Uncle Tiger. After a while, Brooke and a dozen strong orc villagers joined the team to carry Lostia. Don't be afraid. She won't hurt you. She is our friend. Although you haven't seen her, she is a gentle girl. Be gentle. Brooke comforted the orcs who were seeing Lostia for the first time, and directed them to tie the tough vines to Lostia. After Sam arranged the affairs in the village, he also joined the team to rescue Lostia. His joining was undoubtedly the best backbone for the orcs. Gradually, some orcs showed some symptoms, including nausea and vomiting. Shagar even vomited blood. She was the only one who did not wear any protection, and was the most hard-working one. How are you? Sam had been beside Shagar all along, and saw her vomiting blood. It's okay, we all be soaking in the blood spring soon. This is no joke. Shagar wiped the blood foam from the corner of his mouth. Why don't you use mine? Sam couldn't bear it any longer, and was about to take off his mask, but was stopped by Shagar. It's useless, the radioactive dust has already entered my body, and caused internal irradiation. Don't take yours off. Hurry up. Try harder, Shagar said, standing up again and lifting one of Lostia's paws, tying the vines up. With the efforts of the orcs, Lostia's mountain-like body was finally lifted onto the big beast cart that carried her. Tiger drove the beast cart quickly into the depths of the underground palace. Shagar, who was sitting next to Lostia's head, kept observing Lostia's condition. Uncle Tiger, hurry up. Hurry up. Lostia's breathing is getting weaker and weaker. Uncle Tiger was also sweating profusely. Although the woolly mammoth was very strong, it was just too slow. With the help of the orc villagers, Shagar finally pushed Lostia into the blood pool that belonged to her. The blood spring water instantly covered Lostia's whole body, forming a huge egg, in which Lostia's huge body could be vaguely seen curled up, like an embryo. Will Shagar's sister Lostia be okay? You had been waiting for them by the blood spring. Yes. Of course. She's a dragon, Shagar said firmly. Okay. Okay. Now everyone enter the blood pool and purify the radiation from your bodies. Shagar clapped his hands and drove all the orcs, who participated in carrying Lostia into the blood pool. These orcs saw Sam and Brooke take the lead and walked into the blood altar, and followed them. In an instant, the blood altar was filled with a group of strong orcs. On the other side, Xiaobai drove a small car on the road, and Fangjia sat directly under the steam engine, roasting the boiler. But his eyes never left the panel. Bang! Xiao Fangjia punched the boiler hard, directly making the boiler dent a little. Damn it! Damn it! Asshole! Fangjia's face was very ugly. A long list of information had been displayed on the panel in front of him. The underground palace was invaded. 12% damaged. Ding, the moving maze was invaded, 41% damaged. The mobile system was paralyzed. Ding, the library was invaded, 4% damaged. How is Lottie doing? Xiaobai stared at the road ahead with his 6 spider eyes, asking Fangjie. I don't know. Here we can only see the damage caused by the invasion. Fangjie's voice was very low. Lillian and the mermaid who got into the car without knowing what was going on dared not breathe. Xiaobao and Shubian looked at each other. Without saying anything, they were all very worried about Lostia, and from Fangjie's tone, it could be seen that Lostia's situation might not be optimistic. The bridesmaid Xiaoyu kept walking back and forth in the car anxiously. Ding. Guardian Fane Fire Dragon Lostia is in critical condition. Ding. Guardian Fane Fire Dragon Lostia can evolve. Ding. Dungeon Defense Victory. Kill 1 person. Soul points obtained. 4,500 now. Fangjie doesn't care about the soul points of the ghost. What he cares about now is Lostia's life and death. These 3 messages popped up at the same time. It should be Lostia who killed the invader despite the threat of her life, defended the underground palace, but now she is dying. Ah! Damn it! Didn't I tell you? Run away when you meet a strong enemy. Why do you have to fight them head-on? Why is Lostia so disobedient? Fangjie almost exploded when he saw this information. He kicked the carriage directly, leaving an obvious footprint on the carriage. Don't worry. There's no point in worrying now. After all, we are at least 6 or 7 days away from the great underground palace. There's no way to get there instantly. Go get treatment quickly. Go get treated. Why haven't you gone yet? Fangjie was fidgeting now. His eyes were fixed on the panel, for fear of missing any information. After waiting anxiously for nearly 20 minutes, Fangjie felt as if he had been through 200 years. Finally, a change appeared on the panel. Ding, Guardian Fane Fire Dragon Lostia is being treated. Ding, Guardian Fane Fire Dragon Lostia is evolving. Time, 376 hours. When Fangjie saw this message pop up, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god, this is really bad for the heart. Chapter 100. The expedition team returns. 6 days later, Xiao Bai finally drove his car back to the Great Labyrinth. When Fangjie stood at the gate of the ruined Great Underground Palace, he was greeted by Shagar, who came to apologize. I'm sorry, I didn't protect the Great Underground Palace well. Lostia was seriously injured, but now she seems to have evolved. Shagar had been staring at the monster sand table closely these days, fearing that someone would attack again, so when she knew Fangjie and the others were back, she ran to the entrance of the Great Underground Palace and knelt on one knee, with a face full of shame. Xiaobai walked in front of Shagar, and Fangjie's voice came. I really don't know what to do with you. As long as you are still alive, it's fine. Why are you so stupid? Didn't I tell you to run away quickly when you meet a strong enemy? Shagar raised his head in surprise, and just happened to meet the eyes of Fangjie, who had 2 heads. Puff! Ha ha! Shagar looked at Fangjie's serious look, and burst into laughter instantly. Why are you like this? Shagar was already laughing silly, tears streaming down his face. Fangjie covered his forehead. This image was really not conducive to building prestige. Don't laugh. Kneel down. You don't look like you are asking for forgiveness. But Shagar couldn't stop laughing. He laughed for a long time and finally managed to hold it back. But his face was already red. Fangjie looked at her like this with a headache and knew that this matter could only be left unsolved. Okay. Okay. Laugh if you want to. Take me to see the damage to the underground palace first, and tell me what happened here. Fangjie ignored Shagar's failure in a second, and sent Xiaobai, Xiaobai, Shubian, Lillian and others to rest. And he followed Shagar into the depths of the underground palace. So, Lostia swallowed the uranium and took a high-energy ray to activate the chain reaction of uranium to form atomic breath, and then spit it out to burn the monster into ashes? Fangjie learned the general situation from Shagar as he walked. Yeah. That's what happened. Shagar looked at the little Fangjie, who was following him quickly, and his eyes showed little stars of love. How about I carry you and walk with you? You seem to be walking a little slowly. Shagar finally found an opportunity to pick up the 2-headed Fangjie. Fangjie was still thinking about the atomic breath of Lostia and the others. But the next second he flew up and was held in Shagar's arms. Fangjie's body froze for a moment, like a sculpture. Well, it seems to be not bad. Fangjie's brain is disconnected now. Shagar didn't feel anything. Fangjie looked so cute now, 100 times cuter than the big Fangjie, but a little hard. Next time, he'd better ask Xiaobai to be his toy. What? Can you put me down? Fang Jie shook his head vigorously. In his previous life, as a 30-year-old magician who had never held a girl's hand, he said that he already had Xiaobai. Wait a little longer, we'd be at the North Foot Passage soon. Shagar would not let go of such a good opportunity. Shagar's stubbornness was like an irresistible wind, forcing Fang Jie to approach the soft spot. He was as stiff as a rock, but he kept telling himself in his heart, no desire. No desire. Worldly distractions have nothing to do with me. Shagar arrived at the place soon and freed Fang Jie, who was emitting pink bubbles. Fang Jie shook his head vigorously, shook off the pink bubbles, and began to look at the severely burned passage in front of him, where the sunlight outside could shine directly in. I asked the orcs to clean it with blood spring water before, and I don't know if there is still radiation. Fang Jie narrowed his eyes. It should be no problem. During this period, pay attention to the people in the village to see if they have any symptoms. If they do, take them to the maze to receive blood spring treatment. Well, at that time, some people showed symptoms of Singidal's death, but they were basically cured after the blood spring baptism. I also asked Sam and others to seal off the area outside, and the orcs were not allowed to approach. Shagar reported all the actions of the past few days to Fang Jie. After rescuing Lostia, the orcs also helped clean the ground with blood spring water. Brooke also created a militia team to assist in patrolling the gap. More than 30 orcs have come to the orc village one after another. I have done a good job of educating them. There are 2 or 3 who are more conservative and are not used to our rules. I let them go. Okay. No problem. There will be people. It's their loss if they leave. Fang Jie used his shaping ability to restore the ground passage here, and nodded. Well, in addition to that, Brooke and his men found that there seemed to be other orcs probing our camp. They did not attack, but just looked at us from a distance. So Uncle Tiger and his men took some of the steel you refined and made some weapons. Well, I see. It's okay. But you can only make axes and swords now? Yes. The crossbow you made is too complicated. Tiger wants to replicate it, but it is difficult to make it. He is probably still trying. Shagar spread his hands helplessly. There are more and more people in the village. It seems that you need to upgrade your equipment. Shagar's eyes lit up immediately. Fang Jie's work went very smoothly. He easily restored the passage to its original state. Fang Jie had just returned to the underground palace after recovery, and was knocked down by you. Ah! Brother Fang Jie has really become so cute. Ignoring Shagar's jealous eyes, you hugged Fang Jie, who looked like he had lost all hope in life. The little tentacle was not to be outdone, and directly smeared Fang Jie's face. Wait! Wait! Little tentacle, why are you still joining in the fun? Little tentacle, your tentacles are stuffed in my mouth. Ah! Xiaobai! Xiaobai! Help! Finally, Fang Jie had no choice but to ask Xiaobai for help. Sure enough, Xiaobai was very helpful. With 6 eyes glaring, the 2 primary school students immediately felt what it meant to be stared at by the head teacher, and they released Fang Jie rather embarrassedly, and patted the non-existent dust on Fang Jie's body obediently. As expected, the teacher is the most dignified. With Xiaobai's help, Fang Jie escaped successfully. But Fang Jie couldn't laugh any more the next second. Xiaobai took out several 2-head Fang Jie pillows and started to sell them. 2-head Fang Jie dolls are on sale. Not $9.98, not 99.8. Only 9.9 yuan. You can't lose or be cheated if you buy them. I want it. I want it. Me too. I want one. No. 2. I want one too. The response was very positive. As expected, they were sold out in an instant. It can be said that every female creature in the dungeon has one. Even the orc grandmother wants one. Fang Jie covered his face. He was completely defeated now. He felt that he had completely lost the prestige of the Demon King of the Underground Palace. Of course, the evening was a celebration to celebrate the success of the expedition. Lillian put on her white chef suit again, and was busy making barbecue in hot pot. It can be said that she did everything she could. Sam and Brooke from Mill Village came, and they had completely adapted to the atmosphere of the Underground Palace. Yu was shouting and yelling around the 2 sisters Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian, asking questions here and there. Xiao Yu led the little black people to play beautiful songs for everyone. Of course, they can now join the foodies. The pollen of the ghost orchid brought back by Xiao Bian was actually very delicious for Xiao Yu and his friends. Speaking of which, the 2 sisters Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian were very magical. Xiao Huabao symbolized life. But she loved to eat meat, and didn't eat vegetables at all. Xiao Bian symbolized death, and only ate vegetables, and didn't eat meat at all. This made Lillian feel very embarrassed, because she basically only knew how to cook meat, and at most baked potatoes. In the end, Fang Jia personally came out, and made a fruit salad for Xiao Bian. Be quiet, everyone. Fang Jia walked up to the stage where Xiao Yu and the others were singing when everyone had almost finished eating, and knocked on the glass in his hand, making everyone present look at him. This time we experienced an extremely difficult expedition, and the opponent was much stronger than I expected. But we also got a blessing in disguise, and our main combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. But this also sounded the alarm for us. We need stronger power to protect ourselves, so I need everyone's help. First of all, the maze design. I will build a huge city of all races on Near Peak. This will be the starting point of the new world. Below the city of all races will be our first maze, an ordinary maze, and the orcs will be the guardians of the first maze, and their main responsibility is to defend ordinary people. Speaking of this, Fang Jia looked at Shagar. Shagar nodded to Fang Jia, indicating his approval. The following is the second maze, the moving maze. The guardian is Xiao Yu. In addition to the moving maze, I will work with Xiaobai to design a power armor for you to use outside, so that you can gain stronger power. You will be the main force to eliminate the grouped enemies in the future. Xiao Yu below gave Fang Jia a thumbs up. The third maze, the Endless Forest. The guardians are Xiaowabao and Xiubian, mainly responsible for the logistic support of the Great Earth Palace. Xiaowabao and Xiubian smiled at each other, and said in unison, "No problem. Leave it to us." Fang Jia nodded and continued. The fourth maze, the Lava Maze, is located in the Lava Lake, and Lostia is the guardian. She will be our secret weapon in the future. The fifth maze, the Indescribable Maze, will be our torture chamber, and the guardian is the Little Tentacle. Poochie Poochie Maze. My little tentacle seemed very excited, finally having her own big toy, and she was envious every time she saw Xiao Yu controlling the moving maze. The sixth maze, the Spiderweb Maze. The guardian is Xiaobai. You mainly help me with design and scientific research. I will put the library here when the time comes. Xiaobai smiled. Okay, these 6 mazes will be the main plan for the future. Thank you for your support. Cheers! As he said this, Fang Jia drank the blueberry wine in the glass. The moment the blueberry juice entered Fang Jia's body, it turned into light blue steam and rose from Fang Jia's body. Cheers! Everyone drank the blueberry wine in their hands. Woo, we all have our guarded mazes. What about you? How about you add a 7th maze? After Xiaobai finished speaking, he proposed his own idea. Well, I think it's possible. The 7th maze will be everyone's living place. Fang Jia will be in charge of it. How about being cute? Xiaowabao also nodded. Yeah, it fits his image very well, as our treasure. Of course, it should be placed in the deepest part. Xiaobai nodded in agreement. Yeah, I think so too. Fang Jia doesn't have much combat power. He can only help us decorate the underground palace or cook something. Xiao Bian also agreed. Yes, remember to decorate our bedroom beautifully. Xiao Huabao agreed. Cute. Protect it well. This is the little tentacle that is not messy enough. Yeah, help us design more combat armor. I want the coolest one. Xiao Yu also joined the group chat. Yes, the city of all races will become Gundor. I think the pictures are really cool. Shagger's eyes showed a glow of yearning. Fang Jia was on the stage watching the girls below in a mess, crouching in the corner and drawing circles with a speechless face. He, a grown man, was actually treated as a mascot and protected by a group of monster girls, which made him feel very melancholy.